Library of Heaven's Path Chapter 927 to Chapter 976. The succession process of the principals of the four great academies was basically the same. Regardless of whether it was in terms of imparting knowledge or managing the academy, the two of them could be considered as the top figures in the history of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Yet, they only received the recognition of 45% and 37% respectively. From this, it could be imagined just how difficult it was for the ancestors to evaluate him. Even if a 20-year-old young man were to start learning from his mother's womb, what could he possibly learn? Could it be that the other party's recognition was higher than theirs? Not only is he inferior, there is no way to compare him. Looking at their expressions, how could Wu Ran not know what his two old friends were thinking? With a bitter smile, he couldn't help but shake his head. There is no way to compare him? Do you mean that he has already received more than 50% of the recognition? Shen Pingqiao frowned. This was the highest proportion that he could think of at the moment. Those who were able to receive such recognition were all geniuses among geniuses. They had made great contributions to the academy, and it was already inconceivable that a student who had just enrolled into the academy would become the principal. Could it be that the ancestors had given him more than 50% of the recognition? If that was the case, the ancestors were truly lacking in judgment. 50%? Wu Ran shook his head. Seeing the other party's expression, Wu Tianqiong heaved a sigh of relief. I knew that it wouldn't be that easy to obtain 50% of the recognition. Before he could finish his words, the other party's voice sounded once more. If that's the case, then I won't say any more. It's 100%, 100%? The two principals nearly spurted blood. You must be joking, right? Everyone had their own way of thinking, and it was impossible for everyone to be satisfied with the results. As such, there had never been a case of 100% recognition among the outstanding principals of the four great academies. For a 20-year-old freshman to receive the recognition of more than 100 ancestors of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy? I knew that you wouldn't believe it, but the truth is the truth. Wu Ran sighed. Back then, when he first heard the news, he had the same expression as the other party, and his jaw nearly fell to the ground. If not for the fact that there were at least 100,000 spectators watching the news back then, he wouldn't have believed it either. Since you dare to be so sure, then it must be. Wu Tianqiong knew that his old friend would never lie to them, and there was no need for him to lie to them either. Thus, he turned to Xianxia and asked, the ancestor's acknowledgement only lasts for 3 sentences. What did he say for so many people to acknowledge him simultaneously? He didn't say anything. Instead, he just beat up the wills of the ancestors. Wu Ran said with twitching lips. Beat him up? Shen Pingqiao and Wu Tianqiong staggered at the same time. He had heard of all kinds of fawning, all kinds of praises. Beating him up, was that even possible? When did the wills of the ancestors become so spineless, submitting to force? Not only that, but this new principal has also received 100% recognition from the academy's teachers and students, and successfully formed the perfect principal's token. At the same time, donkeys and dogs howled, and countless animals achieved breakthroughs to become savage beasts. Fearing that the two principals would be unable to take the blow, Wu Ran didn't give them any time to digest what he had just said. Impeccable principal's seal, donkeys and dogs howling, the two school heads were indeed dealt a heavy blow. It took a long time for them to recover from their shock. Have you met Principal Zhang? I haven't. Wu Ran shook his head. When I first arrived, he had gone out to take the 6-star Master Teacher examination for Empire Building. It has been 2 months since then. 2 months? It seems like I won't be able to meet him this time. Indeed. Empire Building is an extremely difficult task. Without several years, it will be difficult to complete it. Hearing that the new principal had just taken the 6-star Master Teacher examination and had chosen the most difficult examination, Empire Building, Shen Pingqiao and Wu Tianqiong shook their heads. Several years? There's no need for that. Based on what I know, he has already cleared the examination. Wu Ran said. Didn't you say that it has only been 2 months since he took the examination? Wu Tianqiong's lips twitched. Wu Ran nodded in agreement. Indeed. In just 2 months, the conferred kingdom has been promoted to an empire. The two principals. When they first arrived, they had said that their students were inexperienced so as to let them know that there was always someone stronger than them. But now, they finally realized that they were the ones who were inexperienced. They had been the principal for more than 500 years, and they had seen all kinds of geniuses. However, they had never heard of someone like President Zhang before. The combat master selection this time around is a test for the students, so it doesn't matter how talented you are. Based on what I know, the overall fighting prowess of the students of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy is lacking. Let's see who will emerge victorious in the dueling ring. Indeed. As the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, one's personal capability isn't important. What is important is whether one can lead the academy forward. If one can't do that, no matter how many predecessors acknowledge him or how formidable the principal's seal is, it will all be for naught. The principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy didn't allow one to display one's personal capability. Rather, it was a responsibility to govern the academy. If one's students were incapable and the enrollment rate was low, no matter how powerful the principal was, it would be useless. Making the best use of one's talents was what a principal should do. The four great master teacher academies had always been competitors with one another. With such a formidable principal emerging from Hongyuan, it would be a lie to say that the three of them didn't feel pressured. At this moment, they had already made up their minds. They would make their students shine during the Combat Master Tournament so that everyone would understand that it didn't matter whether they were strong or not. What mattered the most was the strength of their students. A storm was brewing in Hongyuan City. At this moment, Xianxia was seated on the back of the Byzantium Helios beast, heading back to Hongyuan City. The difficulty of the empire building test was truly worthy of its title as the most difficult 6-star master teacher examination. Even with all the means he had up his sleeves, he still couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. It was fortunate that he had accomplished his mission. Using the 500 high-tier spirit stones that the Shin clan and Lu clan had given him, he had successfully raised his cultivation to half-saint pinnacle. His Xianxia strength had increased from 60 million ding to 24 million ding, reaching 84 million ding. This was even greater than the 75 million ding of a nascent saint pinnacle cultivator. Under normal circumstances, adding in his soul cultivation of 20 million ding and his physical body cultivation of 32 million ding, the strength that he could exert at the moment should have reached 136 million ding. It had exceeded 100 million ding. But that wasn't the case. No matter how hard he tried, his strength was still unable to cross the 100 million ding threshold, only hovering around 999,999 ding. It was as if 100 million ding was the gap between a saint and a transcendent mortal. Without reaching the required cultivation realm, there was no way he could cross it. The difference of a single ding was akin to the difference between an immortal and a mortal. Even though he was still unable to exert 100 million ding of strength, with the accumulation of his Xianxia, ordinary Saint 1 Dan primary stage and intermediate stage cultivators would no longer be a match for him. More importantly, after 2 months of cultivation, the Xianxia in his body had grown even denser, to the point where it was unimaginably vast. If the Xianxia of an ordinary half-saint could be likened to a pond, he could be likened to a river. In other words, his Xianxia alone was comparable to dozens of half-saint pinnacle cultivators. Just the thought of it was frightening. Over the past 2 months, Luo Qiqi and Yu Feier had also successfully reached Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle. Dong Xian and Hu Yaoyao had also become half-saint pinnacle experts, just like him. If others were to learn of this feat, they would surely be known as monstrous geniuses. However, following behind Xianxia, everything seemed to be going according to plan. In fact, they even felt that it was a little too slow. If not for the fact that they had to reinforce their foundations, they might have already reached nascent saint or even saint realm. Under his guidance, Zhao Feiwu and Mou had also reached transcendent mortal 5 Dan, granting them incredible fighting prowess. The Byzantium Helios beast, who had been following behind the group, had also made significant progress through the innumerable inner cores he had obtained from the Cloud Mist Ridge, reaching Saint 2 Dan advanced stage as well. The 9 kings of the Cloud Mist Ridge had also achieved a breakthrough to spiritual perception realm. It could be said that 2 short months might seem like the blink of an eye to a cultivator, but everyone around Xianxia, regardless of whether it was the humans or the beasts, had undergone a qualitative change. This was especially so for the myriad anthive nest. After 3 months of expansion, it had grown to a diameter of 500 meters. Furthermore, the space within it had become more stable, reminiscent of a miniature world. All kinds of buildings had been constructed there as well, such that it wouldn't be a problem for it to house several hundred or even 1,000 people. The 9 kings of the Cloud Mist Ridge and the Byzantium Helios beast usually resided in the myriad anthive nest, and it was extremely spacious. Xianxia's clone had been cultivating under the Bodhi Saint tree, and at this moment, he had achieved a breakthrough to Chrysalis realm. Seeing how weak his clone was, his main body had harbored the thought of teaching the other party a lesson. However, just like before, he had been pummeled into a pig's head. Even though his clone's soul hadn't grown much stronger, for some reason, while his clone had grown stronger, the other party had grown stronger. After a long moment of silence, Xianxia finally understood what was going on. The 9 Hearts Lotus was simply too powerful. The longer his clone's soul came into contact with it, the more compatible it would be with it, and the more powerful it would be. In other words, even if his clone didn't cultivate, as long as he waited for the 9 Hearts Lotus to fuse perfectly with his soul, he would be able to wield unimaginable fighting prowess. This was something that his main body was unable to match up to. There was nothing he could do about it. His main body was innately weak, so he could only make up for it through hard work. Teacher, we have arrived at Hongyuan City. Shall we head straight to the academy, or, on this day, while Xianxian was cultivating, Luo Qiqi suddenly walked up to him. We have arrived? Xianxian stood up and said, let's head to the residence first. With Elder Mi, Zhao Bingshu, and the others around, there shouldn't be too much of a problem in the academy. Thus, he decided to head over to see how far Wang Ying and the others had progressed. There were 2 reasons why he didn't bring them along for the Empire promotion ceremony. Firstly, he felt that there was no need for him to teach them anything that needed to be taught. Secondly, he wanted them to learn how to be independent so that they could see how far they could cultivate without him around. This could be considered as a test for them. After all, they had to walk their own path. He had supported them from Tianxian Kingdom all the way here, so it was about time for them to move forward on their own. All right. Luo Qiqi nodded as she turned to the Byzantium Helios beast. The huge sacred beast flew straight in the direction of the mansion. While my child was sick, I have missed 3 chapters, and I have already caught up on them. I would like to request for monthly tickets as well. There's a separate chapter at the end, so remember to read it. After becoming the principal, even though the academy had allocated him a residence with a good location and abundant spiritual energy, Xianxian still spent most of his time outside. It wasn't too far away from the academy, so he didn't have to worry about anything. Besides, it was much quieter than the academy, and he had more time to guide his students. Young master, you're back. As soon as Xianxian stepped into the residence, Sun Chang walked up to him in agitation. Over the past 2 months, that fellow seemed to have gotten rounder, and there was oil flowing from the corners of his lips. His cultivation had improved, but it wasn't by much. That fellow had always been lazy, and it seemed like he hadn't put in much effort into his cultivation despite eating quite a lot of good food during this period of time. Knowing the other party's character, Xianxian criticized him a little before instructing, call Wang Ying and the others over. Yes. Sun Chang nodded before walking out. Not too long later, Wang Ying and the others returned. In the past 2 months, his direct disciples had improved significantly, and there wasn't much of a gap between them. Wang Ying had already reached Chrysalis Realm primary stage, and Jing Yang and Lu Yang had reached Ethereal Treading Realm pinnacle as well, seemingly on the verge of making a breakthrough at any moment. It wasn't that they were talented, but that Xianxian had imparted them the simplified version of the Heaven's Path divine art before he left. On top of that, the Cloud Mist Ridge had sent over countless resources and pills to raise their cultivation. Under such circumstances, they would really be letting down the efforts he had put into them. On the contrary, Wei Ruyan, who was the last to be accepted by Xianxian, didn't see much of a growth in her cultivation. She was still at Chrysalis Realm pinnacle. However, this was within his expectations. Wei Ruyan had nourished herself too harshly previously. Even though she possessed the strength of a transcendent mortal 9-dan cultivator, it was still nothing more than a castle in the air. If she were to cultivate recklessly, it would only cause her cultivation to crumble, and she would find herself unable to advance any further. Thus, before she left, Xianxia gave her a goal, which was to start from Fighter 1 down and temper her cultivation realm by realm. In just 2 months, he had managed to return back to Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle. Even though he was still at the same cultivation realm as before, be it in terms of foundation or fighting prowess, he was still far stronger than when he had just awakened. In other words, after 2 months of tempering, her current cultivation had truly reached the level of a Chrysalis Realm cultivator. Unlike before, when she had only been able to raise her cultivation through the accumulation of medicinal herbs, she was still pitifully weak. Not bad. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. It seemed like these students were more reliable. They were much more hardworking than Sun Chang. They did not disappoint him. Some of you have already reached Chrysalis Realm, and even those who have yet to do so are not too far away from doing so. There are 2 paths that you can choose from. Activating the formation and shielding the surroundings, Xianxia looked at the few people before him with a grave expression. I have 2 cultivation techniques here. The first one can allow one's cultivation to increase rapidly, allowing one to reach the Saint Realm very quickly. Secondly, your progress will be much slower, and it will be very complicated to cultivate. However, as long as you succeed, your battle prowess will multiply, and your might will be astonishing. Xianxia didn't force his students to choose between the Saint Ascension Decipher and the ordinary Heaven's Path Divine Art. The Saint Ascension Decipher was powerful, but it was also difficult. Without a resolute will, it was impossible for one to reach the end. He had to make this point clear first. Teacher, I choose the second option. Wang Ying hesitated for a moment before speaking up. We choose the second option as well. The others also didn't hesitate to follow suit. Having come this far, none of them wanted to miss out on a cultivation technique that could multiply their fighting prowess. If you choose the second option, you will have to put in more effort and sweat, and you might not even succeed in the end. You will have to consider it carefully. Xianxia said. Yes, we have. Hard work is nothing. As long as we are strong, we have nothing to fear. The others quickly replied. Good. Seeing that they had chosen the second option without any hesitation, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. In the first place, cultivation was a struggle against the heavens and fate. If they didn't even have the courage to do so, even if he were to guide them personally, they wouldn't be able to achieve much in the future. Taking out the simplified version of the Saint Ascension Decipher, Xianxia passed it to the others and had them memorize its contents before explaining it to them in detail. The Saint Ascension Decipher was extremely complicated, and it was difficult for even him to comprehend it. If he didn't explain it clearly and made a mistake, it could very well lead to problems in his cultivation. 4 hours later, seeing that everyone had understood the Saint Ascension Decipher, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. After instructing the others to cultivate, Xianxia turned his gaze to Sun Chang once more. I believe you should be well aware of my teacher's strength. Yes. Sun Chang hurriedly nodded. Even though he had no idea how powerful the old master was, he was confident that he was at least an 8-star master teacher. He was one of the top figures on the master teacher continent. It's good that you know. As long as he is willing, he can find many 7-star or even 8-star master teachers to serve as his butler. If this is the extent of your strength and you are unwilling to cultivate, I can consider reporting this to my teacher and have him replace you. Xianxia said impassively. To deal with this fellow, one had to be ruthless. Otherwise, it would be futile to just supervise him. Yes. Cold sweat trickled down Sun Chang's back. During this period of time, the Hongyuan Empire royal family had been fawning on him, and the Shin clan and Lu clan had been sending him all kinds of profits, leaving him feeling a little lost. After hearing the young master's words, he realized that if he wanted to continue down this path, strength was the most important factor. Without strength, neither the old master nor the young master would spare him a second glance. Without these two, he was just an ordinary fatty, nothing at all. Alright, have there been any news in the 2 months that I've been away? Knowing that the other party had realized the crux of the problem, Xianxia asked. The head of the Shin clan paid a visit a while ago, and he said that it would be best to sell the cloud mist flower separately. Instead, he said that it would be best to sell the cloud mist flower in bulk for a long period of time. Thus, I negotiated with them and decided to only sell 10 caddies per empire every month. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Chang hurriedly told Xianxia about his recent business affairs. I'll leave this matter to you. I won't interfere in it. Xianxia waved his hands casually. In terms of business, he knew that he couldn't match up to Sun Chang and the Shen clan. Thus, it would be better for him to hand over the reins to the other party. Yes. This is the first batch of profits from the cloud mist flower. Seeing that the young master was ignoring him, Sun Chang passed a storage ring over to Xianxia. Taking the storage ring, Xianxia took a look inside, and his eyes suddenly widened in shock. So much? There was a huge pile of high-tier spirit stones in the storage ring, and the concentrated spiritual energy that emanated from the storage ring was enough to leave one breathless. There were at least several thousand of them. The first batch of profits comes to a total of 3,327 high-tier spirit stones. The second batch should be settled by next month, Sun Chang said with a smile. 3,000 high-tier spirit stones. Xianxia's lips twitched. He had put in so much effort to bewitch and tame the cloud mist flower, but he had only managed to earn several hundred high-tier spirit stones. To earn such a huge profit just by selling the cloud mist flower. This was daylight robbery, however, to him, the more spirit stones there were, the better. 3,000 high-tier spirit stones might seem like a huge fortune, but it might not necessarily be sufficient for him to reach Saint Wendan primary stage. Not to mention, his students had also cultivated the Saint Ascension decipher, and the advancement of the Byzantium Helios beast and the 9 kings. He was constantly spending money. Putting aside several thousand high-tier spirit stones, even tens of thousands of high-tier spirit stones were nothing to a huge spender like him. In truth, as valuable as the cloud mist flower was, it was difficult to sell it for such a huge sum of money. Otherwise, those saint beasts would have long started selling it. But now that the earth vein spirit essence had been sapped dry, and the mist had receded, it was impossible for the flower tea to be produced anymore. As such, it had become a rare and valuable commodity. On top of that, the older the cloud mist flower was, the more valuable it was. On top of that, there was also the Shen clan pushing for it. Also, Elder Mi came yesterday, and he said that someone has come to the academy to look for you. Sun Chang pondered for a moment before replying. Look for me? Who? It's the principals of the other 3 academies. They have already arrived at Hongyuan City. They wish to discuss the combat master selection with young master. Sun Chang said. They have already arrived? Xianxia was taken aback. It was at this moment that he recalled that the Centennial Combat Master selection was about to begin. I will return to the academy right now. Xianxia nodded. The Combat Master selection was a centennial event for the 4 academies, and the prestige of the academy was at stake. As the principal of the academy, there was no reason for him to reject it. Shortly after Xianxia left the residence and returned to the Elder Hall, he saw Zhao Bingshu walking up to him anxiously. Principal Zhang, you are finally back. This is great. Noticing that something was amiss with Zhao Bingshu's expression, Xianxia asked, what happened? Reporting to Principal Zhang. Yunqiu College's Wu Tianxiong, Luoqing College's Shenpingchao, and Qingzhou College's Wu Ran have already arrived at the academy. It is said that the Combat Master Hall will be arriving soon, and Elder Mi and the others are already waiting for you there. I heard that you have returned, so I came over to look for you, Zhao Bingshu said anxiously. Isn't it still early? Xianxia asked doubtfully. When he returned from the Saint Ascension platform, Jin Yuanding had said that there were still 3 months before the Combat Master selection would begin. Going by his calculations, there should still be a few more days before the Combat Master selection would begin. Why would all of them be here all of a sudden? The Combat Master Hall has sent someone to report that they have received an order from the Mingshi Tang headquarters, and they have ordered us to complete the Combat Master selection within 3 days, Zhao Bingshu explained. So urgent? Xianxia had been intending to look for the candidates participating in the Combat Master selection and conduct some lessons for them in advance so as to raise their fighting prowess. Who could have known that the Combat Master selection would be held so soon? Wasn't this a little too fast? They didn't mention the reason, but they will be arriving at any moment now, and the combat master selection will begin at any moment. Principal Zhang, I'll have to trouble you to oversee the situation, Zhao Bingshu said. They had thought that since Principal Zhang had yet to return, they would have no choice but to do so. However, since Principal Zhang had returned, they had no choice but to invite him over to take a look. Even though they had managed to recruit quite a few talented youths over the past 2 months, they still didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in the candidates from the other 3 academies. The disparity between the 2 academies was still apparent. If nothing went wrong, it was likely that only a handful of candidates would be able to clear the combat master selection. Alright, let's head over to take a look. Nodding, Xianxia and Zhao Bingshu quickly made their way to the sparring field. Even before he arrived, he could already see a huge crowd on the training grounds. Almost all of the academy's students had arrived, and the place was even livelier than the inauguration ceremony. The combat master selection was a grand event that only occurred once every 100 years. It was an opportunity to witness the fighting prowess of those of the same cultivation realm, and there was no master teacher who would be willing to miss it. It wasn't just the people from the Master Teacher Academy. Hongyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang Academy, as well as many of the Mingshi Tang Academy's master teachers from the neighboring empires, had also come over to watch the duel. Even though the combat masters are only an ordinary branch of Mingshi Tang, those who are chosen by the Master Teacher Pavilion will be able to enjoy more resources and advance their cultivation faster. There are many who are willing to become a member of the Master Teacher Pavilion, Zhao Bingshu said. Under normal circumstances, the standing of combat masters was not as high as that of master teachers. After all, they were only combat masters, and while they wielded incredible fighting prowess, they did not specialize in supporting occupations. However, as long as one became a member of the Master Teacher Pavilion, he would be groomed heavily, and he would be able to advance swiftly. In other words, it would be much easier for him to advance than ordinary master teachers. It was precisely because of this that it was the dream of countless master teachers to become one of them. However, it was a pity that the requirements were simply too strict. The requirement on one's combat aptitude was simply too high, such that there might not even be a single one among 10,000 master teachers. Principal Zhang, do you have any thoughts of taking the combat master examination? Halfway through his words, Zhao Bingshu suddenly recalled how fearsome Principal Zhang was, and he couldn't help but turn his gaze over. There were so many students in the academy that he didn't have much confidence in them. However, as long as the young man before him were to take the examination, he was confident that he would succeed. Me? Not interested. Zhang Xian shook his head. He wanted to learn from Kong Shi, learn the various occupations, and then become a true great teacher, teaching the world. If combat masters only knew how to fight, how could they possibly neutralize the innate fetal poison in their bodies? He wasn't really interested in this profession. That's good, Zhao Bingshu heaved a sigh of relief. If Principal Zhang were to leave during the examination, the academy would fall into chaos once more. He would probably never be able to find someone who could gain the approval of all the ancestors and the admiration of all the teachers and students. Greetings, Dean, greetings, Elder Zhao. As they spoke, the 2 of them arrived in front of the martial arts arena. The students who saw them all bowed in unison, their eyes filled with respect. The president is back. I heard that Principal Zhang went out to take the 6-star master teacher examination and the empire building trial. For him to return at this time, could he have already completed the examination? The assessment must be over. With the dean's strength, is there any need to think further? A mere 6-star master teacher is nothing at all. Yeah. Putting aside the 6-star master teacher examination, I wouldn't find it strange even if you were to take the 7-star examination now. As the voice spread, almost all the students knew that the dean had arrived, and their eyes were filled with excitement. Perhaps they were still in awe of the many elders, but when it came to the dean who was even younger than them, there was only admiration, even to the point of blind worship. Now that he had personally witnessed the miracle that the principal had created, he wouldn't be too surprised no matter what he did. Instead, he would feel that it was only natural. Where are the other elders and people from the 3 academies? After nodding at the enthusiastic students, Zhang Xian frowned. Most of the people here were students of Hongyuan University, and many of Mingshi Tang's students. But there were no students or elders of the other 3 universities. On that flying ship. Zhao Bingshu pointed. Following Xianxia's finger, Xianxia saw a massive flying ship floating in the air. There were 8 saint beasts supporting it from the front and back, blocking out the sun and blocking out the sky. Xianxia had only been paying attention to the students previously, and the other party was flying at a high altitude, so he had failed to notice it. Turning his gaze over, Xianxia saw 3 elders standing on the deck with their hands behind their backs, as if they were in charge of the affairs of the world. As for Elder Mi and the others, they were floating at the front of the flying ship, seemingly discussing something with the other party. They aren't coming down? Xianxia frowned in displeasure. Despite having come all the way to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, it was clear that they were looking down on the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Elder Mi is probably negotiating with them, but it has already been half a day, and it doesn't seem like he has achieved anything. Zhao Bingshu said with a dark complexion. Coming to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy with a flying ship instead of bringing his students to pay a formal visit was no different from barging into the guest hall on horseback. This was extremely disrespectful. Before going to look for Principal Zhang, he had instructed Elder Mi and the others to negotiate with the other party, but the other party was still on the deck. Clearly, the other party had failed. Tell them that Principal Zhang has invited them to the spectator stand to spectate the selection. Xianxian. All right. Zhao Bingshu nodded. But, what if they refuse to come down? Even if Elder Mi and the others were to report Principal Zhang's name, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Frowning, Xianxian raised his finger and said, "Give them 3 minutes." 3 minutes? Zhao Bingshu was taken aback for a moment before his lips twitched. Judging from Principal Zhang's tone, it seemed like he was intending to cause trouble. Just that, of the 4 great Master Teacher Academies, our Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy is the weakest. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Bingshu hurriedly tried to dissuade Xianxian. Principal Zhang, they have come from afar. If they were to make a move, they might be criticized. If they were to be pummeled upon arriving at the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, wouldn't they be subjected to the same treatment 100 years later? Make a move? You are thinking too much. Xianxian shook his head. We are master teachers, civilized people. How can we make a move on them just like that? Besides, the other 3 principals are all 7-star master teachers, so we have to be able to defeat them first. The other party had 7-star master teachers, and even the weakest of them was at St. Tudan. Unless Jin Yuanding and the Byzantium Helios beast were to gang up on them, it would be impossible for them to emerge victorious. Besides, to start a fight right from the start, couldn't you be a little more cultured? We are all teachers here, and we are all respected figures. No matter what, shouldn't you be a little more mature in your actions? Xianxian glanced at Zhao Bingshu disdainfully. Cough cough. Seeing the other party's gaze, Zhao Bingshu felt his head spinning. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he said, Principal Zhang said that, 3 minutes. If other principals said that they were civilized people, he would believe them, but why didn't the young man before him believe them so little? A civilized person declared a life-and-death duel right from the start, and a civilized person reduced the entire physician school to rubble right from the start. A civilized person challenged the mountain of records and tore the puppet that refused to submit to him into pieces. Could he be any more civilized than that? Oh, what I mean is that if they don't come down in 3 minutes, I will use some other method to make them come down. Xianxian waved his hands. All right, do as I say. Ah, all right then. A deep frown formed on Zhao Bingshu's forehead. He had no idea what kind of method Principal Zhang would use, and a conflicted look appeared on his face. However, since the other party had already said so, he could only follow his orders. Thus, he immediately leaped up and flew toward the flying ship. In the air. Elder Mi and the others looked at the 3 elders and the students behind them helplessly. Just as Zhao Bingshu had said, they had tried persuading the other party to come down, but the other party still refused to come down. As fellow master teachers, there was no way they could fall out with one another. Elders, you should head down first. We won't be sending you off. Wu Tianqiong stroked his beard with a smile. This? Seeing that they were unable to persuade the other party, Elder Mi and the others were just about to give up when Zhao Bingshu suddenly flew over. school heads, I am Elder Xiao Bingshu of the Master Teacher Academy. Our principal hopes that all of you and your students can head down for a gathering. School head Zhao clasped his fist. Your principal is here? The three school heads immediately turned their gazes downward, hoping to find the legendary new principal. However, there were simply too many people below, and even they were unable to recognize the other party. Yes. Zhao Bingshi nodded. Since he's here, I won't make things difficult for you. Help me relay a message that the combat master selection is about to begin, and we will send someone down to participate in the combat master selection. Wu Tianqiong said. This. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to come down, Zhao Bingshu couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Thus, he said, school heads, I think it would be best for you to head down. Our principal has a bad temper, and he is a little demonic. Even though Principal Zhang didn't reveal his method, Zhao Bingshu still had an ominous premonition. His words sounded sincere, but to the ears of the others, there was a clear hint of threat in them. Bad temper? Displeased? You have just become the principal, but you're already acting so arrogantly? Shen Pingqiao was the first to fly into a rage. Don't think that you can look down on others just because you have some achievements. Our Luoqing Master Teacher Academy isn't your Hong Yuan, and I'm not an elder like you who has to listen to his words. Even if I don't come down today, do you think that you can chase me off the ship? School head Shen is right. If we don't head down today, will your Hong Yuan Master Teacher Academy make a move on us? Tell your principal to watch his words and actions. I was impressed by his deeds, but who would have thought that he would be so arrogant? Don't ruin your own future. Wu Ran flung his sleeves with a livid face. Bad temper and displeased? Are you saying that they are easy to talk to? Even if our three Master Teacher Academies work together, you will still be the one to suffer. That's not what I meant. Not expecting his goodwill to be misunderstood, Zhao Bingshi wanted to explain himself, but he had no idea how he should go about it. The principal had only given them 3 minutes, and given his personality, who knew what he would do, if he were to mobilize the spirit beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge to attack them, the 4 great academies might very well start fighting one another before the selection round even started. If that were to happen, the 4 great academies might very well become the laughingstock of the entire continent. If that's not what I meant, what do you mean? Tell us then. What did your principal send you here to tell us? With a single glance, he could tell that Zhao Bingshu was at a loss for words. Wu Tianqiong turned to Zhao Bingshu and asked. Principal Zhang, with a conflicted look on his face, Zhao Bingshu knew that it was futile to hide the truth. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and say, he said that he wants you all to head down within 3 minutes. Otherwise, he'll find another way to resolve this problem. 3 minutes? They had thought that their principal would have something to say, but hearing those words, Elder Mi and the others nearly fainted. They were doomed. A fight was about to break out. 3 minutes? Using other methods? What an arrogant fellow. Fine, we won't go down today. I want to see how he will solve this problem. The 3 deans were also stunned. He was wondering what the other party was going to say, but he didn't expect it to be this, for a newly inaugurated principal to not show the slightest bit of respect toward a 7-star master teacher, even speaking in such an arrogant manner. You must be insane. Since you're so arrogant, then fine, we won't go down, let's see what you can do to us. President Wu, School Head Shen, School Head Wu. Seeing that the other party had already flown into a rage before he could finish his words, Zhao Bingshu felt conflicted. Zhang Xian had said that the principal had a bad temper, and it was a reminder out of goodwill. No one had expected such a situation to occur. There's no need to say anything more. You may leave. Wu Tianqiong waved his hand. This, seeing that they had already made up their minds, Zhao Bingshu could only shake his head and fly down with Elder Mi and the others. After they left, the 3 principals exchanged glances and shook their heads. This President Zhang of Hong Yuan is quite interesting, Shen Pingqiao smiled. Unlike his previous serious expression, there was no anger on his face. Indeed. Initially, I wanted to give him a difficult problem by stopping the flying boat here to see if he could handle it perfectly as the rumors say. But now, it seems like he's still a hot-tempered one. Wu Tianqiong was helpless. As a 7-star master teacher, he knew that it was extremely impolite of him to do such a thing. He had intentionally done so not to provoke or look down on Xianxia. Rather, he wanted to see how capable the new principal was and how he would deal with such a situation. It could also be considered a test. After all, the deans of the 4 academies were of the same generation. They also wanted to see if this young man who was only 20 years old was qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as them. Actually, even if they didn't come down, it wouldn't be hard to solve the problem. Usually, a master teacher would fly over personally to invite Xianxia, prepare a seat for him, and wait patiently for him. Feeling the other party's sincerity, it was only natural that he would lower his pride. Who knew that this fellow would not lower his head in the slightest and even threaten him with a 3 minutes? Hurry up and come down, I'm going to take measures. How arrogant. It's a good thing that young people are a little arrogant, but being too arrogant will not be good for their future development. Wu Ran shook his head. We can take this opportunity to grind down his arrogance and let him understand that being talented is a kind of capital, but it's definitely not the capital to be arrogant. Yeah. Shen Pingqiao nodded. Truth be told, I'm quite curious as to what exactly are you relying on to be so arrogant. What method do you have to get us down there by ourselves? You'll know once you take a look, the 3 laughed at the same time. Before he could finish laughing, a voice that sounded like a great bell suddenly sounded from below. Bang! His voice resounded in the surroundings like a bolt of lightning on a clear day, and also like the galloping of 10,000 horses. What is this? The 3 were taken aback. Before they could react, the 16 holy beasts lifting the flying boat suddenly sank. Hoo, he didn't even have time to scream before he fell straight down. The cloudy cliff flying ship was dozens of meters long, and it was completely supported by these saint beasts that it was able to float in the air. At this moment, the saint beasts had fallen down, and without any support, they naturally couldn't stay any longer. After a series of violent swaying, they didn't stop falling. That's the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon. That fellow is using the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon to suppress the saint beasts. This is bad. Wu Tianqiong's lips twitched as he came to a halt in midair. Almost all of the saint beasts lifting the cloudy cliff flying ship harnessed the dragon bloodline. Saint beasts with such bloodline possessed incredible fighting prowess, and their speed and stamina in flight were extremely fearsome. There was no one better than them to steer the flying ship. The only flaw they had was their innate fear of the pure-blooded dragon bloodline. However, pure-blooded dragons had disappeared for many years, and no one had ever seen them before. As such, ever since the cloudy cliff flying ship had been steered by the saint beasts, there had never been a problem. Yet, who could have thought that the long-lost 8 notes of the heavenly dragon would suddenly reverberate? Wasn't this a melody that only the dragon tribe was capable of using? How could a human be capable of such a melody? Furthermore, it was so precise and powerful, even though these saint beasts had reached the level of saint beasts, they still wouldn't be able to withstand the might of the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon. While Wu Tianqiong was feeling stifled, his hands didn't stop moving at all. He abruptly grabbed the air in the surroundings and gathered it together to support the massive cloudy cliff flying ship, preventing it from falling. Shen Pingqiao and Wu Ran also came to their senses and made a move. The strength of the 3 7-star master teachers was as vast as the ocean, and their Xianxia was as powerful as a dragon. Despite the massive size of the flying ship, they still managed to stop it. Just as everyone was heaving a sigh of relief, another voice sounded from below. Moo. Hong Long, the voice wasn't loud, but it carried incredible penetrative power. The 16 saint beasts that had been falling from the sky with their tongues hanging out suddenly went into a frenzy, and they began charging downward. They were all tied with ropes, and as they dashed forward, the massive flying ship that had just come to a halt was pulled down once more. The sudden movement of 16 powerful saint beasts and the sheer weight of the flying ship was such that even the 3 principals were unable to withstand it. Instead, they were pulled down from the sky and plummeted. Hong Long Long, an enormous cloud of smoke rose into the air, and the cloud cliff flying vessel that was originally floating in the sky forcefully smashed onto the ground, smashing out a large pit, and the numerous students that were standing on the deck and within the cabin fell to the ground in unison. Under the powerful impact, many of those with lower cultivation spurted blood, sustaining severe injuries even before the combat master selection had begun. Some of those with higher cultivation also felt their blood churning in frenzy, and they fell into a daze. Not only were the teachers and students of the 3 master teacher academies in such a state, even Elder Me and the others, who had just descended from the sky, couldn't help but feel their mouths twitching upon seeing this sight. They had thought that the 3 minutes that Principal Zhang had said was just a joke, but who could have thought that he would actually be serious? Wasn't the dragon tribe's language extinct a long time ago? When did Principal Zhang learn it? Not to mention, he was able to use it so skillfully. Are the 3 principals fine? Xianxia hurriedly turned his gaze toward the flying ship, only to see the 3 principals, who had been standing proudly a moment ago, lying on the deck of the flying ship. Their faces were covered in dust, and they looked extremely unkempt. Even though they had reached Saint 2 Dan and 3 Dan, it was still hard for them to bear the burden of being dragged by 16 saint beasts. It was already a blessing that they weren't injured at all. Principal Zhang, is this the civilization that you spoke of? Zhao Bingxiu's vision darkened as he froze on the spot. It was just a moment ago that Principal Zhang had told them to do things in a civilized manner, and that they wouldn't act recklessly. Yet, he ended up seeing such a sight. You call this civilization? Who in the world had ever seen a civilized person tossing a guest off the flying ship and smashing the other party's transportation into pieces? Just as Zhao Bingxiu was about to look for Principal Zhang to advise him on this matter, he realized that the young man was already standing before the saint beasts lying on the ground. Palipala, a series of punches and kicks sounded, and a moment later, excited cries sounded from the saint beasts. 16 droplets of fresh blood flew out from their glabella and landed before Principal Zhang. The saint beasts had acknowledged the other party as their master. The heck, not only did Principal Zhang destroy the other party's flying ship, he even tamed the saint beasts. The sight before them turned dark. The 10 great master teachers were stunned. All right. Clapping his hands, Xianxia beckoned the beasts over, and the beasts released their shackles before flying over to his side. Following which, they stood in an orderly formation, reminiscent of soldiers with their heads tilted up proudly. Since the other party wasn't willing to come down, he could only think of a way to make them come down. In truth, with just a glance, he could tell that the 16 saint beasts harnessed the dragon bloodline. Since that was the case, things would be much simpler. First, he would use the 8 notes of Heavenly Dragon to intimidate them before taming them. Even though these 16 saint beasts were known as saint beasts, they were only at Saint 1 Dan primary stage. With his current strength, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to subdue them. On top of that, he had also used the dragon bloodline to intimidate them, so it didn't take long for them to submit to him. Since you are being rude, I won't stand on ceremony either. I'll just have to tame these saint beasts first. This, climbing up from the shattered deck, Wu Tianqiong and Shen Pingqiao nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. They had only wanted to test the other party and see how he would react to the situation. There was no need for the other party to be so vicious as to destroy the precious flying ship and abduct the saint beasts along the way. This was especially so for those saint beasts. I had been feeding them well for so many years. It's one thing for you to betray me, but why the heck are you acting so arrogantly? Do you feel so proud of following behind this fellow? They knew that the other party didn't play by the rules, but this. Not only was it illogical, it was completely illogical. He's President Zhang? I see. I should have guessed it from the start. In contrast to the dismay of the duo, Wu Rant's body jolted in agitation upon seeing Zhang Xian's appearance. He had long heard of the achievements of the new principal, but he had never met the other party before, so he had no idea what the other party looked like. Never in his dreams could he have thought that the other party would be the young man who had pointed out the flaws in Kongshi's comprehension at the Saint Ascension platform back then. That day, the other party had disappeared. He had thought that it would be difficult for him to meet the other party again, and he had missed the opportunity to seek guidance from the other party. Who could have thought that the other party would actually be the legendary principal of the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy? If only he had known that it was the other party, he would have long come over instead of waiting for so long. He had many questions that he wanted to ask the other party. He had been thinking that it was impossible for such an outstanding young man to remain buried for too long, and from the looks of it now, it seemed like he was right. Since even Kongshi had acknowledged the other party, wouldn't it be easy for him to win the acknowledgement of the previous principals? The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became. Disregarding everything else, he walked up to Xianxia. Greetings, Qingzhou Master Teacher Academy's Wu Ran pays respect to Xianxia. Nice to meet you. We meet again, Xianxia smiled. Yes. Wu Ran clasped his fist. The 10 great master teachers and the students stared at one another in frenzy. It was just a moment ago that the arrogant principal refused to alight from the flying ship. Yet, after falling from the flying ship, his attitude suddenly became as respectful as a student. Could it be that the principals of the academies had the same problem as their predecessors, and they needed to be taught a lesson before they would listen to them? In other words, they were asking for a beating? I wanted to write 2 chapters before midnight, but I've only written 1.5. I'll update 1 chapter first. I can't take it anymore, so I'll go to sleep for a while. I'll continue when the sun rises. Laowa guarantees that he will at least update 4 chapters today. The more votes he has, the more motivated Laowa will be. Cough cough, so you are President Zhang. I have long heard of your esteemed name. You are indeed a young hero. It took a long while before Wu Tianqiong and Shen Pingqiao finally flew out of the rubble with awkward looks on their faces. If only they had known that it would be so embarrassing, they would have disembarked from the ship straight away. Now, he had fallen so hard. The image of an expert that he had painstakingly built up was completely gone. His illustrious reputation was ruined in a day. Junior pays respect to President Wu and Principal Shen. Xianxia bowed respectfully. He was only a 6-star master teacher at the moment, whereas the other party was a 7-star master teacher. In terms of etiquette, he couldn't allow the other party to find fault with him. As fellow principals, we are of the same generation. There's no need for such formalities. President Zhang, it was indeed inappropriate of us to fly the flying ship into the academy. However, shouldn't you return those saint beasts to us? Wu Tianqiong waved his hand and said with a steely complexion. The Cloud Cliff flying ship was an artifact. While it would be slightly damaged from the fall, it was still acceptable. However, with so many saint beasts, no matter how wealthy their Yunqiu Academy was, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Besides, if they were to be abducted, how were they supposed to return home after the combat master selection? If they were to walk on foot, their hair would turn white by the time they reached home. The Qingyuan conferred empire spanned a vast area, and the 4 great master teacher academies were scattered all over the world. Given that the Cloud Cliff flying ship had been in the air for more than a month, if they were to walk on foot, they would probably die of old age. It's not that I can't return them to you, but, after a moment of contemplation, a conflicted look surfaced on Zhang Xian's face. But what? Wu Tianqiong asked. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian said, to tell you the truth, in order to prepare for the combat master selection, our Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy hired a master landscaper to decorate the grounds. We designed many beautiful sceneries and innumerable valuable artifacts, and we are still in debt to date. Yet, your flying ship destroyed all of them. Yunqiu College is rich and overbearing. Do you think you can compensate us for our losses first before we talk about the sacred beast? The Cloud Cliff flying ship descended from the sky, smashing out a large crater on the ground. Many of the academy's buildings had been turned into ruins, and it was a complete mess. Master Gardener? Beautiful scenery? Treasure? The corner of Wu Tianqiong's mouth twitched. On the airboat, Zhang Tai had seen the situation below. It was just an ordinary building. How could there be beautiful scenery? Treasure? Besides, when the airboat landed, he had seen that most of the places were squares and streets. He didn't need to pay a lot of compensation. Despite such thoughts, the Saint Beast was still in the other party's hands. Thus, he could only clasp his fist and ask, "May I know how much it will cost?" I'm not too sure about the exact number either. As you know, I've only just become the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy not too long ago, so I'm not too sure about these matters. How about this? I'll ask around for you. Waving his hand, Zhang Xian called out, "Elder me, can you calculate how much it will cost to restore all the buildings and treasures where President Wu's flying ship crashed?" Yes. Hearing Zhang Xian's question, Elder me nodded. He flew into the air and took a look before returning to Zhang Xian's side. Through Xinqi telepathy, he said, reporting to Principal Zhang, the flying ship has destroyed a total of 8 buildings and 3 ponds. In order to restore all of them, it will cost 2 high-tier spirit stones. In the eyes of the rich, high-tier spirit stones were nothing. In reality, their purchasing power was still very strong. The area where the flying ship crashed into wasn't particularly important, so ordinary craftsmen were more than capable of repairing it. Even without the expenditure of 2 high-tier spirit stones, they would be able to repair it perfectly. What did you say? Xianxia asked with a frown, seemingly having not heard what Xianxia had said. 20,000 high-tier spirit stones? Are you sure that this amount of high-tier spirit stones is sufficient to repair all of them? 20,000. Elder Me was stunned. When did I say 20,000? I said 2 high-tier spirit stones. Not only were those buildings built by master gardeners, but they were also the result of the painstaking efforts of our predecessors. Their value is immeasurable, so you should calculate how much it will cost. Don't worry, as the head of the 4 premier academies, Xianxia Academy won't go back on its words. Xianxia said. Elder Me's lips twitched. With a hint of hesitation in his voice, he said, how about 25,000 or 30,000? Is 30,000 enough? Xianxia asked. 30,000. Is it enough? It's still not enough. How about 50,000? Elder Me's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, not knowing how he should respond. 50,000? You actually need that much? Indeed, the heritage of our predecessors has been destroyed in my hands. This isn't something that can be measured with money. Sighing deeply, Xianxia turned to Elder Me and said apologetically, President Wu, you should have heard it as well. The damage to the academy is simply too severe. It will take at least 50,000 high-tier spirit stones to repair it. President Wu's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Can you act any more fake than this? 5 high-tier spirit stones won't even be enough to repair this shabby place, and yet, you are asking for 50,000, do you take me for a fool? However, he also knew that the other party was intentionally raising the price in order to put him in his place. After all, it was their fault for disrespecting him first. Left with no choice, he could only shake his head and say, cough cough, President Zhang, it was my fault for driving the flying ship straight in. I hereby apologize to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. How about this? Our Xianxia Academy will repair the damaged areas, and I guarantee that it will be as good as before. What do you think? Repair the damaged areas? Very well. It just so happens that our academy is still lacking a grade 7 spiritual energy gathering formation. If President Wu is willing to help us set it up, we can do the repairs ourselves. Seeing that the other party was being tactful, Xianxia chuckled. Trying to act cool with me? To think that you would even get yourself a flying ship as soon as you arrived. To be honest, I just didn't want to act cool. Otherwise, I would have killed you. Grade 7 spiritual energy gathering formation? Wu Tianqiong's face twitched upon hearing those words. In order to set up a grade 7 formation, not only did one have to invite a 7-star formation master, the grade 7 formation flags were extremely valuable as well. To set up a formation that could envelop an entire academy and sustain it for many years, the cost was bound to be frighteningly huge. However, judging from the other party's attitude, this was the least he could ask for. If he were to reject the other party's request, there was a good chance that he wouldn't be returning the Saint Beasts. 16 Saint Beasts were a huge fortune for their academy. Furthermore, the selection process had not even begun yet. If they were to kidnap the Saint Beasts away, it would be a huge blow to their reputation. They could not afford to lose face. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, all right, I'll agree to it. President Wu is indeed magnanimous. I am truly impressed. Xianxia clasped his fist before turning to the Saint Beasts behind him. With a flick of his finger, he removed the master-servant contract and said, all right, you are all free now. You should return to Xianxia Academy. Roar roar roar. Hearing those words, the faces of the Saint Beasts were filled with indignation. Reluctance could be seen in their massive eyes. Possessing the dragon bloodline, they knew what it meant to be able to utter the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon. There was a good chance that the young man before them was a pure-blooded dragon. It had not been easy for them to acknowledge him as their master, and they had only just gotten a moment of pride when their contract was removed. Once you return to Yunshu Academy, I'll double your tribute. Seeing the expressions on those fellows' faces, President Wu gritted his teeth and said. Roar. Hearing Xianxia's promise, the 16 Saint Beasts reluctantly returned to the Cloud Cliff flying ship with reluctant looks on their faces. Seeing the expressions on those fellows, President Wu clutched his chest, feeling a little stifled. To be honest, he had heard that President Zhang was an extremely sinister person, but after seeing it for himself, he realized that it was far more sinister than what he had heard. He was truly a scammer. Suppressing the stifled feeling in his heart, Xianxia was just about to speak when he suddenly heard the young man not too far away sigh. If you really wish to follow me, you can always return discreetly after sending them back to the academy. Roar, 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 the 16 Saint Beasts leaped in joy and roared frenziedly once more. President Wu's body swayed weakly, and the pain in his chest intensified. What the heck is this? You can't do this to me, otherwise, I fear that I will die from anger before I even make it to the Combat Master selection. When he first arrived at Yunshu Academy, he had been in high spirits, thinking that he would surely achieve a new record in the Combat Master selection. Who could have thought that before the Combat Master selection even began, he would be humiliated by the new principal of Hongyuan? Just the thought of it left him feeling stifled. Alright, since the matter has been resolved, let's talk about the Combat Master selection. Driving his Jinshi to suppress the pain in his chest, Wu Tianqiong said. Indeed. The reason why the 4 great academies are gathered here is for the Centennial Combat Master selection. Shen Pingqiao said. Combat Masters are the strongest fighting force of the Master Teacher Pavilion, and they are the strongest weapon we have against the otherworldly demonic tribe. The safety of mankind is at stake here, so we must treat them well. Of course. Xianxian replied. Xianxian had only punished them for disrespecting Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, but now that the Combat Master selection was on the line, they had to work together. The number of slots for the Combat Master selection this year has doubled. Previously, the 4 grade academies would only accept 50 candidates across the 5 grades, but this time around, they are asking for 100. Speaking of the selection, Wu Tianqiong tossed aside the previous displeasure and explained with a grim expression. 100 candidates? This was the first time that he had heard of the recruitment quota for the Combat Master Hall, and Xianxian couldn't help but be astonished. The Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy had a total of 100,000 students across the 5 grades. Even though the exact number of students from the other 3 grade academies was unknown, it was clear that they were of a higher standing than Hongyuan. In other words, the 4 grade academies should have at least 400,000 students, but they were only accepting 100. The ratio was a frightening 1 in 4,000. Had it been in the past, the ratio would have been even higher, reaching 1 in 8,000. It was no wonder why the selection was so frightening. It was indeed 1 in 10,000. One must know that in order to be admitted into the Master Teacher Academy, one had to go through a huge selection. The number of candidates is indeed higher this time around, but the selection will be even stricter. I heard that it will even involve a life and death duel. Shen Pingqiao said. Life and death duel? Xianxian frowned. Combat masters are different from ordinary master teachers. Their main purpose is to fight against the otherworldly demonic tribe. Without going through life and death battles, how can they possibly display fighting prowess that far surpasses that of ordinary cultivators? Wu Ran said. That's true. Xianxian nodded in agreement. In order to become stronger, one had to experience life and death situations. Without the fear of death, it would be difficult for one to achieve a breakthrough in one's state of mind. Even though he hadn't been cultivating for too long, the reason why he was able to reach his current level of strength was because he had gone through countless life and death situations. It was impossible for anyone to reach such heights overnight without putting in a single effort. The fighting prowess of master teachers was already formidable, so naturally, the fighting prowess of a combat master was even more fearsome. In order to achieve such strength, one had to put in several times the effort of an ordinary cultivator. Take Xianxian for example. In order to advance his origin core, it took him 2 months to advance from half-saint primary stage to half-saint pinnacle. If he had cultivated an ordinary Heaven's Path divine art instead, he would have been a Saint Realm expert by now. This was the price of hard work. May I know how the Combat Master Hall conducts its selection test? Have the three principals heard of it? Xianxia asked. I'm not too sure about the exact rules, but it is usually a competition among the various academies, and those who are ranked in the top 100 will be selected, Wu Tianqiong replied. Even though the rules of the selection test differed from year to year, there was only one requirement for the selection test: strength, regardless of the means used. As long as one was able to defeat his opponent without using any artifacts or spirit beasts of the same cultivation realm, he would be considered a victor. Duel? Xianxia nodded. This was indeed the most direct selection method, and it was also the most convincing one. The only downside was that, just as Xianxia had said, it was a matter of life and death. Under such circumstances, if one were to use one's full strength, it would be difficult to control one's strength, and the chances of death would increase significantly. Indeed. Right, since those from the Combat Master Hall aren't here yet, why don't we have the candidates from the 4 great Master Teacher Academies meet each other first so that we can prepare ourselves in advance so that we won't be flustered during the duel? Recalling something, Wu Tianqiong said with a smile. Indeed. Let them display their strength first. This way, they can gain a better understanding of their strength. Master teachers should interact more with one another in order to improve themselves. Keeping to one's own pace will only make one short-sighted. Xianxia and Wu Ran nodded in agreement. All right then. Since 3 of the 4 great Master Teacher Academies had agreed to it, Xianxia had no right to reject the proposal. Besides, he also wanted to see the strength of the other side's students so that his students could be mentally prepared. Hearing the agreement, the principals quickly issued a series of instructions, and soon, several hundred students walked out of the flying ship. There were cultivators of all realms from Consonant Spirit Realm to Chrysalis Realm. Just like Hanyuan Academy, each academy would select 20 people for each grade. 5 grades would make a total of 100 people. 300 young geniuses from the 3 great academies walked over in unison, giving off a different aura. Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia began assessing the students. Every single one of them had tight muscles and vigorous true qi. They could be considered to be the cream of the crop among their peers. School head Mo, why don't you summon our students too? Xianxia instructed. School head Mo nodded. Not too long later, the 100 candidates from the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy walked out as well. This was the first time he had seen these students. After comparing them to those from the other 3 academies, he couldn't help but shake his head. Even though they were of the same cultivation realm and were around the same age, their disposition and jinqi seemed to be slightly weaker than the other party. If they were to fight, the number of them who would be able to clear the selection would be pitifully small. It was no wonder the 10 great master teachers were able to forget about such a grand occasion, even requiring Jin Yuanding to remind them. It seemed like the combat master selection wasn't a big deal to Hanyuan Academy. On the contrary, it was an embarrassment that no one was willing to think about. As time went by, they eventually forgot about it. I am a grade 1 student from Yunshu College, Wei Chang. The 400 students who were participating in this selection walked up to the dueling platform and sat down. A student from Yunshu College leaped onto the dueling platform, and with a jolt of his arms, a powerful aura burst forth from his body. His acupoints began to emit a whimpering sound, reminiscent of a whistle. Even though his cultivation was only at Consonant Spirit Realm, he felt as if he could pierce through the heavens. How powerful! Indeed. With such strength, there are probably very few grade 2 students who can match him. If I were to meet him, there's no way I would be a match for him. Incredible. The number 1 Yunshu College is indeed no match for him. Upon seeing Wei Chang's display of strength, the grade 1 students beneath the dueling platform turned grim. Even though they were all at Consonant Spirit Realm, the other party was clearly much stronger than them. Putting aside grade 1 students, even grade 2 students wouldn't be a match for him. With just a single move, he had already intimidated all of them. Xianxia frowned. Even though he couldn't find any fault with the other party's display of strength, it could easily create psychological pressure on his students. It seemed like the other party was intending to use his students to regain his dignity. I am a grade 1 student from Luoqing Academy, Zhang Lin. I am a grade 1 student from Qingzhou Academy. Soon, the students from the other 3 academies leaped onto the dueling platform. Even though they were only at Consonant Spirit Realm, their fighting prowess was exceptionally high. There were even a few who possessed unique bloodlines that would allow their fighting prowess to be multiplied by several folds upon awakening. They were no weaker than Wang Ying and the others when they were still at consonant spirit realm. On the other hand, the students on his side were much weaker. Not only were their fighting prowess weak, their comprehension of battle techniques was also lacking as well. If they were to really fight, it would be difficult for them to emerge victorious. In fact, they might even be severely injured. Of the 20 grade 1 students, only 1 or 2 were barely passable. As for the rest, they couldn't be compared at all. But that was to be expected. It took at least 3 months for them to be selected. Furthermore, they had been personally guided by a 7-star master teacher along the way, so it was impossible for their fighting prowess to not rise. On the other hand, Xianxia had just returned from Xianyuan Empire, and this was the first time he was meeting these students. He hadn't even had the chance to offer them any pointers, so how could he possibly compare to them? Even though Zhao Bingshu, Elder Mi, and the others had personally guided them, they were still limited by their eye of discernment. Thus, they were unable to match up to the guidance of a 7-star master teacher. How are we supposed to fight them? Xianxia rubbed his glabella. Just the comparison was enough to shatter the confidence of his students. In a real duel, they wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few blows. Following which, the grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, and grade 5 students displayed their prowess, and Hongyuan Academy's performance was even worse. Yinshu Academy was the strongest of the 20 students, and almost every single one of them was capable of challenging opponents beyond their cultivation. This wasn't something that Zhangxian's students could match up to. If only Shuizhenyang, Long Sangyue, and the others hadn't achieved a breakthrough, these few students had received his guidance, and after the incident at Wusu and Lu City, their fighting prowess had soared significantly. If they were the ones who had made a move, Zhangxian might still have been able to obtain a few slots. But it was a pity that they had already achieved a breakthrough to half-saint, so they were no longer qualified. Even though they had received lessons from the Xianxian faction as well, they had just joined the academy this year, and their starting point was still too low. There weren't many of them who had reached consonant spirit realm, so they were still lacking compared to the seniors who had been in the academy for several years. Most of them had failed the selection. President Zhang, your students don't seem to be doing too well. Taking a look at the prowess, Wu Ran frowned. As a 7-star master teacher, he possessed exceptional eye of discernment. Naturally, he could tell that the students of Hongyuan Academy were slightly weaker than the 3 of them. Under such circumstances, it was simply too difficult for them to obtain a placing. Zhangxian shook his head. He turned to Wu Tianqiong and the others and said, since those from the Combat Master Hall aren't here yet, can I make use of this opportunity to impart some combat techniques to these students? Impart some combat techniques? Right now? Hearing those words, Wu Tianqiong and the others were taken aback. While last-minute preparation might be effective, based on the news that we have received, those from the Combat Master Hall should be arriving within 2 hours. There shouldn't be any point in imparting a lesson now, right? That's right. Zhangxian nodded. Given the current situation of these students, if he didn't make any changes, putting aside 100, even if there were 200 or 300 of them, there wouldn't be many who would be able to pass the selection. Thus, the only thing he could do was impart some combat techniques to them so that they could comprehend them as soon as possible. President Zhang, there's nothing wrong with imparting pointers to the students of your academy. However, the selection is about to begin, and if you were to impart them now, I fear that not only will their confidence waver, they might even regress instead. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Ran advised. The fact that they were able to pass the selection meant that they were all geniuses who had already developed their own combat system. If they were to impart a lesson to them now and fail, they could very well end up in a situation where not only would they fail to improve, their fighting prowess might even fall instead. I understand. Let's give it a try then. Knowing that the other party meant well, Zhangxian chuckled. He had Elder Mi gather the 100 students who were participating in the selection and set up a soundproof barrier around them before turning his gaze to the crowd. Is there anyone who doesn't wish to become a combat master? Zhangxian asked as he scanned the crowd around him. Combat masters were a formidable fighting prowess, but there were quite a few who were unwilling to become one. No. The crowd shook their heads in unison. Since they had passed the selection, they must have already made up their minds. Since all of you wish to become a combat master, it means that all of you wish to raise your fighting prowess further. Seeing that no one was unwilling to become a combat master, Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, "Very well then. I'll impart some techniques to raise your fighting prowess as well as your comprehension of combat. I hope that you can focus on your studies." It was already too late for them to raise their fighting prowess, so the only way to raise their fighting prowess was to raise their understanding of battle techniques and their adaptability in battle. Yes. Hearing that their principal was going to impart a lesson to them personally, the eyes of most of the students lit up in excitement. The confidence that they had lost after witnessing the prowess of the students from the other academies was reignited once more. Even until now, they could still remember the commotion that their principal had caused during his inauguration ceremony. Back then, he had imparted the lesson to the entire academy, and even though he wasn't targeting anyone specifically, the effect was still astounding. What would happen if he were to impart a lesson to them personally? Needless to say, they were already excited. The purpose of a battle technique is to better utilize the Xinqi in one's body so as to make one's strength purer. Thus, in order to make one's battle technique stronger, one must first possess a pure heart, a state of mind that surges forward bravely, unwilling to admit defeat. Seeing that the crowd had already prepared themselves for the upcoming battle, Xianxia didn't hesitate any longer. His impassive voice sounded. Zhu Jian was a grade 1 student. 2 years ago, he was sent here by Hongqi Empire to study. After 2 years of tempering, he had already reached Consonant Spirit Realm Pinnacle, just a step away from reaching Cosmos Bridge Realm. Under normal circumstances, he should have been able to achieve a breakthrough 3 months ago. However, in order to prepare for the upcoming combat master selection, he had been suppressing his cultivation. His Consonant Spirit Realm cultivation had reached the pinnacle of his realm. It was for this reason that he was able to stand out in the selection and obtain the 5th place. As an unfavored prince of Hongqi Empire, the fact that he could become a combat master meant that he would be able to shine even if he couldn't inherit the throne. Initially, he thought that as long as he worked hard, he would have a chance of succeeding in the selection. However, when he saw the display of strength from the other 3 academies, his heart turned cold. Despite being in the same grade, his fighting prowess wasn't on the same level at all. Even though they hadn't fought, he could tell from the strength the other party was emanating that he wouldn't even be able to get into the top 40 if they were to fight. Only the top 20 of each grade would be selected. Getting into the top 40 was practically hopeless. Even though Principal Zhang was going to lecture them on combat techniques, he didn't think that he would be able to raise his fighting prowess in less than 2 hours. Cultivation was a process of accumulation, and fighting prowess wasn't something that could be raised in a short period of time. Even if the knowledge that Principal Zhang was imparting to him was profound, against the experts of the other 3 academies, he would still suffer a crushing defeat. Seeing the strength of the other party, Zhu Jian's confidence was shattered. Sighing deeply, he turned his gaze to the front. Principal Zhang was looking at him with an amiable expression. His warm voice was reminiscent of music from the heavens, and he was explaining some of the techniques and battle techniques in combat. Just by listening to a few words, one would feel their Xinqi pulsating uncontrollably as they tried to learn from him. After listening for a moment, Zhu Jian couldn't help but feel impressed. It must be said that Principal Zhang's comprehension of battle techniques and combat had reached a level far beyond that of any master teacher he had ever heard of, but it was a pity that time was simply too short. 2 hours wasn't enough to change anything. If only Principal Zhang could return half a month earlier, we might still have a chance at victory. Zhu Jian sighed. If he were to gather them together half a month earlier and lecture them on combat techniques and battle techniques, they might really be able to undergo a qualitative transformation within a short period of time. Now that the selection was about to begin, what was the point of talking about it anymore? Shaking his head, Xianxia was still contemplating whether he should continue listening or not when a junior standing not too far away suddenly seemed to have comprehended something. With a glint in his eyes, he tapped his finger forward, and a surge of sword qi immediately materialized at the tip of his finger before piercing a hole in the ground. This is unity of man and sword? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He had sparred with his junior before, and the other party did possess some talent in swordsmanship. However, compared to him, the other party was still a far cry from reaching Swordman Union. How could the other party have reached it before him? Becoming one with the sword was an extremely important realm in swordsmanship. Once one reached it, one's strength would definitely increase explosively. Back then, this fellow was only ranked 10th. Now that he had comprehended this realm, it was foreseeable that if he were to compete again, he would at least be ranked in the top 3. Terrifying. Creak. Creak. While Xianxia was still in the midst of his shock, he suddenly heard the creaking of bones and muscles not too far away. It sounded like rumbling thunder, causing the ground to tremble slightly. This is the sound of the tiger roaring Vajra fist being cultivated to the great accomplishment stage. When I sparred with him yesterday, didn't I just reach the entry level? Zhu Jian's lips twitched, and he felt a little lightheaded. He was also familiar with the fellow who was making the sound. In the Grade 1 tournament, the other party was ranked 17th. He had sparred with the other party yesterday, and the other party had only just reached the entry level of the tiger roaring Vajra fist, so he was still a distance away from reaching initiate. One's comprehension of battle techniques could be divided into entry, initiate, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and consummation. How could, in the blink of an eye, he had broken through 3 major realms and reached major accomplishment? Wasn't this way too exaggerated? But that wasn't the end of his shock. Not too far away, a young man's Xianxia gushed out from his temples, forming a corporeal bird above his head. With just a glance, Xianxia immediately understood that this was a sign that one had reached major accomplishment in a battle technique. Pung pung pung. Pa pa pa, a cacophony of sounds echoed in the surroundings, and countless Xianxia flew around the area of the formation. It seemed like all of the students had achieved a breakthrough after listening to Principal Zhang's lecture. Principal Zhang's lecture, is that formidable? Only then did Zhu Jian realize the crux of the problem. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he hurriedly suppressed the shock and confusion in his heart and listened attentively. It had to be said that Principal Zhang's lecture was on point. Going from the basics to the most profound, he unearthed battle techniques before everyone's eyes. After listening to Principal Zhang's lecture, the mysteries that had been difficult to fathom a moment ago suddenly became simple and easy to understand. Just by listening for a moment, Xianxia was already entranced by the lecture. Only then did he realize how shallow the battle techniques that he had cultivated and comprehended over the years were. Compared to Principal Zhang's lecture, it was laughably insignificant. Those outside the formation were unable to see or hear what was going on inside, so they were unaware that many of the students had already achieved a breakthrough in their comprehension of battle techniques. Seeing that Principal Zhang had pulled the students over to conduct a lecture, Elder Mi was dumbfounded. Isn't it a little too late for Principal Zhang to start his lecture now? Based on the news he had received, the combat masters from the Combat Master Hall would arrive at any moment now. Wasn't it a little too late? It's indeed too late. Zhao Bingshu shook his head. The strength of a cultivator comes from the accumulation of countless battles. It's impossible to raise one's fighting prowess by just listening to the lecture. Most likely, Principal Zhang is only doing this out of desperation. Su Chongqing nodded in agreement. It wasn't that they didn't trust Principal Zhang, but there was a limit to the comprehension ability of students. In just 2 hours, it was impossible for them to comprehend what their teacher was talking about. In fact, even if they managed to comprehend it, it would be futile if they couldn't apply it in battle. It seemed like Principal Zhang was still too young and naive. Indeed. There's nothing we can do about it. We can only wait for the results. Zhao Bingshu shook his head and fell silent. However, the worry in his eyes couldn't be concealed at all. The 10 great master teachers weren't the only ones who didn't have confidence in Principal Zhang. Wu Tianxiong, Shen Pingchao, and Wu Ran also shook their heads. It was a good thing for Principal Zhang to conduct a lecture to raise the students' comprehension of battle, but it wasn't that easy to see the results. This involved the students' aptitude, attitude toward learning, and many other factors. If a few lectures could raise the fighting prowess of a student, wouldn't everyone be able to become an expert of the Combat Master Hall? Then, the Combat Master Hall wouldn't be so powerful that countless master teachers would fight for it. Perhaps, he's unwilling to admit defeat. Recalling Xianxia's identity, Wu Ran couldn't help but remark. The other party was a genius who was able to point out even Conchure's mistakes, It wasn't hard to imagine how prideful he must have been to see that his students were so much weaker than them. Thus, it was understandable that he would choose to do so. But, he was destined to fail. Paying no heed to the thoughts of the crowd, Xianxia imparted his understanding of the Heaven's Path battle techniques and combat experience to them in the most concise manner possible. He didn't hold back in the slightest. Just like how he imparted his knowledge to Wang Ying and the others, Xianxia had truly achieved impartiality. In a battle, it isn't the one who is faster than the other. What's more important is to understand the other party's intentions and intentions. Only by understanding these will one be able to anticipate and deal with the other party's moves in advance. Xianxia's voice was leisurely and carried a unique rhythm to it. His heart of a teacher paired with his soul depth comparable to a 7-star master teacher allowed his students to comprehend the knowledge he imparted with a single glance. This won't do, I'm running out of spiritual energy. Looking at the students before him, quite a few of them had already comprehended the crux of his lecture. Their Xianxia was churning, and their comprehension of battle techniques was rising steadily. However, not only was Xianxia not delighted, he even frowned. In order for a fighter to master a battle technique, one had to comprehend it and maintain a smooth flow of Xianxia. For example, many battle techniques had their own unique Xianxia circulation pathways. If one's Xianxia was never circulated, it would be easy for it to become blocked. This was also the reason why it was difficult to master many battle techniques on the first try. After all, not everyone possessed Heaven's Path Xianxia, which allowed one to flow through all meridians freely. Since the cultivation of battle techniques required Xianxia, it was natural that spiritual energy would be depleted as well. His lecture had caused so many students to achieve breakthroughs simultaneously, and the spiritual energy within the area of the seal had already been sucked dry. If he were to continue like this, it would be very difficult for them to regain their comprehension of battle techniques. Once that happened, it would be difficult for them to regain that state again. This was similar to an epiphany, it was not something that could be interrupted. Narrowing his eyes, Xianxia raised his hand, and the earth vein spirit essence gushed out from his fingertip, falling on the acupoints of the students. Even though he was running out of earth vein spirit essence, he couldn't care less about it. The spiritual energy within high-tier spirit stones was much purer, but it wasn't as easy to absorb. Slala, as the earth vein spirit essence gushed into the bodies of the students, their comprehension of battle techniques deepened, and the bottlenecks in their meridians opened up. Not only was the earth vein spirit essence rich in spiritual energy, it was also laced with a small amount of Heaven's Path Xianxia. As the earth vein spirit essence flowed into their bodies, the blockages in their meridians were cleared. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia was just about to continue his lecture when a frown suddenly appeared on his forehead. He turned his gaze to the front. Beneath the azure sky, a massive aerial saint beast tore through the air and arrived above the academy. It's the Combat Master Hall. It has only been an hour. Xianxia had thought that he would be able to lecture for 2 hours. But who could have thought that the Combat Master Hall would arrive in just an hour? Alright, today's lecture will end here. Seeing that everyone had awoken from their cultivation, Xianxia reached out to remove the seal on the Combat Master Hall. Since the Combat Master Hall had arrived, naturally, he couldn't continue with his lecture. The Combat Master selection had officially begun, the 4th break has arrived. Please wait for a moment, there will be more to come. The Saint Beast was around 12 meters long, and its body was dark green. It had a pair of fiery red wings that seemed to be wreathed in flames, and as its wings fluttered in the air, one could already feel the searing heat emanating from it even before it arrived. It's so hot. How are we going to sit on it? The master teachers were perplexed. Even though they were standing so far away, they still found the heat unbearable. Wouldn't they end up being roasted dry if they were to sit on its back? Also, do you see that? There isn't a house on the back of the Saint Beast. Someone suddenly shouted, and only then did the master teachers realize that the back of the Saint Beast was completely empty. There were no houses on it, and the dozen or so people were standing on the back of the Saint Beast, as if they were a part of it. Usually, aerial spirit beasts and Saint Beasts would carry houses of varying sizes on their backs. These houses would provide shelter from the gales and allow one to rest peacefully. Without such a thing, standing on the back of a blazing Saint Beast was still fine for a short distance, but over a long distance, it would be a form of tempering for anyone. Those with weaker cultivation and will would surely succumb to the heat. This is the unique tempering method of the Combat Master Hall. They have to cultivate non-stop while traveling, Wu Tianqiong explained with a hushed voice. Indeed. The way the Combat Master Hall operates has always been to cultivate non-stop. Regardless of where they are, they mustn't slack off at all. Traveling is also a form of cultivation for them, Shen Pingqiao nodded. Having been the principal of the Combat Master Hall for many years, he had come into contact with the Combat Master Hall many times, and he was well aware of their habits and practices. It was precisely due to their dedication to cultivation that the members of the Combat Master Hall were so powerful. If I'm not mistaken, this is a Saint 3 Dan Phoenix Flame Saint Beast. It possesses the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix, and the temperature on its back isn't any lower than earth flames. By resisting such heat, one's Xianxia will become purer and purer, and one's physical body will become stronger and stronger, Principal Wu Ran remarked. Not only did the members of the Combat Master Hall have to be talented, more importantly, they had to be willing to give up everything and work hard. Taking all of this into consideration, Xianxia nodded in agreement. Even if one was talented, without putting in the effort, it would be futile. Take Xianxia for example. Even though he cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, granting him a starting point that surpassed most of his peers, he still didn't show the slightest bit of sloppiness in his cultivation. It was precisely because of this attitude that he was able to achieve his current strength. Hula, amidst the discussions, the aerial Saint Beast flapped its wings and slowly descended to the ground. 13 figures dressed in master-teacher robes walked down from above. Their master-teacher robes were slightly different from those of the others. The stars that represented their master-teacher robes were inscribed with swords, and from afar, they gave off a bone-piercing sensation. The one in the middle was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His eyebrows were raised, giving him a valiant aura. His aura surged, showing his powerful strength. The other party was a Saint 2 Dan expert as well, but his sharpness was even more apparent, reminiscent of a sharp sword unsheathed from its sheath. It could be foreseen that even if his level was lower than Wu Ran's, the latter would definitely lose in battle. Amazing. With a sigh, Xianxia continued looking over. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he saw two familiar faces. They were Lu Qing and Wu Su, whom he had met in the Valley of the Scarlet Firefly Fruits. Xianxia had already guessed that they were combat masters, and it seemed like he was right. The two of them were clearly different from 2 months ago. Their fighting prowess was much stronger and purer than before. This was especially so for Wu Su. Previously, he was only at Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle, but at this very moment, he had already reached half-saint. Even though he had just made a breakthrough not too long ago, he still emanated a powerful aura, as if his strength was boundless. It seems like the method I told him worked, Xianxia chuckled. Previously, when Wu Su intended to make a breakthrough using the Scarlet Firefly Fruits, he didn't sell them to him. Instead, he gave him some Earth Vein Spirit Essence. Using the Earth Vein Spirit Essence, which allowed him to absorb spiritual energy more easily, Wu Su was able to raise his cultivation frenziedly before pushing for a breakthrough. From the looks of it now, he had succeeded in making a breakthrough to half-saint. Xianxia. Just as Xianxia saw the duo also saw him, and they bowed respectfully. Combat masters were prideful, but they still held great respect for the strong. Xianxia was only at ethereal treading realm, but he was already able to pummel them into a pulp. His fighting prowess was truly frightening, possibly even surpassing them. Even they didn't dare to underestimate such a talented individual. Yunqiu College's principal Wu Tianqiong, Luoqing Academy's principal Shen Pingqiao, Qingzhou Academy's principal Wu Ran, and Hongyuan Academy's principal Xianxia, greets the combat masters. The 4 principals stood up and greeted him. Not daring to show any disrespect, the middle-aged man stepped forward and clasped his fist. I am 100-men commander of the Combat Master Hall, Shui Qingfeng. Even though he was a member of the Combat Master Hall and possessed exceptional fighting prowess, the standing of the 4 principals was still a tier higher than him. So, it's Shui Shi. Wu Tianqiong chuckled. I have heard of you before. With a single sword, you flattened the entire 9 provinces. You once chased after the 5 bandits of Qingyuan for 10 years, not daring to return to their homeland. I am truly impressed by your valiance. President Wu, there's no need to stand on ceremony. It's just a small trick. Hearing that the head of the four great master halls, President Wu, had actually heard of him, Shui Qingfeng nodded with a smile. The fact that you were able to become 100-men commander of the combat master hall speaks volumes of your strength. Wu Tianqiong stroked his beard. I have already sent a message to President Wu regarding the combat master selection this time around, so I believe that all of you are already aware of the change in the slots. Knowing that the other party was praising him, Shui Qingfeng decided not to harp on the matter anymore. We are already aware of it. 100 combat masters will be selected this time around. Shen Pingqiao and the others nodded in agreement. They had already known about this matter beforehand. Since the slots had been doubled, their chances of clearing the combat master hall would be significantly higher as well. Indeed, the number of combat masters will be selected this time around, but the difficulty of the selection isn't as simple as it seems. Seeing that they were aware of the matter, Shui Qingfeng nodded. It's even more difficult. More difficult? The principals glanced at one another, and Xianxia couldn't help but ask, may I know what the content of the selection round is? How will the selection round be conducted? In the past, the selection round would be conducted in a dueling ring. The candidates would have to face one another on the dueling ring, and the final selection round would be decided, Shui Qingfeng said. Wu Tianqiong and the others nodded in agreement. Even though the selection round had been conducted in a different manner each time, the basic principle remained the same. All of the candidates would have to face off against one another in a duel. The victor would be automatically selected. In the selection round, every candidate would have to go through several duels. Not only is it extremely time-consuming, it's also very easy for one to sustain injuries, resulting in a significant drop in one's fighting prowess. Shui Qingfeng continued. In the previous dueling ring, out of the 80 candidates from the 4 great master-teacher academies, only 10 would be selected. In other words, every candidate would have to go through at least 3 duels. In a situation where everyone's cultivation was around the same level, every single duel would be extremely exhausting. In just 3 duels, most of the candidates would already be half dead. In fact, there were even some who could have made it into the top 10, but they ended up facing a powerful opponent in their first duel, resulting in them being eliminated. Even if they were able to win by sheer luck, their injuries were simply too severe, resulting in them losing out on the combat master slot. This wasn't just a loss to the 4 great master-teacher academies, it was a loss to the combat master hall as well. Hearing the change in the selection round, Wu Tianqiong, Shen Pingqiao, and the others glanced at one another in bewilderment. While there were some flaws in the selection round, it was also the fairest selection round. If they were to change the selection round abruptly, it wouldn't be fair. However, their doubts didn't last long. Shui Qingfeng explained, the selection round this time is much simpler and faster. Our combat master hall will conduct the selection round on all of you. If any of your candidates can withstand 3 blows from a member of our combat master hall, they will be considered to have passed the selection round. 3 blows? Wu Tianqiong, Shen Pingqiao, and the others frowned upon hearing those words. While the selection round was much simpler and didn't require any duels, it was indeed much more difficult. Others might not know how fearsome the combat master hall was, but they had seen it with their own eyes. They were practically invincible among their peers. While their candidates were powerful, they could only be considered to be the cream of the crop among their peers. If they were to face a combat master in a duel, it would be difficult for them to withstand 3 blows. Don't worry. Before coming here, they have already instructed us to ensure that the strength of the 3 blows will be of the same level. There won't be any irregularities in the selection round. Seeing that the others were deep in thought, Shui Dingfeng said. We trust the combat master hall on this matter. Hearing those words, Wu Tianqiong and the others chuckled softly. Naturally, the selection round of the combat master hall would be fair and just. Shui Qingfeng waved his hand grandly and said, since you trust us, let's begin right away. The sooner the better. All right. Hearing the other parties urging, the 4 principals nodded with bitter smiles on their faces. They had made all kinds of preparations beforehand, but who would have thought that the other party would have the combat master hall conduct the selection round instead? While the selection round was bizarre, there was a huge benefit to it as well. While it would be difficult for them to defeat the other party, it should be easy for them to survive 3 blows without being defeated. Su Tai and Chen Zhu, the two of you will take the grade 1 examination first. Hearing their agreement, Zhuo Qingfeng waved his hand. Yes. 2 young men stepped forward from the crowd. The two of them appeared to be in their late teens, and their cultivation was on par with the grade 1 students, consonant spirit realm pinnacle. However, the aura they emanated was far sharper, giving them a dazzling presence. I'll go first. Su Tai nodded. He leaped onto the stage and scanned the surroundings before saying, the grade 1 examinees will be considered to have passed the selection round if they can survive 3 blows from me. After saying those words, he flicked his wrist, and a sword appeared in his hand. A cold gleam shone from the sword, and it shone brightly. At the same time, the aura he exuded also began rising steadily. Even though he was only at consonant spirit realm, he exerted an immense pressure on one's soul, such that even Cosmos Bridge realm cultivators would find it difficult to match him. How powerful! I thought that the students from Yunshu College were fearsome enough. To think that they would be even more formidable. To think that a consonant spirit realm cultivator would be able to reach such a level. As expected of a combat master. Indeed. Even a Cosmos Bridge realm cultivator like me wouldn't be a match for him. Feeling Su Tai's aura, the faces of the crowd tightened. 5th update. Wait a moment, there's more to come. Consonant spirit realm was the first step toward becoming a true expert. Under normal circumstances, no matter how much one accumulated, there was a limit to how far one could go. Yet, Xianxia seemed to exude an aura as powerful as a mountain. Allow me. Amid the crowd, a young man shouted and leaped onto the stage. It's Zhao Zhongchuan from Yunshu College. He's ranked 6th in the selection. To be ranked 6th in Yunshu College, there's a high chance that he'll be able to clear the selection. Indeed. Let's see if he can withstand 3 blows from Combat Master Su so that we can prepare in advance. Being the first to go up will put him at a disadvantage. However, given his strength, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to withstand 3 blows. Upon seeing the young man, hushed whispers sounded from beneath the stage. The grade 1 students had grim expressions on their faces. Based on Zhao Zhongchuan's strength, he was definitely ranked in the top 15 of the 80 students from the 4 great master teacher academies. In other words, he would surely be able to clear the selection. With such strength, he would be the first to step onto the stage so that he could assess Su Tai's fighting prowess. At the same time, it would serve as a reference for the others. Where's your weapon? Su Tai didn't show any disdain on his face. With a slight flick of the sword in his hand, he looked at Xianxia calmly. Here. With a flick of his wrist, a saber appeared in Zhao Zhongchuan's hand. With a light slash, a powerful shockwave burst forth. Begin. Knowing that the other party was powerful, Zhao Zhongchuan didn't dare to hesitate. Stepping on the ground, he dashed forward, and a storm of saber chi burst forth. In an instant, an area of several dozen meters in front of him was shrouded entirely. Not bad. Wu Tianqian had been a little worried that Zhang Xian would be the first to step onto the stage, but upon seeing this, he heaved a sigh of relief. This was the strongest move of his student. Once executed, it would produce the most ferocious attack possible. Even a Cosmos Bridge realm expert would have to avoid it. Knowing that the 3 blows were crucial, Zhao Zhongchuan chose to use his strongest move right from the start. It seemed like he wasn't a pedantic person. Not too bad, but it's too slow. Facing the saber chi, Su Tai didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, he chuckled softly, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the spot. The next moment, he appeared before Zhao Zhongchuan and tapped his sword lightly. Ding! He felt a huge force charge at him in a frenzy. He had his saber blocked, and he could not help but take a few steps back. His chi and blood surged in his chest. Oh no! Seeing that his ultimate move had been neutralized by the other party, Zhao Zhongchuan narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Just as he was about to leap backward to avoid the attack, he suddenly felt a cold gleam flashing across his eyes. In the next moment, a sword ray had already landed on his neck. You lost. Su Tai placed his sword on the other party's neck as he looked at him calmly. I lost. Zhao Zhongchuan's face alternated between red and white. The other party had only used 2 moves to defeat him. He didn't even have the chance to resist. If it had been a life-and-death battle, his head would have fallen to the ground. Even Zhao Zhongchuan lost? He only withstood 2 moves. Doesn't that mean we won't make it? The faces of the people below the stage turned green. Zhao Zhongchuan was ranked in the top 15 among all the Year 1 students. If such an expert couldn't even withstand 2 moves, it would be even more difficult for the others to succeed. Looks like the difficulty has increased. Wu Tianqiong clenched his fists tightly in agitation. He had thought that they would be able to clear the duel after withstanding 3 moves, but from the looks of it, that wasn't the case at all. Combat masters of the same cultivation realm were simply far stronger than them. There was no way they would stand a chance at all. How are we supposed to fight against them? Zhu Jian's body trembled in fear. Be it Jinqi or moves, Zhao Zhongchuan was far stronger than him. Yet, Zhao Zhongchuan couldn't even withstand 3 moves from the other party. There was no way he would be a match for the other party. It seemed like his dream of becoming a combat master would be shattered. Let me give it a try. Just as Zhu Jian was feeling stifled, another young man leaped onto the stage. Zhu Jian recognized the other party. The other party was a talented grade 1 student of the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy, and he seemed to be ranked 3rd. During the duel, the other party had also made a move. Every single one of his moves was lethal, and given Zhu Jian's cultivation, even 2 of them combined wouldn't be a match for him. Ding ding ding, while Zhu Jian was still in shock, the duel on the stage had already begun. This time, Combat Master Su Tai made the first move. His movements were as precise as a ruler, and there was not the slightest bit of excess or waste. With his first move, he broke through the other party's gold and silver rings. With his second move, he arrived before the other party, and with his third move, he stabbed a hole in the other party's chest. I admit defeat. The face of the young man from the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy paled. If the other party hadn't gone easy on him, he would have been dead by now. He had thought that the other party was powerful, but in the end, he couldn't even withstand 3 moves from the other party. As the young man walked down the dueling platform, the atmosphere in the surroundings suddenly turned oppressive. Everyone glanced at one another with awful looks on their faces. It was one thing for Zhao Zhongchuan to be unable to defeat the other party, but the young man from the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy could definitely be ranked in the top 10, and yet, he couldn't even withstand 3 moves from the other party. This was a little frightening. Previously, there had been quite a few people who had harbored hope that the other party would be able to withstand 3 moves. However, from the looks of it now, the difficulty was so great that it left most of them in despair. Allow me. Another student dashed forward. This student specialized in defense and evasion, so he immediately dodged the other party's attacks, hoping to withstand 3 moves from the other party. However, Su Tai was far stronger than he had expected, and his speed was even faster than him. In just 2 moves, he was able to knock the other party off the dueling platform, severely injuring him. That fellow seems to be invincible in every aspect, Xianxia nodded grimly. As expected of a combat master, Su Tai's speed, strength, and defense were flawless. If Xianxia were to face the other party as a consonant spirit realm cultivator, he would have to spend a single move before he could defeat the other party. Fearsome. The fact that the other party was able to force Xianxia, who was at the same cultivation realm as him, to execute a single move was more than enough to prove his strength. Of course, if he had used the Eye of Insight or the Library of Heaven's Path, he would have been able to defeat the other party in half a move. Very soon, more and more students went up the dueling platform, and all of them were defeated without exception. When it came to the 10th student, he barely managed to withstand 3 moves. As the number 1 student of the Qingzhou Master Teacher Academy, he could be said to be invincible among the grade 1 students. Yet, he was only barely able to pass the dueling platform despite his strength. This Su Tai was truly a little too fearsome. Is there anyone else? For a moment, no one dared to step forward. There are people from Yunxiu, Luoqing, and Qingzhou who have come up to challenge me, but there doesn't seem to be anyone from Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Is there anyone who is willing to give it a try? Do you not even have the courage to give it a try? What kind of combat master are you? Su Tai sneered coldly as he turned his gaze toward the students of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Previously, the students of the other 3 Master Teacher Academies had all gone up the dueling platform, and only the students of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy remained motionless on the spot. Hearing the other party's words, the faces of the Grade 1 students of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy turned livid. They knew their own strength very well, and they knew that there was a huge gap between them and Zhao Zhongchuan and the others. If they were to go up, they would surely lose. I'll go. If I lose, so be it. Seeing that no one dared to step forward, Chu Jian gritted his teeth. Since they were going to lose anyway, they could just admit it. Since the other party had already shouted for them to fight, if they didn't step forward now, they would be embarrassing themselves for Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Thus, he leaped onto the dueling platform. You've got guts. Su Tai chuckled and raised his eyelids. Take out your weapon. Weapon? There's no need for that. Allow me to face the experts of the Combat Master Hall with my bare hands. Chu Jian shook his head. No matter how he fought, he would still lose. It was the same whether he used his weapon or not. Since that was the case, he might as well save his strength. You aren't going to use your weapon? Don't worry, I won't go easy on you. Seeing that Chu Jian wasn't going to use his weapon, Su Tai shook his head. Instead of giving up on his sword, he flicked his wrist, and a shrill reverberation echoed in the air. Sla, a surge of sword chi pierced through the air. Su Tai didn't underestimate Chu Jian just because he wasn't going to use his weapon. Thus, he executed his strongest move as well. The edge of the sword seemed to pierce right into Chu Jian's bones, and before it could even reach him, Chu Jian could already feel goosebumps rising all over his body, and his face paled. He had seen the other party's move earlier, and there was no way he would be able to dodge or block it. Just as he was about to admit defeat, he suddenly recalled President Zhang's guidance. Since I'm going to lose anyway, why should I admit defeat? Perhaps I might just be able to hold on for a while longer. As soon as this thought popped into his mind, President Zhang's comprehension of battle techniques immediately flowed into his mind. His swordsmanship is clean and pure, and it comes from his heart. According to Principal Zhang's words, it originates from his heart. In order to decipher this kind of swordsmanship, I have to observe his intentions, the intent behind his sword, and the strength of his attack. I've already seen the might of his swordsmanship, so there's no need to explain his intentions. His sword chi is able to envelop all of my acupoints, and if I were to retaliate, I would surely fall into his trap. Based on Principal Zhang's words, this kind of swordsmanship is intentionally trying to lure me into revealing my flaws. In order to decipher it, I'll just have to force him to reveal his flaws before me. Countless thoughts flowed through Chu Jian's mind. Even though it sounded complicated, it only took an instant. When President Zhang was explaining the swordsmanship to him previously, he didn't really understand it well. However, at this moment, he realized that every single word that he said was true wisdom. Recalling those words, the incomparably complicated swordsmanship that he couldn't comprehend a moment ago suddenly appeared before his eyes. He could clearly see the intent behind the other party's sword, as well as the direction of his thrust. Principal Zhang said that this is how I should deal with this move, so I'll just do it. Gritting his teeth, Chu Jian didn't bother dodging the other party's sword. Instead, he curled his body into a ball and tapped his index finger forward. Poochie, following which, a sound echoed in the air. Chu Jian felt as if his finger had touched something, and he hurriedly took a step back. Only then did he realize that Su Tai, whom he had been fighting with, was lying on the ground, spurting large mouthfuls of blood. Seeing the fellow whom so many experts were unable to defeat lying on the ground with just a casual tap of his finger, Chu Jian was dumbfounded. Could it be that he is trying to scam me? 6 chapters explosion, seeking monthly votes. Zhu Jian had never thought that he would be able to defeat his opponent. Zhang Xian had seen the other party's strength for himself earlier. His sword chi rampaged unhindered, and his moves were exquisite. Even 3 of him would not be a match for the other party. Initially, he did not have the confidence to fight the other party, and it was only when he recalled Principal Zhang's explanation that he hurriedly dealt with the other party. Principal Zhang had explained to him how to deal with a person who possessed nearly perfect physical body, swordsmanship, and reflexes. However, he had never thought that he would have a chance to meet such a person, so he had never thought much of it. Never in his dreams could he have imagined that following the explanation would actually yield such a miraculous result, to touch the ground with a single finger. Is this for real? Isn't this a little too easy? Is this guy really the super expert that even Zhao Zhongchuan couldn't withstand 3 moves? What's going on? What happened? I have no idea either. It seems like Combat Master Shu Tai has been defeated. There were so many of us, but we couldn't even withstand 3 moves from him, yet this guy defeated him? Didn't they say that the students of Hongyuan University are weak? What's going on? He stood on the stage in a daze, not knowing what was going on. The audience had already gone crazy. All of them were dumbfounded as if they had seen a ghost. Yunqiu College, Luoqing College, and Qingzhou Academy had conducted a demonstration as soon as they arrived, so everyone had a good understanding of their respective strengths. Among the 80 candidates, Chu Jian wasn't even in the top 50. Yet, as soon as he stepped onto the stage, he was able to knock Su Tai to the ground with a single finger. Wasn't the disparity between them a little too great? You cheated. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, Su Tai finally regained his composure. Standing up, he glared at the young man in front of him like a ferocious beast. To think that he, a combat master, would be defeated by a person who was inferior to him in terms of jinqi, strength, and reflexes, with a single flick of his finger. Chu Jian was stunned. He wanted to say something, but he was unable to. If he didn't cheat, how did he defeat the other party? He really couldn't understand. If they were to talk about cheating, it was a fair duel on the dueling ring. Furthermore, the other party was even using a sword. If that was the case, it was definitely a fair duel. Do you dare to have a rematch with me? Su Tai gritted his teeth. Alright, why wouldn't I dare? After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Jian nodded. In fact, it was not only Su Tai who thought so. Many people below the stage thought so too. If they said that the other party had lost now, they would definitely not admit it. Even if they won, it would not be glorious. Let's begin. This time, I won't be merciful. Hearing that Zhang Xian had agreed to it, Su Tai roared furiously. His body shook, and his sword morphed into a massive dragon as it shot toward Zhang Xian. This time, Zhang Xian had used his strongest move, which was even more frightening than before. Before the sword could even reach Zhang Xian, the sword chi had already torn the floor of the dueling ring apart. It's the same as before. The dean also explained this attack. Looking at the other party's incomparably powerful sword strike, Chu Jian fell into deep thought, recalling the principal's lecture. Turning his body slightly, he used his finger as a sword and pointed it in a certain direction. Puchi, the tip of his finger pierced into the flesh, and his jinqi was like a dagger. In the next moment, the ferocious Su Tai was lying on the ground again. His face was pale as he vomited mouthfuls of blood. He looked even more miserable than before. It was as if there was an endless supply of blood in his body. He lost again? This time, he used his full strength, but he was still defeated by a single finger. Could it be that Chu Jian has been concealing his cultivation all along? I don't understand what he's doing either. His moves are simply too profound. The crowd beneath the dueling ring fell silent. None of them could say a word. The top rankers of the 3 master teacher academies glanced at one another, and cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. Previously, they didn't think much of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, thinking that there wouldn't even be a single one of them in the top 20. Yet, who could have thought that the fellow who wasn't ranked at the top would actually defeat the combat masters of the Hongyuan Combat Master Hall so easily? Yu, struggling to his feet, Su Tai gritted his teeth. To be honest, he didn't even know how he had lost. As a consonant spirit realm expert, there were almost no one who could match up to him. Yet, he didn't even know how he had been defeated. Enough, Su Tai. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Seeing that Su Tai was indignant, Zhuo Qingfeng harumphed coldly. Leader, Su Tai hurriedly turned his head around. It's true that this young man's jinqi and strength are beneath yours, but his comprehension of battle techniques and grasp of timing are far superior to yours. That finger strike might seem simple, but it requires a deep understanding of your swordsmanship and jinqi circulation to pull it off. Zhuo Qingfeng's eye of discernment allowed him to see through the crux of the matter. using his finger as a sword to bait you into revealing an opening before launching a counterattack. His eye of discernment is more than qualified to be a combat master. Yes, since the leader had spoken, Su Tai nodded and left the dueling ring. I cleared the selection? Initially, Chu Jian thought that there was no hope for him at all, but upon hearing that he had cleared the selection, a look of disbelief surfaced on his face. As long as you can withstand 3 blows from our combat masters, you will be considered to have cleared the selection. You have defeated our combat masters, so if you don't pass, who else can? Shui Qingfeng chuckled. Yes. Chu Jian nodded before leaping down from the dueling ring. Alright, Su Tai, you should rest for a moment. Chen Zhu, continue with the selection. As powerful as combat masters were, they weren't truly invincible. At the very least, Su Tai had been no match for him back when they were at the same cultivation realm. As such, it wasn't too surprising for a genius to emerge from the 4 great master-teacher academies to defeat him. Thus, Shui Qingfeng didn't think too much of it and allowed the selection to continue. Yes. Chen Zhu nodded before leaping onto the dueling ring. Is there anyone who dares to fight with me? As long as you can withstand 3 blows from me, you will be qualified to be a combat master. The weapon he wielded was a sharp saber, and coupled with his Xianxia and aura, it left one shuddering in fear even before the battle had begun. This fellow seemed to be even more fearsome than Su Tai, perhaps even stronger. If only I knew that he was stronger, I would have gone up earlier. Even Zhao Zhongchuan was unable to withstand 3 blows from combat master Su Tai, so it would be futile for him to go up. Indeed. I wonder who will be able to withstand 3 blows from him this time. Seeing how powerful Chen Zhu was, worry surfaced on the faces of the crowd once more. Su Tai was already so difficult to deal with, let alone Chen Zhu. Allow me. A young man leaped onto the dueling ring. It's the top ranker of the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy, Zhang Qingshan. He is indeed powerful. Perhaps, he might be able to withstand 3 blows from him. Upon seeing the young man, the gazes beneath the dueling ring immediately focused on him. Zhang Qingshan was the strongest grade 1 expert of the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy. Even Zhao Zhongchuan was unable to withstand 2 blows from him. With him making a move, there was no doubt that he would succeed. Amidst the discussions, the duel on the dueling ring had already begun. Zhang Qingshan spread open his palm, and his Xianxia gushed forth endlessly. If it had been anyone else, they would surely have been torn apart by the rampaging Xianxia before they could even withstand a single blow. However, Chen Zhu was like a small boat in the midst of a raging storm. No matter how strong the storm was, he was able to remain unfazed. In the blink of an eye, 2 blows had passed, and the 2 of them were evenly matched. Do you think that it will be that easy for you to withstand 3 blows from me? Seeing that his 2 blows were futile, Chen Zhu narrowed his eyes and harumphed coldly. The saber in his hand abruptly shot forth like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Zhang Qingshan. Voila! Before Zhang Qingshan could even process what was going on, he already felt a searing shockwave assaulting him, threatening to split him in 2. This is bad. Zhang Qingshan's eyes narrowed in alarm as he subconsciously retreated. At the same time, he raised his weapon to meet the attack head-on. Pung! The saber and weapon collided, and the resulting shockwave shattered the dueling ring with the duo at the center. Zhang Qingshan's face reddened, and fresh blood spurted from his mouth as he was sent flying off the dueling ring. I lost? How could I possibly lose? Lying on the ground, Zhang Qingshan's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He was the number 1 student of the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy, and despite his strength, he was actually unable to withstand 3 blows from Zhang Qingshan. He found it hard to accept the fact that he had failed the combat master examination. What did I tell you before coming here? You are not allowed to use forbidden techniques. Chen Zhu, what are you doing? While Zhang Qingshan was still feeling stifled, Shui Qingfeng bellowed furiously. If it had been 3 blows, Zhang Qingshan would have been able to defeat Zhang Qingshan easily. Yet, who could have known that his subordinate would actually use a forbidden technique at such a crucial moment? Chen Zhu's face reddened. Seeing Su Tai being defeated with his own eyes, his heart had wavered, and in a moment of desperation, he had resorted to a forbidden technique. My apologies, school head Shin. It was my subordinate who used the wrong move. Even though Zhang Qingshan has been defeated, he is still qualified to become a combat master. After reprimanding Chen Zhu, Zhou Qingfeng turned to Shen Pingqiao. I'll be troubling combat master Zhou then. Hearing that his student still had a chance to become a combat master, Shen Pingqiao heaved a sigh of relief and clasped his fist. The other party was clearly giving him face by doing this, so he had to accept this favor. Let's continue. After dealing with Zhang Qingshan's matter, Zhou Qingfeng continued. Chen Zhu scanned the surroundings and said proudly, who else is willing to come up? His earlier slash that had sent Zhang Qingshan flying was simply too domineering. The candidates who had thought that they still had a chance at the combat master examination had all cowered in fear. They didn't possess Zhang Qingshan's reflexes and strength. If the other party were to execute such a powerful saber art, they would be severely injured before they could even react. Perhaps, they might even be killed on the spot. Why? No one is coming up again? If I'm not mistaken, only a single student from the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy has come up. Is there anyone else who dares to challenge me? Chen Zhu glared at Zhang Xian coldly. His good friend, Su Tai, had been severely injured by a student from the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, and he was intending to exact vengeance on the other party. He wanted to show the other party the true strength of a combat master. Even with just 3 moves, he wasn't a match for them. Hearing Chen Zhu openly challenge a student from the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, everyone hesitated. A moment later, a young man gritted his teeth and stood up. I'll go. As he said those words, he prepared to leap onto the dueling platform. Zhu Shi. You are the last in the selection. Aren't you courting death by going up like that? Someone amid the crowd shouted. There were a total of 20 Grade 1 candidates from Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy participating in the selection tournament, and Zhu Shi was ranked 20th. In other words, he was ranked last. Of the 80 Grade 1 candidates from the 4 Great Master Teacher Academies participating in the selection tournament, Zhu Shi would probably be ranked 80th. Even the champion of Luoqing Master Teacher Academy was sent flying with a single slash. Aren't you courting death by going up? Everyone looked at him as if they were looking at a fool. Some of them even covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. I'm going to lose anyway. Chuckling softly, Zhu Shi leaped onto the dueling platform without any hesitation. From the earlier demonstration, he knew that it was impossible for him to become a combat master with his current strength. Even if he knew that he wouldn't be able to win, the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy was no coward. Interesting. The stronger one dares not to go up, but the weaker one instead. Very well, let's see if he can withstand a single blow from me then. Chen Zhu licked his lips and flicked the saber in his hand. Zhenqi surged from the saber, causing a whimpering sound to echo out. I hope that I can withstand a single blow as well. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Shi flicked his wrist, and a spear appeared in his hand. At the same time, the content of President Zhang's lecture flowed through his mind. He had taken a close look at the battle between Zhu Jian and Su Tai, and it was likely that the latter had used the technique that Principal Zhang had imparted to him. Let's begin. With a shout, Zhu Shi abruptly opened his eyes, and with a flick of his wrist, he abruptly thrust his spear forward. Principal Zhang has said that when using weapons like spears and pikes, one must make full use of one's advantage when facing a short-ranged opponent. The shorter one is, the more dangerous it is. Even though the other party's saber is powerful, it isn't long enough. I can make use of this to lure the other party into underestimating me. As Principal Zhang's words echoed in Zhu Shi's mind, the spear flashed through the air, leaving an afterimage in its wake. Humph. Seeing Zhu Shi's attack, Chen Zhu sneered coldly. With a light slash of his saber, the air before him was split apart once more, and a sharp glint of light shot toward Zhu Shi's spear. This is the moment. Seeing that the other party's countermeasure was identical to what President Zhang had imparted to him, Zhu Shi's eyes lit up. At the same time, he also sent a kick toward the other party's crotch. Battles required a combination of feints and reality. The spear thrust looked like it was using the advantage of the long weapon, but in reality, the real killing move was the sole of his foot. The dean had specifically explained how to identify the opponent's weakness in battle. This Chen Zhu's saber whistled as he concentrated all his strength on his upper body. There must be an opening in his lower body. Bang, the sound of a foot sinking into flesh was heard. following which, Chen Zhu's pupil shrank. Ah! He jumped up as if he had been electrocuted. Then, he sprawled on the ground like a shrimp. Zhu Shi had used too much strength in this kick. Moreover, the other party's crotch happened to be his weak point, so he almost lost consciousness from the kick. Initially, Zhu Shi had only intended to give it a try. He had not expected that the kick would land on his vitals. Scratching his head, he fell into a daze. Wasn't this guy very strong? How could he be crippled so easily with a kick? He wasn't the only one. Everyone below the stage was staring at each other with frenzied expressions on their faces. Didn't you guys say that this guy was last? The last place had used only 2 moves to cripple Chen Zhu? Xue Qingfeng was also stunned. Others might not be able to see through the fearsomeness of the move, but as one of the top combat masters, he could easily tell. Zhu Shi had focused all of Chen Zhu's strength on his upper body with his spear, and then, catching the latter by surprise, struck his crotch with a kick. It might seem simple, but one had to reach an extremely high level of mastery in order to pull it off. Even if he were to suppress his cultivation, it would be very difficult for him to find this weakness and exploit it in his first battle. For a fellow ranked in the top 20 of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy to do it so easily. Just what in the world was going on? It took a long time before Chen Zhu finally recovered. He stood up and glared at Zhu Shi with gritted teeth, feeling as if he was about to explode. He had intended to stand up for his friend, but who could have known that he would end up in a situation even worse than his friend? I don't know how I won either. Should we have another match? Zhu Shi scratched his head. He had only executed the move according to Principal Zhang's instructions, so he wasn't too sure how he had won. If the other party wanted to have another match, he would be more than happy to oblige. This would be a good opportunity for him to test out the contents of Principal Zhang's teachings. You are courting death. Seeing that Zhu Shi still wanted to challenge him, Chen Zhu gritted his teeth furiously, and with a furious roar, he tossed his saber forward. It was the forbidden move that he had used to defeat Zhang Qingshan. This time, Chen Zhu's attack was even more powerful than before. The saber tore through the surroundings, and it felt as if it could tear a person apart in an instant. How powerful! By the side, Zhang Qingshan's face paled in fright, and his body trembled uncontrollably. If the other party had used this move on the dueling platform, there was no way he would have been able to withstand it. It seemed like the other party had gone easy on him. It's indeed this move. Seeing the saber flying toward him, Zhu Shi didn't panic at all. Instead, his eyes lit up. Previously, when the other party had executed this move, he had analyzed it together with Principal Zhang's explanation. Since the other party had used his full strength in this move, it meant that his defense was at its weakest. As long as he could make use of this weakness, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to neutralize the other party's move. Zhang Qingshan's eyebrows shot up, and the spear in his hand shot forward like a snake, piercing through the air repeatedly. Ding 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 ding, a series of crisp sounds echoed in the air. Every single time, the spear would strike the crux of the saber's attack. As powerful as the saber was, after being struck several hundred times in a row, it had already been sapped dry. Dispersing force through speed, this was also what Principal Zhang had taught him. When facing a powerful attack that one was unable to withstand, one should use one's greatest speed to collide with it. Small amounts of energy would accumulate to form a powerful current. Zhang Qingshan had only intended to give it a try, but he didn't think that it would actually work. After blocking the other party's saber with his spear, Zhu Shi's figure flickered, and he appeared before the other party once more. Just like before, he sent a kick over. The other party had exerted his full strength, and this was the moment when he was at his weakest. Thus, Zhang Qingshan decided to strike while he was down. The opportunity of a battle was fleeting, so naturally, he had to make use of it. Just as Chen Zhu was thinking that his saber would surely decapitate the other party and kill him on the spot, not only did the other party block his attack easily, he even sent a kick over. Chen Zhu's face warped in horror. Just as he was about to dodge, he saw a slap coming toward him. The other party's kick was a feint, and the slap was the real deal. Chen Zhu had only been thinking about dodging, so he didn't put any defense on his face. As a result, the slap struck him squarely, and his face immediately swelled up. Zhu Shi had used his full strength in that slap. Even though his strength and cultivation were beneath the other parties, as a consonant spirit realm cultivator, the might of his slap was still formidable. With just a single strike, Qin Zhu had already lost more than a dozen of his teeth, causing him to fall from the dueling platform and convulse uncontrollably. I did it! Seeing that he had defeated Qin Zhu once more, Zhu Shi's eyes glowed in excitement. Even though he had memorized the content of Principal Zhang's lecture, he had never tried it before, so he had no idea how powerful it would be. However, after putting it to use, he realized that it was simply too freaking useful. It was as if he had gone to take an examination, learned the answers beforehand, and received a detailed explanation. Yet, under Principal Zhang's lecture, the lofty combat masters were as weak as clay chickens, unable to withstand a single blow. What's going on? The students and elders of Yunqiu College, Luoqing Academy, and Qingzhou Academy stared at one another in bewilderment. If Zhu Shi had won the first battle out of sheer luck, then in the second battle, Qin Zhu had used his trump card, and yet, he was still defeated so miserably. This was a little thought-provoking. Isn't that fellow the weakest combat master in Hongyuan? Even the weakest combat master in Hongyuan was able to defeat combat master Qin Zhu so easily. Just how powerful must the strongest combat master be? I have no idea either. They had all seen the demonstration earlier, and not only was the combat master of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy weak, their comprehension of combat was also lacking. How did they suddenly become so powerful, as if they had become a completely different person? This was way too bizarre. Regardless of whether it's Zhu Shi or Zhu Jian, their Zhenqi and cultivation are far beneath Su Tai and Qin Zhu, but the fact that they were able to achieve victory so easily shows that their grasp of battle techniques and timing has already reached an astounding level. Wu Tianqiong's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. During the demonstration, he also didn't think that Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy would be able to win, but the outcome had exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the top few combat masters of his academy were unable to withstand even 3 blows from the combat master, and yet, the combat master of the other party was able to defeat the combat master with ease. Indeed. Shen Pingqiao nodded as a deep frown formed on his forehead, unable to comprehend what was going on. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator's grasp of timing in battle was considered to be a talent. But for 2 of them to be able to do the same, this was a little thought-provoking. Zhu Shi has emerged victorious. He has cleared the selection round. While everyone was still in shock, Shui Qingfeng's lips twitched as he announced loudly. I have succeeded. Zhu Shi's eyes glowed in excitement. He didn't have much hope in the first place, but who could have known that he would successfully become a combat master by following Principal Zhang's lecture? Your grasp of timing in battle is incomparably precise. Even Qin Zhu wasn't a match for you, so it goes without saying that you have cleared the selection round. Shui Qingfeng nodded. As much as he hated to admit it, there was no denying the fact. From the moment Qin Zhu was kicked in the crotch, he had already lost. The second time was nothing more than a futile struggle. Thank you, Zhu Shi nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a thought suddenly came to his mind, and he turned to Shui Qingfeng and said, Combat Master Zhue, there are only 2 consonant spirit realm combat masters in the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, and both of them are injured. How are the remaining combat masters going to be assessed? Including Shui Qingfeng, there were a total of 13 combat masters in the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. From consonant spirit realm to half saint, there were 6 realms, and there were 2 combat masters in charge of each realm. In other words, there were only 2 consonant spirit realm combat masters in the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy, and at this moment, one of them was being pummeled by Zhu Jian to the point that he was spurting blood non-stop while the other had his head planted in the ground. There were no consonant spirit realm combat masters left. Taking a look at his 2 subordinates and confirming that they were indeed unable to fight for the time being, Shui Qingfeng couldn't help but frown. Initially, he had intended to send 2 combat masters of each grade to conduct the examination. Yet, who could have thought that just as the selection was about to begin, 2 combat masters from the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy would be able to cripple 2 of his subordinates? How were they supposed to fight without any combat masters? Su Hong and Yi Jun, the 2 of you will suppress your cultivation and take the grade 1 examination. After a moment of hesitation, Shui Qingfeng waved his hands. Yes. Right after those words were spoken, the duo walked out. Both of them were at Cosmos Bridge Realm pinnacle, and their gazes seemed to form a bridge connecting them to the heavens. With a single look, it was clear that they had been at Cosmos Bridge Realm for a very long time, and they wielded incredible fighting prowess. Zhuo Qingfeng raised his hand and infused his Xianxia into the duo. Palipala, in just a few moments, the duo's cultivation was suppressed to Consonant Spirit Realm pinnacle. Wu Tianqiong frowned. Combat Master Zhuo, isn't it much more difficult to have Cosmos Bridge Realm experts suppress their cultivation to fight against Consonant Spirit Realm cultivators? Even though their cultivation was suppressed, the reaction speed and comprehension of battle techniques of a Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivator were still superior to a Consonant Spirit Realm cultivator. Thus, the difficulty of the examination had been greatly increased. Don't worry, I will have them control their strength. As long as they don't exert their full strength, the difficulty of the examination will be no different from before. Zhuo Qingfeng nodded. As long as the duo controlled their strength and didn't exert their full strength, the examination would be no different from before. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Tianqiong nodded. Given that the two Consonant Spirit Realm examinees were in such a state, it was impossible for them to continue the examination. Thus, they had no choice but to have Cosmos Bridge Realm experts suppress their cultivation. I am Su Hong, and I will be in charge of the Consonant Spirit Realm examination. Whoever can withstand 3 blows from me will pass. After confirming the format of the duel, the combat master known as Su Hong leaped onto the dueling platform, scanned the crowd, and declared loudly. Allow me. A young man from the crowd nodded before leaping onto the dueling platform. Zhang Xian recognized the combat master with a single glance. He was the top student of Yunqiu Academy, and he had displayed incredible fighting prowess. The two of them fought in an orderly manner, worthy of being the top student of Yunqiu College. Although he was suppressed by his opponent, he still managed to withstand 3 moves and successfully passed. Seeing that someone had succeeded, the others went up one after another. However, they were not as lucky. After Yunqiu, Luo Qing, and Qingzhu were defeated, the crowd fell silent once more. Let me do it. Seeing that no one else wanted to step forward, a young man from Hongyuan Academy stood up. It's the second to last Zhao Chuan. I've seen this fellow's performance. His strength is about the same as Zhu Shi's. If it was in the past, I wouldn't have taken a liking to someone of his cultivation. But the students of Hongyuan are a little weird. Yeah, it's not a little, it's just too weird. Seeing that someone from Hongyuan University went on the stage, the audience was in an uproar again. Initially, they had been looking down on the Master Teacher Academy ever since the demonstration, but who could have known that the other party would cripple a combat master every single time they went up to the Master Teacher Academy? Every single time they went up to the Master Teacher Academy, they would cripple another combat master every single time they went up to the Master Teacher Academy. Zhao Chuan jumped onto the platform. Make your move. Su Hong's eyebrows shot up as he threw a punch forward. Since he wasn't using a weapon, naturally, Zhao Chuan didn't use one either. Pung, the fist and leg collided, and Zhao Chuan's body jolted. A powerful force immediately assaulted him, and he was sent flying. Crashing heavily onto the ground, he felt a stifling sensation in his chest, and his face paled. He was defeated without even being able to withstand a single blow. Seeing that Zhao Chuan had been defeated, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the previous situation was just an exception. Not everyone in Hongyuan Academy was as strong as Zhao Chuan. Zhao Chuan, what did Principal Zhang teach you earlier? Have you forgotten? Beneath the stage, Zhu Jian shouted anxiously. Think about the technique that Principal Zhang imparted to you and fight again. Zhu Shi shouted as well. It was impossible for him to face Zhao Chuan head-on. Firstly, his Xianxia and strength were far from a match for Zhao Chuan. Not to mention, the other party was a Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivator. With his cultivation suppressed, the only chance he had was to understand Principal Zhang's teachings and put them into practice. The technique that Principal Zhang imparted? Struggling to his feet, Zhao Chuan pondered for a moment before exhaling deeply. Turning to Zhu Jian, he said, there are still 2 moves left. Let's begin. You are courting death. Seeing that Zhao Chuan was unable to withstand even a single punch from him, Su Hong sneered coldly. In an instant, several afterimages appeared on the dueling ring, making it difficult for one to discern which one was real and which one was fake. Principal Zhang said that when facing a move that combines both falsehood and reality, one has to overcome the falsehood. The connection between falsehood and reality is very simple. As long as one can find the crux of the connection, no matter how formidable a battle technique is, it will crumble in an instant. Hearing the cheers from beneath the dueling ring, the content of Principal Zhang's lecture immediately flashed through Zhao Chuan's mind. Even though Principal Zhang had only conducted an hour-long lecture, he had already imparted all kinds of combat techniques to Zhao Chuan. Su Hong's movement technique was extremely swift, leaving afterimages everywhere. With a single look, it was clear that he was using some kind of formidable battle technique. In order to overcome such a battle technique, one had to find the connection between falsehood and reality. Zhao Chuan's eyebrows shot up, and the feeling of listening to Principal Zhang's lecture surfaced in his mind once more. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up. "It's here." Muttering softly, Zhao Chuan stomped his feet on the ground and dashed forward. Clenching his fists tightly, he punched toward an afterimage. Pong! It was as if Zhao Chuan's fist had struck a sandbag. In an instant, Su Hong, whose movements were so swift that it was impossible for one to see his movements clearly, was like a little chick whose neck had been grabbed. Before he could even let out a cry of agony, he was already lying on the ground, unconscious. His punch happened to strike the area where Zhao Chuan was unable to drive his Xianxia. Even a Cosmos Bridge Realm expert would be unable to withstand the backlash. "I have won?" Seeing Su Hong faint, Zhao Chuan's lips twitched. He had already known how fearsome the other party was after exchanging blows with him, but following Principal Zhang's instructions, he had knocked the other party out in a single move. Wasn't this a little too easy? Upon seeing this sight, Shui Qingfeng's body swayed weakly. To think that you would knock out a consonant spirit realm cultivator just like that. To be able to knock out a Cosmos Bridge Realm cultivator with his cultivation suppressed. Aren't you all at consonant spirit realm? More importantly, the other party was pummeled like a dog in the first move, unable to retaliate in the slightest. Yet, in the second move, the other party was already as lively as a tiger, suppressing his own team members. Did you all have to change so quickly? They said that Principal Zhang was imparting a technique to us. What is going on? Shui Qingfeng suddenly recalled the commotion beneath the dueling platform after the first move, and he couldn't help but turn his gaze over. Could it be that President Zhang lectured them for an hour, have something to do with this? Wu Tianxiong and Shen Pingqiao had also come to the same conclusion, and their eyes widened in shock. All along, they had thought that it was futile to sharpen one's spear just before a battle. Who could have thought that President Zhang's spear would not only be effective, it would even bring about such a huge change to the situation? If not for that, how could the other party's fighting prowess soar so swiftly after listening to Principal Zhang's lecture, such that even the Cosmos Bridge Realm Su Hong was no match for him? He lectured for an hour? Shui Qingfeng frowned. It was true that the lecture of a formidable master teacher was beneficial to one's fighting prowess, but what effect could an hour have? Yi Jun, challenge the students of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. After a moment of hesitation, Shui Qingfeng instructed. Yes. Yi Jun nodded before leaping onto the dueling platform. This time, he didn't challenge anyone else but the students of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Allow me. A student stood up. Remember Principal Zhang's words during the duel. As long as you fight according to the correct method, you won't lose, Zhu Jian hurriedly instructed. After watching so many duels, the student nodded and walked onto the dueling platform. With a mental preparation, it would be much easier for him to fight. In less than 2 rounds, Yi Jun had already found his flaws, and with a single palm strike, his entire body convulsed uncontrollably. It was hard to tell whether he was still alive or not. Principal Zhang's lecture sure is formidable, seeing that yet another person had cleared the examination and become a combat master, not to mention, even knocking out the examiner in charge of the examination. The students of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy felt a surge of confidence. If they were still doubtful of Principal Zhang's lecture previously, at this very moment, they were completely convinced by it, Zhu Jian, Zhu Shi, Zhao Chuan, and the others' fighting prowess. As fellow students of the same grade, they were well aware of how powerful they were. Under normal circumstances, putting aside combat masters, they wouldn't even be a match for the top 15 students of Xianxia Academy. Yet, all of them had managed to emerge victorious through the techniques that Principal Zhang had imparted to them. They had no choice but to acknowledge it. The heck? Are they on drugs or something? Looking at the two combat masters lying on the ground, Shui Qingfeng was on the verge of going insane. One of them was able to defeat a stronger opponent due to his talent, ability, and luck. If it was two of them, it would still be understandable, but four of them in a row? This was simply inexcusable. Ming Zhen's strength, dexterity, reflexes, and speed were all pitifully weak. Yet, as soon as he made a move, he was able to knock two of his combat masters to the ground. Were these fellows using hacks? Could it really be as they had said? Could an hour of lecture really produce such an effect? If that was really the case, the lecture was a little too frightening. President Zhang, your students, unable to hold himself back any longer, Shui Qingfeng turned to Xianxia and asked. Wu Tianxiong, Shen Pingchao, and Wu Ran also looked at Xianxia with glowing eyes. They were also dumbfounded at the moment, and they were also curious to know what was going on. Oh, I gave them an hour-long lecture earlier. It involved combat techniques, so they might have learned something, Xianxia nodded helplessly. But it's a pity that those fellows are using such superficial techniques. It really hurts my heart. He was indeed feeling pained. The lecture earlier had been too hasty. If he had given them another hour, they would have been able to reinforce their understanding of the battle, and they wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. Perhaps, the outcome would have been even better. You have comprehended something? Pained? Shui Qingfeng shuddered. The heck, this is just some comprehension. If you had comprehended all of them, wouldn't our combat master hall have been pummeled to death by your men? But now, 4 of them are lying on the ground. How am I supposed to continue with the examination? What the heck, no matter how I try, I will still lose. More importantly, pained. Pained your head, you have defeated all of my combat masters, but not a single one of your men has been injured. Pained your head, even if there will be pain, it should be me. Alright, end of the third watch. Final 9 hours, please continue requesting monthly votes. Is the Dean's class that amazing? Shui Qingfeng, Wu Tianxiong, and the others were not the only ones who were going crazy. Even Elder Mi, Zhao Bingxiu, and the others were flabbergasted. They were well aware of the strength of their students, and under normal circumstances, there was a good chance that they would be completely wiped out in the Grade 1 examination. Yet, 4 of them had actually managed to defeat 4 combat masters. Most importantly, only the weakest would be sent up. If the stronger ones were sent up, wouldn't all of them be able to pass? If that was the case, the other academies would have nothing to do with it. Just the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy alone had taken up all of the 100 candidates that the Combat Master Hall had to recruit. Although they knew in advance that the Dean's class was very good, they never dreamed that it would be this good. To be able to raise the fighting prowess of an ordinary cultivator to a level comparable to a combat master for an hour, this was a feat that couldn't even be described with the word overpowered. When the examination is over, I must look for them and have them copy down the contents of Principal Zhang's lecture word for word. Su Chongqing and the others made up their minds. To be able to make such a weak student become so powerful after listening to a lecture, just how powerful must the content of the lecture be? Just thinking about it made him excited. Without the impartation of heaven's will and soul depth enhancement, the effect of the copied words would be significantly weaker than listening to a lecture. Nevertheless, it was still a great source of inspiration for them. By Quan, Huang Tao, suppress your cultivation and continue the test. Shui Qingfeng gritted his teeth and continued issuing instructions. While Cosmos Bridge realm cultivators might not be able to suppress their cultivation, perfect harmonization realm cultivators should be able to do the trick, right? Yes. The 2 combat masters walked out from the formation. After suppressing his cultivation, Bai Quan was the first to jump onto the stage. This time, before he could even shout, the Hongyuan Academy area below the stage was already in chaos. Allow me. Let me do it. You're slightly stronger than me. There's still a chance next time. Let me try. What's there to try? I'll go first. If I can't beat him, then you go. Do you think I'm stupid? By the time you're done, this guy will probably be lying on the ground. You're older than me. Can't you be more courteous? Where did all the master-teacher etiquette he had learned over the years go? I'm young, and my cultivation is weak. Let me go. Everyone from Hongyuan University was so excited that their faces were flushed. The students of the other academies were afraid to hide when they saw the consolidation realm experts suppressing their cultivation, but they were all fighting to be the first, as if they had seen some kind of treasure and were afraid that it would be snatched away. Was there a need to be so exaggerated? So cruel? On the stage, Bai Quan's face twitched. He was so angry that he was about to cry. He was a combat master, a respected combat master. Not only was the other party not afraid of sparring with him, he even came over to challenge him to a duel, as if he was strolling through a market. This was intolerable. Fine, I'll let you be arrogant then. I'll beat you to death then, he roared, and his teeth clenched together. Who? Xianxia swore in his heart. Following which, a young man leaped onto the stage. He was still ranked last among the 20. He looked a little thin and weak. Seeing this guy jump up, everyone behind him was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have wasted his breath and charged straight at him. In the end, he succeeded, damn it. Seeing the disappointed looks on everyone's faces, Bai Quan flew into a rage and roared, "Come, use your ultimate move." Voila, amidst his roar, Bai Quan spread open his palm and thrust it downward. Using his full strength as a consonant spirit realm cultivator, he was at least 10% stronger than Xianxia. Bai Quan was indeed powerful, his reflexes were swift, and his moves were brilliant as well. However, the fellow before him seemed to be able to see through his flaws. After 2 moves, the other party found one of his flaws and sent a kick toward it. After that, there was nothing else. Bai Quan collapsed to the ground. Before he fainted, tears streamed down his cheeks. He was really a combat master. He was really here to take the examination. Yet, one of them was knocked unconscious. Why did it feel like they were in the midst of an examination, and the other party was the examiner? More importantly, they couldn't even withstand 3 moves from the other party. Leader, if this goes on, I fear that we won't even be able to finish the grade 1 examination. We'll all be lying on the ground. It doesn't matter if we fail the examination, but the reputation of our combat masters. Seeing that Bai Quan had been defeated as well, Shui Qingfeng was just about to send someone else up when Lu Qing stepped forward. Others might not know how bizarre President Zhang was, but he had experienced it for himself. To be able to defeat a half-saint cultivator like him with ease at the ethereal treading realm, how could his students possibly be ordinary? Shui Qingfeng rubbed his glabella in distress. The other party was right. If they were to continue on like this, there was a good chance that such a situation would occur. The reason they had come here was for the examination. If all of the combat masters in charge of the examination were to faint, how could they possibly continue with the examination? They wouldn't be able to account to their superiors at all. Besides, if they were to be knocked unconscious by the examiner, it would be embarrassing if word got out. Why don't we assess the candidates from the other 3 academies first and leave the examination to Hongyuan? Lu Qing suggested. That's the only way. After a moment of hesitation, Shui Qingfeng nodded. If they were to continue with the examination to Hongyuan, the number of combat masters on their side would only increase. Since that was the case, it would be better for them to assess the candidates from the other 3 academies first. Having made up his mind, Shui Qingfeng immediately made arrangements. Upon hearing that they would be assessed first, even though Wu Tianqiong, Shen Pingchao, and the others were displeased, they still eventually agreed to it. There was no other way around it. With the students from Hongyuan in such a state, it was impossible for them to continue with the examination. As such, the candidates from the other 3 academies were able to complete the examination much faster than those from Hongyuan. 8 hours later, all of the grade 1 to grade 5 candidates were done with the examination. As powerful as the 3 academies were, the combat masters from the Combat Master Hall were simply too powerful. Of the grade 1 to grade 5 candidates from Yunshu Academy, only 12 managed to clear the examination, a record low. Luoqing Master Teacher Academy only had 10, and Qingzhou Academy only had 8. The 3 academies had come confidently, but such a situation had occurred instead. This was something that they had never expected. Let's assess the master teachers from Hanyuan now. after assessing the candidates from the other 3 academies, Shui Qingfeng turned his attention to the candidates from Hanyuan. At this moment, Su Tai, Chen Zhu, and the others had already recovered from their stupor, and they began participating in the examination once more. Just like before, they were knocked unconscious by the Grade 1 candidates from Hanyuan as soon as they stepped onto the stage. With their previous experience of being knocked unconscious, they were much more adept at dealing with combat masters. At the very most, they would only need a single move to defeat the combat masters. This, seeing his subordinates lying on the ground one after another, Shui Qingfeng's face turned livid. He was at a complete loss as to what he should do. Even the Grade 1 candidates from Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy had yet to finish their examination, and there were still 80 candidates from the remaining 4 grades. If they were to continue with the examination, when would they ever reach the end? It was not as if the Combat Master Hall was here to be humiliated. To be knocked unconscious time and time again, it was truly embarrassing. President Zhang, if you continue on like this, there's no way you will be able to clear the examination. I have a suggestion. If you are able to do it, you can accept all of the candidates from your academies as combat masters, and the quota of 100 will be disregarded. If you are unable to do so, you will have to fight amongst yourselves to decide the remaining slots. Shui Qingfeng said after a moment of hesitation. Currently, 30 of the candidates from the 3 academies had cleared the examination, leaving only 70 candidates. If the other party was unable to clear the examination, they would have to deal with the remaining 70 candidates internally. However, if they were able to do so, they would be willing to accept all of the remaining 100 candidates. The quota of 100 candidates was given by the Combat Master Hall. It would be a blessing for the Combat Master Hall to recruit more geniuses. Combat Master Zhua, feel free to speak. Zhang Xian turned to look at Shui Qingfeng. Combat masters aren't just proficient in battle techniques. The Xianxia and strength they possess are also far superior to that of ordinary cultivators. This is the only way for them to coordinate with one another in a group battle and not become a burden to the others. Shui Qingfeng said. Wu Tianqiong, Shen Pingchao, and the others nodded in agreement. In truth, the combat masters were Mingshi Tang's army. The purpose of their existence was to fend off the otherworldly demonic tribe and eradicate all existences that posed a threat to mankind. Under normal circumstances, combat masters would be forced to work together in a group battle. No matter how high one's comprehension of battle techniques was, if one's Xianxia and strength were lacking, it would be easy for one to drag the others down in a group battle. I have a stone of true breath here, and I applied for it from the Combat Master Hall headquarters. You will have to return it to me after using it. As long as you strike it with your palm, it will be able to determine the level of your Xianxia and strength. Shui Qingfeng said. The students of the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy have reached a frightening level in their comprehension of battle techniques, allowing them to reach the very essence of their battle techniques. Under normal circumstances, as long as the number on the Stone of True Breath reaches 4, you will be qualified to become a combat master. As long as you can reach 2, which is half, you will be considered to have passed the examination. Under normal circumstances, combat masters had strict requirements on their Xianxia and physical body. However, the students of Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy were simply too bizarre. Mingxian's Xianxia was extremely weak, but he was still able to defeat experts of the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy. For a genius of his caliber, even if he were to report the matter to the Combat Master headquarters, they would surely relax their requirements for him. He had experienced something similar in the past. 2? Zhang Xian frowned. This was the first time he had heard of the Stone of True Breath, so he had no idea what 2 and 4 meant. Can I take a look at your Stone of True Breath? Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before asking. All right. Shui Qingfeng nodded. With a flick of his wrist, a stone tablet taller than an adult appeared before his eyes. The stone tablet was grayish-green in color, and it emanated a faint blue glow. With just a single glance, one would find themselves falling into a trance. Stone of True Breath. It's indeed this artifact. Incredible. Wu Tianqiong's eyes lit up. President Wu has seen this artifact before? Shen Pingchao couldn't help but ask. I haven't seen it before. I've only read about it in a book. It said that it can measure a person's Xianxia and strength. As long as one places their palm on it and exerts their Xianxia, a number will appear on it. If it exceeds 2, it means that one possesses some talent. If it exceeds 4, it means that one's fighting prowess far surpasses that of ordinary geniuses. President Wu nodded. Can anyone of different cultivation realms use it? Shen Pingqiao continued asking. Everyone's cultivation realm was different, and yet, it was able to detect it? Anyone can use it. This artifact only measures the purity of one's Xianxia and physical strength. It has nothing to do with one's cultivation, President Wu replied. While the duo was chatting, Xianxia had already walked up to the Stone of True Breath. After scanning the surroundings, he couldn't help but turn his gaze to Zhuo Qingfeng, and with glowing eyes, he asked, Combat Master Zhuo, can I give this artifact a try? Final 5 hours. Do you still have a chance? There will be an update at midnight. He didn't have the slightest understanding of the Stone of Destruction. Only by experimenting with it himself did he understand what 2 and 4 meant. Principal Zhang, you wish to give it a try? No, the faces of Elder Me and the others beneath the dueling platform paled. Unless Combat Master Zhuo didn't want the Stone of True Breath anymore, it would be best for him not to try it himself. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets. Seemingly having heard their thoughts, Zhuo Qingfeng chuckled softly. There's no need to trouble Principal Zhang. Chen Zhu, go over. Yes. Chen Zhu nodded. He walked up to the Stone of True Breath and placed his palm on it. In an instant, there was a flash of light, and a number appeared before everyone's eyes, 5. This means that Chen Zhu's Xianxia and strength have both exceeded the standard of 4. Zhuo Qingfeng explained. Let me give it a try. The defeated Luoqing Master Teacher Academy student, Zhang Qingshan, stepped forward and placed his palm on the Stone of True Breath as well. With a flash of light, a number appeared on the Stone of True Breath. 4, 5, even though it wasn't 5 yet, it had already exceeded the standard of 4. Let me take a look. Zhu Jian stepped forward and placed his palm on the Stone of True Breath as well. That's all I got? Zhang Xian's face twitched. Of the 20 candidates from Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, he was ranked 5th, which was already considered a very high ranking. Yet, this was all he could achieve. If that was the case, it would be difficult for him to even reach the standard of 2 for the next 15 candidates. From the looks of it, if not for Principal Zhang's guidance, it would have been impossible for them to become combat masters with their own strength. President Zhang should have some understanding of the Stone of True Breath by now, right? With the 3 of them experimenting with the Stone of True Breath, they were more or less done with it. Zhuo Qingfeng asked with a smile. Zhang Xian nodded with a deep frown on his forehead. He had seen Zhu Jian's strength earlier as well, and he was ranked at the forefront of the group. Yet, his score was only 2. 1. If he were to ask his students to test him, it was likely that less than half of them would be able to surpass 2. In other words, he would have to eliminate at least 50 of them. Combat Master Zhuo, can you give me 4 hours? I'll impart some knowledge to these students, and I'll come back 4 hours later to test their Stone of True Breath. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before replying. 4 hours? Zhuo Qingfeng was stunned. Martial arts and battle techniques could be improved in a short period of time, but Xianxia and strength required a long time to accumulate, 4 hours of teaching. What use would that be? There's no need for 4 hours. It's already dark. How about this, I'll give you 1 night. Come back tomorrow morning for the test. Zhuo Qingfeng hesitated for a moment before replying. Just the selection of the 3 academies alone took 8 hours. By now, the sky was already dark. In any case, they could just select the combat masters within 3 days, so there was no need for them to rush out today. Thank you, Combat Master Zhuo. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Regardless of whether it was the physical body or Xianxia of these students, they were still extremely weak. If they were given an entire night to study and teach, they would definitely be able to undergo a complete transformation. It's nothing much. It's all for the sake of the combat master selection, Zhuo Qingfeng replied with a smile. Elder Zhao and Elder Me, the 2 of you will entertain the 3 principals, Combat Master Zhuo, and the others while I tutor those fellows. Zhang Xian instructed with a smile before leading the group to the main hall of the Elder Hall. The main hall of the Elder Hall was equipped with an isolation formation and a powerful spirit-gathering formation. More importantly, it was extremely spacious to accommodate 100 people at once. After Xianxia left, Elder Mi and the others arranged a banquet for President Wu and the others before settling down. Arriving at the main hall of the Elder Hall, Xianxia first set up the spirit-gathering formation to increase its prowess before taking out 500 high-tier spirit stones and placing them in the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the main hall was filled with concentrated spiritual energy. Sensing the liquid-like spiritual energy, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It was difficult for others to raise the strength of their physical body and Xianxia, but it wasn't difficult for him at all. After gathering so many physical body cultivation technique manuals from the Master Teacher Academy, the first 4 incandescents of the quintuple incandescence golden body had already evolved into a Heaven's Path divine art. Even without any artifacts, he could still cultivate it easily. As for Xianxia, even if they couldn't cultivate the Heaven's Path Xianxia, the simplified version was still very easy for them to comprehend. As long as he gave them some pointers, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to temper their Xianxia. You only have a single night. How much you can learn will depend on your own wits and capability. After settling everyone down, Xianxia scanned the surroundings before speaking with a clear voice. Now, I will impart a physical body cultivation technique, the quintuple incandescence golden body. His voice was infused with the impartation of heaven's will, and all of the students subconsciously drove their Xianxia according to his instructions. Wu Yangzi's quintuple incandescence golden body was extremely complicated. Even the top 20 students of each grade would require several decades of effort to master it. However, after Xianxia modified it using the Heaven's Path divine art, it was no longer the case. Immersed in their cultivation, the student's physical body grew stronger and stronger. In the residence gifted to him by King Huaiyang, Xingyang stretched his back lazily as he walked out of his room. After an entire day of cultivation, he had fully digested the content that his teacher had imparted to him, and his fighting prowess had improved significantly. I heard that the Combat Master Hall selection is taking place today. Let's head over to take a look. Exhaling deeply, Xingyang recalled this matter, and his eyes lit up. Every single one of the legendary combat masters possessed astounding strength, and he wanted to see just how powerful they were. Without greeting Wang Ying and the others, Xianxia walked toward the academy with widened strides. Not too long later, he arrived at the academy. At this moment, the sky was already dark, and the banquet had already come to an end. Students were walking around the academy in 2s and 3s, and they seemed exceptionally excited. In terms of the combat master selection, the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy had always been lagging far behind the 3 great Master Teacher Academies. However, after the inauguration of the new principal, the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy had completely overturned the norm and crushed the Combat Master Hall into submission. This made them feel an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Xingyang roughly understood what had happened during the day, and he chuckled softly. Having followed his teacher all this while, he knew very well what kind of astounding capabilities his teacher wielded despite his young age. Putting aside defeating the weakest candidates of the Combat Master Hall, it wouldn't be surprising if he were to train a group of people and defeat the entire Combat Master Hall. Xianxia and physical strength are accumulated over a long period of time. That President Zhang actually thinks that he can raise his Xianxia cultivation just by lecturing for an entire night. He is truly overestimating himself. Indeed. In order to raise the purity of our Xianxia and physical strength, do you know how much suffering we have to go through? In fact, we even had to endure the roasting of the Phoenix Flame Saint Beast. But even so, we only managed to raise our Xianxia and physical strength a little. Just because he succeeded in lecturing on a battle technique, he thinks that he is an extraordinary figure. Just wait and see how he makes a fool of himself tomorrow. Walking along the streets, a few discussions sounded in Xianxia's ears. Raising his gaze, he saw a few young men dressed in bizarre master teacher robes walking along the streets with mocking smiles on their faces. Today, the students of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy had embarrassed their Combat Master Hall. No matter who it was, they couldn't help but feel indignant. It was one thing for President Zhang to lecture on battle techniques and physical strength within a short period of time, but to think that he would actually try to raise the purity of his Xianxia and physical strength within a short period of time. Was he dreaming? Those two aspects were the foundation of a cultivator's strength. If it was that easy to raise their cultivation, the combat master Hall wouldn't have had to spend so much effort cultivating. Friends, please hold on for a moment. Hearing the ridicule directed at his teacher, Xingyang couldn't help but frown. He raised his hand and blocked the group's path. What's the matter? The group of young men frowned. It's nothing much. It's just that I heard that the members of the Combat Master Hall possess formidable fighting prowess. Since I have nothing better to do, I would like to test your strength to see if it is as fearsome as the rumors say. Xingyang said impassively. You know that we are from the Combat Master Hall, but you still dare to stand in our way? You are courting death. Where did this wild brat come from? Are you tired of living? The group of young men was already in a bad mood from the start. Seeing that a 16 to 17-year-old young man actually dared to stand in their way and test their strength, they immediately flew into a rage. No matter where they went, they would be respected and revered by the masses. Yet, when they arrived at the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, not only were they knocked out one after another, even a young man in his teens dared to act so arrogantly. How could they possibly tolerate it? You will know whether I am courting death or not after giving it a try. Instead of getting angry, Xingyang chuckled softly as a spear appeared in his hand. He flicked it across the air, and a frightening aura burst forth from it. Since you wish to cause trouble, don't blame us for not going easy on you. Seeing Xianxia taking out his weapon, the faces of the combat masters darkened. One of them stepped forward. This young man was an ethereal treading realm pinnacle cultivator, and he specialized in assessing grade 4 students. Back then, during the examination of the 3 great master teacher academies, he had displayed his prowess, forcing countless geniuses to raise their hands and admit defeat. His strength was truly frightening. He could tell that Xingyang was only at Chrysalis Realm primary stage, so he intended to give it a try. As a combat master, he was capable of challenging those of a higher cultivation realm than him. Given that the other party was only a cultivation realm lower than him, it should be a walk in the park for him to defeat the other party. Make your move. I can allow you to make 3 moves first. The young man said calmly as he whipped out his weapon. He exuded a powerful aura of confidence. Allow me to make 3 moves first? There's no need for that. I will suppress my cultivation to your level. Seeing that the other party still hadn't figured out what was going on, Xingyang shook his head and drove his Xianxia. With a crisp sound, his cultivation was suppressed to ethereal treading realm pinnacle. Since you wish to make things difficult for yourself, I won't go easy on you. Seeing how this young man who had appeared out of nowhere dared to suppress his cultivation to fight with him, the young man sneered coldly. He abruptly swung the weapon in his hand, and an incomparably powerful might burst forth from it. Even though his cultivation was only at ethereal treading realm pinnacle, the might of this move was something that even a Chrysalis Realm pinnacle cultivator would not dare to face head-on. Humph. Facing such an attack, Xingyang chuckled softly. Instead of retreating, he flicked the spear in his hand and thrust it forward. Pung! The spear collided with the other party's weapon, and in that instant, the young man was sent flying. Lying on the ground, he spurted large mouthfuls of blood. This is the beginning of the month, and I hope that you will be able to secure your monthly votes. There will be a yearly summary later on. What? Xichen was defeated? Despite being in the same cultivation realm, he was severely injured in a single move? Furthermore, it wasn't a technique. The other party relied on his physical strength and Xianxia. Seeing how the young man was defeated in a single move, the crowd, who had been looking down on him a moment ago, immediately clenched their fists grimly. Initially, they didn't think too much of a 16 or 17-year-old young man. While the other party's cultivation realm wasn't too low, it was highly likely that he was just a spoiled brat who had consumed pills and whatnot. As such, they didn't think much of the other party's challenge. But at this moment, seeing their companion, the invincible Xichen, being sent flying with a single spear strike from the other party, they were dumbfounded. Weren't they combat masters supposed to be invincible existences no matter where they went? Why were they not a match for the candidates selected from the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, and even a random young man whom they met on the streets? More importantly, the other party was different from the candidates from the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Instead of relying on combat techniques to find their weaknesses, it was a clash of Xianxia and physical strength. In other words, in a head-on clash, regardless of whether it was in terms of strength, Xianxia, or reflexes, the other party was superior to them. Damn it, Chen, who had been severely injured in a single strike, clapped his hands together and stood up from the ground. He looked at the young man not far away once again as he gnashed his teeth. It was one thing for him to be humiliated by the candidates during the day, but who could have thought that he would be humiliated by a young man in his teens at night? This was intolerable. Ignoring the objections of the crowd, Chen charged forward and brandished the weapon in his hand. Driving his Xianxia, he exerted the most violent might in his body in the blink of an eye. Hong long long, the air in the surroundings was immediately torn apart. Even though he was only at ethereal treading realm, even chrysalis realm cultivators would find it hard to withstand his full strength. Humph. Seeing that the other party had flown into a rage out of humiliation, Xingyang straightened his back and stood firmly on the spot. Harumphing coldly, he thrust his spear forward once more. A brilliant surge of spear chi shot forth like a dragon, appearing right before Chen's eyes in the blink of an eye. This is impossible. Chen's face warped in shock. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. He felt a stifling sensation in his chest as he was struck by the other party's spear once more. Puff, in the air, blood spurted out of his mouth. In just one move, he was heavily injured. You are no match for him. Is there anyone stronger than me? Paying no heed to the injured Chen, Xingyang's eyebrows shot up as he turned his attention to the remaining combat masters. Let me, seeing that the young man had defeated their companion with a single move, the crowd no longer dared to look down on him. Grim expressions appeared on their faces, and a young man stepped forward. This person possessed a cultivation of chrysalis realm pinnacle, and he was in charge of assessing the grade 5 candidates. His weapon of choice was a spear, and he had once challenged the candidates of the 3 great master teacher academies with a single spear. I will suppress my cultivation to fight you. The young man's eyebrows shot up as he harumphed coldly. Suppress my cultivation? No need. Use your full strength to attack me. Xingyang waved his hand and did not speak any nonsense. He raised the spear in his hand again, and in the blink of an eye, a spear light shot out. Arrogant, seeing that the other party had made a move without giving him any time to suppress his cultivation, the young man's face darkened as he raised his spear to meet the other party's attack. His weapon was a spear as well, and having immersed himself in it for many years, he had already reached the level of spearman union. As soon as he launched his attack, countless afterimages of his spear formed an impenetrable curtain that sealed off the surroundings. Impressive spear art. Xiao is going all out. Even our leader is full of praises for his spear art. That fellow is bound to lose, to dare cause trouble with a mere chrysalis realm primary stage cultivator. How arrogant. Seeing the young man execute his spear art, the combat masters heaved a sigh of relief. They knew the strength of their companion very well. Even half-saint experts would have to retreat before his spear art. Given that the fellow before them was only a chrysalis realm primary stage cultivator, it was hard to say whether he would be able to withstand a single blow or not. Pung, just as the crowd was looking forward to seeing how Xiao would be defeated and pummeled, the chrysalis realm pinnacle combat master Xiao suddenly let out a stifled roar and was sent flying. Just like Chen, he collapsed to the ground and spurted blood furiously from his mouth. How is this possible? Xiao lost? And in a single move at that? Narrowing their eyes in shock, the faces of the crowd warped in shock. If the other party had been able to defeat Chen due to his superior strength, he would have been able to defeat the latter even if he suppressed his cultivation, but now, despite being weaker than Xiao, he was still able to severely injure the latter with ease. How in the world did he do it? Xiao, a few young men hurriedly rushed forward and helped his companion up. But when they saw the look of horror in his eyes, they were filled with disbelief. Are you all right? They asked anxiously. Hurry up and inform our leader. I am no match for him. Xiao struggled to his feet with gritted teeth. Yes, glancing at Xingyang, they knew that if even Xiao was no match for the other party, there was no way they would be a match for him. Thus, gritting their teeth, they turned around and left. In the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, the residence of the Combat Master Hall was clean and spacious. This was a place that Elder Mi and the others had specially prepared for them, hoping that they would be able to live in peace here. In the spacious lounge, Zhuo Qingfeng was seated, and opposite him were Wu Tianqiong, Shen Pingchao, and Wu Ran. Since the banquet had just ended, they had come over to seek Zhuo Qingfeng's guidance on their cultivation, and after a brief conversation, they were stunned. As expected of a 100-man commander of the Combat Master Hall, his understanding of cultivation and cultivation techniques far surpassed that of even the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. If Zhuo Qingfeng were to make a move, how fearsome would he be? Even if he were to suppress his cultivation, he would still be able to defeat opponents far stronger than him. Cultivation is all about the heart. As long as one's heart is sincere, one will grow stronger and stronger. Zhuo Qingfeng chuckled. We combat masters are different from you ordinary master teachers. Our hearts are completely focused on combat, and you have to divide your attention between supporting occupations and imparting knowledge to others. It's only natural that you would be weaker than us. Indeed. Wu Tianqiong and the others nodded in agreement. The reason why combat masters were so powerful was because they placed all of their focus on combat. On the other hand, ordinary master teachers still had to impart knowledge to others, study their supporting occupations, and attend to all kinds of social engagements. If one's mind was divided, it was impossible for one to be as powerful as one who was focused on combat. They were the principals of the 4 great master teacher academies, and they possessed superior cultivation techniques as well. However, in terms of fighting prowess, they were still a far cry from matching up to Zhuo Qingfeng. Even a master teacher couldn't possibly be proficient in everything. Combat Master Zhuo, do you think that President Zhang's lecture tonight will help your students improve? Wu Tianqiong suddenly recalled a matter and asked. In his opinion, it was an extremely difficult task for President Zhang to raise the Xianxia cultivation and strength of his students during a lecture. However, he was still interested in asking Zhuo Qingfeng about it. Under normal circumstances, it should be impossible. However, there's something a little bizarre about this President Zhang. Zhuo Qingfeng frowned. If it had been anyone else, he would have been certain that it would be a pipe dream for one to raise the Xianxia cultivation and strength of one's students in a single night. However, he wasn't confident in President Zhang's ability. With just an hour of guidance, the other party was able to raise his students' understanding of battle techniques to a level that even his own combat masters couldn't match up to. I'm not too sure either. Wu Tianqiong shook his head. Their understanding of President Zhang was far greater than Zhuo Shi's, and they had seen the disparity between their students before his lecture. As such, there were many things that couldn't be measured using common sense. Actually, there's no need for you to be so conflicted. You'll know tomorrow, Zhuo Qingfeng chuckled softly. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a young man suddenly rushed into the room. It was the Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle Combat Master Huang Tao. As soon as Huang Tao entered the room, he immediately shouted, "Leader, bad news." Zhuo Qingfeng frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" "While we were out for a stroll earlier, we encountered a 17-year-old young man who challenged us to a duel. In the end, none of us were a match for him at the same cultivation realm, and we were all defeated." Huang Tao swiftly recounted the events that had transpired earlier. "None of you were a match for a 16 or 17-year-old young man?" Zhuo Qingfeng looked as if he had heard a joke. What were they? Combat masters. They were the strongest existences in their respective cultivation realms, and yet, they were defeated by a 16 or 17-year-old young man. Was this for real? That's right. The other party is only at Chrysalis Realm primary stage. Qi Xiao exerted his full strength, but he was still sent flying with a single spear strike and sustained severe injuries, Huang Tao said. A Chrysalis Realm primary stage cultivator defeated the Chrysalis Realm pinnacle Qi Xiao? How is that possible? Zhuo Qingfeng widened his eyes in shock. If their combat masters were of the same cultivation realm, the only reason why their subordinates had lost was due to their lack of skill. Yet, the other party was actually able to defeat them despite their cultivation realm. That's right. Huang Tao nodded. Where did he come from? Is he a master teacher from the academy? Zhuo Qingfeng asked. I don't know either. While we were walking, he suddenly stopped us and said that the combat masters are stronger than us, and he wanted to challenge us to a duel. First, he suppressed his cultivation to a duel with Ji Chen, and Ji Chen was defeated on the spot. After which, Qi Xiao was no match for him either. Huang Tao explained. Since he's able to walk freely in the academy, he must be from the academy. Let's head over to take a look. Not expecting two of his subordinates to be defeated one after another, Shui Qingfeng's face darkened, and he stood up. Wu Tianqiong, Shen Pingchao, and the others glanced at one another before standing up and following behind Shui Qingfeng. Before the group could even reach the entrance of the residence, they had already heard a series of cries of agony. Following which, they saw the combat masters who had conducted the selection for the three master teacher academies earlier lying on the ground with blood spurting from their mouths. A 16 to 17-year-old young man was standing proudly on the spot with a spear in his hand, reminiscent of an undefeatable god of war. Even though you suppressed your cultivation, you were still unable to withstand a single blow from those of the same cultivation realm. Are you the legendary combat masters? Upon seeing Shui Qingfeng, the young man raised his eyebrows and chuckled lightly. Ignorant fools. What did you say? Hearing those words, the combat masters behind Shui Qingfeng immediately flew into a rage. Even Wu Tianqiong, Shen Pingchao, and the others were dumbfounded. To think that such powerful combat masters would be thrashed and mocked. Even though they were witnessing it with their own eyes, they still couldn't help but feel as if they were dreaming. I was wondering how formidable combat masters would be, but it seems like they are only SOSO. Holding his spear in one hand and the other behind his back, Xingyang said nonchalantly. He had long heard of the combat master occupation, and he had thought that it would be a formidable one. However, he was still a little disappointed to see it for himself. How arrogant. Seeing how this fellow who had popped out of nowhere was so brazen and arrogant, Wusu stepped forward and bellowed, "Do you dare to have a duel with me?" At this moment, Wusu had already reached half-saint. Even though he was only at primary stage, his cultivation was still as vast as a river. Most half-saint pinnacle cultivators would find it hard to stand against him. Why wouldn't I dare? Zheng. Yang raised his spear as if it had come to life. Very well, I will suppress my cultivation and have a duel with you. Wusu nodded and took out his sword. A ray of sword chi swam around him like a snake. Over the past 3 months, not only had his cultivation advanced, his comprehension of swordsmanship had also deepened significantly. Compared to back when he was at the Scarlet Firefly Fruit Valley, he was far stronger than before. There's no need for that. It's just a half-saint primary stage cultivator. Watch me defeat him with a single spear strike. With a light chuckle, Xingyang took a step forward, and the ground beneath his feet seemed to have shortened by half. With a single step, he arrived before Wusu and thrust his spear forward. You are courting death. Seeing how the other party was intending to clash with him head-on, Wusu's face darkened. No matter what, he was a half-saint combat master, and he was invincible among those of the same cultivation realm. If his cultivation was weak, it would be difficult for him to defeat him through trickery. Facing him head-on was no different from courting death. Harumphing coldly, Wusu's sword pierced straight toward the other party's spear. At the same time, Zhenqi gushed forth from his body as if a dam had burst. Since the other party dared to clash with him head-on, he would make the other party understand how laughable his actions were. Pung, the long sword and the long spear collided. Just as Wusu was thinking that the other party would not be able to withstand his powerful Zhenqi and be crushed on the spot, he suddenly felt an even more powerful surge of energy gushing toward him. The river of true qi in his body seemed to have encountered a tsunami. They were not on the same level at all. Dang 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 dang, with a reddened face, Wusu staggered back 8 steps. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Just in terms of Zhenqi and physical strength, he is actually stronger than Wusu, who is a realm higher than him. How in the world did that fellow cultivate? Shui Qingfeng and the others also widened their eyes in shock. Combat masters, be it in terms of physical body or Zhenqi cultivation, were the cream of the crop amongst their peers. Yet, this 16 or 17-year-old young man was actually able to force Wusu back despite his cultivation realm. Wasn't this a little too fearsome? Let's continue. After repelling Wusu, Xingyang let out a long roar and charged forward once more. At the same time, Zhang Xian tapped his spear lightly, sealing off all possible routes of retreat for Wusu. What a fast spear technique, what a profound battle technique, Shui Qingfeng narrowed his eyes in astonishment. If the other party had only relied on brute force, there would have been nothing for him to be afraid of. After all, strength wasn't the key to victory in a battle. Take the duel earlier in the day for example. None of the students from Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy possessed powerful physical strength, but none of his combat masters were a match for them. Brute force could be made up for with battle technique, and by finding the other party's weakness, he would be able to defeat him. He had thought that Wusu would stand a chance, but who could have known that the other party's comprehension of combat and control over his moves would be just as formidable. It was clear that the other party had seen through the flaws in Wusu's moves, so he swiftly sealed off the area around him. This way, no matter how powerful his battle technique was, he wouldn't be able to execute it. Brute force and deep comprehension of battle techniques. Where in the world did this fellow come from? This was too fearsome. Pung 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 pung. While Xianxia's thoughts were running wild, Wusu was already in a perilous situation. He was forced to retreat several steps, and eventually, unable to withstand the pressure any longer, his sword flew out of his hand. It flipped several times in the air before stabbing into the ground a dozen meters away. At the same time, he staggered and fell to the ground. The young man's spear was pressed against his neck, and a bone-chilling sensation seemed as if it would pierce through his throat at any moment. I have lost. Wusu's body stiffened. He had thought that there would be very few people who would be a match for him after his breakthrough to half-saint, but who could have thought that he would be defeated so easily by a Chrysalis Realm primary stage young man? Formidable. I'll have a duel with you. Seeing that his good friend had lost so thoroughly, Lu Qing couldn't hold himself back any longer and stepped forward. Lu Qing, you aren't a match for me. Shui Qingfeng shook his head. With his eye of discernment, he could easily tell how fearsome the young man was. Xinqi, strength, speed, comprehension of battle techniques, and comprehension of battle techniques. There wasn't a single flaw in the other party's performance. Even though Lu Qing had achieved a breakthrough to half-saint long ago, making him the strongest of his group, he was still a far cry from matching up to the other party. Leader. Lu Qing panicked. The other party had already come to their doorstep and humiliated them. If they didn't teach the other party a lesson, how could they face the world in the future? Let me do it myself. Shaking his head, Shui Qingfeng stepped forward and looked at Jingyang. I won't bully you. I'll suppress my cultivation to the same level as yours. Hula. After saying those words, Shui Qingfeng's aura began to shrink, lowering from Saint Tu Dan to Chrysalis Realm primary stage. Even though his cultivation had been suppressed, his comprehension of battle techniques, combat experience, and reflexes were still the same. It could be said that even at Chrysalis Realm primary stage, his fighting prowess was far more fearsome than the half-saint Lu Qing. Let's begin. Xingyang nodded. Without any hesitation, he raised his spear, and in an instant, it was as if he had become one with the spear. This was the highest realm of spearman union, spearman as one. With a grim expression, Shui Qingfeng whipped out a sword and pointed it at Zhang Xian. Who, knowing that the other party was formidable, Shui Qingfeng made the first move. His footsteps were extremely complex, as if he was using some kind of unique movement technique. Even though he was already right before Zhang Xian, if he were to attack, he would realize that he was standing too far away from Shui Qingfeng. It's a kind of formation. Combat Master Xue has fused his movement technique with the formation, and the process of him advancing forward is also the process of setting up the formation. Wu Tianqiong narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Even though combat masters didn't comprehend their supporting occupations, they were still able to utilize their supporting occupations in battle to raise their fighting prowess. Take the move that Shui Qingfeng was executing for example. By fusing his movement technique with the formation, he would be able to confuse his opponent, thus making it impossible for him to accurately determine where he was heading. This move is indeed fearsome. Even I am unable to deal with it, so I can only avoid it for the time being. Let's see how that young man deals with it. Shen Pingqiao nodded in agreement. Combat Master Xue's move was extremely bizarre. Even without suppressing his cultivation, it would still be difficult for him to fathom it. If the other party, a Chrysalis Realm cultivator, were to make a mistake, he would be defeated on the spot. Humph. Seeing through Shui Qingfeng's intentions, Jingyang harumphed coldly. Instead of dodging, he abruptly thrust his spear toward the ground. Voila! A brilliant surge of spear chi burst forth, and a massive fissure of several dozen meters long immediately appeared on the ground. At the same time, he flicked his spear upward, sending rocks flying in the air. Using rocks to break a formation? Incredible! Upon seeing this sight, Wu Tianqiong's eyes lit up in agitation. He was still wondering how the other party would deal with it when he saw this move, and his heart immediately leaped in agitation. Shui Qingfeng had used his legs to set up a formation, making his movements difficult to discern, making him even more fearsome than phantoms. Instead of attacking, the other party stabbed his spear toward the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise into the air. Regardless of what kind of formation or leg technique it was, as long as the dust could fall onto the ground, it would be real. If it couldn't, it would be fake. In other words, the other party had managed to overcome his leg technique in a single move. Hula, amidst the exclamation, the young man had already determined combat master Shui's position. His spear pierced through the air, heading straight for Shui Qingfeng. Humph! Seeing how the other party was able to overcome his leg technique so swiftly, Shui Qingfeng's face darkened. He raised his sword and thrust it forward. Ding ding ding, the sword chi collided with the spear tip. Shui Qingfeng felt a stifling sensation in his chest, and he was forced to retreat several steps in shock. Despite being at the same cultivation realm, the strength of his Xianxia was actually far beneath that of the other party. This was especially so for the purity of his Xianxia. The difference was like the difference between clouds and mud. To be able to groom a 17-year-old young man to such an extent, just how formidable must his teacher be? Hua hua hua. Shui Qingfeng brandished his sword several times before he managed to neutralize the momentum of the other party's attack. Then, he charged forward once more. However, the other party seemed to have noticed the flaws in his attacks, and his spear was relentless. After 8 consecutive spear strikes, Shui Qingfeng's face had already turned pale, and his breathing had already become ragged. The other party's Xianxia was simply too powerful, such that he was unable to withstand it at all. If not for his Saint Tu Dan cultivation, granting him superior reflexes and agility, he would have been severely injured by now. Stop. There's no need to continue fighting anymore. I'm not a match for you. Shui Qingfeng leaped backward and left the battlefield. He waved his hand to the young man before him. As much as he hated to admit it, there was no denying the fact. Even if he were to make a move himself, he wouldn't be a match for the young man before him. Be it in terms of comprehension of battle techniques, combat experience, or even strength, the other party was more than twice as strong as he was. If such an expert were to enter the combat master hall, he would at least become a 1,000-man commander or even a vice-commander. To think that there would be such a genius here. You are a student of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy as well? May I know who your teacher is? Are you interested in joining our combat master hall? Shui Qingfeng couldn't help but ask. I am not a student of Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Keeping his spear, Xingyang placed his hands behind his back and gazed at Shui Qingfeng impassively. However, my teacher is Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian? You are President Zhang's student? Wu Tianqiong exclaimed in astonishment. Due to his agitation, his voice was a little shrill. Wu Ran and Shen Pingqiao were also dumbfounded, and their bodies stiffened in fear. Wasn't President Zhang only a half-saint as well? His student had already reached Chrysalis realm, and on top of that, even 100-men commander of the combat master hall was no match for him. It was laughable that they had thought that President Zhang was only capable of imparting battle techniques, and that his grasp of Xianxia and strength was lacking. Only at this moment did they realize how ridiculous that thought was. How could a person who could groom such a talented student be any ordinary person? It's no wonder he was able to solve the problem that Kongsher left behind. It seems like President Zhang isn't just fearsome in terms of his supporting occupations, his combat prowess isn't simple either. Wu Ran was astonished. From what he had seen earlier, he knew that he wouldn't be a match for Xingyang even if they were at the same cultivation realm. If even his student was no match for him, wouldn't his teacher be even stronger? Shui Qingfeng shared the same thoughts as well, and he couldn't help but ask, does that mean that President Zhang is even stronger than you? Compared to my teacher, I am like a firefly standing before the blazing sun, a raindrop standing before the ocean. It's not worth mentioning at all. Speaking of his teacher, Xingyang replied respectfully. In my entire life, I only hope to reach a 10,000th of my teacher, and I will be satisfied. This, Shui Qingfeng's body stiffened. To be unable to match up to a 10,000th of Xianxia. President Zhang was way too formidable. The more Shui Qingfeng thought about the matter, the more agitated he became. Are you willing to join our combat master hall and become a combat master? I am not a master teacher, so how can I possibly become a combat master? Xingyang shook his head. Combat masters were only chosen by master teachers. He wasn't even a master teacher, so naturally, he wasn't qualified to become one. Combat masters are considered as members of the master teachers, but the examination is different from that of a master teacher. As long as you are strong enough, you can easily become a member of the master teachers. Shui Qingfeng said anxiously. You are invincible among your peers, and even I am no match for you. It shouldn't be too difficult for you to clear the examination. You mean that I can become a combat master? Xingyang was taken aback. Of course. Shui Qingfeng nodded. As long as you become a combat master, given your talent, you will surely be able to receive the best treatment in the master teacher continent. You might even become a 1,000-man commander, vice commander, or even a commander. Combat masters could be divided into centurions, chiliarchs, vice commanders, commanders, and so on. He was a centurion. On top of that, the resources of the Combat Master Hall are far greater than those of the Qingyuan conferred empire. If you can join the Combat Master Hall, you won't have to worry about resources anymore, Shui Qingfeng said anxiously. The young man before him had already reached the level of a 100-man commander, and this was even before he had gone to the Combat Master Hall to train. If he were to go to the Combat Master Hall, he would surely become the trump card of the Combat Master Hall, and it would only be a matter of time before he became stronger. Such a genius must not be allowed to leave. Besides, President Zhang is a master teacher. Only by becoming a combat master will he be able to follow in his footsteps. Otherwise, if he were to remain as a mere fighter, his reputation would be tarnished. Shui Qingfeng could see the respect Xianxia had for his teacher. Xingyang was silent. Indeed. His teacher was advancing too quickly. Not only was he a master teacher, he was also the principal of the Master Teacher Academy. As his standing rose higher and higher, it was only a matter of time before the gap between them widened. This was especially so for Xiaoya, Yuan Tao, and Lu Chong, who had already left to seek their own fortuitous encounters. Once they returned, they would surely be stronger than them. As a student of his teacher, he didn't want to fall behind. Alright, I am willing to join the Combat Master Hall. How do I take the examination? Without hesitating for too long, Xingyang nodded in agreement. Given your strength, I am not qualified to take the examination. Furthermore, you aren't a master teacher, so the examination will be slightly more complicated. Alright, I'll send a message to the Combat Master Hall right now and have them send a vice commander over to conduct the examination. If nothing goes wrong, he should be able to arrive within 3 days. Shui Qingfeng said anxiously. Combat masters were a subdivision of master teachers. While it was possible for those who were strong to join the Combat Master Hall, the examination would be more troublesome. Given Shui Qingfeng's standing, he wasn't qualified yet. Thus, he could only report the matter to the higher-ups and have them send someone over. Alright, I'll be waiting for your examination in 3 days. However, I won't be the only one participating in the examination, Xingyang said. You won't be the only one participating in the examination? Shui Qingfeng asked doubtfully. I have a senior, a junior, and a junior who aren't beneath me, perhaps even stronger than me. I hope that they will be able to take the examination as well. Xingyang nodded. He had come alone today, but if Wang Ying, Lu Yang, and his teacher's new disciple, Wei Ruyan, were to learn that they were qualified to become combat masters, they would surely come to take the examination as well. Since that was the case, he might as well give them a heads up first. Stronger than you? Shui Qingfeng's lips twitched in astonishment. He had thought that the reason why the young man before him was able to defeat opponents stronger than him was due to his incredible talent. It would already be a blessing for a master teacher to take in even a single person of his caliber in their lifetime. Judging from the young man's tone, it seemed like President Zhang didn't just take him in, he had a whole bunch of them as well. This was too incredible. Alright, I'll agree to it. How could Shui Qingfeng possibly turn down such a request? Thus, he hurriedly nodded. Hearing the other party's agreement, Xingyang heaved a sigh of relief. Sheathing his spear, he turned around and walked out. The reason he had come to the academy was to witness the prowess of the combat masters, but to be honest, he was still a little disappointed. School heads, I won't be accompanying you any longer. Farewell. Knowing that the young man before him was President Zhang's student, Shui Qingfeng calmed down and clasped his fist toward Wu Tianxiong and the others. Farewell. Knowing that Shui Qingfeng was asking them to leave, the three school heads turned around and left. Shortly after the group left, Shui Qingfeng took out his communication jade token and reported everything that had happened that day in detail. Who, oblivious to the fact that his student had already run to the residence of the combat masters, wreaked havoc, and defeated all of them, Xianxia had finally finished imparting the Xianxia gathering method and the cultivation method of the quintuple incandescence golden body to them. Looking at the crowd cultivating, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Through his impartation of heaven's will, his students had benefited greatly from it, and coupled with the high-tier spirit stones, their fighting prowess had improved significantly. Even though it had only been a short night, their fighting prowess had risen by more than twofold. If only I could spend 3 days to reinforce their foundations, they would surely grow even stronger. Xianxia shook his head. While the content he had imparted was simple, it was aligned with the essence of the world, making it difficult for them to grasp it. It was only due to the exceptional talent of these 100 students that they were able to learn and comprehend so much so quickly. Otherwise, even if they were to lecture for 3 days and 3 nights, they still wouldn't be able to make such a huge improvement. While it was said that education was impartial, there was still a huge difference between those who were talented and those who weren't. For these students to be able to stand out in the Master Teacher Academy and become the top 20 of their respective grades, their talent was unimaginable. Despite their talent, they had only managed to comprehend a little of it after an entire night of lecture. After the lecture was over, all of the students finally awoke from their trance. Even though they had no idea how powerful they had become, they could still feel the powerful and violent energy flowing through their bodies. And all of this energy was bestowed upon them by the person before them. Teacher. The 100 students knelt to the floor as they looked at Xianxia respectfully and reverently. Regardless of whether the other party accepted them or not, their relationship as a teacher and a student was irrevocable. All right. From today onward, you will all be my students. After having imparted so much knowledge to them, even if they weren't his direct disciples, it was more than enough for him to accept them as his students. Thus, Xianxia nodded. Yes, the crowd replied. Fearing that they would be nervous, Xianxia consoled, it's already daybreak, and the examination in the Combat Master Hall will be starting soon. As long as you give it your all, you should be able to clear it. The crowd nodded in agreement. Walking out of the room, they saw that it was already daybreak. The warm sunlight shone on their bodies, making them feel extremely comfortable. It was already June, and summer had arrived. Even though the morning sun wasn't scorching, it wasn't as cold as it used to be. The crowd walked up to the sparring ring, and the area was already packed with people. Due to the ferment of the incident yesterday in Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, the entire Hongyuan city had heard of it. This time even Emperor Yu Shenqing and the others had come to witness the history of the academy. How do you feel after a night of cultivation? But before he could even reach them, a young man walked over and looked at Chu Jian with a bright smile. He was the champion of the Luoqing Master Teacher Academy, Zhang Qingshan. He had cleared the examination and become a member of the Combat Master Hall. Hearing his words, the others were also filled with curiosity. Just an hour's lecture had allowed them to undergo a complete transformation. Who knew what level they would reach after a night of cultivation? I'm not too sure either. Zhu Jian shook his head. He wasn't trying to be humble but stating the truth. After a night of cultivation, he felt that the Zhenqi in his body had become purer and denser, and his physical body had grown significantly stronger as well. As for what realm he had reached, he wasn't too sure. How about this? I'll exchange a punch with you, and we'll only use our physical strength and Zhenqi. We're not allowed to use any techniques. That way, I'll be able to tell whether you have improved or not. Zhang Qingshan said. He had tested it using the Stone of True Breath yesterday, and his score was 4.5, whereas the other party's was 2.1. In other words, in terms of Xianxia and physical strength, the other party was still far from matching him. As long as they exchanged a punch, he would be able to tell whether the other party had improved or not. All right. Zhu Jian nodded. He also felt that this was a good idea. With a light chuckle, he clenched his fists tightly and sent a hammer strike at Zhang Qingshan. Hee, be careful. My strength isn't to be underestimated. Seeing that Zhu Jian wasn't going to stand on ceremony, Zhang Qingshan chuckled and countered with a punch of his own. Pong! As soon as the two fists collided, the smile on Zhang Qingshan's face froze, and his entire body convulsed violently. Ah! With a cry of agony, he was sent flying, disappearing without a trace before everyone's eyes. Who knew how far away he was? Don't be in such a rush. I haven't used my full strength yet. Zhu Jian scratched his head in embarrassment. The crowd was dumbfounded. Some time later, Zhang Qingshan finally returned in a disheveled state. His face was bruised, and his arms were swollen. He looked nothing like the previous top student of the Grade 1 Master Teacher Academy. He had seen Zhu Jian's strength with his own eyes the previous day. While the other party's fighting techniques were formidable, his Xianxia and physical body were still lacking. Under normal circumstances, even if he were to use only half of his strength, he should have been able to crush the other party easily. Yet, even after using his full strength, he was still sent flying with a single punch. More importantly, the other party didn't even use his full strength. The more he thought about it, the more stifled he felt. He raised his head to look at President Zhang, who was even younger than him, with deep admiration in his eyes. Such a change must have something to do with the lecture last night. To change into a completely different person in a single night. Just how formidable must the lecture be? Zhang Qingshan wasn't the only one who had thought of this. The others also realized this as well, and they turned to look at the students of Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy in envy. In the past, they had been proud of being able to enter Yunxiu, Luoqing, and Qingzhou Master Teacher Academies, thinking that they were far superior to Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy. But now, they felt that the students of the latter were the luckiest. With such a formidable principal and the opportunity to listen to his lecture, they would surely achieve great things in the future. It's fortunate that our three academies are located far away from one another. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before all of our students would come under his tutelage. Taking in the expressions of the crowd, Wu Tianqiong smiled bitterly. Indeed. In the past, I always thought that the rise and fall of an academy wasn't a matter of a single individual but the strength of the students and the relentless efforts of the teachers. Only after meeting him did I realize that the efforts of the teachers mean nothing at all. He alone is more than enough. Shen Pingchao also had a helpless look on his face. Back then, mankind was ruled by the otherworldly demonic tribe, living a life worse than death. Concher single-handedly laid down the foundations of mankind with his book. We were still thinking that the more teachers we have, the better it would be for us. Yet, Concher single-handedly did everything he could. This is probably the difference between a genius and a mediocre person. Wu Ran nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether it was due to the frightening prowess of the other party's lecture, Zhu Jian and the other students had indeed undergone a metamorphosis after attending his lecture. Countless people were impressed by President Zhang. As such, if he were to issue an order, the students of his own academy could very well withdraw and join the three great academies, which had a sense of superiority, had ended up like this. Just thinking about it made one's heart feel stifled. The combat masters from the Combat Master Hall are here. While the three school heads were deep in thought, they suddenly heard a hushed voice from the crowd. Turning around, they saw Zhuo Qingfeng and the others walking over. After an entire night of recuperation and treatment, even though the injuries inflicted by Xingyang had already recovered, the combat masters were still in a completely different state from when they had first arrived the day before. When they came yesterday, all of them raised their heads high and looked straight ahead. Their arrogance reached the clouds, and they felt that there was no hero in the world that could surpass them. Today, however, they all hung their heads low, their faces full of shame, not daring to meet anyone. It was no wonder the Combat Master Hall was known as the strongest fighting force on the Master Teacher continent. Those who were qualified to enter the Combat Master Hall were all geniuses among geniuses, the strongest experts of the master teachers. He had thought that he was just here to go through the motions, flaunting his fighting prowess and intimidating the other students so that he could welcome his juniors to fall in love with him. But in the end, not only did he fail to intimidate them, he even ended up being trampled on. Just the amount of blood that he had coughed out was several jin, enough to fill an entire circle around the academy. In the past, whenever the Combat Master Hall sent their combat masters to the academy, they would usually put on a show. Yet, they actually ended up getting pummeled without being able to retaliate at all. Just the thought of it left them feeling stifled. At times, they even wondered if they had come to the wrong place. Perhaps, they were from the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy while the other party was a true combat master. There's no need to feel dejected. True fighting prowess is something that can only be achieved through years of hard work and accumulation. The students of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy might possess exceptional fighting prowess, but if they were to encounter a true expert with overwhelming strength, there is no way they would be able to defeat them. As long as one's strength is sufficient, no matter how skilled one is, it will be futile. Shui Qingfeng could see the depressed mood of the crowd, so he consoled, "The fact that you are unable to defeat the other party only means that you haven't put in enough effort in your cultivation. You will need to redouble your training when you return." Yes. Hearing Shui Qingfeng's consolation, the crowd finally recovered from their daze. Indeed, as long as one's strength was sufficient, no matter how skilled one was, it would be futile. After consoling the crowd, Shui Qingfeng heaved a sigh of relief. Turning to Xianxia, he said, "President Zhang, let's begin the examination." After saying those words, he took out the Stone of True Breath and placed it on the stage. "All right." Xianxia nodded. Then, he asked, "Yesterday, you said that as long as my students can achieve a 2, they will be considered to have cleared the examination, right?" "That's right." Shui Qingfeng nodded. Even though one had to achieve a 4 in order to qualify for the Combat Master examination, the students of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy possessed a deep understanding of combat. Even with a 2, they were still able to display incredible fighting prowess, thus meeting the criteria for an exception. "All right, let's head up then." Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia waved his hands. The students nodded their heads and lined up in a long line, heading towards the True Breath Stone not far away. At the very front of the queue was Zhu Jian. He had attempted the examination the previous day, so he was at the very front today to see if there were any changes to his results. Walking up to the Stone of True Breath, he placed his palm lightly on it, and his jinqi and physical strength burst forth from his body. A line of numbers slowly surfaced on the Stone of True Breath, 6. 5. This? How is this possible? Wasn't it 2? 1 yesterday? After an entire night of supplementary lessons, the jinqi in his physical body has increased by more than 3-fold. This isn't supplementary lessons but the heavens. Upon seeing this number, the crowd below was dumbfounded. Zhu Jian's result the previous day was only 2. 1, but this morning it had already reached 6. 5. Everyone couldn't help but wonder if their eyes were playing tricks on them. The bodies of the combat masters swayed weakly, and they nearly burst into tears. They turned to look at Shui Qingfeng. Didn't they say that strength could overcome all techniques? Didn't they say that cultivation had to be accumulated over a long period of time? An hour had passed, and his comprehension of battle techniques and combat far surpassed their years of cultivation. A night had passed, and his jinqi and physical strength had already surpassed their daily cultivation. Not hard work enough. In front of Principal Zhang, hard work was nothing, worse than half a lesson. It should be an individual case. "I don't believe that everyone can become so powerful," Yi Zichen said. Seeing the looks on everyone's faces, Shui Qingfeng consoled himself before turning his gaze back to the Stone of True Breath. After Zhu Jian was done with his examination, a student walked up, placed his palm on the Stone of True Breath, and a number appeared. 6-1, the rest continued. 6.3, 7.2, 5. 9, 6.7, very soon, everyone became numb from the shock, unable to comprehend what was going on. They had thought that Zhu Jian was just an exception, but after seeing the results, they realized that, the entire group of fellows from the Master Teacher Academy had grown stronger. Previously, in terms of their comprehension of battle techniques and combat techniques, the combat masters were already no match for him. Now that his physical body and Xianxia were stronger than theirs, if they were to fight him once more, they would surely be pummeled. The confidence that had just risen in the hearts of the combat masters was shattered once more. If you want to interact with our principal, you will have to accept the fact that you will be crushed. Just get used to it. Elder Me consoled. Indeed. As long as you get used to it, you will think that everything our principal does is only natural. Zhao Bingxi nodded in agreement. Shui Qingfeng. The combat masters. The 3 school heads. Just get used to it. Just how much mental pressure did the elders and teachers of the Master Teacher Academy feel? Just what kind of days did they have to go through? After a long moment of recuperation, Shui Qingfeng finally exhaled the stifled feeling in his heart. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, he announced, after the selection, all 100 candidates from Hongyuan have cleared the selection and are officially members of the Combat Master Hall. That's great. All of us have cleared the selection. To be able to clear 100 candidates in a single go, this is truly history. Hearing that all of them had cleared the selection, a huge commotion broke out beneath the stage. The faces of the students from Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy flushed in agitation. Their academy had always been at the bottom of the combat master selection, and in the 10,000 years of history, only 327 candidates had cleared the selection. It was truly a pitiful record. Yet, 100 candidates had cleared the selection this time around, more than 3 times that of the other 3 academies. This was something that they would have never dared to dream of before. Principal Zhang, we would like to become combat masters as well. Can you provide us with some training? Indeed. Since the top 20 have this opportunity, we should learn from them as well so that we can raise our fighting prowess. At the same time, we can also take the combat master selection for fun. Principal Zhang, I beseech you to give us a lecture. Isn't it just combat masters? As long as Principal Zhang gives us a lecture, I think that everyone in our academy will be able to clear the selection. Before Shui Qingfeng could finish his announcement, a huge commotion suddenly sounded beneath the stage. Countless students turned to look at Xianxia in agitation. As fellow students, they were well aware of the strength of the top 20. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for them to clear the selection and become combat masters. Yet, after 2 lectures from Principal Zhang, all of them had cleared the selection. If the top 20 were to receive such treatment, wouldn't it mean that they would have a chance of clearing the selection as well? A voice suddenly shouted. Many of the students couldn't hold themselves back anymore. Even though combat masters were just a subcategory of master teachers, their fighting prowess was something that innumerable cultivators yearned for. Even if they couldn't enter the combat master hall, there was no one who would reject the opportunity of becoming a combat master to raise their fighting prowess. This, not expecting the crowd to have such thoughts, Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before shaking his head with a bitter smile. My lectures are indeed able to raise your fighting prowess, but not everyone will be able to do so. If you really want to listen to my lectures, I don't mind giving you a lecture. However, whether you will be able to become a combat master or not will depend on Combat Master Xue. If he doesn't agree to it, it won't matter how powerful you are. While his teachings could allow one to improve swiftly, it also depended on one's talent. Some people were born with a slow comprehension of battle techniques, so no matter how much he lectured, it would be futile. Besides, in order to raise the Xianxia and physical bodies of his 100 students, he had spent a total of 500 high-tier spirit stones. There were 100,000 students in the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, and he didn't have 500,000 high-tier spirit stones to set up such a massive spirit-gathering formation. Thus, no matter how he lectured, it was unrealistic for him to make all of the students in the academy become combat masters. Besides, the Combat Master Hall had a quota every year. Even if one possessed sufficient strength, it wasn't up to him to decide whether he could become a combat master or not. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia turned his gaze over to Shui Qingfeng, hoping to hear his opinion on the matter, only to see the latter's face twitching furiously. At this moment, Shui Qingfeng felt as if he was going to die. If President Zhang were to really do so, it wouldn't be long before the entire Combat Master Hall became a branch of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Cough cough, President Zhang, the more geniuses we have, the better it is for our combat master hall. However, master teachers are more important. If all of the master teachers become combat masters, won't the existence of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy be destroyed? Suppressing the frenzy in his heart, Shui Qingfeng spat through gritted teeth. To the combat master hall, the more members they had, the better it would be, but if there were too many of them, the resources they had would be severely strained. It was just like how a country had to be guarded by an army. The more soldiers there were, the more stable the country would be, but if there were too many of them, the burden on the country would be too great. There was a balance in everything, and going too far was just as bad as falling short. This was also the reason why the Combat Master Hall had a fixed number of members. If everyone were to become combat masters, who would still impart knowledge to others? If everyone were to focus on killing in battle, wouldn't the world be in chaos? That's true. Xianxia nodded. He had already given up on the idea of having everyone become combat masters. It wouldn't be good for him to lose all of his students right after taking over the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian said, "How about this? I will conduct a lecture in the Xianxia faction later on, and only official members will be allowed to listen to it. However, you will not be allowed to take the Combat Master examination after the lecture." He might not be able to raise the cultivation of all of the students in the Master Teacher Academy, but he could at least raise the cultivation of the members of the Xianxia faction. After all, these people had been following him for a long time and could be considered the most loyal part of him. Only when there was a balance between rewards and punishments could people be motivated. All right. Hearing that Principal Zhang was going to conduct a lecture, the members of the Xianxia faction nodded in excitement. Even if he couldn't take the Combat Master examination, as long as his fighting prowess was enhanced significantly, he would still be able to make a huge profit. Alright, the selection for the Combat Master Hall has come to an end. Shui Qingfeng waved his hands and said, 3 days from now, there will be a few non-master teachers who wish to take the Combat Master examination, and it will be held here. I hope that you will be able to attend as well. Those who aren't master teachers have to take the examination? Who? I don't know either, everyone was puzzled. Zhang Xian was also curious about the matter, and he couldn't help but ask, "May I know what kind of genius he is?" He isn't even a master teacher yet, but he wants to take the Combat Master examination? Cough cough. Upon hearing those words, Shui Qingfeng choked on his saliva. He's President Zhang's direct disciple. My direct disciple? You mean Wang Ying, Xingyang, and the others? How do you know of them? Zhang Xian was taken aback. He had been conducting a lecture when Xingyang came to challenge the combat masters yesterday, so he was unaware of it. That's right. Yesterday, your direct disciple named Xingyang came to challenge us. None of us were a match for him, and even I was defeated in the end, Shui Qingfeng said awkwardly. That fellow is really a troublemaker. Zhang Xian shook his head. It was no wonder why the combat masters from the Combat Master Hall were so listless this morning. It was only natural that they would be unable to take it anymore. That Xingyang sure was a troublemaker. There's no need for you to feel conflicted. Xingyang is my direct disciple, and I have been teaching him for almost a year now. Back then, he was at Jiushi realm, and he has been through a lot since then. It's only natural that you all are no match for him. Seeing how listless the other party was, Zhang Xian couldn't help but console him. It would have been better if he hadn't comforted them, but the moment he did, everyone's vision darkened. In less than a year, the other party had already advanced from Jiushi realm to Chrysalis realm, a leap of more than a dozen realms, and more importantly, he was even able to defeat opponents stronger than him. Why did it feel like he felt even more stifled after consoling the other party? Besides, what do you mean by no match for him? We are combat masters, the strongest master teachers in the world. Alright, let's talk for now. I still have to train them. Shui Qingfeng knew that he would die of suffocation if he were to continue speaking with the fellow before him. Thus, he stood up and bade farewell to the other party. There was a kind of genius that left one speechless. Even though it wasn't intentional, every word that came out of his mouth still pierced the other party's heart. Most likely, that was the fellow before him. The other party's eyes were sincere, and his words were sincere, but why did it feel like he was slapping them in the face? We are geniuses after all, seeing Zhuo Qingfeng leave, the other combat masters quickly followed suit, and it didn't take long for them to leave the area. The three principals and the others also felt extremely stifled, but they knew that they would only embarrass themselves if they were to stay any longer. Thus, they found an excuse and quickly left. If not for the fact that they had to watch the selection in 3 days' time, they would have probably gotten on the Cloudcliff flying ship and disappeared from everyone's sight. After everyone left, Xianxia could only shake his head before heading to the headquarters of the Xianxia faction. By the time he arrived, there was already a huge crowd. Most of the members of the Xianxia faction had already gathered. Just that he didn't use his impartation of heaven's will, the effectiveness of his lecture was significantly lower, and none of the members were able to achieve a breakthrough on the spot. Even so, the effects were still very good. All of the members had gained a deeper understanding of battle techniques and combat techniques, and they had even learned new physical body cultivation and Jinqi tempering techniques. Every single one of them was excited. After lecturing for 10 hours, the sky finally turned dark once more. After resting for a moment, Xianxia finally found Elder Mi and instructed, "Make some preparations. Bring me to the Mausoleum of Principles." In any case, the three great master teachers and the combat master hall were all avoiding him, so there was no need for him to entertain them. Since that was the case, he might as well head to the Mausoleum of Principles to take a look. There was a lightning resonance rock left behind by founder Mu Kai there, and it could help him achieve a breakthrough from half-saint to nascent saint. Since he had already reached half-saint pinnacle, it was about time for him to look for the lightning resonance rock so that he could achieve a breakthrough. I knew that Principal Zhang would be heading there, so as soon as I received news that Principal Zhang had cleared the 6-star Master Teacher examination, I applied for an artifact capable of splitting one's soul from the headquarters, and it arrived a few days ago. Elder Mi nodded with a smile. The reason why the Xianxia faction hadn't allowed him to enter the Mausoleum of Principles was because those who weren't 6-star Master Teachers were unable to apply for an artifact capable of splitting one's soul. Now that he had cleared the 6-star Master Teacher examination and applied for an artifact, it was only right for him to bring it over to take a look. All right. Xianxia nodded. The duo began making their way over to the Mausoleum of Principles, and shortly after they arrived, Zhao Bingshu walked up to them and passed the artifact which he had applied for from the headquarters to them. This is the Azure Soul Bell. As long as you hold it in your hand, it will automatically nourish your soul, allowing it to split out a remnant of your soul. Zhao Bingshu explained. Xianxia turned his gaze over and saw that it was indeed a small round bell, roughly the size of his fist. Placing it in his hand, he immediately felt a surge of warmth gushing into his consciousness, nourishing his soul. It's indeed a good artifact. Xianxia's eyes lit up. It wasn't too difficult for a soul oracle to split one's soul, but it would be troublesome for ordinary cultivators. He had been wondering why so many principals of the Master Teacher Academy would leave their wills behind, but it turned out that it was because of such an artifact. By nourishing one's soul before splitting it out, one would be able to preserve it for tens of thousands of years without dissipating. After all, it was only preservation, not survival. As such, the effects of the 5 soul declines wouldn't be too great. Principal Zhang, as long as you hold the principal's seal in your hand, you will be able to open the door and enter directly. Elder Mi and Zhao Bingshu chuckled. Nodding, Xianxia turned his gaze toward the Mausoleum of Principles. The Mausoleum of Principles was still within the Elder Hall, and there were all kinds of massive concealment formations set up around it to conceal the entire mausoleum. In fact, even the top of the mountain seemed to have vanished from sight. If not for the 2 elders bringing him here, he would have never noticed it. It seemed like the resting place of the previous principals was even more important than the compendium pavilion. Flicking his wrist, Xianxia took out the principal's seal and flashed it forward. A crack immediately appeared in the formation, and he walked in. The next moment, with a jolt, Xianxia found himself in the midst of a lush forest. The mountain wasn't too tall, but it was more like a hill. Walking along the bluestone-paved street, Xianxia walked a few steps, and a massive stone tablet suddenly appeared before him. It was around 80 meters tall and 20 meters wide. It was hard to tell what kind of material it was made of, but it carried a majestic and ancient aura that made one feel as if they had traveled through history. Could this be the mausoleum tablet? Xianxia was perplexed. Previously, Elder Me had said that one had to infuse one's will into the mausoleum tablet before entering the mausoleum of principles. Since such a massive stone tablet had appeared before him, it was likely that it was the mausoleum tablet. Walking around the stone tablet, Xianxia could sense the concentrated soul energy within it. It felt as if countless wills were residing within it, and it felt as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on the earth. Without a doubt, this is the mausoleum tablet, Xianxia nodded. Let's find Founder Mu Kai's mausoleum first. After I find the lightning resonance stone, I'll sever my soul into it. His main goal here was to find the lightning resonance stone, so he could sever his soul before leaving. After all, he had just tamed the Azure Soul Bell, so he wasn't able to sever his soul yet. Walking around the stone tablet, Xianxia walked along the stone path. The entire mausoleum of principles was silent and solemn, exerting a stifling pressure on one. Knowing that this was a forbidden ground of the academy, Xianxia hastened his footsteps. Not too long later, a mausoleum appeared not too far away. Written on it was a row of words, Tomb of the 103rd Principal of the Master Teacher Academy. The 103rd Principal? Isn't that the old principal? Didn't he go missing? Did he not come here? Why would the mausoleum be here? Xianxia was taken aback. He was the 104th and 103rd Principal of the Master Teacher Academy, the previous owner of the Byzantium Helios Beast. The missing old principal of the Master Teacher Academy. Based on what he knew, the old principal had never entered this mausoleum, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. So, why would a tomb suddenly appear here? Perplexed, Xianxia took a closer look at the tomb. The tomb before him was constructed using ordinary bluestone, and it looked no different from the tombs outside. It didn't seem to possess the status and prestige of a 7-star master teacher at all. Taking a look around, Xianxia soon noticed something amiss. Frowning, he walked up to the tombstone, and with a light brush of his hand, a mechanism was triggered. Following which, an elderly voice sounded. Similar to the one in the underground chamber, it was a mechanical artifact. I am the 103rd Principal of the Master Teacher Academy, Xianxia. Knowing that it would be difficult for me to return from this trip, I decided to be selfish and sneaked into this mausoleum without telling anyone. I repaired my tomb in advance, and my clothes are stored in it. You can say that it is a cenotaph so that I can have a place to live after my death. Even though the voice was spoken calmly, Xianxia could hear the deep helplessness in it. It was easy to die a martyr's death, but one had to face death calmly. Knowing that death was inevitable, one had to make preparations in advance. How tragic was that? He had heard of the deeds of the old principal, and after hearing from Yusu about how he was framed, he had thought that the old principal had fallen into a perilous situation due to his misjudgment of the dangers of the trial. But from the looks of it now, that wasn't the case. To come to the mausoleum of principles in advance and build a tomb for himself, he must have known of the dangers of the trial and prepared a backup plan in advance. It is my greatest regret that I didn't leave my will behind to guard the academy. It's not that I didn't want to, but what I have to do is far more important than this. I can't allow my soul to suffer any damage. Even if the artifact can reduce the damage, there isn't enough time for my soul to be split apart. The voice continued. An artifact capable of severing one's soul could allow a cultivator who wasn't a soul oracle to sever their will, but it would require a very long period of nourishment before they could succeed. Otherwise, it would still cause significant damage to one's soul. Only someone like Xianxia, who had cultivated the Heaven's Path soul art and possessed a massive soul, was able to remain unaffected by it. Otherwise, not even a 7-star master teacher would be able to withstand it. To be able to come here and activate the mechanism, it means that you are the new principal. Perhaps we are even old acquaintances. I hope that you can treat the Byzantium Helios beast well. Tell it that I died for the sake of mankind, and that my actions were honorable and honorable. I don't feel wronged or indignant at all, so there's no need for you to worry about me. Also, be careful of the saint beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge. With a sigh, the voice continued. In the old principal's view, there were only a handful of people who could inherit his position once he went missing. This could be considered as making arrangements for his funeral in advance. It was just that, even in his dreams, he could never have imagined that the newly appointed principal, even though he had never met him before, would be able to accomplish the 2 tasks that he had entrusted him with in advance. What are you going to do? Knowing that there was a trap, Xianxia still asked. Judging from the other party's tone, it sounded like he knew that he would die, but he had no choice but to do so. In fact, he even went so far as to build a cenotaph ahead of time. Wasn't this just a trial? Perhaps you might think that I am just going through an ordinary trial, but that isn't the case at all. This matter involves the secret of Xianxia's youth, and it seems to be related to the poison masters as well. I don't know much about it, so I can only verify it with my own eyes. Also, this matter concerns the world's teacher, so I can only keep my mouth shut. The voice said. The secret of Xianxia's youth? It's related to the poison masters? Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before his body stiffened. Could it be the innate fetal poison? Based on what he knew, just like him, Xianxia was afflicted with the innate fetal poison when he was young. As long as he successfully became a 9-star master teacher before 30, there was a good chance that he might be able to resolve his death. This was precisely the reason why he had been cultivating diligently, not daring to stop for even the slightest moment. Yet, the old principal actually said that the secret of Xianxia's youth was related to the poison masters. How could he not be agitated? If you really wish to know, you can make a trip to the poison temple in the Hongyuan Empire. However, that place has always been secretive, especially toward master teachers. I have investigated it for many years. But I'm still unable to ascertain its exact location. However, based on my deductions, it should be in the vicinity of Jingyuan City. There should be a detailed map of the trial here, but it's a pity that I don't have the time to look into it. Thus, I can only head there first. Detailed map? Xianxia was perplexed for a moment before coming to a realization. The place that the old principal was heading to was extremely dangerous. If he could find a detailed map of the poison temple, he would surely be much safer. However, it was a pity that he was in a rush, forcing him to do it. Thus, he decided to take the risk and never return. Clearly, the reason why the other party had left this matter behind was so that the younger principal would have sufficient time to prepare before making a decision. Alright, this is all I can say for now. You'll have to make the decision yourself. The voice slowly dissipated, as though it had never appeared before. Thank you. Even though Xianxia knew that it was just a message and not a real person, he still bowed respectfully. He wasn't thanking the other party for revealing the information regarding the innate fetal poison but for the other party's determination despite knowing that death was inevitable. Knowing that there was a chance that he would never return, he had the Byzantium Helios beast stay behind and even left behind a cenotaph as a reminder. In the end, he still chose to leave without even leaving behind a sliver of his will. This was similar to those master teachers who had sacrificed themselves for the cause of the Cloud Mist Ridge. For the sake of their determination, they were willing to put their lives on the line. Perhaps, this was the true charm of being a master teacher, which caused countless people to strive for it. This was what truly earned one's respect. Shaking his head, Xianxia activated his Eye of Insight, and after confirming that there were no other traps around, he continued forward. On both sides of the path were the tombs of the other principals, and their life experiences were written on them. After taking a look, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. To think that most of these esteemed principals didn't die of old age. Instead, they had died while fighting against the otherworldly demonic tribe. Even Principal Emoliosian, who was known as the #1 genius in the Master Teacher continent, had never returned after entering the subterranean gallery. Aren't otherworldly demons rare? Why would they all die in their hands? Xianxia fell silent. It had been nearly a year since he left Tianqian Kingdom, and in this period of time, he had only seen one living otherworldly demon, 20 puppets, and a battered vicious. Wasn't the otherworldly demonic tribe driven away? Why did it seem like almost all of these principals had died fighting against them? I should take out the lightning resonance stone first. Regardless of whether we are fighting against the otherworldly demonic tribe or not, we must have the strength to back us up. After looking at another dozen tombstones, Xianxia knew that he wouldn't be able to make sense of the matter for the time being, so he continued forward. Musher was the founder of the Mausoleum of Principles, and he was located in the innermost area of the Mausoleum of Principles. Roughly 10 minutes later, he finally arrived at the tomb. This tomb looked as simple as the others. After kowtowing a few times respectfully, Xianxia took out the token given to him by the puppet, and with a flick of his finger, it slowly flew forward. Gotcha, the token flew above the tomb, and a certain seal was opened. With a loud buzz, a storage ring slowly rose from the ground. With a flick of his finger, the storage ring fell into Xianxia's palm. He infused his Xianxia into the storage ring to take a look. There are so many treasures here. There was no lack of rare ores and treasures in the storage ring, and the lightning resonant stone that Xianxia needed was displayed within. Most likely, they were collected by Founder Mu Kai when he was still alive. He had buried them in the tomb after his death, leaving them for his descendants who needed them without asking for anything in return. This was a testament to how noble a master teacher was. Thank you. After keeping the token and storage ring, Xianxia bowed respectfully toward the tomb once more before making his way out of the tomb. With the lightning resonant stone in hand, it was about time for him to push for a breakthrough to nascent saint. Not too long later, Xianxia returned to the tombstone at the entrance. Flicking his wrist, Xianxia took out the Azure Soul Bell. At this moment, the Azure Soul Bell was still nourishing Xianxia's soul. Even though the effects weren't too great, as long as Xianxia were to fuse with it for some time, he would be able to form an independent consciousness. I should use the method to separate my soul, knowing that it would take a long time to separate his will. Xianxia shook his head. Sitting on the ground, he drew his soul out. His massive soul was over 10 meters tall. Following the method that Mo Hunching had comprehended back then, his soul wriggled lightly, and soon, a soul identical to his physical body appeared before him. Separating my soul is indeed a huge blow to my origin. After separating his soul, Xianxia's soul shrank back to its original size of 10 meters. Feeling deeply fatigued, he shook his head. Even though he had only separated a small portion of his soul, it was still a little too much for him to bear. Flicking his wrist, the remnant soul of the blue-horned dragon beast that he had obtained at the Cloud Mist Ridge materialized before him. It warmed up and nourished his soul. The reason why he dared to separate his soul without fear of harming his origin was because he had this soul to rely on. Vicious had already erased his will from the remnant soul, so he could absorb it at any time without worrying about any backlash. While Xianxia was absorbing the remnant soul to recover from his injuries, the remnant soul dived into the Azure Soul Bell. This remnant soul had no place to reside in, so it would exhaust its origin energy and undergo the 5 soul declines before dissipating. The Azure Soul Bell was a place where one's will was stored, and it was the same for the past principles as well. I just need to fuse the two together and enter the tombstone. After fusing the remnant soul with the Azure Soul Bell, the remnant soul that Xianxia had separated heaved a sigh of relief. With a thought, it slowly rose into the air, heading straight for the tombstone. As soon as Xianxia's body came into contact with the tombstone, he immediately felt a powerful suction force gushing toward him. Following which, his body blurred, and the next moment, he appeared in a sealed room. Rather than calling it a room, it would be more accurate to call it a cave. Following which, a unique will surged into Xianxia's mind, causing his scalp to go numb. This is the killing intent of the otherworldly demonic tribe? Hearing those words, Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. There were still 20 otherworldly demon puppets and vicious in Xianxia's storage ring. He was very familiar with this aura. As soon as he came into contact with them, he could tell that they were otherworldly demons. Wasn't this the most sacred place in the academy, the forbidden place where all the previous deans rested? Why would there be such a concentrated killing intent from the otherworldly demonic tribe? The otherworldly demonic tribe fed on humans, and they were known to be cruel and vicious. They were the nemesis of master teachers, and they could not coexist with one another. So, why would the aura of the otherworldly demonic tribe appear here? He looked around. The place he was at should be the inside of the mausoleum. It was extremely spacious, but it was incomparably dark. There was no light, nor was there any aura. If not for his soul, he would not have been able to survive. Not only is there slaughtered chi here, but there's also a majestic aura. Soon, he realized that something was amiss. Not only did he feel a strong killing intent in the air, he could also feel the aura of righteousness unique to human master teachers. Walking along the empty room, Xianxia saw a massive black hole in front of him. This was where the killing intent was coming from. Around the black hole were soul-splitting treasures similar to the Xianxia Bell. They formed a spell formation that covered the entire area. Counting them, there were exactly 102 of them. This should be the wills left behind by the school heads, Xianxia nodded. The other deans must have used this kind of soul-splitting treasure to preserve their wills. However, unlike soul oracles, these wills did not possess a corporeal form and could be brought out at will. Instead, they resided within artifacts as if they were inanimate objects. Could it be that these wills weren't left behind just to test the new principal but to suppress him? Realizing something, Xianxia was taken aback. Not too far away, the black hole was filled with dense killing intent, and the wills of the school heads were lined up in the surroundings. Together with the mausoleum monument, it gave off a feeling of suppression in the surroundings. Without even thinking about it, it was clear to him that the reason why these wills had been preserved for 10,000 years was definitely not just for the sake of assessing the new principle. It was probably to suppress this place. Could this be the connection point between the otherworldly battlefield and the master-teacher continent? Hongyuan Empire couldn't be considered as one of the strongest Tier 1 empires in the region, but the reason why the Hongyuan Master-Teacher Academy was established there was due to the fact that there was a node connecting the otherworldly demonic tribe's otherworldly battlefield to the Master-Teacher continent. In order to suppress this place, the academy was built to protect the destiny of the human race. Could it be that it was here? Was this the passageway that led to the extraterritorial battlefield? Was that why there was such a dense killing intent, and the reason why these headmasters' wills and mausoleum tablets were left here was to protect this place? If that was the case, it would explain why the mausoleum of principles was so well hidden, not allowing anyone other than the principal to enter. Most likely, it was out of fear that the killing intent would leak out and incite unnecessary panic. If that's the case, then the previous principles are indeed worthy of respect. As the principal of the Hongyuan Master-Teacher continent, even at the cost of his life, he had chosen to guard the Hongyuan Master-Teacher continent and ensure the safety of the Hongyuan Master-Teacher continent. This was probably the main reason why other professions respected them. After circling around the area, Xianxia quickly confirmed his guess. Not far away, the black hole continued to exude a killing aura, making it hard for anyone to approach. If not for the formation set up by the principal's will, the number of killing auras would have increased, and eventually, the mausoleum stele would have been destroyed. The entire Hongyuan city would have been affected. It's a grade 7 formation, and it's set up very ingeniously, Xianxia secretly nodded. The formation before him wasn't fixed. It could be driven by a single will, but it could also be driven by two. Furthermore, the more wills there were, the more powerful the formation would become. It even has the principal's seal in it. The principal's seal was formed from the wills of all of the master teachers in the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, and it harnessed the most resilient energy of mankind. It was the most suitable tool for suppressing the mausoleum stele. After these principals passed away, they had left their principal's seals behind to maintain the formation. This was the reason why the Hongyuan Master Teacher continent hadn't been harmed by the otherworldly demonic tribe for the past 10,000 years. Just as Xianxia was calculating where he should send his will to enhance the might of the formation, he suddenly heard a deafening roar from the black hole before him. Hong long long. Hong long long, like a tidal wave crashing down on the mausoleum stele, the immense might caused it to tremble violently, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Tzzzzz, following which, Xianxia felt an intense killing intent gushing forth from the black hole like a tidal wave, colliding with the formation before him. Wang, the formation lit up, suppressing the killing intent. However, the killing intent was growing more and more ferocious, and the former was like a fishing net that was being rammed by a huge fish. It seemed like it would collapse at any moment. At this rate, the formation won't be able to hold on for too long. With a livid face, Xianxia frowned deeply. With his eye of discernment, he could easily tell the limits of the formation and the might of the killing intent. While it was still able to hold on for the time being, it was already at the end of its tether, and it could be torn apart at any moment. This won't do. With a darkened face, Xianxia walked up to the formation and circled around it. With a glint in his eyes, he aimed a kick at one of the nodes. Wang, under Xianxia's strength, the formation suddenly emanated a brilliant glow, and its might soared. The formation, which was on the verge of shattering a moment ago, suddenly stabilized. 10 minutes later, the murderous aura came to a stop, and the place became calm once again. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia retracted his leg. His kick had only increased the might of the formation for a short period of time. If it were to drag on, the formation would eventually crumble. It was fortunate that the killing intent did not last for too long. Even though Xianxia didn't have the library of Heaven's Path, with his understanding of formations and eye of insight, it wasn't too difficult for him to find the nodes to increase the might of the formation. How can there be such a powerful killing intent? Xianxia frowned. Unable to make sense of the situation, he walked up to the artifacts that contained Principal Zhang's will, searched around, and finally, he tapped on one of them. Wang, the moment the artifact was activated, a will appeared before Xianxia. It was Mukai. Thank you, President Zhang. Otherwise, our many years of hard work would have been for naught. Musher looked at Xianxia gratefully. Even though Musher's will was stored in the artifacts, he was still able to see what was going on outside. If not for Principal Xianxia's help, they would have been unable to withstand the killing intent beneath. Their many years of hard work would have been for naught. Waving his hands, Xianxia asked, "What's with that earlier?" If the killing intent had continued to flow like that, the formation would have long collapsed. How could it possibly have lasted until now? You should have seen it for yourself. The reason why we have left our wills here is to suppress the passageway between the otherworldly battlefield and the Master-Teacher continent. Initially, the passageway had been peaceful, and as long as we are around, it shouldn't have been a problem. However, for some reason, 2 years ago, such a powerful killing intent suddenly appeared. Looking at the black hole before him, Musher's face turned grim. Initially, the killing intent wasn't that powerful, and we were still able to withstand it. However, over the past month, it has been growing stronger and stronger, such that even we are finding it hard to withstand it. This is especially so today. If not for you, even if the formation isn't torn apart, it would have sustained irreparable damage. 2 years ago? Xianxia frowned. Musher nodded. Have you found the reason? Xianxia asked. Our consciousnesses have already fused with the formation and are unable to move. We don't know what's going on. However, if I'm not mistaken, something must have happened to the seal between the otherworldly battlefield and the Master-Teacher continent. Musher said after a moment of hesitation. Seal? The seal is located in the depths of the subterranean gallery, not here. This is the final barrier. Once we breach it, we'll be facing the humans. Musher said. There were several seals at the passageway between the otherworldly battlefield and the Master-Teacher continent, and the strongest of them was left behind by the predecessors of the Master-Teachers in the depths of the subterranean gallery. This was the final barrier, the final fortress of mankind. President Zhang, since you have sent your will here, you must be here in person as well. Can you enter the subterranean gallery to take a look? If anything happens, you'll be able to relay the news to mankind so that they can make preparations in advance. Otherwise, I fear that if the killing intent of the killing intent continues, it might lead to a calamity. Musher said with a pleading look in his eyes. Their wills had been fighting against the killing intent for many years, and they had expended too much of their strength. Besides, they had already fused together with the formation, rendering them unable to move. Even if they wanted to take a look, they wouldn't be able to. Besides, if they were to leave, the killing intent would surge forth once more. Without the suppression of the formation, it would be easy for it to collapse. Enter the subterranean gallery? Xianxia frowned. We just have to enter to take a look. Only by knowing the cause will we be able to deal with it. Otherwise, I fear that an even more powerful attack will overwhelm the formation, and the entire academy will be doomed. Musher said worriedly. How do we enter the subterranean gallery? Knowing the other party's worries, Xianxia asked. The killing intent in the subterranean gallery is so concentrated that it's impossible for one's will to enter too deep. One has to enter with one's physical body. After a moment of hesitation, Musher said, with the principal's seal in hand, President Zhang's physical body will be able to enter the subterranean gallery. When the time comes, I'll open a gap in the formation, and he'll be able to enter the subterranean gallery. This place is the closest to the seal in the depths of the subterranean gallery, so it'll save us a lot of trouble. Xianxia frowned. Without a doubt, the subterranean gallery was a dangerous place. If one were to enter, there was a good chance that they would never be able to return. However, if they didn't enter, they wouldn't be able to resolve the problem of the killing intent. Once the final barrier crumbled, the entire Hangyuan Empire would be plunged into war. I know that this is a difficult decision, but we have no other choice. Musher knew how dangerous the subterranean gallery was, and it was indeed inappropriate for him to allow the other party to enter. However, this matter concerned the survival of mankind, as well as the future of the Hangyuan Master Teacher Academy, so he had no choice but to speak up. Nevertheless, as long as the other party was careful and had the protection of the principal's seal, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Alright, give me a moment. I'll contact my main body right now and have him enter. Xianxia nodded. Knowing the severity of the matter, as a 6-star master teacher and the principal of the Master Teacher Academy, there was no reason for Xianxia to turn down the request. Back then, Kongsher had also entered the subterranean gallery thrice, and he was interested to see what the spatial node that was connected to the otherworldly battlefield looked like. I'll be troubling you then, President Zhang. Musher clasped his fist respectfully. It's my duty. Xianxia nodded before communicating with his main body, who was cultivating outside. Not too long later, a figure appeared before him. It was his main body. Just as the other party had said, he was able to enter the subterranean gallery with the help of the principal's seal. Xianxia and Musher glanced at one another, and it didn't take long for them to understand what was going on. Open the formation, I'll head down to take a look. Xianxia, be careful. You just need to see what's going on. Even if you can't, you can still slowly think of a solution. Make sure not to act rashly and put yourself in danger. Musher instructed. While it was important to investigate the situation, the person before him was a celestial master teacher, so his safety was of utmost importance. Don't worry, I have always been a coward. I won't charge in despite knowing that it's dangerous, Xianxia replied with a smile. Given his means, even if he couldn't defeat the other party, he would still be able to escape. That's good. Hearing Xianxia's promise, Musher heaved a sigh of relief. He returned to his position, and with a wave of his hand, a crack immediately appeared on the sealed formation. Having studied the formation for more than 10,000 years, it wasn't too difficult for him to create a crack on it without hindering the flow of killing intent. Farewell. Without any hesitation, Xianxia dashed toward the crack. His body entered it, and with a hoo, he disappeared. Will he be in danger? Shortly after he disappeared, the silhouette of a principal appeared before Musher. Don't worry. Back then, when Kongsher was still a half-saint, he entered the subterranean gallery and returned safely. As a celestial master teacher as well, Xianxia will surely be able to resolve this problem. Musher said. Let's hope so. The principal nodded, but there was still a hint of worry on his face. Most St. Wandan Pinnacle experts had entered the subterranean gallery without returning. Given so, would Xianxia really be able to come out unscathed? He was a little worried. There's no use worrying about it. It's not like you don't know the situation we're in right now. We can't hold on much longer. Over the past few days, our wills have run out of fuel, and we could die at any moment. If we don't solve the problem as soon as possible, I'm afraid, it might really cause an irreversible disaster. Musher shook his head with an awful complexion. It wasn't that he wanted the other party to enter the danger zone, but he had no other choice. Their wills were not strong to begin with, and they had been tormented by the slaughter chi for over 2 years. If it weren't for the fact that their wills were strong, they would have long since disappeared. How could he have persevered until now? As the principal of the Master Teacher Academy, one has to shoulder the responsibilities of a principal. It's impossible for one's growth to be smooth sailing. This is what it means to be a master teacher, and Xianxia knows this well. Musher said. That's right. The dean said no more. That's right, being a master teacher isn't just an honor. It's also a responsibility. How could he be a true teacher if he retreated from his responsibilities? Although Xianxia was young, it was clear that he had done what a true teacher should do. This is the subterranean gallery? Feeling his body tensing up, Xianxia came to a halt. Standing up, he realized that he had arrived at a massive underground world. His surroundings were pitch black, devoid of light. It was impossible to tell how deep this place was, and it was impossible to see the end of it with a single glance. The air was filled with a chilling killing intent, making it difficult for one to breathe. If Xianxia hadn't known beforehand, he might have thought that he had fallen into the depths of hell. It's no wonder no one is willing to come here. The moment the subterranean gallery was mentioned, the faces of all master teachers would turn pale. From the looks of it now, it was indeed an inhospitable place for humans. Just the killing intent alone was enough to instill fear in the hearts of those with lower cultivation, resulting in their mental fortitude collapsing. It was just like back when Xianxia had taken out an otherworldly demon during the 4-star master teacher examination, and no one had dared to approach him. The killing intent here was extremely intense, as if there were countless ferocious beasts lurking in the area, ready to pounce at any moment. If an untrained 5-star master teacher were to barge in here, they would immediately tremble in fear, unable to advance any further. If this killing intent were to leak out, at least 99% of the people in Hanyuan City would die on the spot. Xianxia said grimly. He didn't think much of it previously, but now that he was here, he realized just how fearsome it was. In the face of such concentrated killing intent, those with weak cultivation could easily lose themselves and become a killing machine. If the killing intent were to leak out to Hanyuan City, it was highly likely that the city, which housed a population of over 100 million, would be reduced to a wasteland in a short period of time. Driving his heaven's path Xianxia, the pressure from the killing intent dissipated completely. Only then did Xianxia begin scanning his surroundings. Even with the eye of insight, Xianxia was only able to see within a radius of several hundred meters. It was difficult for him to determine his direction. As long as I follow the killing intent, I should be able to reach the depths of the subterranean gallery. The more concentrated the killing intent was, the deeper into the subterranean gallery he was heading. After sensing the surroundings for a moment, Xianxia determined his direction and proceeded forward. On top of the killing intent and the surroundings, there were also some bizarre demonic tunes that bewitched one's soul. Those with a weak soul depth would find it difficult to extricate themselves from the demonic tunes, and eventually, they wouldn't even know whether they were dead or alive. It's no wonder why master teachers have such a strict requirement on their soul depth. It would be difficult for a cultivator of the same cultivation realm to survive here for too long. Scanning his surroundings warily, Xianxia slowly advanced forward. Not only did the killing intent in the subterranean gallery leave one dizzy, more importantly, there was also a unique demonic tune that could easily intoxicate one without a strong soul depth. Putting everything aside, even a half-saint expert would go insane if they were to stay here for too long. However, these things were completely ineffective on Xianxia. Driving his heaven's path Xianxia, his soul depth remained unaffected. There are footprints of otherworldly demons. Proceeding forward, Xianxia suddenly frowned. Not far away, the ground was covered with densely packed footprints, each about a foot long. He had seen otherworldly demons before, and they were usually larger than humans. Considering how deep and massive the footprints were, it was likely that they were left behind by them. Just that, wasn't there a seal in the depths of the subterranean gallery? Why would there be otherworldly demons here? There are also footprints of humans. Proceeding forward in the direction of the footprints, Xianxia saw scattered footprints of humans. There seemed to be signs of battle as well. From the looks of it, humans had encountered the otherworldly demons and engaged in battle. Xianxia had long known that there were humans in the subterranean gallery. Most of them were master teachers who were unable to achieve a breakthrough or had reached the end of their lifespan. In order to reach greater heights, they would risk their lives to come here. These footprints haven't been left for too long, and the otherworldly demons have the upper hand. If I move quickly, I might still be able to save them. Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia examined the footprints for a moment before his eyebrows shot up. Based on the footprints, it was apparent that the otherworldly demons had the upper hand, and the humans had been forced to flee. No matter what, I should head over to take a look first. As a master teacher, he couldn't possibly stand idly by the side while humans were in danger. Activating the red dust heaven ascending steps, Xianxia floated into the air and flew in the direction of the footprints. After cultivating the Saint Ascension decipher, the Xianxia in his body had become much denser, such that the consumption of his Xianxia to maintain flight was negligible. Concealing his aura, Xianxia's eyes gleamed as he flew forward at breakneck speed. If it had been any other 6-star master teacher, they would surely have to tread carefully in such a dark area. However, Xianxia's eye of insight allowed him to see further than just the markings on the ground. Even if there were otherworldly demons around, he would surely notice them first. After flying for an entire hour, even though he still didn't see anyone, the footprints on the ground were getting denser and denser, and the battle was getting more and more intense. This was a sign that he was getting closer and closer to the two groups of otherworldly demons. Advancing a little further, Xianxia sensed an intense disturbance in front of him. It seemed like there was a battle going on up ahead. The closer he got, the more composed Xianxia became. Sealing all of his acupoints, he slowly flew forward. Circling around a hill, he saw a group of otherworldly demons standing in front of him. Taking a look, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. There were more than 200 otherworldly demons, and every single one of them was at Saint 1 Dan or above. There were even a few Saint 2 Dan among them. It was fortunate that Xianxia had suppressed his aura in advance, preventing him from being noticed. Otherwise, even if the myriad ant hive nest had the 9 kings, the Byzantium Helios beast, and Jin Yuan Ding, he would still be overwhelmed by the otherworldly demons. The otherworldly demonic tribe was an innately powerful race, and each of them was stronger than a saint beast of the same cultivation realm. 200 of them. Putting aside Xianxia, even a Saint 4 Dan expert would be crushed on the spot. Why are there so many of them? Xianxia's complexion turned awful. 200 Saint 1 Dan otherworldly demons and a few Saint 2 Dan otherworldly demons might not be enough to sweep through the entire Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, but if they were to charge into Hongyuan City, no one would be able to stop them. At the very least, there was no way the Hongyuan royal family would be able to stop them. Where in the world did so many of them pop out from? Most likely, the impact from the mausoleum tablet was caused by the combined assault of so many otherworldly demons. Otherwise, there's no way that the 100 or so principals and the principal's seals wouldn't be able to stop them. Xianxia nodded in realization. Not only was the will of more than 100 principals paired with a grade 7 formation, there were also more than 100 principals' seals that harnessed the wills of millions of students. Yet, even under the suppression of such a righteous cause, the mausoleum tablet still trembled, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Most likely, this was the doing of the otherworldly demons. Who are they fighting? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as he peered into the mausoleum tablet. Following which, he saw a group of elders dressed in master teacher robes standing back to back in a circle. Their bodies were drenched in blood, and there was a look of determination in their eyes. They are all 6-star pinnacle master teachers. There were around 40 of them, and they were all 6-star pinnacle master teachers. Lu Feng? All of a sudden, a familiar figure appeared in Xianxia's sight. I've arrived at Xianxia. Is there anyone in Xianxia? After rushing for an entire day, I actually typed 6,000 words on my phone. That's right, I am that unparalleled genius. School head Lu Feng is a good friend of Yusu, and he has caused quite a bit of trouble for Xianxia. Eventually, the Elder Hall revealed his identity, and Yanshi appeared. He displayed his divine might. After Elder Zhang of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy appointed him as the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy and punished him, he disappeared without a trace. According to Elder Mi, he had voluntarily applied to go to the catacombs to ask for forgiveness. He might not return for the rest of his life. At that time, he sighed with emotion for a long time. Xianxia had thought that it would be impossible for him to come across them given how vast this place was. Who could have thought that he would meet them not too long after entering, not to mention being ganged up on? At this moment, Lu Feng's face was haggard, and he no longer had the high-spirited disposition of the head of the apothecary school. His left sleeve was empty, as if it had been severed at some point. There were several saber wounds on his body, and even though the bleeding had already stopped, the ghastly wounds were still a gruesome sight to behold. Even though he was injured, his eyes were calm and cold. It seemed like the battle against the otherworldly demons had calmed his mind. Because of this, his cultivation, which was already half a step into the divine sense realm, became even more stable, and he could break through at any time. It looked like the dangers of the catacombs had made him give up scheming and plotting against each other. He had become more open-minded. Other than Lu Feng, All of the 6-star pinnacle master teachers who were surrounded carried sharp auras that far surpassed those of the vice principals of the Master Teacher Academy. However, their ages had all reached the threshold of 2,000 years old. Their bodies were emitting a declining aura, as if their lives were reaching the limit. Such people had entered the subterranean gallery in hopes of making use of their remaining lifespan to hunt down as many otherworldly demons as possible so as to ensure the safety of mankind. I must think of a way to save him. His gaze was grave. If it had been in the past, he might have stood by and watched from the sidelines if it had nothing to do with him. However, after comprehending the heart of a teacher, his state of mind had been raised to a higher level. These people were willing to disregard their lives for mankind, but since he had encountered them, he couldn't just stand by and watch from the sidelines. Using brute force definitely won't work, he frowned. There were more than 200 otherworldly demons. Even if Xianxia were to use all of his means at his disposal, it would still be impossible for him to snatch Luo Ruoxin over. Furthermore, if he were to do so, it would only backfire if the otherworldly demons decided to kill him instead. Perhaps, he might even end up harming them instead. He had to think of a foolproof plan. Not only could he eliminate this group of fellows, but he could also successfully rescue them. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out a book. Vicious, is there any way to disguise me as an otherworldly demon? It was nigh impossible for him to sneak out from the encirclement of more than 200 otherworldly demons. Unless he was an otherworldly demon as well, he would be able to make the other party lower their guard. After more than 2 months of hibernation, Vicious had awoken some time ago. While his strength did not increase by much, he was already able to perfectly control that finger bone. Disguise as my clansman? The heart in the book beat a few times. That's easy. Master has cultivated the quintuple incandescence golden body, allowing you to change your height and weight at will. As long as you take on their appearance, I'll help you execute your slaughter chi. It might be difficult to fool the top sovereigns, but these weaklings are nothing to me. The greatest obstacle to disguising as an otherworldly demon was the Xianxia of slaughter. As long as he could resolve this, his height, weight, and appearance would not pose much of a problem. Having cultivated the quintuple incandescence golden body to the 4th incandescence, Xianxia was able to alter his muscles and bones at will, and it wasn't too difficult for him to conceal his appearance from the other party. Alright, I'll give it a try. Hearing that it was possible to disguise as an otherworldly demon, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. After a moment of hesitation, he chose a puppet in his storage ring as his model. His muscles and bones hummed, and in less than 2 breaths, he had already changed his appearance. He took off the clothes of the puppet and put it on. At this moment, he looked no different from an otherworldly demon, such that even master teachers would find it difficult to tell the difference. Master, hide my finger on your hand, and the Xianxia of slaughter will ignite within your body, making it difficult for others to notice it. Seeing that Xianxia was done with his transformation, Vicious said. Xianxia nodded. A finger bone appeared before Xianxia's eyes, and he placed it lightly on his index finger. It slowly fused with his skin, and a moment later, it disappeared without a trace. Following which, Xianxia felt a unique energy flowing through his body. It was completely different from the Xianxia that he had cultivated previously. This energy was filled with violence, and it felt as if it could tear the world apart. Cultivating it frequently would cause one's mind to be irritable, and one would be filled with a thirst for battle. Is this the Xianxia of slaughter of the otherworldly demonic tribe? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. It was no wonder the otherworldly demonic tribe was so warlike. No one would be able to control themselves after cultivating this Xianxia. We call it the Xianxia of slaughter. Vicious replied with a doubtful tone. Master, do you feel any discomfort driving this Xianxia? Discomfort? Xianxia drove the Xianxia in his body once before shaking his head. With glowing eyes, he said, I feel that it's filled with strength. Filled with strength? Vicious was taken aback. Ordinary humans were incapable of withstanding the Xianxia of slaughter, not even Saint Realm experts. Yet, his master was actually able to drive it without feeling the slightest discomfort. Wasn't his body a little too resilient? It's good that you don't feel any discomfort. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Since he was loyal to his master, it was only natural for him to consider his master's well-being. If the other party felt any discomfort, he would have withdrawn his Xianxia. Guessing the other party's thoughts, Xianxia nodded with a smile. His body was even capable of driving the heaven's path Xianxia, so the Xianxia of slaughter was nothing to him. Right, since the heaven's path Xianxia is capable of imitating other Xianxia, could it be possible for it to imitate this as well? All along, he had thought that the Xianxia of slaughter only carried killing intent, but since it was also a type of Xianxia, could it be imitated as well? The heavens path Xianxia was an omnipotent Xianxia. It could be fused with any Xianxia of any attribute. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxian's heaven's path Xianxia began to boil, and a surge of Xianxia of slaughter surged into the sky. Even though it wasn't as powerful as the one he had felt from Vicious' finger, it seemed to be purer. Emperor. How is this possible? Master, is an otherworldly demon in disguise? Just as Xianxian was deep in thought, Vicious' quivering voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Emperor? Taken aback, Xianxian burst into laughter. An otherworldly demon in disguise? How is that possible? It was not as if the other party didn't know that he was a celestial master teacher. The otherworldly demonic tribe is categorized according to their bloodline. The bloodline of the otherworldly demonic tribe is the strongest, followed by the king tribe, marquis tribe, noble tribe, and mortal tribe. Every single tribe is further categorized by their bloodline as well. Vicious said. The Xianxia that Master exerted earlier is extremely pure, and it's unique to Emperor. Emperor? Xianxian blinked his eyes in astonishment. How could a casual imitation of the heaven's path Xianxia be so formidable? That's right. Vicious replied respectfully. At the same time, he was even more perplexed about his master's identity. It was one thing for a celestial master teacher to be able to drive the Xianxia of slaughter without the slightest discomfort, but to think that he would possess the Xianxia of an emperor as well. Just how many more secrets did his master have? Since I am an emperor, what about you? Xianxian asked. The heaven's path Xianxia was extremely pure. Since Vicious was able to imitate it, it had to be of the highest grade. Judging from Vicious' shocked tone, was he not an emperor? Wasn't he one of the top experts of the otherworldly demonic tribe? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight against Xianxia back then. With a bitter smile, Vicious was just about to explain when he suddenly noticed something, and a voice sounded, Master, it seems like we have been discovered. We have been discovered? Taken aback, Xianxian raised his head to take a look, and his eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. He nearly fainted on the spot. Unknowingly, 40 to 50 otherworldly demons had appeared in the sky. Every single one of them emanated a powerful aura, and the killing intent they emanated had sealed off their surroundings. It was impossible for them to escape at all. Didn't they hide themselves well? How could they have been discovered, to be surrounded before they could even save anyone? It couldn't be that they were unable to escape, right? It must be because I failed to control my heaven's path Xianxia when I was converting it into Xianxia of slaughter. Xianxian's face twitched as he recalled the matter. While the effects of converting his heaven's path Xianxia into the Xianxia of slaughter that was unique to the otherworldly demonic tribe had been great, he had failed to control it, and its aura had soared into the sky. Most likely, the otherworldly demons had noticed it in that brief moment. Walala, just as Xianxian was at a loss as to what he should do, the otherworldly demons in the sky suddenly saw his appearance, and the tension in the air dissipated. Following which, a Saint Tudan otherworldly demon appeared before him. Who are you? The otherworldly demon asked doubtfully. Me? Xianxian was taken aback for a moment. Only then did he recall that he had changed into the clothes of an otherworldly demon, and his appearance had been altered as well. At this moment, coupled with the boiling killing intent that was emanating from his body, he looked exactly like an otherworldly demon. The otherworldly demon must have thought that he was an otherworldly demon, but he didn't recognize him. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxian was just about to come up with a random name to fool the otherworldly demon. In any case, there were so many otherworldly demons that it was impossible for the otherworldly demon to recognize all of them. However, at that moment, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. Narrowing his eyes, Xianxian took a deep breath, and the Xianxia of slaughter in Vicious' finger burst forth from his body. A powerful killing intent surged into the sky. Hung Long, even though the killing intent disguised by the heaven's path Xianxia was incomparably pure, it was only at the level of a half-saint. On the other hand, the killing intent emanating from the heaven's path Xianxia in vicious finger felt like a boundless ocean. This, feeling the killing intent, the Saint Tudan otherworldly demon's face paled, and his body stiffened uncontrollably. I don't think I need to explain my identity, right? With his hands behind his back, Xianxia looked at the otherworldly demon impassively. Even if Vicious knew of the otherworldly demonic tribe, it was only several dozen millenniums ago. On top of that, he had suffered severe memory loss. It was possible for him to come up with a random name to fool the otherworldly demons, but if he were to make a mistaken claim that he didn't have such a surname in the first place, wouldn't he be courting death? Besides, even if he were to come up with a name that no one knew of, it would be impossible for him to save the otherworldly demons even if he were to sneak into their group. The best solution was to create an identity that the otherworldly demons would fear. Since the otherworldly demons were ranked according to the purity of their Xianxia of slaughter, he would just have to scare them first. In any case, he was already very familiar with such matters, and he didn't find it difficult at all. You don't need to explain your identity? The Saint Tudan otherworldly demon was taken aback by Xianxia's words. I haven't even met you before, how could I possibly know who you are? You don't need to explain your identity, why don't you tell me about it? But even though he was perplexed, the other party's otherworldly demonic Xianxia was far more powerful than his. At the very least, the other party had to be at the king realm or above. Needless to say, the other party was of noble standing. You don't even know who I am? Men, drag this fool out and chop him up. Seeing how the other party was stuttering, Xianxia frowned and bellowed furiously, young master. Hearing Xianxia's bellow, not only was the Saint Tudan otherworldly demon stunned, the otherworldly demons in the area also froze. To threaten to chop our leader into pieces, who in the world are you, which mental hospital did you run out from? Could it be, the Saint Tudan otherworldly demon was also at a loss as to what he should do. All of a sudden, a thought flashed across his mind, and his face warped in astonishment. Could you be, the Golden Leaf King? Legend had it that the Golden Leaf King was a warmongering and vicious individual who would make a move at the slightest disagreement. He had never met the Golden Leaf King before, and he had only heard of his name. However, the person before him possessed such pure Xianxia and an imposing aura. Could he be the Golden Leaf King? Harumphing coldly, Xianxia tilted his head upward and said, at least you have some discerning eyes. The 214th Squadron leader of the Green Leaf King's subordinates, Tong Yu, pays respect to your highness. Hearing Xianxia's confirmation, the Saint Tudan otherworldly demon Tong Yu heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly kneeled down and kowtowed. At the same time, he couldn't help but ask doubtfully, Our Highness told us that he would be coming, and he instructed us to make preparations beforehand. Thus, we captured these master teachers and offered them as sacrifices to obtain energy to break the seal and welcome him. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't surprised. They were directly under the jurisdiction of the Green Leaf King, and they were worlds apart from the Golden Leaf King. The Green Leaf King had paid a heavy price and used a unique method to send them here one by one. He had thought that when the time was right, he would make use of the master teachers to break the seal and enter the Green Leaf King. Yet, before the preparations were complete, before the ritual had even begun, the Golden Leaf King had already arrived. The Golden Leaf King was on par with their Green Leaf King, but they didn't have much interaction with one another. His Highness didn't come, but he came. What was going on? Why? Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as he narrowed his eyes menacingly. Emanating a cold killing intent and an air of supreme authority, he bellowed, Ignorant fool, do you believe that even if I were to kill you right here and now, the Green Leaf King wouldn't dare to utter a single word? Tong Yu's body stiffened as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The other party possessed the royal bloodline whereas he was just an ordinary soldier. If he were to really kill the other party, there was no way the Green Leaf King would speak up for him. This was identity and status. This subordinate dares not. He knelt on the ground, not even daring to breathe loudly. He had long heard that the Golden Leaf King was an unruly person who dared to do anything, and now that he had seen it with his own eyes, the Golden Leaf King was indeed vicious. That's for the best. Xianxia harumphed coldly. Seemingly satisfied with the other party's attitude, he took a step forward and pointed at Lu Feng and the others. What's going on with them? We plan to capture these fellows and use them as sacrifices to break the seal and welcome the arrival of His Highness, Tong Yu quickly explained. Sacrifice? Welcome the Greenleaf King? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Even though he wasn't too sure what the other party was up to, he was still able to deduce a few things from their words. It seemed like he had arrived at the right time. Just a group of soldiers was already so fearsome. If an otherworldly demon king were to arrive, wouldn't Hongyuan City turn into a living hell? Noticing the displeasure on Zhang Xian's face, Tong Yu's mouth twitched. Only then did he realize what was going on. He hurriedly said, I was intending to welcome the Greenleaf King, but since His Highness is here, I'll just kill these fellows right now. As someone who had reached his current position, not only was he not a fool, he was also a shrewd individual. Even though there was no news of the Greenleaf King and Goldenleaf King being on bad terms with one another, if he were to sacrifice the Greenleaf King and the Goldenleaf King, wouldn't that be courting death? After saying those words, Tong Yu turned to the otherworldly demons behind him and said, Men, kill all of these fellows. Yes. Hearing Tong Yu's orders, the otherworldly demons stood up and glared at Lu Feng and the others with killing intent in their eyes. Everyone, we might have to die here today. Since we came here, we have no intention of leaving this place alive. So what if we stay here? Killing one is more than enough, killing two is a huge profit. Ha ha ha, come. Have a taste of your grandfather's strength. Even if we die, we will drag a few of them down with us. Seeing the killing intent of so many otherworldly demons, the master teachers in the center clenched their fists tightly and burst into laughter. It was as if they were facing death with equanimity. Just as Zhang Xian had guessed, these 6-star pinnacle master teachers had either reached a certain level of cultivation or had reached the end of their lifespan. Since they had entered the subterranean gallery, they had no intention of leaving this place alive. As a master teacher, if they were to die in a war against the otherworldly demonic tribe, it would be a blessing. As such, when they heard that the other party was going to kill them, not only did they show no fear, their fighting spirit even surged. What was there to be pitiful about? If they could kill an additional otherworldly demon, it would mean that they had protected the peace of the region. Ignorant fools, the reason why I went easy on you previously was so that I could use your blood as a sacrifice. Now that His Highness is here, what use do I have for you? Seeing that not only were they fearless, but they were even brimming with confidence, Tong Yu's face darkened. With a cold harumph, he waved his hand grandly. Voila, the otherworldly demons raised their hands simultaneously, and a powerful might gathered around them, ready to strike at any moment. This might was powerful enough to destroy the world. Once it was released, the severely injured master teachers would surely be killed. Wait a moment, with a frown, Zhang Xian called out. Hearing Zhang Xian's voice, the otherworldly demons, who were preparing to attack, immediately halted. Tong Yu also turned to look at Zhang Xian doubtfully. The Goldenleaf King had always been a cold-blooded and decisive person. This was also the reason why Tong Yu was so afraid of him. Why would the other party call for a halt when he was about to make a move? Keep them here. I still have some questions to ask them. Zhang Xian said calmly. With the experience of impersonating Xianxia, he knew how to disguise himself as an expert. On top of that, Vicious aura was powerful and violent, making it impossible for the other party to see through his disguise. Yes. Hearing that the king had questions to ask, Tong Yu came to a realization. He waved his hand, and the otherworldly demons who were prepared to attack immediately put down their palms. However, they didn't let down their guard. Instead, they continued to surround the otherworldly demons in case they tried to escape. May I know what your highness wishes to know? I'll have my men interrogate them right away. Knowing that it was impossible for the otherworldly demons to escape, Tong Yu clasped his fist and said. These master teachers are all stubborn individuals. Without using some means, it will be difficult to extract any concrete information from them. Fearing that the other party would misunderstand, Tong Yu hurriedly explained. Even though he hadn't been in the subterranean gallery for too long, he had come into contact with quite a few master teachers, and he knew that those fellows had extremely firm convictions. It was impossible to extract any information from them through ordinary interrogation. If they didn't even fear death, how could they possibly fear interrogation? There's no need for that. It isn't convenient for me to reveal what I want to know to others. I just need you to find me a quiet place so that I can interrogate them alone. Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia didn't bother to explain himself. He exuded an unfathomable aura. Yes. Hearing that the other party wanted to interrogate them personally, Tong Yu hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then, he clasped his fist and said, "Your Highness, our temporary encampment isn't too far away. Why don't we head there to ensure that they won't be able to escape?" Xianxia nodded. The subterranean gallery was filled with otherworldly demons. Even if the other party thought that he was the Golden Leaf King, it was unlikely that he would be able to take Xianxia away. Thus, he had to find a secluded location to stand a chance. Besides, the reason he was there was to investigate the otherworldly demons and resolve the problem at the same time. Naturally, he couldn't just leave like that. "This way please." Tong Yu nodded as he led the way forward. Without any hesitation, Xianxia flew up and followed closely behind Tong Yu. At the same time, he discreetly communicated with Vicious through his consciousness. "Have you heard of the Golden Leaf King that he spoke of? How could I possibly know those juniors?" Most likely, Tong Yu has never met the Golden Leaf King before, and the purity and strength of your Xianxia are the reason why he believes you. Vicious pondered for a moment before replying. The otherworldly demonic tribe has a strict hierarchy. The stronger one's Xianxia of slaughter is, the higher one's standing is. I have only just recovered my phalanx, so I am still a long way from reaching my previous level. However, the Xianxia that I can condense isn't something that they can comprehend. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia's conjecture was the same as well. Vicious was one of the strongest emperors of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Even though his phalanx was still a long way from reaching its peak, the purity of the Xianxia contained within it was still not something that those fellows could comprehend. On top of that, his disguise was impeccable, so it wasn't too surprising that the other party thought that he was the Golden Leaf King. "If you make a move now, will you be able to kill all of them?" Xianxia asked. If Vicious were to make a move now, he would be able to save himself a lot of trouble. "My strongest attack at the moment is my will of slaughter. Against otherworldly demonic tribe, it is extremely effective. However, against them, it is much more ineffective," Vicious said awkwardly. He had been boasting about how formidable he was all day long, but when it came time to use his strength, he found himself unable to do so. After successfully possessing the phalanx, his fighting prowess had been enhanced slightly. While he was still able to deal with a single opponent, he was still lacking when dealing with so many people. Besides, his strongest attack was his will of slaughter. Against master teachers, saint beasts, and the like, those who were struck by it would stiffen up in an instant, leaving them at his mercy. However, against fellow otherworldly demonic tribe members, it was practically useless. "Alright then." Seeing how swiftly Vicious rejected the idea, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Pouting, he muttered under his breath, "I was wondering how formidable you would be, but to think that you were just a wax spearhead." How useless. Hearing those words, Vicious staggered, and he nearly burst into tears. "Master, I am not a wax spearhead. I am very firm, very, very firm." While the duo was speaking, the otherworldly demons had already subdued Lu Feng and the others and were following them. Under the encirclement of so many otherworldly demons, they were already on the verge of death. If not for the otherworldly demons requiring blood sacrifices, they would have long been dead by now. While the otherworldly demons were attacking him, Xianxia didn't say a word or even look at them. Since the otherworldly demons had mistaken him for the Golden Leaf King, there was no way they would dare to kill them. As long as they were still alive, there was still hope. Proceeding ahead, it didn't take long for a massive building to appear before his eyes. It was built against a mountain, and it stretched for several li hidden under the gloomy sky. It was cold and eerie, leaving one with a feeling of eeriness. Such a huge building? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. The subterranean gallery was a passageway that connected mankind to the otherworldly battlefield. While it was dangerous, there shouldn't be too many otherworldly demons in it. Yet, this building was able to house several 100,000 people. Could it be that the otherworldly demons had already broken through the seal and settled down here? If that was the case, Hongyuan Empire would be in grave danger. Even an empire might not be able to defend against 200 otherworldly demons at once. If several 100,000 of them were to appear, even Qingyuan conferred empire would be frightened. Following behind Tong Yu, Xianxia secretly activated his Eye of Insight to peer into the building. The interior was extremely spacious, but there were no signs of life. Your Highness, this is the base that we have built over the past 2 months. It shouldn't be a problem for it to house several 100,000 people. If the army were to come over, we should be able to secure a place for them to stay. Tong Yu smiled, trying to take credit for his achievement. Dispelling his Eye of Insight, Xianxia nodded as he heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that the base had been built in advance, and he had thought that it was already filled with otherworldly demons. It seemed like something had happened to the seal, but it hadn't reached the point where those fellows could enter as they pleased. Based on Tong Yu's words, he could deduce 2 things. Firstly, summoning the Greenleaf King would require the presence of a master teacher. It wouldn't be easy for him to do so. Secondly, the Greenleaf King should be the vanguard of the otherworldly demons. If they succeeded, there was a good chance that the entire army would invade. If that was the case, he would be in deep trouble. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia followed closely behind Tong Yu. These buildings were clearly different from those of the human race. They could better gather the surrounding slaughtered qi. If one cultivated the slaughtered qi here, they could achieve twice the results with half the effort. It seemed like there was no lack of elites among the otherworldly demonic tribe, and they were on par with the formation masters of mankind. It was no wonder. If they weren't so powerful, they wouldn't have been able to oppress humans to the point where they couldn't resist before Kongsher appeared. I have long heard that Your Highness is proficient in architecture and formations. If there is anything inappropriate, I can send someone to correct it right away, Tong Yu asked. No, just as he was about to say that there was no need to make any changes, Xianxia had an idea. It seemed like this fellow had yet to confirm his identity and wanted to test him. Xianxia had no idea whether the Golden Leaf King was proficient in building and formations or not. If he were to point out the correct method to correct the problem, only to find out that he wasn't proficient in the former, that would be equivalent to giving himself away. On the other hand, if the Golden Leaf King was proficient in building and he were to point out the wrong method. It seemed like this guy was not stupid, digging a hole for him in the blink of an eye. Under such circumstances, Xianxia couldn't help but feel awkward. Is this how you speak to Your Highness as well? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up, and his face darkened. Since there was no guarantee that Tong Yu would answer the question, Xianxia decided not to pursue the matter any further. Tong Yu's body stiffened. It was at this moment that he realized that he had overstepped his boundaries, and his face paled in fright. As a king, he could speak as he pleased. How could a subordinate like him ask such a question? All right, I don't have time to waste with you. Bring those humans to a secret chamber. Don't allow anyone to come within 30 meters of them. Thus, Xianxia decided to change the topic. Yes. Seeing that Xianxia wasn't going to pursue the matter, Tong Yu nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around and left to make arrangements. Not too long later, he returned and said, Your Highness, I have arranged for those humans to be placed in the palace ahead. Xianxia nodded. Your Highness, be careful. Humans are cunning, and their means are unfathomable. I fear that they might try to harm you, Tong Yu said. They are just a bunch of weaklings. Even if I were to stand on the spot and allow them to attack me, what could they possibly do to me? Xianxia sneered coldly as he placed his hands behind his back. A powerful aura began to emanate from his body. Yes. Feeling this aura, Tong Yu's eyebrows shot up. Given the other party's strength, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger to kill him. Don't allow anyone to enter. I'll be back soon. Harumphing coldly, Xianxia placed his hands behind his back and began walking forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared into the palace ahead. Yes. Tong Yu nodded. After Xianxia disappeared into the palace, he frowned and instructed, Men. Leader, not too long later, an otherworldly demon rushed into the palace. Head to the seal to check if anyone has come today, Tong Yu said. Yes. The otherworldly demon nodded before rushing out of the palace. Even though Tong Yu believed Tong Yu's words to be true, he still had to verify it. After all, the implications of this matter were too great. In the palace, school head Lu Feng and the others were trapped within the palace. Their bodies were bound by shackles, and their cultivation was suppressed through some kind of special means. They were lying weakly on the floor. "It seems like we won't be able to escape this time," a master teacher said with a bitter smile. "Indeed. However, it's a pity that we didn't manage to kill more than a few otherworldly demons." An elder shook his head. "I have no idea what the other party is trying to interrogate us for, but even if I have to die, I won't say a single word." A master teacher gritted his teeth. The otherworldly demonic tribe and master teachers were sworn enemies, so there was clearly something amiss about the other party not killing them. Even if they were to die, they would never betray mankind. "Right, Lu Feng, we are already nearing the end of our lifespans. You are still young, and on top of that, you are the head of the apothecary school. What are you doing here?" An elder couldn't help but ask. Hearing the question, the others also turned their gazes over. They had been hunted down for the past few days, and they hadn't had the time to ask any questions. Now that they were on the verge of death, they couldn't help but want to know the reason behind it. Those who came to the apothecary school were those who had a bleak future ahead of them. On top of being the head of the Master Teacher Academy, Lu Feng was also a half-spiritual perception realm cultivator. It's hard to explain. It's all because of me." Lu Feng shook his head. If he hadn't provoked Xianxia, he wouldn't have ended up in such a state. "What happened? Did someone set you up?" a master teacher asked. "I offended someone I shouldn't have, so I volunteered to come here." Lu Feng replied. Even though he had died here, he didn't regret it. Being a principal was a contribution to mankind, and it was the same here as well. However, even if he died here, he would only be a nameless figure. Offended someone? The crowd was even more perplexed. Just who in the world did the stand-in principal of the Master Teacher Academy, a half-spiritual perception realm expert, offend to be sent to this place where death was assured? "Indeed, I offended a student." Lu Feng nodded. "A student?" Everyone was taken aback. "You are a teacher and the principal of the Master Teacher Academy, and yet you offended a student. Isn't that student a little too fearsome?" An elder suddenly recalled something and asked, "Is he a descendant of a sage clan?" "No, he's just an ordinary student from the Miryu Empire," Lu Feng replied. "From the Miryu Empire?" The crowd glanced at one another in bewilderment. For a student from a Tier 2 empire to send a stand-in principal like you here. What in the world happened? I know that you won't believe me, but honestly speaking, I have been thinking about it for the past few days, and I still feel like I'm dreaming. Taking in the expressions of the crowd, Lu Feng smiled bitterly. "Alright, I'll tell you all about how he entered the academy, and you'll understand what's going on." Shaking his head, Lu Feng recounted everything that he had learned after Xianxia entered the Master Teacher Academy. As for the matter regarding Xianxia, as it concerned a higher-ranked Master Teacher, he didn't go into detail. A 20-year-old young man challenged Yu Su, Vice School Head Su, in the way of medicine and won? A lecture that caused a huge commotion among the teachers and students? To tame a Saint Tudan beast at such a young age? Master Teacher Academy's Jin Yuanding acknowledged it as its master just after touching it once. Hearing the various feats of Xianxia, everyone was stunned. For a person who had only entered the academy a few months ago to cause such a huge uproar, was this for real? How could you possibly fall out with such a genius? One of the master teachers asked. Didn't teachers love geniuses? Given Xianxia's incredible prowess, shouldn't they love him? It's precisely because he's too incredible. I suspect that he is an otherworldly demon king who snuck into the academy. Otherwise, how could he possess such incredible strength and understanding of the supporting occupations at such a young age? Lu Feng let out a bitter laugh before shaking his head. Later on, I realized how ridiculous that thought was. All along, he had thought that Xianxia was an otherworldly demon king, but after meeting Xianxia, he realized how ridiculous that thought was. How could a student of a celestial master teacher be an otherworldly demon? You must be joking. Ridiculous? How so? If I were in your shoes, I would think the same as well. There should be a limit to how talented a person is. To be able to comprehend so much at such a young age, no one would believe it. Indeed. I had the same doubts as well. Just because you doubted him, you were sent here? The master teachers frowned. If they were to receive such a heavy punishment over such a small matter, wouldn't they be making a mountain out of a molehill? You all still don't know much about him, so allow me to introduce him to you. This is Xianxia, Xianxia. Lu Feng shook his head. Lu Feng shook his head. Just as he was about to explain himself, Jia, the doors to the palace creaked open, and a head popped in through the gap. It stared at Xianxia intently. Who called me? The huge face grinned, looking extremely ferocious. You? Seeing that the otherworldly demon was the Golden Leaf King who was going to interrogate them, everyone's mouths twitched. We were just talking about the conflict between the newly appointed principal of the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy and Lu Feng. Who called you here? Don't flatter yourself, alright. Lu Feng rolled his eyes in disbelief. Who in the world would call you with such an ugly face? Just as he was about to speak, the tall and ugly fellow suddenly walked over. I was still thinking about how I should explain things to you all. Since you have recognized me, that's for the best. Walking up to them, the ugly fellow stretched out his hands to remove the chains binding them. What are you doing? Everyone was taken aback. Explain, recognize me, recognize your head. We are master teachers, upright master teachers. We have never come into contact with the otherworldly demons before, and yet you speak so intimately with them. What am I doing? How are we supposed to leave if we don't remove the chains? The otherworldly demon shook his head. Naturally, that fellow was Xianxia. Before he could even enter the room, he heard someone calling his name and asking for a detailed introduction. Perplexed, he pushed the door open and saw that the one who had spoken was Lu Feng. Most likely, the other party had recognized him and was explaining the situation to the others. Otherwise, why would the other party still be thinking about him despite being locked up here? It was good that the other party had recognized him. He was just fretting over how he should explain his identity to the other party. Leave? What do you mean by that? If you want to kill us, just do it. You must be dreaming if you want to play tricks on us. Scram. Don't touch our chains. We are already prepared to die here. If you want to bribe us, save your breath. Seeing that the otherworldly demon was intending to let them leave, the crowd harumphed coldly. Those who were unaccountably solicitous were definitely up to no good. Just by looking at the other party's shameless behavior, it was clear that he was up to no good. To think that he could bribe them with such a small favor, wasn't he looking down on the master teacher occupation a little too much? I am here to save you all. Seeing the looks of disbelief on their faces, Xianxia hurriedly said. Didn't you introduce me just a moment ago? Why are you turning against me all of a sudden? Save us? As an otherworldly demon king, do you think that you will save us? You are trying to win our hearts through this? If that's the case, aren't you underestimating us? The master teacher sneered coldly. Not expecting to be misunderstood by the other party, Xianxia shook his head with a bitter smile. He turned to school head Lu Feng and said, School head Lu, even if they don't believe me, you can't possibly not believe me either, right? Then, with a shake of his body, the muscles all over his body creaked, and he returned to his original appearance. I'm Xianxia, Xianxia? Lu Feng was taken aback. His eyes widened in shock, and his body stiffened. Killing intent surged from his body as he bellowed, You. Are you really an otherworldly demon king? I'm going to kill you. Previously, when Xianxia's teacher appeared, the various explanations he offered were extremely logical, making Xianxia feel that he had misunderstood a talented master teacher. In his despair, he willingly came to this place of certain death to repent with his life. He had thought that he would be able to atone for his sins with his death, but who could have known that the otherworldly demon king would turn into Xianxia just as he was about to die? In other words, that fellow had deceived all of the elders of the Master Teacher Academy and him. You have misunderstood. Not expecting the other party to fly into such a rage upon reverting to his original appearance, Xianxia hurriedly explained, I am not an otherworldly demon. I am Xianxia, and I am here to save you, Peng. But before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a powerful force rushing toward him. Turning around, he saw an elder kicking him from behind. Dodging the attack, Xianxia frowned. What are you doing? He had come to save them out of goodwill, but that fellow chose to assault him from behind. This was too much. It was fortunate that Xianxia was severely injured, and his cultivation had been sealed. Otherwise, even he would have suffered a blow from the assault of a Saint One Dan pinnacle expert. I have long heard that otherworldly demon kings are capable of impersonating humans, such that even master teachers are unable to tell the difference. Very well, to think that you would dare to sneak into the Master Teacher Academy, deceive everyone, and even become the principal of the academy. I will kill you. The elder roared furiously. Now that I know the truth, even if I have to put my life on the line, I will make sure that you die. I have to kill him. As the principal of the Master Teacher Academy, he must have access to the secrets of mankind. If the otherworldly demonic tribe were to learn of it, we would be in deep trouble. The master teachers immediately stood up and surrounded Xianxia. Their eyes were bloodshot, and it seemed as if they were on the verge of killing someone. They had just suspected that Xianxia might be an otherworldly demon king when that massive fellow suddenly morphed into his appearance. The truth was right before their eyes. There was no need to doubt it anymore. Not only had an otherworldly demon managed to sneak into the Master Teacher Academy, he had even become the principal of the Master Teacher Academy. How many secrets of mankind had he leaked to the Master Teacher Academy? If they didn't kill him, how could they live up to their title as Master Teachers? Lu Feng was also on the verge of exploding from anger. The one who had revealed his identity as a celestial Master Teacher was Xianxia. Xianxia had thought that there was really nothing wrong with his student, but after seeing so many otherworldly demons obediently listening to his words and morphing into a human before him, all of his doubts were cleared. To think that a master teacher would be fooled by an otherworldly demon. Lu Feng clenched his fists tightly, and he nearly crushed his teeth. He regretted that he hadn't been more resolute and exposed the other party's identity back then, resulting in such an irreversible situation. You have misunderstood me. I am a human. Seeing how furious the crowd was, Xianxia hurriedly waved his hands, and with a flick of his wrist, a massive Byzantium Helios beast appeared before him. You should recognize it, right? The Byzantium Helios beast is an upright beast. How could it possibly submit to an otherworldly demon? But before Xianxia could finish his words, Lu Feng abruptly stood up and bellowed, "Everyone, don't listen to his words. It is because of this that I trusted the wrong person and placed the academy in danger. You won't be able to fool me anymore. Indeed, we mustn't trust him. I saw him issuing orders to those otherworldly demons with my own eyes. The killing intent in his body is extremely dense and pure. At the very least, he is an otherworldly demon king. Furthermore, I heard that fellow addressing him as the Golden Leaf King or something." Another two master teachers exclaimed. If not for the fact that their cultivation had been sealed, they might have already made a move. Xianxia's complexion turned awful. What the heck was this? It was one thing for the other party to not trust him, but to think that he was even mistaken as an otherworldly demon. If the other party refused to trust him, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he were to undo the chains. How in the world was he supposed to save them? More importantly, I can't reveal my identity as a celestial master teacher. Xianxia felt frenzied. He was surrounded by otherworldly demons, and there were more than 200 of them who had reached Saint Realm. If he were to reveal his identity as a celestial master teacher, he would surely attract the attention of the otherworldly demons. Perhaps, even if the master teachers were to remain here, he might very well lose his life. It was in order to conceal his identity as a celestial master teacher from the otherworldly demons. If the news were to spread, he would surely be hunted down by the otherworldly demons. How could he keep a low profile? How could he ensure his safety? But if he didn't reveal his identity, it would be nigh impossible for the master teachers to acknowledge him and leave obediently. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Xianxia turned to Lu Feng and said, "Lu Feng, I really am Xianxia. I am here to save you. I know that you are Xianxia, and I know that you are an otherworldly demon king." Lu Feng gritted his teeth. "You won't be able to fool me anymore." Seeing how Lu Feng looked like he was going to slice him into pieces, Xianxia felt a little frenzied. Why did the more he tried to explain, the more he made things worse? These fellows didn't believe him at all. What should he do? While Xianxia was at a loss as to how he should explain the situation to Tongyu, a figure suddenly flashed. and the otherworldly demon who had left earlier rushed back in. Leader. His Highness is here. His Highness? What His Highness? Tongyu was taken aback. Greenleaf King, the otherworldly demon hurriedly replied. Greenleaf King? His Highness is here? Tongyu was astonished. They were the subordinates of the Greenleaf King, and the reason they had captured these master teachers was to offer them as sacrifices so that His Highness would be able to break through the seal and come here. Yes. The otherworldly demon hurriedly nodded. Hurry up and welcome him. Tongyu didn't dare to waste any time and quickly rushed out. Shortly after he arrived at the entrance, he saw His Highness walking in with a middle-aged man, chatting merrily with one another. Tongyu pays respect to His Highness. Tongyu stepped forward and kneeled down. Well done. This camp is more than enough to house 100,000 soldiers. The Greenleaf King chuckled in satisfaction. The Greenleaf King was even taller than Tongyu. His face was fair and beardless, and there was a valiant air between his eyebrows, giving him an air of superiority. This was especially so for the killing intent he exuded. With just a single glance, one would feel as if they had fallen into a battlefield, and death would befall them at any moment. Thank you for your compliment, His Highness. Tongyu heaved a sigh of relief as he discreetly shot a glance at the middle-aged man beside him. Even though the middle-aged man was slightly shorter than the Greenleaf King, he carried a cold aura that left one shuddering uncontrollably. The construction of this camp isn't too bad, and it's located close to the seal as well. However, there are mountains in the surroundings, making it easy for the soldiers to hide. If the enemy were to launch an attack, they would be able to hide within the mountains, putting us in an extremely disadvantageous position. While Tongyu was still observing the situation, the middle-aged man suddenly turned to look at him and said calmly. This, unaware of the other party's identity, Tongyu glanced at the Greenleaf King doubtfully, not knowing how he should respond. Xianxia is an expert in this field, so there's no harm in listening to him, the Greenleaf King said. Yes. Tongyu turned to the Greenleaf King and clasped his fist. Lord, may I know what we should do? Simple. We just have to move these mountains away. Make sure that the area within 100 li of our encampment is a flat plain. Only then will we have a better line of sight. The middle-aged man said. Move the mountains away? Tongyu's lips twitched. Even though the mountains in the subterranean gallery weren't too tall, they stretched far into the distance. Even if everyone were to move them together, it would still take a huge amount of effort. At the very least, it would take at least a month or two. Send someone to do it. Get it done as soon as possible. Seeing the expression on Tongyu's face, the Greenleaf King chuckled. Right, I forgot to introduce Brother Yin. He is one of the 10 great kings of our Qingtian. Golden Leaf King. Lao met many gods during his trip to Xianxia and took many photos with them. I even had the honor of taking a photo with Brother Dong and Chendong. Do you all want to take a look? Follow my official account and search for Sweeping the World on WeChat. At 8 p.m., Lao will be baring his fangs in a selfie. Also, take a look and see if he looks like Wu Yanzu. Tongyu was taken aback and jumped in fright. His lips trembled as he said, Jin. Yi. One had just arrived, so why was there another one? Wasn't there only one Golden Leaf King? Since when were there so many of them? Aren't you going to pay your respects to His Highness? Why are there no rules after coming out for a while? Seeing his subordinate staring at him with an expression as if he had seen a ghost, the Greenleaf King's eyebrows shot up in displeasure. This subordinate was too shocked and impolite. Tongyu hurriedly knelt on the ground. Shocked, the Greenleaf King asked doubtfully. Although this subordinate of his wasn't very strong, he was extremely capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been entrusted with such a heavy responsibility and sent here. What could make him lose his composure like this and even forget his etiquette? What happened? Why yes. There was a powerful tribesman who claimed to be the Golden Leaf King a while ago, and upon hearing that the other party was the Golden Leaf King as well, he lost his composure, Tongyu quickly explained. You call yourself the Golden Leaf King? The Green Leaf King and Golden Leaf King glanced at one another in astonishment. What do you mean? Are you saying that someone is impersonating me? The Golden Leaf King's face darkened as he stepped forward. This? Tongyu was at a loss for words. What is going on? The Greenleaf King asked. Reporting to your highness, it's like this. Just a moment ago, when I sent my men to kill the master teachers, a tribesman appeared and claimed to be the Golden Leaf King. He is currently in the midst of interrogating the master teachers, so he hasn't left yet. Tongyu hurriedly recounted what happened earlier. You call yourself the Golden Leaf King? Interrogate a master teacher? The two lords frowned at the same time. Bring us there. I want to see who dares to impersonate me. The Golden Leaf King's face darkened, and killing intent surged from his body, threatening to explode at any moment. For an otherworldly demon king to be impersonated by an otherworldly demon king, there was no one in his position who could accept the humiliation. Tongyu glanced at his prince. Seeing him nod, he responded and led the way. Princes, this way please. Don't be in such a hurry. Send people to quietly seal off the surroundings. Don't alert the enemy before we go over. After taking 2 steps forward, the Greenleaf King halted and instructed. Yes. Tongyu nodded. If the other party was a fake and harbored ulterior motives, he would naturally capture and interrogate them to find out what their motives were. After walking out of the room, Tongyu issued a few instructions, and the 200 otherworldly demons immediately rushed out and surrounded the palace that Xianxia had entered. These otherworldly demons moved in an orderly fashion, and when they surrounded Xianxia, they sealed off all of his blind spots. Putting aside Xianxia, even a Saint 3 Dan expert would find it impossible to escape from their encirclement. Alright, bring us over to have a look. Seeing that everything was ready, the Greenleaf King waved his hand, and the few of them quickly made their way into the palace. You can choose not to believe me, but if I were an otherworldly demon king, why would I waste my breath on you? I'm afraid he'll send someone to kill all of you. Seeing that the crowd didn't believe a single word of his, Xianxia waved his hand helplessly. One of the master teachers gritted his teeth and said, You must be trying to get some news from us. You are trying to fool us by expressing goodwill to lower our guard. Get some news? Xianxia shook his head. I am the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, so what secrets do I not know? Do you think that your standing is comparable to that of a principal? The crowd was stunned. Don't believe his glib tongue. Even the esteemed principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy can't possibly know everything. The reason why he captured us is to learn the secrets of the subterranean gallery. Lu Feng roared. Having suffered at the hands of the fellow before him once, he wouldn't believe the other party's words ever again. Indeed, don't believe him. Those who aren't of our tribe are bound to harbor ill intentions. If he isn't, why would he appear here? How could he have so many otherworldly demons obey his orders obediently? Those people are full of schemes. They must be up to something. Everyone, don't fall for their tricks. Another master teacher bellowed. You all. Xianxia's eyes rolled in frenzy. He had gone to the extent of begging the other party for help, but the other party still refused to appreciate his kindness. Unable to stand it any longer, Xianxia harumphed. Up to something. You bunch of old and weak fellows are just a bunch of weaklings on the verge of death. What is there for me to be up to? Just look at you lot, your combined age adds up to several 100,000 years. What is there for me to be up to? Just as one of the master teachers was about to speak, the Byzantium Helios beast's face suddenly darkened. Master, bad news. The surroundings have been sealed. Having reached spiritual perception realm, the Byzantium Helios beast was more sensitive than anyone else in the area. Even though the commotion outside was slight, it still noticed it. Sealed? Taken aback, Xianxia hurriedly activated his Eye of Insight and peered out of the window. Amidst the darkness of the night, he saw countless otherworldly demons sealing off the area. Even though they were concealing their auras, as long as anyone tried to leave the area, they would surely launch a devastating attack. What's going on? Xianxia's heart turned cold, and a grim expression appeared on his face. Weren't they still fine a moment ago, trusting his words? Why did they suddenly seal off the area so quickly? From the looks of it, it seemed like they were determined to kill him. You should return for now. With a single glance, Xianxia knew that it was impossible for him to escape. Thus, he waved his hands to the Byzantium Helios beast. Yes. The Byzantium Helios beast nodded before returning to the myriad ant-hive nest. After keeping the myriad ant-hive nest, Xianxia's body warped slightly, and he reverted back to his otherworldly demon form. Shortly after he was done, the doors of the palace creaked open from the outside, and 3 figures walked in with widened strides. The one at the very front was Tongyu, and the 2 behind him looked extremely unfamiliar. However, the strength they exuded felt immense pressure from them. Saint 4 Dan experts? Xianxia's face twitched as he clenched his fists tightly beneath his sleeves. The 2 of them were actually Saint 4 Dan experts. He was still thinking of using Jin Yuanding to carve out a path of escape. However, with such experts around, it was practically impossible for him to escape. Knowing that it was impossible for him to escape, even though Xianxia was nervous, he knew that he had to remain clear-headed. Driving his soul depth, he swiftly regained his composure. Tongyu, didn't I tell you not to let anyone disturb you? Do you really think that I dare not kill you? Xianxia's face darkened, and killing intent seeped out from his forehead. He had no idea how he had exposed himself, but he could only continue putting on a disguise. Otherwise, he might really die here. If those foolish master teachers had believed him earlier, they might have already escaped by now. They wouldn't have ended up in such a passive position. It's not that I'm being reckless, but our king and the Golden Leaf King have arrived, and they heard that you are the Golden Leaf King as well, so they came over to take a look, Tongyu said. Your king? Golden Leaf King? Xianxia nearly fainted on the spot. Surely he couldn't be that unlucky. All he did was to borrow the other party's name for a moment, and the other party actually came? Was he for real? The last time he was in the Poison Temple, he had disguised himself as an envoy, but it didn't take long for the other party to really arrive, nearly causing him to fail miserably. This time, he was even more unlucky. Not only was he the Golden Leaf King here, even the Green Leaf King had come as well. Why was he so unlucky? Who are you? Why are you using my name? Seeing that the person before him was disguised as him, the Golden Leaf King's face turned livid. Who are you? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Since there was no other way out, he could only take a gamble. I am the Golden Leaf King, the Golden Leaf King replied. How dare you? Who in the world dares to impersonate me? Tongyu, hurry up and capture this fellow. Xianxia bellowed as he placed his hands behind his back and released a powerful aura. I am the Golden Leaf King. After saying those words, the muscles on his face twitched, and in the blink of an eye, he took on the appearance of the Golden Leaf King. Previously, he had been impersonating his puppet, but now that the real Golden Leaf King was here, it went without saying that he would take on the same appearance as him. Seeing that not only did the other party impersonate him, the Golden Leaf King was so furious that he could explode. Can you be any more fake than that, to assume my appearance right before everyone's eyes? Do you think that everyone is blind? This is my true appearance. I was just putting on a disguise to hide my true appearance. Xianxia said as he assumed the appearance of the other party. Who in the world are you? I passed through the seal together with the Golden Leaf King, so there's no way his identity is fake. Seeing how fearless the other party was, the Green Leaf King couldn't stand it anymore. He had come here together with the Golden Leaf King, so naturally, he trusted the young man beside him. There's no way your identity is fake? Xianxia waved his hands and sighed deeply. With a look of pity on his face, he said, Green Leaf King, your thinking is too simple. You might not know who that fellow is, but I do. He tried to impersonate me before, and after I discovered him, I taught him a lesson. Who could have thought that he would be so cunning as to escape? If only I had known, I would have killed him on the spot. At the very least, I wouldn't have been unable to tell who I am. What did you say? The more Xianxia spoke, the more the Golden Leaf King felt like he was on the verge of exploding. Killing intent surged from his body, and it seemed as if he would make a move at any moment. It was one thing for this fellow to impersonate him, but to even speak of it so confidently and righteously. Where in the world did he find the courage to do so, to even impersonate you before, and teach you a lesson, making irresponsible remarks, casually spouting nonsense? Where is your dignity? Don't you know what I am talking about? Shaking his head in exasperation, Xianxia bellowed, Beast, hurry up and reveal your true form. I've raised you for so many years and treated you like my own son. I taught you cultivation methods and martial skills step by step just to make you stronger. But in the end, you've learned my habits and even my martial skills. You've disguised yourself everywhere and swindled people. You're really ungrateful." At this point, Xianxia turned to the Greenleaf King and Tong Yu and said, "To tell you the truth, he is actually a tamed beast that I have reared. As I have reared him for many years, he has become extremely familiar with my habits, which is why he is able to take on my appearance." "Tamed beast?" The Greenleaf King and Tong Yu were taken aback. The latter turned to Xianxia and said, "Our otherworldly demonic tribe doesn't even have spirit beasts or saint beasts, so how could we possibly have tamed beasts?" "No spirit beasts or saint beasts?" Xianxia's body swayed weakly. And he nearly spurted blood. It hadn't been easy for him to come up with an excuse to get away with this, but upon hearing those words, he nearly burst into tears. "The otherworldly demonic tribe doesn't have spirit beasts or saint beasts, what the heck is that? Can we still have a pleasant conversation?" "That's not important." Despite feeling so stifled that he could explode, Xianxia didn't allow it to show on his face. Waving his hands, he said, "The tamed beast that I spoke of is actually a junior whom I have raised from a young age. I have been treating him as a pet for many years, and I have poured all of my efforts into him. Who could have thought that he would impersonate me all this time?" "Bullshit." The Golden Leaf King couldn't hold himself back anymore. "You are the one who is a pet. Your entire family is a pet." Hung Long, with a furious roar, the Golden Leaf King flicked his wrist, and a powerful might burst forth, covering the entire sky as it charged toward Xianxia. He was truly enraged. Initially, he thought that the other party would surely be frightened to the point that his legs would turn to jelly the moment he stepped forward. Who could have known that the other party would become more and more excited as he spoke, even treating him as if he was his own son? He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen one as shameless as this. To be able to impersonate someone else so brazenly, this was truly unprecedented. See la, with a single slash of his Xianxia, the surrounding air was immediately torn apart, as if a curtain had been sliced apart. "How powerful, it's over." Upon seeing this move, the faces of the 6-star master teachers behind Xianxia paled in fright. They were still confident of their strength a moment ago, thinking that they were on par with the otherworldly demonic tribe. However, after seeing this move, they realized that the gap between them was far too huge. There was no comparison at all. If this move were to land on them, they would surely die on the spot. Not even a deity would be able to save them. "Serves you right for biting each other. Kill that fellow." The 2 master teachers harumphed. While the otherworldly demonic tribe was fighting amongst themselves, they were more than happy to see them fight as fiercely as possible. "How dare you make a move on me? How audacious!" Not expecting the other party to make a move on him, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Instead of dodging, he raised his finger and tapped it. The speed of his finger was not fast, nor did it seem to be very strong. However, in an instant, it emitted a terrifying killing intent, as if a powerful king had appeared out of nowhere, giving the onlookers a sense of suppression in terms of bloodline. "What pure Xianxia!" The Greenleaf King narrowed his eyes in astonishment. As an otherworldly demon, he could clearly sense how powerful the other party's Xianxia was. While the other party's strength might be slightly inferior to that of the Golden Leaf King, the purity of his Xianxia was even higher than his. In other words, the other party's status as a member of the royal family was truly higher than his. Even if he isn't the Golden Leaf King, he must be a formidable king. Xianxia thought. The otherworldly demonic tribe was ranked based on the purity of their Xianxia of slaughter. Since the other party's Xianxia was far purer than his, it was clear that he was a king. Even if he wasn't the Golden Leaf King, he was at least on par with him. With such an identity, why would he pretend to be someone else? While Xianxia was still deep in thought, the Golden Leaf King's finger collided with the Golden Leaf King's attack. A brilliant light flashed from the Golden Leaf King's fingertip, forming a barrier. This barrier seemed to be formed from many wills, and it seemed to be indestructible. In an instant, it blocked the Golden Leaf King's attack. Following which, the Golden Leaf King flicked his finger lightly. Pong! The Golden Leaf King's face reddened, and he couldn't help but retreat several steps in retreat. Not only was his attack easily neutralized by the other party, the rebound even caused his blood to boil. To think that the other party was actually stronger than him, where in the world did this monster come from? That was close. In contrast to the Golden Leaf King's astonishment, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He was only a half-saint at the moment, whereas the other party was a Saint 4 Dan expert. The difference between the two of them was worlds apart, and there was no way for them to compare at all. In a moment of desperation, Xianxia made use of the principal seal. The principal seal was formed from the wills of countless teachers and students in the academy, and it could form an absolute defense. Even a Saint 4 Dan expert would find it difficult to break through it. After blocking the attack, Xianxia made use of Vicious' finger to counterattack. Even though Vicious was still a long way off from recovering to his peak, he was still able to deal with a Saint 4 Dan expert in a single blow. However, he would still be able to withstand 1 or 2 blows from a Saint 4 Dan expert. I have been reluctant to kill you out of consideration for our past relationship, but are you trying to kill me instead? After pushing the other party back, Xianxia bellowed furiously. He would surely lose if he were to continue fighting with the other party, so he decided to frighten the other party first. Who in the world are you? After exchanging a blow with the other party, the Golden Leaf King knew that the other party's strength was no weaker than his. If they were to really fight, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. I have already said that I am the Golden Leaf King. Harumphing coldly, Xianxia turned to the Green Leaf King and said, I doubt that you will believe us even if we continue arguing like this. Why don't you be the judge instead? Me? The Green Leaf King was taken aback. I have already said that you are a fake, and the person beside you is the real one, and you still want me to judge? How am I supposed to judge you? Indeed. The real Golden Leaf King should be well aware of the flaws in his cultivation, right? Xianxia asked. This? Indeed. The Green Leaf King nodded. The flaws of a cultivator were their greatest secrets, and they would never be revealed to others. If the other party was well aware of their flaws, there was a good chance that they were the real deal. However, he was an outsider, and he didn't know the flaws of the Golden Leaf King either, so how could he possibly judge whether the other party was right or wrong? Simple. Both this fellow and I will point out our flaws simultaneously, and you will be the judge. The one who points out more and more accurately will be the true Golden Leaf King. Xianxia said, seemingly seeing through the Green Leaf King's thoughts. Speak out? The Green Leaf King hesitated for a moment before turning to the Golden Leaf King. Brother Een. Listen to his nonsense. I have cultivated my grand lunar art to its limits, and there are no flaws at all, the Golden Leaf King harumphed. Are there any flaws? I did talk to you a few times about the problems in my cultivation, but I didn't go into detail about the fundamental reason behind it. It's only natural that you don't know about it. If you dare not compete with me, that would mean that you are a fake, and I will have to trouble you to capture him. Xianxia waved his hands casually. I am a fake? The Golden Leaf King's face darkened. Bullshit. It's not fake, so what's the harm in competing? Do you really think that the impersonator would know more than the real person? Xianxia raised his eyelids. This? The Golden Leaf King hesitated. Had it been anyone else, he would have surely made a move to kill Xianxia on the spot. However, after testing the other party's strength, even if he were to use his full strength, he might not be a match for Xianxia. In fact, he might even be the one to fail. Right now, the most important thing was to figure out the other party's identity and why they wanted to impersonate him. Alright, let's compete then. If you lose, you will obediently reveal your identity. The Golden Leaf King said. The cultivation technique that he cultivated, as well as the flaws in his body, were all secrets that he had kept to himself. He had never told anyone about them before, so he didn't believe that this impostor would know more about them than him. Of course. Let's begin. You and I will send a telepathic message to the Green Leaf King. You can go first. With a smile, Xianxia waved his hand. If he were to say anything else, he would easily give himself away. If he were to speak of flaws, he would be the ancestor, even the other party might not know as much as him. All right. The Golden Leaf King harumphed coldly before sending a telepathic message over. This fellow is a little weird. I do have some flaws in my cultivation, but they aren't many. I will tell you a few of them, and you can listen to what he has to say. After which, the Golden Leaf King began to point out the flaws in his cultivation. As long as one cultivated, it was impossible for there to be no flaws. The few flaws that he had pointed out were normal flaws in his cultivation technique. It wouldn't be a big deal even if others were to learn of them. After all, these flaws were his Ming men, and he couldn't allow others to learn of them. The reason why he had agreed to the Golden Leaf King's request was because he wanted to know what the other party could say. If the other party really knew all of his flaws, it would be truly fearsome. After hearing the Golden Leaf King's flaws, the Green Leaf King nodded. Turning to Xianxia, he said, "It's your turn now." All right. Even though Xianxia didn't know the content of the conversation between the two, he could tell that something was amiss from their expressions. With a smile, he turned to the Golden Leaf King and sent a telepathic message over. The cultivation technique that I cultivate is the Grand Lunar Art, and I have been immersing myself in this cultivation technique for 1,731 years. Currently, I have reached the 4 Dan, and there are a total of 7 flaws. Firstly, this cultivation technique harnesses a stronger killing intent, making it easier for one to develop a killing intent. Due to this, I have a violent temper, and I am ready to kill at any moment. Thirdly, with a nonchalant voice, Xianxia swiftly went through the flaws that he knew of. While the flaws that he had pointed out were detailed, just like the Golden Leaf King, they didn't harm the core of the cultivation technique. In other words, even if the Green Leaf King were to learn of them, he wouldn't be able to find a way to overcome them. While Xianxia was speaking in detail, the Green Leaf King widened his eyes in shock and disbelief. What the other party had said was identical to what the Golden Leaf King had said. In fact, it was even more detailed than what the Golden Leaf King had said. In fact, the Green Leaf King had even pointed out some of the details regarding the cultivation technique. Could that fellow really be the Golden Leaf King? The Green Leaf King hesitated. If the other party wasn't the Golden Leaf King, how could he know so much about the cultivation technique? After all, cultivation was one's own business, and there were many things that one couldn't talk about with one's close friends or even one's companion. Yet, the person before him seemed to be extremely familiar with them. If he were to say that the other party wasn't the Golden Leaf King himself, he would really be doubtful. Alright, that's all I have to say. You have heard our conversation, so I believe that you should be able to tell who is right and who is wrong. After saying those words, Xianxia smiled faintly. The Green Leaf King hesitated for a moment before turning to the Golden Leaf King, only to see the latter sending him a telepathic message anxiously. What did that fellow say? He said that. The Green Leaf King hesitated for a moment before repeating what Xianxia had said to the Golden Leaf King. After hearing those words, the Golden Leaf King's face paled, and his body stiffened involuntarily. As if he had seen a ghost, he asked, "Who in the world are you? Why do you know so much about me?" It was no wonder that the Golden Leaf King would go berserk. The words that the Green Leaf King had said through Xinqi telepathy had stripped Xianxia from the inside out, revealing even the color of his underwear. To have a person whom he had never met speak of him in such detail, and more importantly, he didn't even know who the other party was. The intense fear he felt left him on the verge of going insane. Who am I? I am the Golden Leaf King. Xianxia flung his sleeves and said, "Then, I would like to ask who you are. Why are you impersonating me?" Impersonating you? T. The Golden Leaf King's breathing hastened. Green Leaf King, I believe that you should have seen what I have just said. What I have just said is much more detailed. Paying no heed to the Golden Leaf King, Xianxia turned to the Green Leaf King and said with a grim expression, "However, there is no point in pursuing this matter now. If we continue on like this, we will only become a laughingstock to the master teachers. Why don't we do this instead? You can leave first, and if you are still worried, you can seal off the area. I have some matters that I would like to interrogate in private, and it isn't convenient for others to know about it. This concerns the secrets of our tribe, and this is a mission from the higher-ups." His goal wasn't to convince the other party that he was the Golden Leaf King. After all, the Golden Leaf King was right in front of him. What he wanted was to stall for time. As long as he could confuse the other party, he would be able to accomplish his goal. Interrogate in private? The Green Leaf King frowned. Don't worry, there are so many people outside. They won't be able to escape even if they wish to. Once I'm done with my interrogation, I will come out to confront them once more to prove my true identity," Xianxia said with a wave of his hands. "May I know what the interrogation is about?" "Can we listen by the side?" the Greenleaf King asked. "Of course not. I have broken the seal in advance to come here, and I bear a heavy responsibility on my shoulders. If something were to go wrong and ruin the entire plan, which one of you will be able to bear the consequences?" Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. "Don't listen to his nonsense, he must be trying to change the topic," the Golden Leaf King said. "Changing the topic? How audacious of you. Back then, our tribesmen were driven away by Xianxia, and we have been living in seclusion for many years. It wasn't easy for us to find an opportunity. Let me ask you this. If something were to happen, will you be able to bear the consequences?" Xianxian abruptly turned around, and a powerful aura burst forth from his body. His eyes were fixated on the Golden Leaf King, as if he was going to devour the latter alive. Feeling the immense pressure, the Golden Leaf King was rendered speechless. Back then, their clansmen had been driven out of the continent by Xianxia, and they had been hiding in the incomparably gloomy extraterritorial battlefield. For many years, their goal had always been to take back the continent. If this matter was really ruined by him, even dying 10,000 times wouldn't be enough. Just as Xianxian was at a loss for words, the Greenleaf King suddenly sent a telepathic message over. "Brother Ian, do you know him or not?" From the depths of his heart, the Greenleaf King still trusted the young man before him. "How do I know him?" the Golden Leaf King asked in frustration. "No. Let's go out first. In any case, we are surrounded by our people, so it's impossible for him to escape. If what he said is true and we delay the important matter, we will be charged with a big crime." The Greenleaf King pondered for a moment before replying. While Xianxian believed that the other party was the Golden Leaf King, the fact that the other party was able to point out his flaws so easily and possess incomparably pure Xianxia of slaughter in his body indicated that the other party was no ordinary person. If the other party was really someone sent by the higher-ups to deal with something important, it would be troublesome if they were to be held up by them. The Golden Leaf King hesitated. He was perplexed as well. He was furious that the other party had impersonated him, but considering how the other party dared to act so fearlessly and even knew him like the back of his hand, there was no doubt that the other party had something up his sleeves. Regardless of whether he is impersonating you or you are impersonating him, this is an internal matter. As long as we have sufficient time, we will be able to resolve it easily. At most, you can just use your strongest moves, and we will be able to see through them," the Greenleaf King said. "Furthermore, the other party wants to interrogate a master teacher, and if the decision of the higher-ups is implicated, we won't be able to bear the consequences." The Golden Leaf King nodded. Even though they were kings and held esteemed standing among the otherworldly demonic tribe, they knew that their standing was not worth mentioning at all. Even among the kings, they were the weakest. "You mean that we should leave first?" With such thoughts in mind, the Golden Leaf King asked. "That's right. Let's leave first. Aren't you skilled in formations? If you are still worried, you can set up a formation around the area so that they won't be able to escape. After that, we can discuss how we should resolve the issue of the other party's identity after he is done interrogating them. Don't worry, since we have crossed the seal together, I will trust you even more," the Greenleaf King said. "All right then." The Golden Leaf King nodded. Indeed, it was pointless for him to be so conflicted at the moment. Be it in terms of strength or Xianxia purity, the other party was on par with him, perhaps even superior to him. If he were to fall out with the other party and fight them here, it could very well be a life-and-death struggle. The higher-ups had paid a huge price in order to allow them to pass through the seal. If a large number of them were to die because of this small matter, they would be severely punished. A lack of forbearance would spoil the greater scheme. The otherworldly demonic tribe had been waiting for this opportunity for far too long. They couldn't allow themselves to become a sinner in history just because of him. Seeing that the other party had agreed to it, the Greenleaf King heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to Xianxian and clasped his fist. "Since you wish to interrogate them, we will wait outside. I'll give you an hour." Nodding, Xianxia turned around and waved his hands casually. The Green Leaf King and Golden Leaf King glanced at one another before walking out of the room. Before they could get far, they heard the furious voice of a master teacher. "Didn't you say that you are the principal of the Master Teacher Academy, Xianxia, and that you were going to let us escape? How did you become the Golden Leaf King?" The one who had spoken was Lu Feng. That fellow's belief that Xianxia was an otherworldly demon was deeply rooted in his mind. Knowing that he was unable to kill the other party, he wanted to make use of the other party to kill the other party so that the otherworldly demonic tribe would fight one another. Hearing those words, Xianxia nearly spurted blood and fainted. It hadn't been easy for him to dispel the doubts of the others, and just as he was about to succeed, he suddenly pulled such a stunt. "Do you think that I can't die? How can the head of the Master Teacher Academy's apothecary school be so brainless?" Even though he was infuriated and wanted to crush the other party to death on the spot, he could understand why the other party would do such a thing. It was just a moment ago that he told them that he was President Zhang, and the next moment, he turned into the Golden Leaf King. Not to mention, he said it so confidently. Anyone would have doubted him and made use of this opportunity to incite internal strife. Xianxia felt so stifled that he was on the verge of exploding, but he knew that this wasn't the time for him to lose his temper. Thus, he hurriedly turned around and saw the Green Leaf King and Golden Leaf King staring at him with doubtful looks on their faces. "President Zhang? Save them? What is going on?" The duo stared at Xianxia with piercing eyes, trying to see through his disguise. Xianxia's body stiffened, and his mind spun furiously. All of a sudden, he chuckled lightly and said, "Indeed, I am the principal of the Master Teacher Academy, Xianxia." "The principal of the Master Teacher Academy?" Hong Long, hearing that a human, not to mention a principal at that, had snuck into their territory and pretended to be one of their own, the faces of the Green Leaf King and Golden Leaf King darkened. Their auras immediately burst forth like an eagle on the hunt, ready to strike at any moment. They had already doubted the other party's identity from the very start. If the other party was really a master teacher, they would have killed him without any hesitation. "Yes, I am President Zhang. They are preparing to deal with me as well. Do you believe me now? Why aren't you speaking about that matter? Are you planning to carry your secret to your grave?" Ignoring the duo who were ready to make a move at any moment, Xianxia turned to Lu Feng and said, "That matter?" Lu Feng was taken aback. From the very start, that fellow had said that he would save them, but he hadn't said anything about it at all. "Allow me to introduce him to you." Seeing the dumbfounded look on Lu Feng's face, Xianxia turned to the Green Leaf King and Golden Leaf King and smiled. "This is the acting principal of the Master Teacher Academy, half 7-star Master Teacher Lu Feng, acting principal?" The Green Leaf King and Golden Leaf King glanced at one another and frowned. "That's right, I am Lu Feng. If you want to kill me, just do it. You can dream on if you want to learn anything from me." Lu Feng straightened his back and raised his head proudly. Why would the acting principal of the Master Teacher Academy be here? The Green Leaf King and Golden Leaf King were perplexed. "Why would I kill you? I'm going to save you. Didn't I tell you that I'm really your dean? Please believe me." Xianxia said earnestly. "Haha. Indeed, I can testify that he is your principal." "I can testify as well. We have been suspecting his identity for a while now, and we have already verified it." The Green Leaf King and Golden Leaf King glanced at one another, and understanding what was going on, they burst into laughter. They had long heard of the stubbornness of master teachers. Most likely, their tribesman was impersonating their principal to gain their trust so as to uncover more secrets. The principal of the Master Teacher Academy? How could the principal possibly look like that? How could he possess such pure Xianxia of slaughter? You must be joking. How could the principal of the Master Teacher Academy possibly come to the subterranean gallery? Wasn't that no different from courting death? More importantly, Lu Feng, as the acting principal of the Teacher Academy, was a man of his own. To betray his own Xianxia, he even deliberately revealed his identity to them. It was obvious that he wanted to sow discord between them and create conflict. You want to deceive us with such a petty trick? You're too immature. We're king tiers, and you want to trick us with such a small trick? What a joke. Look, they're also testifying for me. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief and smiled. No matter how he explained, the other party wouldn't believe him. Since that was the case, he might as well just admit to it. This only made the other party even more confused, and then, they began to fill in the blanks. It just so happened that Lu Feng's identity was extremely sensitive. All in all, it was more than enough for them to let their imaginations run wild. From the looks of it, the effect was pretty good. Humph. You want me to believe you? Dream on. Oblivious to the fact that he had been used to resolve the crisis, Lu Feng gritted his teeth furiously. Sigh, I've already stated my identity, but you just don't believe me. Why are you so stubborn? With a bitter smile, Xianxia gestured helplessly to the two kings not too far away. In my opinion, there's no need for you to get close to him. You should just roast him over a fire and toss him into the ice cavern. Do it several times in a row, and I don't believe that he won't spill the beans. The Greenleaf King harumphed coldly. Indeed. That bastard deserves to be punished severely. What backbone? In my eyes, those are all lies. I believe that he'll spill the beans obediently after a few days of torture. The Golden Leaf King nodded in agreement. If there's really no other choice, I'll use the method that you mentioned. A glint flashed across Xianxian's eyes as he waved his hand. However, I still have other means that I can use at the moment. You should leave for now. All right. The Greenleaf King and Golden Leaf King nodded before backing out of the room. Jia. The door closed, leaving behind Xianxian and the other master teachers. If you want to kill us, just do it. Don't even dream of prying our secrets out of us. Indeed. In any case, we've already lived long enough. At most, we'll just die. You want us master teachers to submit to you otherworldly demons? Dream on. Seeing that Xianxian was going to interrogate them, the master teachers straightened their necks and declared proudly. Master teachers could die, but they couldn't submit. This was the principle that they held in their hearts, as well as their dignity. Seeing their expressions, Xianxian shook his head. It was understandable for the master teachers to do such a thing, but he was really here to save them. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxian sighed deeply and said, I know that you don't believe me, but if you continue to remain here, there's only one outcome for you. You can either be killed or be interrogated. If you follow me, I'll bring you out of this place. As for whether I am Xianxian or the principal of the Master Teacher Academy, we'll discuss that after we leave this place. Seeing the sincerity in Xianxian's eyes, which was different from the ferocity of the otherworldly demons, the master teachers glanced at one another doubtfully. If I wanted to kill you, given your current state, who would be able to stop me? I'm already the principal of the Master Teacher Academy. What other secrets do you have that I would go through so much trouble for? Seeing that the resolve of the master teachers was wavering, Xianxian continued. The master teachers were rendered speechless. Even the hostile Lu Feng opened his mouth several times, but no words came out. The other party was right. If he really wanted to kill them, there was no need for him to waste so many words. If he wanted to obtain information, he could have just interrogated them. Since it was neither of those, was he really going to save them? Seeing that their resolve was wavering, Xianxian heaved a sigh of relief. Flicking his wrist, he took out a token and said, even if you don't believe me, you should recognize this, right? Principal seal. This is a perfect principal seal. How could this be? Upon seeing the token, Lu Feng was stunned. As the stand-in principal of the Master Teacher Academy, he was well aware of the grades of the principal's seal. A perfect principal seal meant that it had received the acknowledgement of all of the teachers and students. This was something that had never happened before in the history of the Master Teacher Academy. What does a perfect principal seal mean? The others couldn't understand what was going on, so they quickly turned to Xianxian. It means. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Feng explained the situation. He has received the acknowledgement of all of the teachers and students of the Master Teacher Academy? The fact that he possesses the perfect principal seal means that he is the principal of the Master Teacher Academy. If even the predecessors and the teachers and students believe in him, why wouldn't we? Could he have killed Principal Xianxian and snatched the token away? That's impossible. The principal seal is formed by the wills of all of the teachers and students. If one were to kill the principal, their wills would dissipate, and they might even suffer a backlash. After hearing the explanation, everyone quickly turned their gazes toward Xianxia. Even though they still harbored great doubts about the other party's identity, they were no longer as resistant as before. Time waits for no one, and I don't have much time to explain. If you believe in me, don't resist, and I'll bring you out of here. Seeing that the hostility in the crowd had lessened, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. We only have one chance. Only by surviving will we be able to kill more otherworldly demons and protect mankind. Not only will dying valiantly be of no use to the otherworldly demonic tribe, you might even be able to summon more otherworldly demons with your blood. Hearing those words, the faces of the crowd turned grim. Xianxia was right. They had heard the conversation earlier, and the reason why the otherworldly demonic tribe hadn't killed them was because they wanted to make use of their sacrifice to break the seal and summon more powerful otherworldly demons. If they couldn't escape, the outcome would surely be the same. Not only would they not be sacrificing their lives, they would be harming even more people. How do we escape? Tell us, we'll listen to you. One of the senior master teachers said. Even if you are lying to us, it's still better than remaining here. Speak. The other master teachers nodded in agreement. What I want you to do is very simple. Don't resist, and I'll bring you into a folded space, Xianxia said. He had already thought of a way to escape beforehand. It was impossible for him to bring this bunch of old, weak, and sickly people away from the otherworldly demonic tribe. The only solution was to place them into the myriad ant-hive nest and find a way to escape on his own. All right. Hearing that Xianxia was going to bring them into a folded space, a doubtful look appeared on the faces of the crowd, but they quickly nodded in agreement. This was indeed the best solution. All right, you can all enter now. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia took out the myriad ant-hive nest and shrouded everyone in it with his consciousness. Knowing the current situation, the crowd immediately relaxed, not daring to resist at all. With a light buzz, the 30 to 40 master teachers in the room disappeared. They had already entered the myriad ant-hive nest. Keeping the myriad ant-hive nest into his storage ring, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. These master teachers might be stubborn, but they were all doing it for the sake of humanity. They were worthy of respect, and he had to save them no matter what. How do I get out now? Since he had already placed everyone into the myriad ant-hive nest, what he had to do now was figure out a way to escape. Looking out of the window, he saw that the two kings were indeed standing guard outside. Not only so, there were many formations set up around the area as well. As long as he couldn't explain himself, there was a good chance that he would be besieged. It was still possible for me to explain myself earlier, but now that I've taken everyone into the myriad ant-hive nest, there's no way I can explain myself anymore. There's a good chance that I'll be ambushed the moment I get out. Xianxia rubbed his glabella. With everyone gone, it was unlikely that the other party would believe him no matter how he tried to explain himself. The only thing he could do now was to escape, but how? The only way is to continue using my soul. Xianxia made up his mind. If he wanted to escape without anyone noticing, he would have to rely on his soul. After weighing the pros and cons, Xianxia sat down on the floor and drew his soul out of his body. After which, he kept his physical body into his storage ring before sneaking his soul out of the myriad ant-hive nest. Just like what he had done back at the Cloud Mist Ridge, he could only make use of the formless properties of his soul to escape discreetly. As for whether he would succeed or not, he could only give it a try. Xianxia's soul was formless and incorporeal, so he stealthily slipped out of the room through the gap of the door with his storage ring. As soon as he stepped out, he immediately saw countless otherworldly demons guarding the area. There was not the slightest opening in the area, and no matter which direction he tried, he would be discovered. It seems like these otherworldly demons are veterans of the battlefield. Xianxia sighed helplessly. Only those who had fought frequently and cooperated with one another would be able to form such a tight defense. Not only so, there was also a defensive formation around the area. It was no wonder the two kings had left after exchanging a few words with him. It turned out that they knew that he and the master teachers wouldn't be able to escape. I have insight. Driving his soul depth, Xianxian's face remained impassive as lines of insight surfaced in his eyes. What a tight defense. It might be impossible for a cultivator to escape, but for a soul oracle, it should still be a piece of cake. After a moment of observation, Xianxian chuckled softly. Even though the defense was tight, it was targeted at cultivators. Soul oracles could change their sizes at will, making it difficult for them to escape. If I leave just like that, do you think that I am being too easy to talk to? The otherworldly demons must be up to something, and since he had already noticed them, wouldn't it be unbecoming of the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy to leave just like that? I made sure to take a look before I came here. This building is set up according to the 7 profound spirit light formation. As long as I destroy the most crucial point, the formation will immediately reverse. Even if it doesn't result in a backlash, the hard work that they have put in over the past few days will be for naught. Xianxian's lips crept up. He might not be an expert in construction, but he was definitely a king when it came to destruction. Even the 10 great master teachers were helpless against him, so destroying these buildings was nothing to him. Let's head over to take a look. After taking another look around, Xianxian confirmed his direction, and with a slight movement of his body, he flew forward. Shortly after Xianxian left, the Golden Leaf King frowned. Brother Yin, what's wrong? The Green Leaf King asked. The Golden Leaf King hesitated for a moment before replying, It's nothing. I just feel that something is amiss. It feels like something has passed by. He was naturally sharp and had a strong understanding of his surroundings. Just now, he seemed to have felt something scurrying past him, but he couldn't see it with his naked eyes. Of course, if he used his divine sense to scan, there would be nowhere to hide. Saint Tudan's spiritual perception realm granted one the ability to project one's consciousness outward, such that even a soul oracle would be able to detect one's presence easily. However, projecting one's spiritual perception was extremely taxing on one's mind, such that even a Saint Tudan expert like Xianxian couldn't possibly scan one's surroundings constantly. Xianxian had made use of this loophole to successfully escape. Leaving the encirclement of the crowd, Xianxian controlled the storage ring to fly forward. It didn't take long before a majestic palace appeared before them. The way the otherworldly demonic tribe set up their formations was slightly different from that of humans. However, with the Eye of Insight and the Library of Heaven's Path, this difference was negligible. Xianxian had already taken a good look at the palace from the very start. This palace was the core of the entire building. He quietly descended. In order to guard against him, most of the otherworldly demons had been dispatched to the palace from before. As such, there were only a few otherworldly demons guarding the palace. None of these otherworldly demons had reached spiritual perception realm, and they didn't specialize in soul arts either. On top of that, Xianxian was well prepared, allowing him to sneak in without anyone noticing. The palace was extremely spacious, covering an area of more than 100 meters. The walls and pillars were inscribed with all kinds of bizarre inscriptions, and at the very center was an altar with a diameter of 8 meters. Unable to recognize a single one of the inscriptions, Xianxian sent a telepathic message to Vicious. What are these inscriptions? These are inscriptions unique to the otherworldly demonic tribe. They are inscribed according to a unique method, and they are capable of gathering spiritual energy. It's somewhat similar to the spirit gathering formation of humans. Vicious took a look at the inscriptions and said, Spirit gathering formation? While the spirit gathering formation only serves to gather spiritual energy, this inscription formation is able to provide the gathered spiritual energy to the otherworldly demonic tribe to boost their strength. It's similar to the formation in my underground chamber. Vicious said. Enhance their strength? Doesn't that mean that this formation can provide energy to the puppets? Xianxian's eyes lit up. Back in the underground chamber, he had seen Vicious replenishing the energy of the puppets with his own eyes. After taming the puppets, he had used them multiple times, and the energy they had accumulated had been nearly depleted. As such, it had been a long time since he had used them. If this formation could be used to replenish their energy, he might be able to borrow it. Under normal circumstances, this formation has its own limitations, making it difficult for outsiders to use it. However, this isn't a problem for me. As long as you release the puppets, I can replenish their energy. Vicious said. That's good. With a light chuckle, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and more than 20 puppets immediately appeared before him. Following which, he raised his hand, and a finger flew into the air, emanating a concentrated killing intent. Sensing this killing intent, the puppets immediately kneeled down devoutly and kowtowed. Vicious harumphed in satisfaction as he began speaking in a bizarre language. Upon receiving the command, the puppets quickly formed an orderly formation and marched forward. Seeing that they had arrived at the altar at the very center of the palace, the floating finger tapped on the air a few times and drew a series of bizarre inscriptions. 1. There was a soft hum in the air, and then the spiritual energy in the air gathered together like a huge vortex, pouring straight into one of the puppets. Jai. The puppet's physical strength, which had been weak just a moment ago, suddenly shone brightly, and its strength returned to its peak. Incredible! Xianxia's eyes lit up in agitation. This method of infusing energy was even more fearsome than cultivation impartation. However, from the looks of it, only puppets were capable of such a method. Had it been an ordinary cultivator, their bloodline would have ruptured within a few seconds, and they would have died on the spot. While the speed at which energy was infused was extremely fast, it was already beyond the limits of what a human could endure. Vicious was familiar with the process, and it didn't take long for him to replenish the energy of all 20 puppets. With their energy replenished, the puppets were filled with fighting spirit, and their morale soared. It's a pity that they are too weak, only possessing the strength of a Saint One Dan cultivator. They might have been able to deal with the otherworldly demons in the past, but they are still lacking compared to them. Xianxia shook his head. Those puppets were only at Saint One Dan Pinnacle or Saint One Dan Advanced stage. If they were to fight against 200 puppets, it was likely that they wouldn't be able to return alive. Right, they are cultivators, and they were made into puppets by Wu Yangzi. All along, I have been treating them as cultivators, but if I were to treat them as puppets, I can modify their mechanisms to make them more rational, and I should be able to raise their fighting prowess swiftly. A thought suddenly surfaced in Xianxia's mind. Xianxia had treated the puppets before him as human beings, and since they were already dead, it was impossible for them to cultivate anymore. However, if he were to treat them as puppets, he could modify the mechanisms in their bodies to make their structure more perfect, thus raising their fighting prowess. Back at the Mountain of Records, Xianxia had modified the structure of Mo Liuxian's rib puppet to raise its fighting prowess significantly. If he could modify the structure of the rib puppet as well, he could raise its fighting prowess significantly. Flaws? Xianxia thought as he made the puppets execute their battle techniques simultaneously. Soon, the flaws of the puppets appeared before him. Their greatest flaw lies in the forging technique and materials used. Even though Wu Yangzi is known as the #1 blacksmith in Hongyuan Empire, he hasn't reached 7-star yet. Even if the components of these puppets are perfect, they should only be able to reach Saint 3 Dan at most. After reading through all of the books, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that as long as he could perfect all aspects of the puppets, their fighting prowess would surely reach an astounding level, but it seemed like he had been overthinking it. The forging technique and materials used were an insurmountable gap. If he couldn't resolve these two flaws, his fighting prowess would still be severely limited. It's not too bad if I can raise their fighting prowess to Saint 3 Dan, Xianxia chuckled. Even though it didn't meet his expectations, the combined might of 20 Saint 3 Dan experts was still not to be underestimated. Of course, it was still a little lacking compared to the otherworldly demons outside. Putting everything aside, the Green Leaf King and Golden Leaf King were both Saint 4 Dan experts. If the two of them were to exert their full strength, it would be difficult for the 20 Saint 3 Dan puppets to stand against them. Upon reaching the Saint realm, every single level of advancement was equivalent to an earth-shattering change. There was no comparison between the two of them. Especially between the 3rd and 4th grades, there were still the lower and middle grades, the gap was even greater. Forget it, I should raise their fighting prowess first. After figuring out the crux of the problem, Xianxia walked up to the puppets and struck them with his palms. Palipala, a series of crisp sounds echoed in the air, and the 20 puppets seemed to have undergone a complete metamorphosis, becoming even sharper and more fearsome than before. Time to infuse energy into them. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia sighed in exhaustion. If not for him studying the books in the Celestial Designer School over the past 3 months and gaining a thorough understanding of the structure of puppets, it would have been impossible for him to accomplish this feat. Even so, he still felt as if his soul had been sapped dry, and he felt as if he would collapse at any moment. But that was to be expected. In order to perfect so many components, there couldn't be a single mistake in any of the steps. On top of that, there were more than 20 puppets of different shapes and forging methods, so it wasn't that easy to deduce their strength. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Xianxia took out the soul of the blue-horned dragon beast to replenish his energy. Meanwhile, Vicious continued to drive the inscriptions on the puppets to replenish their energy. Had it been any other time, even if their structure was perfect, without sufficient energy, they would still only be at Saint 1 Dan. There was no way they could compare to a Saint 3 Dan expert. It was just like a car without fuel. No matter how much horsepower it had, it would still be no match for a donkey cart. But with so much energy in hand, things were much simpler. Hong Long Long, as more and more energy was replenished, the entire hall began to shake intensely. The inscriptions on the walls began to crumble, and their color grew fainter and fainter. "Master, it seems like there isn't enough spiritual energy here." At this moment, Vicious' voice sounded in the hall. Someone once said that Lao's photo was so dashing that it became his screensaver. Hearing those words, I feel a little embarrassed. Today, I posted a photo of Indecent Emperor's father, of the Book Alliance. Not only is that fellow as dashing as me, he even took a photo with Jay Cho. Just search for Sweeping the World's Edge on WeChat and follow me. Outside the hall where the master teachers were imprisoned previously, the two kings were frowning as they peered in. "Why isn't there any movement at all?" the Greenleaf King asked with a grim expression. They had been waiting outside for nearly an hour now, and they thought that there would at least be some sort of battle. However, there was no movement at all. It was as if all of the people inside had already died. I also find it strange. If there's really no other choice, we should use our spiritual perception to check the situation, the Golden Leaf King said. The other party is a king whose strength is on par with us. It would be impolite of us to use our spiritual perception to check the situation. Besides, if we were to do so rashly, I fear that it might cause a huge conflict. The Greenleaf King said with a conflicted look on his face. If not for the other party's strength being on par with him and the fact that they were on a special mission, he would have long used his spiritual perception to check the situation instead of waiting outside. That's true. The Golden Leaf King nodded in agreement. Hong Long, while the two of them were speaking, the ground suddenly rumbled, and the surrounding spiritual energy abruptly gathered toward the hall at the very center. "What's going on?" the Greenleaf King asked. "Reporting to Your Highness, it seems like the sound is coming from the Hall of Runes." Tongyu took a closer look, and his face paled. The Hall of Runes was the core of the entire building. If something were to happen to it, all of their efforts would go down the drain. Hall of Runes? Let's take a look. The Greenleaf King was just about to instruct Tongyu when the ground suddenly shook violently. Voila, dust and smoke rose into the air. Following which, everyone saw the buildings before them collapsing like an avalanche. All of the formations that they had set up earlier were dispelled like snow, and some of them even exploded abruptly, severely injuring many of their subordinates who were caught off guard. The formation was powered by the spiritual energy in the Hall of Runes. The more powerful the formation was, the greater the backlash would be once it was destroyed. It was just like a balloon. Once the air within it was sucked away, it would immediately contract, resulting in an unpredictable outcome. My buildings. Tongyu's face paled, and he nearly burst into tears on the spot. 2 months ago, ever since they were released from the seal, they had started constructing this building. They had spent a lot of effort, but in the blink of an eye, everything had been reduced to rubble. Tongyu's vision darkened, and he felt a stifling sensation in his chest, causing a mouthful of blood to spurt out of his mouth. Looking at the rubble on the ground, the Greenleaf King's body twitched. This is the result of the disappearance of the spiritual energy in the Hall of Runes. With his eyesight, he could easily see the reason. However, this kind of building would protect the Hall of Runes very well. Why would it suddenly collapse without any problems? Just as the Golden Leaf King was perplexed, the Golden Leaf King's face suddenly warped in astonishment, and he exclaimed, "That's not right. "What's wrong?" the Green Leaf King and Tong Yu asked in unison. "Look ahead." The Golden Leaf King's face paled as he pointed forward. The two frowned and looked forward at the same time. He saw that the palace in front of him had also collapsed. Smoke and dust floated in the air. It was a ruin. "What's wrong?" "Although this palace is very sturdy, it's made of green steel rock, and it's reinforced with many formations, there's nothing special about it. Everything else collapsed, so it naturally couldn't withstand it." Tong Yu was puzzled. "Collapse my ass. Where are that fellow and those great teachers? Don't you think it's strange that he hasn't come out even though this place has collapsed?" The Golden Leaf King roared. "This?" Only then did the two of them realize what was going on, and their faces warped in shock. This was especially so for the Green Leaf King. The rubble before him was completely empty. There was not a single person in sight. It was as if his tribesmen and the great teachers had vanished into thin air. They disappeared. The Green Leaf King shot a glance at the Golden Leaf King, only to see the latter's livid face and tightly clenched jaws. He was so furious that he could explode at any moment. "We have all been duped by that fellow. Hurry up and head to the Hall of Runes." The Green Leaf King was the first to realize what was going on. Ignoring the other two, he immediately rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before the collapsed Hall of Runes, and with just a single glance, his vision darkened. With his eye of discernment, he could tell that this wasn't an accident but a man-made one. In other words, someone had absorbed all of the spiritual energy in the Hall of Runes, destroying the runes and detonating the energy within, resulting in the collapse of all of the buildings. Otherwise, even if something had happened to the Hall of Runes, there was no way it could have collapsed to such a state. "It's a master teacher. That fellow must be a master teacher." The Green Leaf King clenched his fists tightly as he came to a realization. Other than master teachers, it was difficult for ordinary people to see the connection points between the Hall of Runes and the other buildings. Even if they wanted to destroy them, it would be impossible for them to do so. On top of that, the disappearance of the group made it clear that the other party wasn't there to interrogate them but to rescue them. How did they manage to escape? "We have been guarding them all this while, and we have the protection of the formation as well." The Golden Leaf King also stepped forward. To think that a Saint 4 Dan expert like him, a king of the otherworldly demonic tribe, would actually be toyed with by someone else. Just the thought of it left him frenzied. No matter how he managed to escape, given that he has just destroyed the Hall of Runes and brought so many people with him, it's impossible for him to have escaped far. "Men, chase after him. As soon as you find any traces of him, inform me immediately. Don't act recklessly." The Green Leaf King gritted his teeth and instructed. He didn't believe that the other party would be able to escape quickly with so many old and weak master teachers with him. "Yes." Tong Yu and the others replied before swiftly dispersing in all directions. Damn it, damn it. Who in the world is that fellow?" After dispatching all of their subordinates, the two kings recalled what they had gone through previously, and they clenched their jaws furiously. If he really is a master teacher in disguise, could he be the principal of the Master Teacher Academy, Xianxia? Suddenly, the Golden Leaf King thought of something and asked. Back then, Vice School Head Lu Feng had said that the other party had claimed to be Xianxia. However, they had thought that it was just a ploy by their tribesmen to gain the other party's trust, so they hadn't thought much of it. But from the looks of it now, there was a good chance that it was true. Xianxia? The Green Leaf King nodded. Even though they were still unfamiliar with the name, how could the other party possibly be the principal of the Master Teacher Academy? Regardless of whether he is the other party or not, we'll have them investigate the matter first. By the time we capture him, we'll have to tear him into pieces. The Green Leaf King roared. While the Green Leaf King was on the verge of going berserk, a storage ring suddenly fell from the sky, and following which, a figure abruptly appeared. Initially, the figure was still a little stiff, but after a moment of movement, it began to relax. Who? Exhaling deeply, a faint smile appeared on the figure's face. It was Xianxia, who had just escaped from the Hall of Runes. Not bad. These puppets have all reached Saint 3 Dan, and they have all replenished their energy. I won't have to fear a single Saint 4 Dan cultivator in the future, Even though the previous round of absorption had caused the Hall of Runes to collapse, his puppets had also benefited greatly from it. After replenishing their energy, their cultivation had reached Saint 3 Dan as well. With so many experts at his disposal, even if he were to face a Saint 4 Dan cultivator in the future, he would be able to defeat them easily. Thus, his means of survival had increased significantly. Come out. With a flick of his wrist, a large group of master teachers appeared before him. They were the master teachers whom he had kept in the myriad ant hive nest. Where are we? Have we already escaped? We are at the southernmost part of the subterranean gallery. I have been here once, and we are roughly 100 li away from the otherworldly demon tribe's building. 100 li away? The master teachers quickly confirmed their location. They took a look around, and after confirming that there were no otherworldly demons following behind them, they turned to look at the figure before them with gratitude in their eyes. It seemed like the other party was right. He was indeed here to save them. Under the gazes of the master teachers, Xianxia also reverted back to his otherworldly demon form. At the same time, he also changed his master teacher robe, and the 6 stars on his chest glowed brightly. Thank you, Xianxia, for saving our lives. An elder clasped his fist, and the others quickly followed suit. There's no need to stand on ceremony. We are all master teachers, so it's only right for us to save others. Xianxia waved his hand. These people were willing to disregard their own lives for the sake of justice. Since they had met with one another, there was no way they could turn a blind eye to it. Now isn't the time for us to be exchanging pleasantries. Let's escape discreetly. The otherworldly demons must have already gone berserk and started searching the area. It's only a matter of time before they find this place. Why don't you find a place to rest and recuperate first? Make sure not to be discovered. Xianxia interjected, interrupting the crowd's politeness. Rest and recuperate? That won't do. An old master teacher frowned deeply. The otherworldly demonic tribe is definitely up to no good. We have to stop them, or else. I fear that something unforeseen might happen. The otherworldly demons had arrived with such ferocious momentum that it wasn't time for them to rest and recuperate. There's no need for you to worry about them. I can deal with them myself. Xianxia waved his hand. The reason he had come here was to deal with the anomaly in the mausoleum tablet. So far, all he had done was destroy the defenses, and the 200 otherworldly demons were still alive and well. How could he possibly leave just like that? You alone? That won't do, it's too dangerous. The master teachers exclaimed anxiously. Given your current situation, not only will you not be able to help, you will only be a burden to us. What you need to do now is to recuperate from your injuries. Once you are healed, you can battle with them. Even though Xianxia knew that the other party had good intentions, he still shook his head. It was not that he didn't trust the other party, but there were simply too many otherworldly demons, and they were simply too powerful for them to deal with. If they were to head over, they would have to trouble him to save them once more. The faces of the master teachers reddened. The other party was right. They might be 6-star pinnacle master teachers, but against 200 otherworldly demons and 2 Saint 4 Dan kings, they were indeed powerless. Xianxia, we might not be able to do it, but you won't be able to do it alone. Even if we can't do much, we should be able to help out a little. As long as we look out for one another, we should be able to teach those otherworldly demons a lesson. Indeed. There are nearly 40 of us here. If each of us can kill one more otherworldly demon, we should be able to lessen the pressure on them. Why don't you let us go with you? As long as we remain careful and avoid being surrounded, we shouldn't be in such a tight spot like before. The master teachers were still worried. The fact that I was able to save you all from their clutches means that I am capable of protecting myself. So, there's no need to worry about that. At most, I'll just leave this place. Xianxia chuckled softly. I know that you aren't afraid of death, but even if you are a master teacher, your death has to be worthwhile. If you were to be killed by those fellows for no good reason, if they were to charge out of the subterranean gallery and return to the surface, who would be able to save humanity? The crowd fell silent. Indeed. Even if they weren't afraid of death, they couldn't die in vain. Everything had to be done for something worthwhile. Alright, we'll listen to your words and recuperate first. As for that Xianxia, you have to be careful as well. If it comes down to it, we'll report this matter to the headquarters and have them deal with it. The elder from before said. Don't worry. Knowing that the other party was saying this out of goodwill, Xianxia replied with a smile. Recalling the miraculous means of the young man before them, the crowd nodded in agreement. Despite his young age, he was still able to save them despite being surrounded by so many otherworldly demons. His capability far surpassed theirs. Right, do you have any formation flags or formation plates with you? The higher the grade, the better. Just as they were about to leave, Xianxia suddenly recalled something and turned to the crowd. Formation flags? Formation plates? The crowd glanced at one another. I have a set of grade 6 pinnacle formation flags here. There are a total of 120 of them, and they can be used to set up the Jingyu illusory formation. I have 81 of them here too. They can be used to set up a grade 6 pinnacle slaughter formation. Before I left, I bought a grade 6 pinnacle formation plate. However, it's only a beguilement formation, so it isn't particularly powerful. I also have a grade 6 pinnacle formation plate. Hearing that Xianxia needed formation flags and formation plates, the crowd hurriedly took out a pile of them. Knowing that they would most likely die in the subterranean gallery, they had exchanged all of their possessions for life-saving treasures. Formation flags and formation plates could augment one's fighting prowess significantly, so naturally, they had prepared a lot of them. Not bad, it should be enough. Looking at the pile of formation flags and formation plates, Xianxia chuckled. As expected of a 6-star pinnacle master teacher, he did have quite a few good items in his possession. Even though they were only at grade 6 pinnacle, they could be considered as the strongest of the grade 6 master teachers. If one were to purchase them, one would have to spend an exorbitant sum of money. Furthermore, most of them were priceless. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia kept the items into his storage ring. Then, he clasped his fist toward the crowd and said, "Farewell." He turned around to leave, but before he could get far, he heard a voice behind him. "President Zhang, please wait." Turning around, he saw that the one who had spoken was Lu Feng. The fellow's face was flushed red as he looked at Xianxia. "Teacher Lu." Xianxia apologized. "President Zhang, I would like to apologize to you for what happened earlier. I hope that you won't take it to heart." Lu Feng said. "Lucier, you're being too polite. Fending off the otherworldly demonic tribe is the responsibility of us master teachers, not yours or mine," Xianxia replied with a smile. "Thank you for your magnanimity, Dean." After a moment of hesitation, Lu Feng flicked his wrist and took out a round plate. "This is a formation plate that I obtained back then. It is a grade 7 beguilement formation, and it might be of use to you." Grade 7 beguilement formation? Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly took it. He had no idea what kind of material the formation plate was made of, but the inscriptions on it were extremely fine. Even with his eye of insight, he was unable to see them clearly. This formation plate was inscribed using one's spiritual perception, and once it is activated, it will be extremely powerful. I only managed to obtain it by chance, but I haven't used it yet. Lu Feng explained. Inscribed using one's spiritual perception? No wonder. Xianxia nodded. Only a 7-star formation master was capable of inscribing a grade 7 formation, and to become a 7-star formation master, one's cultivation had to reach Saint Tudan's spiritual perception realm. Spiritual perception was the perception of one's soul, and it allowed one to perceive even the tiniest details. Thank you. Knowing that this formation plate would be of great use to him, Xianxia flicked his wrist and stowed it into his storage ring. Farewell. With a leap, Xianxia dashed out, and in the blink of an eye, he had already vanished from everyone's sight. After Xianxia's departure, the master teachers immediately turned their gazes to Lu Feng. Is that person really the new principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy? No one dared to believe their eyes. After all, the other party was simply too young. That's right. Lu Feng nodded. Previously, he had thought that it was a mistake for the elders to choose him as the principal, but from the looks of it now, it was indeed the wisest decision. To be able to calmly rescue them from the hands of so many otherworldly demons without greed or pride, even Principal Mo Liuxian would have been incapable of such a feat back then. At the very least, Lu Feng was no match for the other party. He might very well become the most formidable principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, leading the academy to glory. Looking at the direction in which Xianxia had disappeared, Lu Feng muttered to himself. After witnessing the various capabilities of the young man, he realized just how fearsome he was. With such a person's sincerity, how could the academy not rise to glory? After flying for a period of time, Xianxia finally came to a halt at a colonel. I won't be a match for the otherworldly demons like this. I have to think of a way. Even though they had 20 Saint 3 Dan puppets, if they were to face off against more than 200 Saint 1 Dan otherworldly demons and 2 Saint 4 Dan kings, they would still be able to easily slaughter them. He had to think of a countermeasure in advance. It would be best if he could eliminate all of those fellows in one fell swoop. Let me take a look at this grade 7 formation plate first. Xianxia took out the formation plate that Lu Feng had given him and infused his Xinqi frenziedly into it. There's no movement? Xianxia frowned. Could it be that the formation plate was faulty? That shouldn't be the case. Muttering, a book appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path, and after taking a look, his face darkened. It was fortunate that no one had seen it, or else he would have really embarrassed himself as the principal of the academy. It wasn't that the formation plate was faulty, but that his cultivation and Xinqi weren't strong enough to activate it. His current Xinqi cultivation was only at half Saint Pinnacle, and his fighting prowess was only on par with a Saint 1 Dan cultivator. It wouldn't be too much of a problem for him to activate a grade 6 formation plate, but grade 7. That would be impossible. Even though the Byzantium Helios beast has reached spiritual perception realm, it's still a saint beast, so it won't be able to activate it either. Needless to say, Jing Yuanding is only a saint artifact. Xianxia rubbed his glabella in distress. Unless my current cultivation reaches nascent Saint Pinnacle, I might be able to use the prowess of the Saint Ascension Decipher to activate a grade 7 formation plate that only Saint 2 Dan cultivators are capable of. It was impossible for him to activate a formation plate with his current cultivation, so he had to find a way to achieve a breakthrough. It was fortunate that he had already obtained the lightning resonance rock that he needed to achieve a breakthrough to nascent saint. Time to start. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia entered the myriad ant hive nest without any hesitation. He needed absolute silence in order to achieve a breakthrough. Given that the otherworldly demons were pursuing him, he couldn't afford to be disturbed here. After entering the myriad ant hive nest, Xianxia walked over to the Bodhi Saint tree and sat down cross-legged. With a flick of his wrist, a pile of high-tier spirit stones appeared before him. The first batch of profits that the Shin clan had given him amounted to more than 3,000 high-tier spirit stones. Even though he had used up 500 of them to raise the cultivation of his students, it was still more than enough for him. For the time being, he didn't have to worry about a lack of high-tier spirit stones. Casually flicking out a bunch of formation flags, he set up a spirit gathering formation to gather the spiritual energy within the high-tier spirit stones. Then, holding the lightning resonance rock in his hand, he closed his eyes and began cultivating. Gugugu, pure and concentrated Xinqi flowed through his meridians like a massive dragon. At the same time, all of Xianxia's acupoints opened up, greedily absorbing the concentrated spiritual energy in the surroundings. It was as if a starving beast was enjoying a sumptuous feast. In the past 2 months, he had already reached half Saint Pinnacle. However, due to the lack of a lightning resonance rock, he had been accumulating his Xinqi all this time. As a result, the thirst for a breakthrough in his body had already reached its limits. As soon as the lightning resonance rock appeared, coupled with the abundant spiritual energy in the surroundings, his aura immediately underwent a transformation. Jai. As Xianxia absorbed more and more spiritual energy, he was able to circulate his Xinqi for a longer period of time. At the same time, the barrier sealing his body grew weaker and weaker. Hong Long, after an unknown period of time, with a resounding buzz, Xianxia opened his ethereal door, and his hearing became exceptionally clear. At the same time, his thoughts also became much more agile than before. He had reached nascent saint. Nascent saint was the foundation for a true breakthrough to saint realm, allowing a cultivator to experience a qualitative leap in their vitality. As such, their Xinqi, physical body, and soul would be enhanced significantly. Even though there was only a small cultivation stage between half-saint pinnacle and nascent saint primary stage, it was like the gap between a dragon and a fish. On top of that, the saint ascension decipher that Xianxia cultivated allowed his Xianxia to be more condensed and condensed, causing the energy within his body to surge like a raging ocean. At the same time, his Xianxia also rose from 84 million ding to 90 million ding. Continue. Knowing that it would be difficult for him to drive a grade 7 formation plate despite having just achieved a breakthrough, Xianxia narrowed his eyes and continued cultivating. After breaking through his bottleneck, it was much easier for him to continue cultivating. 4 hours later, Xianxia had already reached nascent Saint Pinnacle. His Xianxia cultivation had successfully broken through the 10 million ding limit that only Saint Realm experts could achieve, reaching 120 million ding. More importantly, the origin core in his dantian was incomparably smooth, and it emanated a brilliant glow. It seemed like it would achieve a breakthrough at any moment. From the looks of it, I should be able to reach Tier 2 pinnacle at the moment. Musher had spent his entire life cultivating his origin core to Tier 2 pinnacle. On the other hand, Xianxia's origin core had already reached Tier 2 pinnacle even though he hadn't reached Saint Realm yet. But that was to be expected. With his Heaven's Path Xianxia and Heaven's Path Divine Art, if he couldn't even reach Tier 2 pinnacle, he could just kill himself with a piece of tofu. As long as I continue to cultivate, I should be able to raise the grade of my origin core. It shouldn't be too difficult for me to reach Tier 1. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He had paid such a heavy price to cultivate, and it seemed like his efforts hadn't gone to waste. As long as he could reach Tier 1 origin core, his fighting prowess would be enhanced significantly. In fact, he might even become a celestial saint. But of course, in order to achieve that, he would have to continue tempering his origin core so that it would become more solid. I don't have time to temper my origin core right now. Let me try out the formation. Knowing that this wasn't the time for him to be cultivating, Xianxia took out the grade 7 formation plate. As soon as the formation plate appeared in Xianxia's hand, he immediately infused his Xianxia into it. Tzzzzzzzzzz. Unlike the previous time, the formation plate began vibrating intensely upon receiving the infusion of Xianxia. Boom! A brilliant light shrouded the surroundings, forming a circle of several hundred meters in radius. The circle grew larger and larger, and mist rose from it. It was like a brand new world. Not to mention the others, even he would lose his sense of direction if he were to suddenly fall into it. He would not be able to tell which direction was up, which was down, which was left, and which was north, south, west, and north. This is a grade 7 beguilement formation. Lusu beguilement formation? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Without activating the formation plate, even he wouldn't be able to tell what kind of formation it was. Even though the Library of Heaven's Path had verified the flaws of the formation, it was only the material and the formation blueprint. Only by activating it and seeing it with his own eyes would he be able to tell what kind of formation it was and how powerful it was. Lusu was a formation master from 5,000 years ago. Back then, he had been trapped by a layer of mist in the mountain range and was unable to leave. Thus, he created this beguilement formation. Even though it was only grade 7 intermediate stage, it harnessed the might of an advanced stage or even pinnacle formation. Even a Saint 5 Dan cultivator would find it difficult to escape from it for a short period of time. It was for this reason that this formation was extremely famous. There were records of it in the library of the Formation Master School, and Xianxia had only learned of it after browsing through all of the books in the library. Both of them have the surname Liu. Could he be schoolhead Lu Feng's ancestor? A thought surfaced in Xianxia's mind. However, this wasn't the time to be thinking about such things. Thus, Xianxia shook his head. With this formation, the chances of us dealing with the otherworldly demons will increase significantly. However, I still have to make some preparations first. With the sudden rise in his cultivation and the formidable formation plate in his possession, Xianxia's confidence soared. With a swift leap, he left the myriad ant-hive nest and returned to the subterranean gallery. The surroundings were still filled with killing intent, and the darkness made it difficult to see clearly. Xianxia's muscles twitched, and he morphed into the appearance of an otherworldly demon before heading in the direction he had escaped from. Before he could get far, he saw two otherworldly demons flying in his direction. Don't you think it's strange? Nearly 40 people disappeared just like that. How did they escape? I also find it bizarre. Back then, I was standing guard outside with my eyes open the entire time, but I didn't even catch a glimpse of a ghost. Yet, the other party had already escaped. More importantly, we have been searching for a very long time now, but we haven't found a single person at all. What we have caught isn't a master teacher but a ghost, right? The two otherworldly demons chatted with one another as they flew. Not even the Green Leaf King and the Golden Leaf King were able to figure out how Xianxia and the other master teachers had disappeared, let alone them. Most importantly, so many people had escaped, but not a single trace was left behind. It was very puzzling. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly frowned. He saw a clansman flying over from not too far away. How was it? Did the two of you get anything? This clansman asked as soon as they met. Hua Wu, weren't you sent to another direction? One of the otherworldly demons couldn't help but frown upon seeing the other party. This time, there were a total of 200 people who had passed through the seal, and they all knew each other. This fellow had been sent to another direction, so why would he appear here? Oh, I have been searching that area, and I found a clue, so I followed you here. Hua Wu explained. Clue? What clue? The eyes of the two otherworldly demons lit up. Here, with a flick of his wrist, Hua Wu took out a jade token and passed it over. Curious, the two otherworldly demons lowered their heads to take a closer look. However, before they could see what was on the jade token, two fists were already falling on them. Hung long, the fists carried immense pressure, as if threatening to tear the air apart. The resulting shockwaves caused the ground and the surroundings to shatter. Naturally, the two otherworldly demons realized that there was something wrong with the other party. With livid faces, they hurriedly raised their fists to meet the other party's attack. Pung pung, the four fists collided with one another, and the two otherworldly demons felt as if an erupting volcano was crushing down on them. Their bodies stiffened, and they were sent flying. Hong long. They crashed into the ground, creating two huge depressions. Nascent Saint Pinnacle, you sure are powerful. Hua Wu let out a strange cry and continued to charge forward. Without using any technique, he raised his foot and kicked at the two people who had fallen to the ground. Pung, before the two otherworldly demons could even process what was going on, their heads had already been smashed into smithereens. Ha ha ha. Seeing how the two Saint One Dan otherworldly demons were killed so easily, Hua Wu's eyes lit up in excitement. Naturally, this fellow was Xianxia in disguise. He was curious to see just how powerful he was after his cultivation had soared. Only after trying did he realize how fearsome the Saint Ascension decipher was. Putting aside cultivators of the same cultivation realm, even otherworldly demons of a higher cultivation realm could be slaughtered with ease. They were no match for him at all. Let's see what they have. Xianxia grabbed the storage rings on the two otherworldly demons' hands and sent his consciousness into them. However, he soon shook his head. Even though the cultivation of the two otherworldly demons was on par with a 6-star master teacher, their wealth was far beneath that of a 6-star master teacher. Even the combined wealth of the two otherworldly demons didn't even amount to 10 high-tier spirit stones. It's no wonder the otherworldly demons are so determined to invade the master teacher continent. It's probably because the otherworldly battlefield is simply too barren. Shaking his head, Xianxia flicked his finger and destroyed the two corpses. After which, he leveled off the damaged area around him. Just as he was about to continue onward, a thought suddenly came to his mind, and he altered his appearance to that of the otherworldly demon whom he had just killed. While it was impossible for him to kill 200 otherworldly demons simultaneously, it was still possible for him to discreetly kill them one by one. In any case, he had plenty of time on his hands, so he wasn't in a rush. Once everything was ready, Xianxia continued onward. Not too long later, he encountered 2 more otherworldly demons, and he killed them using the same method. The otherworldly demons who came out to search for him were only at Saint One Dan. Given his current strength, they posed no threat to him at all. Even without using his puppets, he was still able to deal with them easily. An hour later, Xianxia returned to the area where he had been standing. The area was littered with rubble. There were quite a few otherworldly demons gathered around the area, seemingly trying to rebuild the place. It had taken them nearly 2 months to rebuild the area, so it was impossible for them to do so within a short period of time. The Golden Leaf King and Green Leaf King seemed to be around, amidst the crowd, 2 powerful otherworldly demons were floating in the air. They were the 2 kings from before. At this moment, a deep frown could be seen on the faces of the 2 fellows. Reporting to Your Highness, there are no traces of the otherworldly demons in this direction. Your Highness, I don't see anything on my side either, they seem to have evaporated into thin air. There's nothing on our side either. More and more otherworldly demons came over to report the matter. Xianxia had fled in the form of a soul, leaving no trace behind at all. It would have been a miracle if these Saint One-Dan otherworldly demons were able to notice him. Damn it, 40 of them vanished into thin air just like that. What in the world is going on? How in the world did he do it? Not only were the otherworldly demons bewildered, even the Golden Leaf King and Green Leaf King were perplexed. It was inconceivable to think that 40 old and frail fellows, who seemed to be on the verge of dying at any moment, would slip away right under their noses. Do you think that it could be a soul? The Golden Leaf King suddenly recalled the bizarre sensation he had felt earlier, and he clenched his fists tightly. Soul? The Green Leaf King was perplexed. When we were standing guard outside the hall, didn't we sense something passing by? Perhaps it was then that they escaped. To be able to leave right before our eyes without being noticed, the only explanation we can come up with is a soul. The Golden Leaf King said. Soul? Wasn't that occupation wiped out by the master teachers due to their loyalty to our otherworldly demonic tribe? The Green Leaf King asked with a frown. Soul oracles were one of the most bizarre occupations on the master teacher continent. Back then, they had pledged allegiance to the otherworldly demonic tribe, but after they were discovered by the master teachers, they were completely wiped out. For a master teacher, most likely the principal of a master teacher academy, to actually use a soul oracle secret art to save them. Was this for real? Soul oracles have indeed been wiped out, but I'm not too sure what happened either. The Golden Leaf King was still unable to make sense of the situation. Other than using a soul, he couldn't think of any other way to escape. Just as the duo was discussing the matter, a tribesman suddenly rushed over and reported, Your Highness. I seem to have found traces of those master teachers. You found them? Hearing those words, the eyes of the duo lit up, and they hurriedly turned their gazes over. I saw some footprints, and they were clearly the footprints of humans. I didn't dare to pursue them, so I immediately returned. The tribesman explained. Well done. The Green Leaf King nodded. Those tribesmen were simply too weak. If they were to pursue them recklessly, they could very well be killed. Where are they? Bring us over to take a look. The Green Leaf King said with a frown. Over there, the otherworldly demon replied. Let's head over to take a look. The Green Leaf King nodded. Just as he was about to have the otherworldly demon lead the way, the Golden Leaf King suddenly stopped him. Wait a moment. What's wrong? It seemed like the Green Leaf King had arrived. Have you forgotten how bizarre that fellow is? The Golden Leaf King asked. The Green Leaf King's face tensed up. Only then did he recall that the fellow before him was able to disguise himself as a king. If that fellow was really in disguise, it could very well be a trap. Let me take a look. The Green Leaf King's eyebrows shot up as he extended his spiritual perception toward the otherworldly demon before him. Your Highness, the otherworldly demon clearly didn't expect the Green Leaf King to do such a thing. His face paled in fright, and he clenched his fists tightly in his sleeves. He is, just as the Green Leaf King was about to speak, the Green Leaf King suddenly heard a resounding boom. A layer of mist abruptly rose before him, and in the blink of an eye, it covered an area of several hundred meters. Tzzzzzz, the mist obscured the surroundings, making it difficult for those who were caught in it to discern their bearings. It felt as if their eyes, ears, and noses had been clogged up. This is the 7-star beguilement formation. The Golden Leaf King narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Even he would find it difficult to escape from a beguilement formation of this level within a short period of time. He quickly turned his gaze to the Green Leaf King, only to realize that the latter had already disappeared. Raising his head to take a look, he realized that his mind was also in a state of chaos. That fellow must be Xianxia in disguise. At this moment, the Golden Leaf King finally realized what was going on. His face turned livid, and he felt so furious that he could explode on the spot. Just as they were thinking about how they could capture that fellow, who could have thought that the other party would disguise himself as a tribesman and secretly release a formation plate right in front of them, if they had been prepared in advance, there was a good chance that they would have destroyed the formation with brute force. However, since they had activated the formation right in front of them, it would be much more troublesome for them to destroy it. Humph. A grade 7 formation plate might be formidable, but I specialize in formations. I don't believe that I won't be able to break it. The Golden Leaf King roared furiously, but he knew that this wasn't the time for him to lose his temper. Thus, he turned to look at Xianxia intently. Of all the kings present, he was the one who had studied formations the most, and that was also the reason why he was able to pass through the seal. Even if the other party had used a 7-star pinnacle formation to trap him, it would have taken him quite some time to break through the seal. On the other hand, a formation plate that had yet to reach its pinnacle, it would be nigh impossible for the other party to trap him. Xianxia leaped into the air, but even after flying for a few breaths, he still found that the area before him was still hazy. Thus, he quickly came to a halt and circled the area around him. This formation is quite powerful. It's able to turn the surroundings upside down, making it impossible for one to discern the direction of one's surroundings. Xianxia thought grimly. After circling the area, he realized that the formation wasn't as simple as it seemed. He was confident that he could decipher it, but it would be difficult for him to do so within a short period of time. Flicking his wrist, Xianxia took out a geomantic compass. Just as he was about to examine the location of the life gate in the formation, he suddenly heard a scream of agony from the depths of the formation. Following which, he heard the sound of something crashing into the ground. That fellow is attacking our tribesmen? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Beguilement formations didn't possess the ability to kill, so it was fine even if one was trapped. This was especially so for a formation plate, as it was extremely taxing on one's Xianxia. Even if it was able to exert great might for a short period of time, it would still be able to escape unscathed. On the other hand, those who activated the formation plate would end up losing their fighting prowess. Xianxia had thought that he had plenty of time, but who could have thought that the other party would be able to kill his tribesmen while activating the formation plate? That was truly courting death. Xianxia swiftly made his way over to the source of the scream, and as he expected, he saw one of his tribesmen being pummeled to death with a single punch. His storage ring had been snatched away as well. Just as he was about to rage, he heard another scream of agony. Another clansman had been killed. After receiving the order, the 200 or so people split up and went out to search. Those who were building houses here were those who had gone out to search, and there were about 50 or so of them who hadn't been able to find anything. Looking at this guy's appearance, he wanted to catch all of them in one fell swoop. To allow these clansmen to pass through the seal, the clan had to pay an unimaginable price. Even the death of one of them would be a great loss, yet he actually wanted to kill all of them? That was simply a dream. Flicking his wrist, Xianxia took out a jade token. The unique sensory jade token of the otherworldly demonic tribe. As long as he had this thing, he would be able to easily sense the people closest to him and help him. Whoosh, as the jade token flew out of his hand, Xianxia hurriedly rushed over to take a look, and his eyebrows shot up. He saw a corpse lying on the ground. It was obvious that this clansman had been killed. Furthermore, his opponent's attack speed was only one step faster than his. Thus, the Golden Leaf King continued his search. After 7 to 8 consecutive searches, the Golden Leaf King's face twitched in frenzy. Every single time, his clansmen would be perfectly fine. Yet, as soon as they arrived, they would be killed. It was as if the other party knew his whereabouts and movements beforehand. Not only is that fellow capable of activating the formation plate, his comprehension of formations must have reached a level on par with a 7-star formation master as well. With a livid expression, the Golden Leaf King finally realized how fearsome his opponent was. If he had only activated the formation plate without knowing the structure of the formation, the most he would have been able to do was to hallucinate his opponent. On the other hand, the other party was able to move freely within the formation without the slightest restriction. On top of that, he was able to predict his movements ahead of time. This meant that the other party's comprehension of formations was on par with his. Or perhaps, even stronger. Damn it, you better pray that I don't catch you. Once I do, I'll make sure to kill you. Gritting his teeth furiously, the Golden Leaf King was in the midst of roaring furiously when he suddenly felt a powerful killing intent surging into the air. Following which, he felt the aura of a battle. It's the Green Leaf King. The Golden Leaf King's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly rushed over. He had fought with that fellow named Xianxia back when he was impersonating him, and his strength was on par with his. If the Green Leaf King were to face him, he would surely be able to hold the other party back. As long as the two of them made a move together, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to kill the other party. Hula, in the blink of an eye, the Golden Leaf King arrived at the location where the sound had come from, and as expected, he saw the Green Leaf King fighting with another fellow. That fellow was the otherworldly demon who had just reported the news to them and released the formation. The two of them were clashing, and their might was overwhelming. Green Leaf King, I'll help you. With a roar, the Golden Leaf King rushed over. However, upon seeing the Golden Leaf King charging over, the fellow named Xianxia immediately turned around and fled, vanishing into the beguilement formation in the blink of an eye. Where do you think you're going? Just as the Golden Leaf King was about to rush over, the Green Leaf King's voice suddenly sounded. Don't rush over. He was the one who released the formation, so he's the one controlling it. He can escape as he pleases. That's right. The Golden Leaf King swiftly came to a realization. Halting his footsteps, he turned around and saw the Green Leaf King clutching his chest. There was a massive fist imprint 2cun deep in his chest, nearly crushing his heart. He had sustained severe injuries. You. How did you sustain such severe injuries? The Golden Leaf King was astonished. He was on par with the Green Leaf King, and the Green Leaf King was on par with him as well. Even if the Green Leaf King was caught off guard, there was no way the other party could have inflicted such severe injuries. From the looks of it, if the Green Leaf King hadn't dodged in time, he would have died on the spot. Cough cough. That fellow. I was caught off guard when he disguised himself as you. As he spoke, the Green Leaf King spurted a mouthful of blood, and his face paled. He disguised himself as me? The Golden Leaf King clenched his fists tightly. He had seen the other party disguising himself as him with his own eyes, and there were no flaws in the other party's disguise at all. In fact, the other party was even able to point out his flaws. That fellow is able to alter his appearance at will, and his weapon is even able to imitate the aura of one's soul. You have to be careful too. The Green Leaf King instructed. The Golden Leaf King nodded. It was impossible to see anything clearly within the beguilement formation, and the other party was able to disguise himself as well. It could be said that as long as one saw a cultivator, one could very well be an enemy. It would be difficult for one to successfully launch a sneak attack on a cultivator of the same cultivation realm. However, if the other party disguised himself as a friend and launched a sneak attack, even the Golden Leaf King wouldn't be able to avoid it. How about this? I'll make some adjustments here while you go and save the others. In order to prevent that fellow from disguising himself as me from launching a sneak attack on you, we can use a code when we meet. If we get it right, we'll be on the same side. If we get it wrong, we'll be in disguise. After a moment of hesitation, the Green Leaf King sent a telepathic message over. That's a good idea. The Golden Leaf King's eyes lit up. In order to save his tribesmen, they couldn't possibly stay together all the time. If they were to split up, that fellow could very well launch a sneak attack on them. I'll leave it to you to decide what to say. Once we meet, you'll say the first line, and I'll answer the second line. If we don't get it right, we'll sneak over and make a move. The Green Leaf King sent a telepathic message over. All right. The Golden Leaf King nodded. How about this? I'll say slay master teachers, and you'll say proclaim the otherworldly demonic tribe. If we don't get it right, we'll make a move. All right. The Green Leaf King nodded. It's settled then. The Golden Leaf King heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, another scream of agony sounded. You must be careful. Don't worry, it won't be that easy for the other party to kill me again after that. The eyebrows of the Green Leaf King shot up in confidence. The Golden Leaf King nodded. Stomping his foot on the ground, he rushed over. He arrived at the location where the scream had sounded, and just like before, that tribesman had been slain as cruelly as before. This won't do. At this rate, we'll be in a passive position. We have to decipher the formation first, seeing that the formation still showed no signs of crumbling even after such a long time had passed. The Golden Leaf King couldn't help but frown in displeasure. As long as they didn't decipher the formation, they would be in a passive position. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated one by one. Where do you think you're going? Just as the Golden Leaf King was in the midst of studying the beguilement formation, he suddenly heard a furious roar. Following which, a figure charged right at him. Raising his gaze, he saw that it was none other than the Green Leaf King. Brother Ian, did you see anyone coming over earlier? Seeing that the Golden Leaf King was here, the Green Leaf King heaved a sigh of relief and asked anxiously. I didn't. The Golden Leaf King shook his head as he turned to look at the Green Leaf King. The Green Leaf King was completely unscathed, as if he hadn't been injured at all. However, the Green Leaf King's eyes were gleaming with lightning, as if he was trying to see through him. He wants to kill a master teacher. Without any hesitation, the Golden Leaf King sent a telepathic message to the Green Leaf King. Indeed. He wants to kill a master teacher. I have already confirmed that that fellow is a master teacher, and he even tried to launch a sneak attack on me earlier. It was fortunate that I reacted swiftly and dodged his attack. The Green Leaf King harumphed coldly with a wave of his hand. We have to kill that fellow. Hearing the Green Leaf King's reply, the Golden Leaf King's eyes gleamed with killing intent. Nodding, he walked forward. Indeed. The Green Leaf King nodded in agreement. That fellow isn't weak at all. Only by working together will we be able to defeat him. I happen to have something here. Take a look at it. It might be of some use to you in killing him. Harumphing coldly, the Golden Leaf King flicked his wrist and took out a jade token. What's this? The Green Leaf King glanced at the jade token in the Golden Leaf King's hand doubtfully. This is, seeing that the other party was caught off guard, a savage glint flashed across the Golden Leaf King's eyes. I want you dead. Roaring furiously, he raised his fist and sent a powerful punch toward the Green Leaf King. Hung Long, due to the close proximity of the Golden Leaf King and his movement speed, by the time the other party realized what was going on, his fist was already right before his chest. Brother Ian, what are you doing? The Green Leaf King narrowed his eyes as he hurriedly infused his Xianxia into his body. What am I doing? How dare a master teacher like you try to fool me? Die. Hung Long, the powerful punch landed squarely on the Green Leaf King's body. The Green Leaf King felt a resounding explosion in his chest before he was sent flying. Pooh, fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Bang, the Green Leaf King crashed to the ground, and a 10-meter-long crater was carved out of his back. As he spurted a mouthful of blood, his face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. It felt as if all of the blood in his body had been sucked dry in an instant. He and the Golden Leaf King were kings of the same level, and their strength was roughly on par. The Golden Leaf King's sneak attack, coupled with the Golden Leaf King's full strength, had shattered all of his organs in an instant. Although he didn't die immediately, he probably wouldn't live for long. Why? He gritted his teeth in frustration. Both he and the Golden Leaf King were kings of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Even though they didn't have much interaction with one another, they had long heard of the other party's name. On top of that, they had accepted the mission together, and they had come here together. Despite facing such a formidable foe, you chose to make a move on me instead of killing the master teachers. Why? He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. There's no need for a reason. He's that master teacher in disguise. Kill him, or else all of us will die here today. It was at this moment that a voice suddenly sounded. The Green Leaf King turned his head over and saw another Golden Leaf King walking up to him. He raised his finger and tapped on the Green Leaf King. Rumble, the Golden Leaf King's face reddened, as if he was trying to say something. However, no words came out of his mouth in the end. Master teacher disguise? that's right. This guy is pretending to be me so that he can make a move on us. Hurry up and help me, I can't hold him back by myself, the second Golden Leaf King roared furiously. Under the resistance of the other party, he seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. After hearing the explanation and seeing the Golden Leaf King, how could the Green Leaf King possibly not understand what was going on? The fellow who had saved those master teachers previously had disguised himself so well that he couldn't see through his disguise, and at this very moment, he had used the same trick to severely injure him. So that's how it is, damn it. With a deafening roar, the blood in the Green Leaf King's body began to burn. His severed vitality seemed to have been reignited in an instant. With a furious roar, the Green Leaf King charged right toward the Golden Leaf King. The otherworldly demonic tribe's blood ignition technique. Once he used it, he would undoubtedly die. But, for a short period of time, he would be able to erupt with strength that surpassed his previous level. Woo woo woo. The first Golden Leaf King hurriedly shook its head upon seeing Xianxia unleash this move. However, the power in his body was suppressed by the opponent's precise killing intent, and he couldn't speak. It's too late to be afraid now. You master teachers aren't the only ones who don't fear death. We of the otherworldly demonic tribe are also willing to give up everything for the sake of our goals. Determination flickered in the eyes of the Green Leaf King. With a frenzied roar, his fist smashed down like a shooting star. The fellow who had ambushed him was currently being suppressed by the second Golden Leaf King to the point that he couldn't move at all. As such, he didn't have the time to defend himself against Xianxia's full-powered attack. Bang, struck in the chest, the first Golden Leaf King was also sent flying while spurting a mouthful of blood. He crashed heavily onto the ground, and his vision darkened as he convulsed uncontrollably. When two kings of similar strength attacked at the same time, even he would find it difficult to resist. Pooh. After burning his bloodline and executing his ultimate move, the Green Leaf King had sustained severe injuries as well. Spurting a mouthful of blood, he collapsed to the ground and panted heavily, unable to utter a single word. However, there was a smile in his eyes. He knew the power of this move very well. If his opponent took it head-on, he would definitely die. If he could kill the principle of the human race before his death, it would be worth it. He turned to look at the fellow before him, only to see the latter struggling to his feet. As if realizing something, he turned to look at the second Golden Leaf King in disbelief. With a savage expression, he asked, "Why you are the real human, aren't you?" At this moment, he finally understood everything. He had fallen for the other party's ploy. Initially, that fellow had disguised himself as the Green Leaf King, and then, he found someone to disguise himself as the real Golden Leaf King. Naturally, he had thought that the other party was the real Golden Leaf King. Furthermore, the other party had intentionally sent him a secret signal so that he would mistake the real Green Leaf King for the real Golden Leaf King. Oblivious to the other party's ploy, the other party ran over to talk to the real Green Leaf King. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to answer the other party's question. But as soon as they made a move, that fellow immediately disguised himself as the real Golden Leaf King and joined forces with him. What a way to kill two birds with one stone. What a way to lure the two of them into attacking one another without any effort at all. Through the use of a beguilement formation, they were unable to see the situation clearly, resulting in them killing one another. He hadn't thought of this previously, but when the other party disguised himself as the real Golden Leaf King appeared, how could he not understand the situation? Not bad, you are very smart. The second Golden Leaf King chuckled softly. His appearance and physique began to morph, and soon, he turned into a human who appeared to be in his 20s. Xianxia, these two kings were both Saint 4 Dan experts. Even with the 20 puppets and the beguilement formation, it was still impossible for him to defeat them. After all, the beguilement formation was only able to confuse one's surroundings, but it was unable to block out sound. If a battle were to break out, the spiritual energy in the surroundings would be overflowing, and the second Golden Leaf King would surely sense it and rush over to save him. If he were to be surrounded by the two of them, he would surely lose. Thus, the best way for him to deal with them was to make use of their own strength to deal with them one by one. Due to the beguilement formation, it was impossible for him to discern his surroundings. Making use of this advantage and his ability to disguise himself, he was able to fool the Golden Leaf King and lure him into making a move. Considering the fact that the Greenleaf King was injured, it was only natural that the other party would think that the other party was a fake. Killing two birds with one stone might sound complicated, but everything was within his calculations. It wasn't that they were fools, but that Xianxia's scheming was simply too frightening. Coupled with the Xianxia of slaughter in his body and the disguise of his physical body, even the most intelligent of them would have fallen for his ploy. You. The Greenleaf King's face paled, as if he had been struck by lightning. How could he possibly not understand what was going on when the other party turned into a human? The otherworldly demonic tribe had paid a heavy price to send two of their kings here, but before they could even leave the subterranean gallery, they had already been tricked into killing one another by this young man. The intense frustration he felt left him spurting a mouthful of blood. It wasn't because he was injured but because he was stifled. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. The Greenleaf King roared furiously as he struggled to his feet. However, before he could do so, an otherworldly demon puppet suddenly kicked him in the head. Pung! Before he could even react, he was already sent flying. The other party's cultivation was only at St. Three Dan Pinnacle, so there should have been a huge gap between them. However, the Greenleaf King was severely injured and had already used the blood incineration art, so he was already on the verge of death. As such, there was no way he could withstand the other party's attack at all. Raising his head to take a look, he saw a dozen St. Three Dan puppets surrounding the Golden Leaf King, pummeling him with all their might. The latter didn't even have the chance to execute the grand incineration art before he was already reduced to a pulp, leaving him completely unrecognizable. Even when they were at their peak, they would have found it difficult to deal with so many puppets at once. Needless to say, not too long ago, the otherworldly demon king, who had been so arrogant just 6 hours ago, was already on the verge of death. You are despicable, the Greenleaf King glared at the young man before him with gritted teeth. As an otherworldly demon king, he had always been invincible in his territory. Who could have thought that he would end up being toyed with by a 20-year-old lad so thoroughly? His indignation left him on the verge of exploding. Despicable? Your otherworldly demonic tribe feeds on humans. Isn't your actions even more despicable than that? Without the slightest sympathy for the Greenleaf King's rage, Xianxia's face darkened as he glared at the Greenleaf King coldly. The otherworldly demonic tribe, who cultivated the Xianxia of slaughter, used other intelligent life forms as a bargaining chip to advance their cultivation, would surely be judged by history. The strong preys on the weak. You humans are a lowly race from the very start. It's your honor to be devoured by our otherworldly demonic tribe, the Greenleaf King roared. Honor? Seeing how the Greenleaf King was unwilling to repent even in the face of death, Xianxia shook his head and said, since that's the case, you should feel honored. After saying those words, he gestured to the puppets and said, come, beat them to death. Roar. Hearing the order, the 20 puppets nodded in unison before launching an attack on Xianxia. Palipala, 3 minutes later, the two kings were pummeled to the point where their eyes had already darkened. They were no longer able to put up the slightest resistance. Not only so, their dantian had also been completely destroyed. The overwhelming strength that they had felt a moment ago had vanished without a trace. Alright, tell me how you managed to break through the seal and arrive here. What's your main objective? Gesturing for the puppets to stop, Xianxia walked up to the Greenleaf King and asked. There was no need for him to put in so much effort to kill them. The reason why he had kept them alive was to ask about these matters. You want us to speak? Dream on, the Greenleaf King roared furiously. Our otherworldly demonic tribe only has brave warriors who die in battle. There are no traitors who betray our race. The Golden Leaf King roared furiously. Suddenly, his head tilted to the side, and his eyeballs burst. Spurting a mouthful of blood, he slowly collapsed to the ground. Xianxia's face warped in astonishment. He was just about to rush over when he saw the same thing happening to the Greenleaf King as well. They must have placed some lethal poison in their teeth. Once they are captured by humans, the poison will be activated, and they will die on the spot. Vicious said. Why didn't you warn us when you knew? Xianxia harumphed coldly. Just as he was about to receive the news, those two fellows ended up taking their own lives. This left him furious. I only just thought of it. Vicious replied awkwardly. Forget it. As stifled as Xianxia was, he knew that since they were already dead, there was no way he could bring them back to life. In truth, even if they were still alive, it wouldn't be that easy to obtain information from them. To be dispatched here, they must have undergone rigorous training to know what to say and what not to say, while Xianxian's soul depth had reached the level of a 7-star master teacher, making it possible for him to deal with spiritual perception realm experts. It was impossible for him to deal with Saint 4 Dan cultivators with strong wills. To put it bluntly, even if they were still alive, he wouldn't be able to obtain the information he wanted from them. Kill all of the otherworldly demons in the formation. Xianxia instructed with a wave of his hand. Hearing his orders, the puppets immediately rushed out. Who? Xianxia walked up to the 2 kings and removed the storage rings on their fingers. With a thought, he examined the contents of the storage rings. This. So many treasures? Upon seeing the items within, Xianxia's eyes lit up. The storage rings of the 2 kings could be said to be a treasure trove. There were all kinds of weapons, pills, and high-tier spirit stones within. They probably gave them to me in order to complete the mission. Vicious thought. There was no doubt that the 2 kings had come to the subterranean gallery for some unspeakable reason. Naturally, the otherworldly demonic tribe had to give them the best they could in case of an emergency. However, it was all in vicious hands now. Perhaps even the upper echelons of the otherworldly demonic tribe who had sent them could not have imagined that so many of their subordinates would be killed by a nascent saint lad the moment they arrived. What is this? With a flick of his wrist, a round pedestal appeared before his eyes. There were innumerable unique inscriptions inscribed on it, similar to the one in the Hall of Runes. This is an altar. Vicious took a look at it and said. Altar? Could it be used to teleport the otherworldly demons? Xianxia was taken aback. There was a seal in the depths of the subterranean gallery left behind by their ancestors. Under normal circumstances, it should have been impossible for the otherworldly demonic tribe to breach it. Yet, not only did they manage to do so, there were so many of them. Could it be that they were teleported here through this altar? After taking a closer look, Vicious said, that's unlikely. This altar seems to be a ritual object used to summon a unique artifact. It has nothing to do with spatial teleportation. Summon a unique artifact? Xianxia frowned. He didn't know much about the otherworldly demonic tribe, so he could only give up on the thought and place the altar back into his storage ring. He then rummaged through the other party's belongings, and a pile of books appeared before his eyes. Sweeping through the books, Xianxia's eyes lit up. Are these books on souls? These books were regarding the cultivation of one's soul. Beyond spiritual perception realm, the importance of one's soul grew. As Saint 4 Dan experts, it went without saying that they had prepared quite a few such books. Xianxia swiftly scanned through them and imprinted them into the Library of Heaven's Path. Something is amiss. Didn't the soul oracles pledge their allegiance to the otherworldly demonic tribe? Logically speaking, the soul cultivation techniques of the otherworldly demonic tribe are far superior to that of humans. Why are there so many mistakes? A moment later, Xianxia frowned. There were simply too many mistakes in these secret manuals that cultivated the soul. Every single one of them was full of loopholes, and there were thousands of flaws. It was truly a wonder how these fellows cultivated. Initially, he had thought that with the loyalty of the soul oracles, the otherworldly demonic tribe's soul cultivation technique would surely be incomparably pure, allowing him to advance his soul cultivation to the next level. However, after seeing the otherworldly demonic tribe's soul oracles, he realized that he had been mistaken. If they were to cultivate according to their method, even if they did not fall into fire obsession, they would almost collapse at any time. Xianxia shook his head. Most likely, humans and the otherworldly demonic tribe are 2 different species, so their cultivation techniques are incompatible with one another. That was the only explanation. While Xianxia was studying the artifact, the otherworldly demons had already slaughtered all 50 of them. He brought a bunch of storage rings with him. Looking through them one by one, Xianxia collected many treasures and spirit stones, as well as many books about the soul. After dealing with the storage rings, Xianxia calmly retracted the beguilement formation and had the puppets clean up the corpses of the otherworldly demons. After which, he disguised himself as the Golden Leaf King and stood on the spot. There had been a total of 200 otherworldly demons, and he had only killed 50 of them. There were still 150 of them scouting the area. Since he had made a move, it was only right that he killed all of them. Not too long later, the otherworldly demons returned one after another. He had the Saint 3 Dan puppets lie in ambush in the surroundings, and in less than 4 hours, all of the otherworldly demons that had passed through the seal had been eliminated. I should head over to the seal to take a look, knowing that these cannon fodder fellows wouldn't know the secret. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to interrogate them. After killing all of them, he headed in the direction of the seal. He had asked Lu Feng and the others about the location of the seal, so he knew the exact location. In a small valley in the subterranean gallery, a group of master teachers dispelled the concealment formation, and exhaled deeply with glowing eyes. They were Lu Feng and the others, who were recuperating from their injuries. After several hours of recuperation, they had already recovered most of their stamina. Even though there were still some severe injuries that couldn't be healed, they were more or less healed. Our injuries have mostly recovered, so it's about time for us to head over to help. Indeed. Xianxia is facing so many otherworldly demons alone. No matter how formidable his survivability ability is, his true fighting prowess is still too weak. I fear that he might be in danger. He has put in so much effort to save us. How can we watch him fall into danger without doing anything? No matter what, we have to head over to take a look. The master teachers stood up with resolute looks on their faces. Xianxia had risked his life for them. How could they possibly sit by idly and watch as he fell into danger all by himself? Since that's the case, let's head over together. Lu Feng said. Even though he wasn't the oldest of the group, he was the strongest and most respected one. Furthermore, he was an old acquaintance of Xianxia, so he had the most say in this matter. All right. The master teachers nodded. They whipped out their weapons and flew in the direction of the otherworldly demons. Why isn't there any movement at all? Furthermore, have you all noticed that the killing intent in the area seems to have lessened? The more they flew, the more perplexed they became. Even the shortest time they had spent in the subterranean gallery had exceeded 2 months, and the killing intent in the area had grown heavier and denser, exerting immense pressure on them at all times. But at this moment, the pressure had become extremely faint, as if it would dissipate at any moment. More importantly, if Xianxia had really gone to cause trouble for the otherworldly demons, why was there no movement at all? In fact, even those who had come out to search for them didn't notice anything at all. There's bound to be something amiss. Everyone, it's best to be careful, an elder master teacher said. The master teachers nodded before continuing on their way. Not too long later, they arrived at the base built by the otherworldly demons. They had tried to investigate this place many times, but they were either discovered or trapped in a formation each time. Over the past 2 months, at least a dozen master teachers had died there. But now, there was not a single person to be seen. More importantly, the buildings before them had been reduced to rubble. These buildings, everyone was stunned. Look, what is that? A master teacher suddenly shouted. Hearing his shout, the others hurriedly rushed forward to check on Xianxia and the others as well. There was a puddle of blood on the ground, and it carried a heavy killing intent that was completely different from that of a human. Lu Feng walked up to the puddle of blood, and using his finger as a sword, he sliced the ground lightly. Voila, a pile of corpses buried underground was revealed. There were more than 200 of them, and among them were the 2 strongest kings. Titus. They are all dead? Could it be that Xianxia isn't here to cause trouble but to kill them? How is that possible? 200 Saint Realm 1 Dan and 2 Saint Realm 4 Dan otherworldly demons. Even if all of the elders of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy were gathered here, they might not be a match for the otherworldly demons. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had witnessed the strength of the otherworldly demons with their own eyes. Even the entire Hongyuan Empire would find it difficult to defeat them. Yet, a single Xianxia was able to wipe them all out. More importantly, how long had it been? How in the world did he do it? I'm certain that he's Xianxia. Perhaps only he is capable of accomplishing such an unbelievable feat, Lu Feng said with a bitter smile. If it was a moment ago that he was still doubtful about the matter, everything was clear now. Only that unfathomable young man would be capable of such an astounding feat. No one else would be capable of such a feat back then, when he was only at perfect harmonization realm and ethereal treading realm. He was already able to wreak havoc in the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Now that he had reached half-saint pinnacle, how could a bunch of otherworldly demons possibly be a match for him? Killing so many otherworldly demons and foiling their plans. This is truly a huge contribution. We must report this matter to the headquarters as soon as possible so that Xianxia's contributions won't go unnoticed. At the same time, we should also report this matter to the headquarters as well, a master teacher said. That's right. The others nodded in agreement. Fending off the otherworldly demons wasn't the responsibility of a single master teacher but the entire human race. For a single person to have killed so many otherworldly demons and foiled their schemes at the same time, he would surely be rewarded when he returned to the headquarters. This was a feat that no one could deny. This was the reason why Mingshi Tang had been able to survive for several dozen millenniums without being criticized by others. Alright, I will report this matter to the headquarters. Lu Feng nodded. Shocked by Zhang Xian's performance, Zhang Xian, who was just about to submit a contribution request for him, finally came to a halt. They had arrived at the seal. At the end of the subterranean gallery was a barrier that blocked off the connection between the otherworldly battlefield and the human world. From afar, it looked like a massive barrier of light with a diameter of several hundred meters. It sealed off everything, making it impossible to see what was on the other side. However, standing before it, Zhang Xian could clearly feel an intense killing intent gushing toward him from time to time, as if trying to tear him apart. Most likely, the killing intent in the subterranean gallery originated from this barrier, accumulating over a long period of time. This is the seal? Taking a closer look, Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in astonishment. This barrier was far more fearsome and resilient than he had imagined. With his current strength, putting aside breaking it, even an attack from him would be unable to leave the slightest mark on it. Given how powerful the seal is, how did the otherworldly demons and the Greenleaf King manage to get past it? Zhang Xian couldn't help but be perplexed. It was understandable if the seal had been damaged, but the barrier before him exuded an aura of invincibility. In other words, it was completely undamaged. How in the world did the otherworldly demons and the Greenleaf King manage to get past it? Flaws. Perplexed, Zhang Xian willed in his mind. Whoosh, books appeared. This seal had always been in operation, resisting the killing intent of the extraterritorial battlefield. The Library of Heaven's Path could easily see through its flaws. Flipping open the book, the knowledge within flowed into his mind. This seal was set up by an expert known as Qiao Wu back then. Due to his deep comprehension of spatial laws, the seal that he had set up was imbued with the power of spatial isolation. Even a 9-stars master teacher would find it difficult to breach it. This was also the reason why they were able to fend off the otherworldly demonic tribe for so many years. However, over the course of several dozen millenniums, no matter how powerful the seal was, it was bound to be worn down. On top of that, under the relentless attacks of the otherworldly demonic tribe, there were some weak spots on the seal. However, even these places were not places that just anyone could pass through. If one wanted to pass through, they would have to pay a huge price. As for what the price was, with his current knowledge, he couldn't see it at all, so he naturally didn't know. There's only one way to ensure that the otherworldly demonic tribe doesn't return, and that's to find a way to patch up the weak points of the formation. After studying the contents of the book, Zhang Xian lowered his head and pondered. Through the Library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian knew that even if he were to kill these otherworldly demons, as long as he was willing to pay a sufficient price, there would still be an endless stream of otherworldly demons coming his way. It was impossible to kill them all. The only way was to find a way to repair the damaged areas. If it were anyone else, even if they knew about this, they would be powerless. However, Zhang Xian was different. The Library of Heaven's Path had recorded all of the flaws in the seal in detail, and if he were to make some deductions based on them, he would be able to find a way to fix the seal. Just that, the Xinqi he would have to expend was extremely huge. Even though Zhang Xian's cultivation was at nascent Saint Pinnacle, and he had cultivated the Saint Ascension Decipher, granting him an endless supply of energy within his body, it would still be impossible for him to complete it within a short period of time. Forget it for the time being. Since Mu Shi and the others have requested my help, I'll just have to deal with them once and for all. After thinking for a while, Xianxia made a decision. He had spent more than 4 months in Hongyuan Empire, and he had already developed a deep bond with it. There were many members of his Xianxia faction in the Hongyuan Empire, and if he were to leave now, there was a good chance that more otherworldly demons would arrive at the Hongyuan Empire. Therefore, since he had made a move, he had to deal with it thoroughly to prevent future troubles. Begin. Xianxian's eyebrows shot up as he walked up to the seal. Placing his palm lightly on it, he found a flaw. Whoosh! In the next moment, Xianxian's body jolted as he entered the seal. Xianxian swiftly scanned his surroundings, and his eyes lit up. This seal was a clever use of space. Because of this, it could seal the battlefield and the human world. He had only intended to fix the flaws in the seal, but who would have thought that he would be able to see the entire structure of the seal? This structure actually contained the laws of space. It was stable and firm. It looked similar to the Saint Ascension decipher. Activating his eye of insight, Xianxian subconsciously clenched his fists tightly. Taking a closer look at the layout of the seal, he found that it was actually identical to the Saint Ascension decipher. It was just that it was much more complicated and intricate. A thought suddenly surfaced in Xianxian's mind. If I were to cultivate the Saint Ascension decipher according to this method, would I be able to become even stronger? There was nothing wrong with the Saint Ascension decipher, but in terms of structure, it was clearly inferior to this seal. If he were to correct it according to this method, would he be able to become even stronger? Let me give it a try. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, Xianxian began reinforcing the seal with his Xinqi while sitting on the ground to cultivate. Under the illumination of the Eye of Insight, the structure of the seal slowly seeped into his mind and into his dantian, causing his Xinqi to rearrange. While his cultivation didn't advance, it did strengthen his origin core. While Xianxian was cultivating in the subterranean gallery, the crowd waiting outside the Mausoleum of Principles was anxious. It has already been 3 days, why isn't Principal Zhang out yet? Elder Mi asked. Could something have happened to him? Zhao Bingshu asked. The Mausoleum of Principles is the resting place of the principals. Given that Principal Zhang was able to obtain the acknowledgement of all of the predecessors, there shouldn't be any problem. Elder Mi hesitated for a moment before replying. Even so, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. He had checked the history books, and he knew that the principals of the past would only take a day to return from the Mausoleum of Principles. Yet, the one before him had remained in the Mausoleum of Principles for 3 days straight. This was truly inconceivable. Cough cough, I'm not worried that something might have happened to Principal Zhang. Rather, I'm worried that he might cause a ruckus in the Mausoleum of Principles and cause the predecessors to be unable to rest in peace. Zhao Bingshu said with twitching lips. Elder Mi was taken aback. His principal was a good person, but he was a little too reckless. If he were to cause a ruckus in the Mausoleum of Principles, how could they face their ancestors in the future? We can't control what Principal Zhang does. No matter what, he has already obtained the acknowledgement of all of the wills of the principals, so, he shouldn't do anything rash, right? Elder Mi said as he rubbed his glabella. They couldn't control the temper of their principal either. Even if they knew that something might have happened, there was nothing they could do about it. All they could do was pray for the best. Right, those from the Combat Master Hall should be here by now, right? Zhao Bingshu suddenly recalled something and asked. Combat Master Zhua said that the combat masters who will be assessing Xingyang and the others will be arriving in 3 days. Given the time, it should be about time. Let's head over to take a look. The 2 elders glanced in the direction of the Mausoleum of Principles and hesitated for a moment. However, seeing that Principal Zhang didn't intend to come out anytime soon, they could only hurry over to the Elder Hall. It was one thing for the Combat Master Hall to not be present, but it would be rude of them to not be present as well. On the outskirts of the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy, an aerial Saint Beast descended from the sky, and a dozen cultivators walked into the courtyard with widened strides. They were dressed in ordinary robes, neither the Master Teacher robes nor the Combat Master robes, so they didn't stand out from the crowd. Liao Shi, I heard that Zhua Shi and the others were defeated by the students of the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy. May I know if that is true? A Chrysalis Realm combat master following behind the group asked. That's the news we received. The freshmen selected by the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy this year are simply too formidable. In fact, one of them even defeated Combat Master Zhua. Thus, they sent us here to conduct the examination. A middle-aged man at the very front nodded. This middle-aged man seemed to be in his 40s, and his aura was deeply concealed, reminiscent of a dormant dragon. His cultivation was on par with Combat Master Zhua, a Saint Tudan expert. Even though they were of the same cultivation realm, the feeling he gave off was far stronger than Combat Master Zhua. The 1,000-men commander of the Combat Master Hall, Liao Song. I have checked the history of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, and it has always been the weakest of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academies. Yet, his men actually defeated those from the Combat Master Hall. Why do I feel like there's something fishy going on? The middle-aged man harumphed. He didn't seem to believe the news. I also find it weird, another young man nodded in agreement. Of the combat masters following behind Liao Song, 3 were at Ethereal Treading Realm, 3 were at Chrysalis Realm, 3 were at Half Saint, and 3 were at Nascent Saint. Not only were these people powerful, they also emanated a sharp aura that deterred others from approaching them. It was as if every single one of them was on par with Combat Master Zhua. They were all centurions of the Combat Master Hall. Being a centurion had nothing to do with one's fighting prowess at all. Even though Zhua Qingfeng had already reached spiritual perception realm, he was still only a centurion. Compared to Liao Song, he was still a tier lower. I find it hard to believe as well. Every single one of our combat masters is a rare genius, and yet, 100 of them actually managed to clear the examination. This is something that has never happened before in the history of the Combat Master Hall selection. The reason we came here today is to verify the matter. Liao Song also frowned. Honestly speaking, when he saw the news from the other party, he found it hard to believe. In the past, Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy was a trash academy where only 1 or 2 candidates could clear the examination. Yet, this year, 100 candidates from all 5 grades had actually cleared the examination. Just the thought of it was inconceivable. The crowd nodded in agreement. Amidst their conversation, the group walked into the academy. Raising their gazes, they saw countless students walking around the academy. Every single one of them was brimming with vigor, and they emanated frightening auras. Right, Ruohuan, I still have some doubts about the battle technique that Principal Zhang has imparted to me. Can you give me some pointers? On the training ground by the side of the street, a few students were gathered together, seemingly in the midst of learning from one another. That's simple. Watch me. The young man named Ruohuan chuckled softly as he flicked his palm and thrust it forward. Voila, a series of sonic booms sounded in the air, and a searing shockwave burst forth, causing a series of cracks to appear on the bluestone ground. What a powerful palm art! The eyes of the advancing combat masters narrowed in astonishment. Even though the palm art seemed simple, it was infused with incredible skill. Even when they were at the same cultivation realm, it would still be difficult for them to execute it. Could it be that fellow is the one who will be participating in the examination? A young man couldn't help but ask. Even though the fellow on the stage was only at Cosmos Bridge realm, the palm art he had just executed was comparable to that of 100-men commander. There was a good chance that he was the genius that Combat Master Zhua had spoken of. That's possible. Liao Shi, I would like to give it a try. One of the combat masters said. All right. Remember to go easy on him. If he isn't, injure him and report this matter to the headquarters of the Mingshi Tang Academy. If so, we won't be able to do anything about it. After a moment of hesitation, Liao Song instructed. Every single combat master was a 1-in-a-million genius in terms of combat prowess. In a battle with ordinary master teachers, there was no way the latter would be a match for them. If they were to go easy on the other party and report this matter back to the headquarters, they would be in deep trouble as well. Don't worry, I'll be careful. The young man chuckled softly as he leaped onto the training ground not too far away. This friend over there, I am Zhou Yi. I saw how swift your palm art was, and I was itching to test it out. I have suppressed my cultivation to Cosmos Bridge realm, so would you be willing to have a match with me? The young man named Zhou Yi asked with a smile. Battle technique challenges were common occurrences in the Master Teacher Academy. There were many master teachers who would challenge stronger opponents in order to test their fighting prowess. Seeing that Zhou Yi had made such a request, the young man named Ruo Huan was taken aback for a moment before replying with a smile, "Of course. Let's begin then." Zhou Yi nodded. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his cultivation layer by layer, and soon, he was also at Cosmos Bridge realm as well. "Since you used a palm art earlier, I won't use a weapon either. Let's begin." Chuckling, Zhou Yi flicked his wrist and charged forward. His movements were reminiscent of a specter. Even though he was only at Cosmos Bridge realm, his movements were reminiscent of a specter, making it difficult for others to see where he was going to attack. Not bad. Ruo Huan's eyes lit up. Without moving his body, he abruptly flicked his palm and struck forward. President Zhang had once said that if one panicked in the face of such a move, it would be equivalent to falling for the other party's ploy. If that was the case, it would be difficult for one to achieve victory in the future. As such, one had to be able to see through the facade of such feints. No matter how the other party moved, the only way to launch an attack was to find a fixed location. Good move. Seeing the other party's palm strike, Zhou Yi's eyes lit up. Just as the other party had thought, the purpose of his move was to bait the other party into making a move. Once the other party made a move, he would be exposing his flaws. Thus, Zhou Yi walked up to the other party's side and flicked his palm downward. He thought that as long as he exerted his strength, the other party would surely admit defeat. Yet, before his palm could land on the other party, he suddenly felt a stifling sensation in his chest. Narrowing his eyes, Zhou Yi realized that the other party had already discovered his location, and his other palm was already waiting for him there. In other words, the previous palm strike was a feint to bait the other party into making a move. As soon as the other party confirmed his location, the other party would follow suit. Pung, at this moment, it was already too late for Zhou Yi to dodge. With a stifling sensation in his chest, Zhou Yi was sent flying out of the training grounds, crashing heavily onto the ground. He defeated Zhou Yi in a single move? Could he be the one who was going to be assessed? That's very likely. How can he possess such powerful fighting prowess? The crowd from the Combat Master Hall was shocked. Liao Song also raised his eyebrows. In the previous battle, he could easily tell that the fellow named Luo Huan was inferior to Zhou Yi in terms of Xinqi strength and reaction speed. Yet, he was still able to emerge victorious in the duel. This showed that his comprehension of battle techniques and battle prowess was extremely high. Most likely, he was the cultivation prodigy that Zhuo Qingfeng had mentioned. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? Hu Chen, go up and try. Frowning, Liao Song waved his hand. Of course, whether it was true or not still needed to be tested. All right. The youth called Hu Chen nodded, and with a leap, he also jumped onto the training field. Seeing how exquisite your moves are, I want to give it a try too. After saying that, he suppressed his cultivation. Sure. Nodding his head, Ruo Huan was just about to make a move when a young man suddenly stepped forward and said, Ruo Huan, why don't you let me have the opportunity to spar with the weaklings? Look, I am the worst student here, and I still haven't comprehended Principal Zhang's lecture. Why don't you let me give it a try? All right. Seeing the look on his good friend's face, Ruo Huan could only nod helplessly. His good friend's comprehension of battle techniques was indeed lacking, and it would be difficult for him to master them. If he were to spar with this weakling who had appeared out of nowhere, he might be able to gain some inspiration from it. Ruo Huan Gongzi was the one who had followed Xianxia from the League of Nations back then. After a period of hard work, he had managed to reach Cosmos Bridge realm. Having been with Xianxia ever since the League of Nations, his understanding of battle techniques had deepened significantly. On top of that, as one of the founders of the Xianxia faction, he had put in a lot of effort into his cultivation. As such, be it in terms of eye of discernment or strength, he was no longer the same as before. In his view, even though the two who had appeared out of nowhere possessed decent fighting prowess and unique moves, they were still far from matching up to those whom Principal Zhang had imparted to him. What Principal Zhang had imparted to him was the fundamentals of battle techniques. No matter how fancy or dazzling a battle technique was, it was still an offensive move. As long as there was an offensive move, there would be flaws in it that would allow him to counterattack. As such, it would be a good opportunity for him to temper himself by having his friend make a move. Weakling? Hearing the conversation between the two, Hu Qin felt his Xianxia surge violently, nearly exploding on the spot. Brother, open your eyes and look at me. I am a Chrysalis Realm combat master, and I have suppressed my cultivation to fight with you. Yet, you dare to call me a weakling? He wasn't the only one who felt that way. The other combat masters also nearly spurted blood upon hearing those words. No matter where they went, they were considered to be superior existences. This was the first time they had been looked down upon like that. Hu Qin, don't go easy on him. One of the combat masters couldn't help but send a telepathic message over. I know. Hu Qin's eyes flashed viciously. He had been thinking that he should at least give the other party some face if he couldn't handle it, but since the other party was so stubborn, he couldn't blame him for not going easy on him. Let's begin. Hu Qin gestured for the other party to start. The young man nodded before walking up to Hu Qin. Even though Principal Zhang has imparted some combat techniques to me, I am still lacking in mastery over them. If I were to accidentally injure you later on, don't blame me, the young man said. Cut the crap and bring it on. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Hu Qin stomped on the ground and charged forward. His attacks were powerful, and his Xianxia flowed in all directions, giving him the impression that he was capable of swallowing everything in his path. Upon seeing Hu Qin's attack, not only did the young man not show the slightest fear, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Good move." After saying those words, he ignored the shocked gazes of the crowd and sent a fist forward to meet Hu Qin's attack. Hong Long, as the fist and palm collided, Hu Qin felt his arm going limp as a powerful force struck him. His face reddened, and he was sent flying. Pung, just like Zhou Yi, Hu Qin was sent flying out of the training grounds and crashed into the ground. If he hadn't used his full strength earlier, the backlash would have been less severe. However, in a head-on clash, he was unable to move his arm at all. It would probably take at least 3 to 5 days for him to recover. Our combat masters aren't a match for him in a head-on clash? The combat masters were stunned once more. Liao Song's lips twitched. He had just seen with his own eyes how Ruo Huan's Xianxia and strength were far beneath that of his subordinates. Yet, that fellow, who had come to seek guidance from the other party, was actually able to send Hu Qin flying with a single blow. This was way too inconceivable. While Liao Song was still pondering over the matter, Ruo Huan suddenly turned to the young man not too far away and sneered, "Didn't I tell you that a battle isn't just about brute force? It's about technique and technique. How can you be so stupid?" Ruo Huan Gongzi was indeed furious. That fellow had only learned the Xianxia and strength imparted to him by Principal Zhang, but his comprehension of battle techniques was lacking. It was precisely because of this that he had been defeated by them every single time. This time, he had specially arranged for him to spar with someone whose comprehension of battle techniques was lacking, and yet, the other party was still using brute force. How could he be so stupid? The young man scratched his head awkwardly. Seeing how straightforward he is, I couldn't help myself. How about this? After saying those words, he turned to the crowd and said, "Who else wants to spar with me? I promise that I won't use brute force to crush all of you this time." Seeing the other party's attitude, the combat masters felt as if they were going to go insane. This was the first time in history that someone had said that he wouldn't crush a combat master with brute force. That was way too arrogant. "I'll do it." Unable to hold himself back any longer, a combat master rushed forward. He was the last Chrysalis Realm cultivator. At this moment, he suppressed his cultivation and gestured with his palm. "Come." "All right." The young man nodded. But just as he was about to make a move, one of the combat masters beside him suddenly spoke up in displeasure. "Zhao Qing, what do you mean by this? Are you intending to monopolize such a good opportunity for a duel?" The young man scratched his head. "All right, I don't think that these friends of yours are too weak. It's rare to have such opportunities. Zhao Qing, let Songying take the duel," Ruo Huan Gongzi said. "All right then." The young man, Zhao Qing, nodded reluctantly. The combat masters who had just arrived at the training ground were on the verge of tears. What do you mean by not too weak? We're very strong, alright, but, as soon as he turned around and saw his two companions lying on the ground, he choked on his rage, unable to utter a single word. To be defeated so easily. You call that strong? In the eyes of the other party, perhaps it was really just not too bad. Cut the crap and bring it on. Gritting his teeth, the combat master glared at Song Ying. How can you compete with such a rash person? Song Ying stepped forward and shook his head. You. As infuriated as the combat master was, he knew that he had lost his composure. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the frustration in his heart before turning to Song Ying once more. Let's begin. Seeing how the combat master was able to suppress the agitation in his heart so quickly, Song Ying nodded in astonishment. Let's begin. After saying those words, he leaped forward. Pung 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 pung, the two of them immediately crossed blows. After 3 moves, the combat master's face reddened as the other party found an opening and sent him flying with a kick, crashing heavily onto the ground. Seeing that the 3 of them were no match for Song Ying, the combat masters glanced at one another in bewilderment. They had thought that Zhuo Qingfeng was exaggerating the prowess of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, but after witnessing it with their own eyes, they realized that it was truly a formidable foe. Could you all be? Jing Yang, Lu Yang, and the others who will be participating in the combat master selection this time around? One of the combat masters couldn't help but ask. Jing Yang and Lu Yang? Hearing those words, Ruo Huan shook his head with a bitter smile. They are the direct disciples of Principal Zhang, and they are 100 times stronger than us. How can we possibly compare to them? You aren't? Then, could it be that you are 3 of the 100 who cleared the combat master selection this year? Liao Song asked. 100? Ruo Huan shook his head once more. We are too weak, so we aren't qualified to participate in the combat master selection. Not qualified to participate in the combat master selection, Liao Song's body swayed weakly as he felt a stifling sensation in his chest. Then, we are from the Xianxia faction. There are 30,000 members in the academy, and their fighting prowess is roughly on par with us. Ruo Huan Gongzi replied seriously. Our fighting prowess is nothing much in the Xianxia faction. Nothing much? A bunch of them? The combat masters glanced at one another in bewilderment, feeling as if they were about to collapse. They had thought that no one in the same cultivation realm would be a match for them. Yet, before they could even meet the man in question, they had already been defeated by a few students playing by the roadside. Did they have to be so savage? More importantly, it was 1 or 2 such experts, but according to Luo Huan, the Xianxian faction, which consisted of 30,000 people, was actually so powerful. Liao Song felt his entire body stiffening, and he was unable to speak a single word. As a 1,000-men commander of the Combat Master Hall, this was the first time he felt as if he was Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Why? You don't believe me? Seeing that the combat masters were all dumbfounded, Luo Huan chuckled softly before pointing behind him. The members of our Xianxian faction are having a gathering right ahead. I can bring you over to take a look. A gathering? Follow me. Luo Huan nodded before leading the way. Liao Song and the others glanced at one another before following behind him. Not too long later, they saw quite a few people gathered in the square, discussing something. From time to time, there would be a few people sparring with one another. Is that the basic battle technique, Boundless River? Isn't that move lacking in prowess? Why is it so powerful in that person's hands? That's the Zephyr Sword art, a spirit intermediate tier battle technique. I have cultivated it before, but due to the complexity of its moves, I didn't cultivate it in the end. Why does it feel as if it is on par with the spirit high tier battle technique in his hands? Even though that fist art and movement technique aren't flashy, they are able to capture the essence of a fist art, making it hard for one to guard against. Even I might not be able to withstand it in a battle. What is that move? The most basic set of moves, when combined together, actually had such great power. It is already on par with the spirit high-tier battle technique? Seeing the clash between the moves of the sparring participants, the faces of the combat masters twitched uncontrollably. Even though they hadn't fought yet, with their eye of discernment, they could easily tell that they wouldn't fare any better against Luo Huan. In other words, even though they had so many formidable combat masters, if they were to be placed among the 30,000 students before them, not only would they not stand out, they might even be at the bottom. What in the world was going on? After all, they were combat masters who were 1 in 10,000. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Liao Song asked, "How can your fighting prowess be so strong?" "Oh, at the start, we were just ordinary students as well. It was only after Principal Zhang lectured us for an entire afternoon that we were able to reach our current level," Ruohuan exclaimed in agitation. Until now, he could still remember the contents of Principal Zhang's lecture clearly, and his fighting prowess had improved by leaps and bounds. Those who had attended the lecture and those who hadn't were two completely different concepts. The gap between them was as wide as a chasm. It was precisely for this reason that many students wished to join the Xianxia faction and become one of its members. However, in order to prevent the Xianxia faction from overshadowing the Xianxia faction hadn't accepted any new members recently, and this left many regretful. The whole afternoon? Liao Song was dumbfounded. Just by lecturing for one afternoon, your strength will increase exponentially? Was this a joke? If it was that easy to raise one's fighting prowess, wouldn't all the hard work they had put in every day be for naught? Indeed. It's a pity that Principal Zhang is simply too busy. Otherwise, if he were to lecture for a few more days, we would surely be able to grow even stronger. Ruohuan sighed. Honestly speaking, if not for the fact that Principal Zhang was too busy lecturing them for several days straight, they would have surely become stronger. Stronger? Liao Song's lips twitched once more. If the other party was already so powerful that even their combat masters were no match for him, wouldn't they be even more formidable than the combat masters? If so, what would be the point of having combat masters around? Right, who are you? Who are you looking for in the academy? Just as Liao Song was feeling stifled, Ruohuan suddenly asked. We are here to look for Combat Master Zhua. Liao Song wanted to say that he was a combat master, but just as the words were about to leave his mouth, he swallowed them back down. So, you are friends of Combat Master Zhua. Give me a moment, I'll send someone to bring you over. Ruohuan nodded in realization. He quickly called one of his members over and instructed him to lead the way. Thank you. Liao Song and the others hurriedly followed along, fearing that they would suffer another blow if they stayed any longer. Ruohuan, who are those people? After the group left, a student walked over with a perplexed look on his face. I have no idea either. I thought that they might be combat masters, but after some time, I was certain that they weren't. How could a combat master possibly have such poor combat awareness? While their fighting prowess is still acceptable, a master teacher who prioritizes combat can't possibly be so weak. Forget it, as long as they aren't combat masters, we can find a way to recruit them into the Xianxia faction and groom them for a few days. Ruohuan said. Currently, the Xianxia faction only recruits the cream of the crop. If they wish to join us, they will have to clear the examination first. If they fail the examination, we won't accept them. The student said. Of course. Our Xianxia faction isn't a faction that just anyone can join. While their fighting prowess is decent, they are still a little lacking in clearing the examination. Ruohuan nodded with a proud look on his face. Liao Shi, how did those fellows become so strong? Following behind the students, one of the combat masters couldn't help but turn to Liao Song, who was standing at the forefront of the group. I have no idea either. Liao Song felt deeply stifled. All along, he had thought that combat masters were the strongest among their peers. However, after seeing the members of the Xianxia faction, he realized that might not be the case. It's no wonder Zhuo Qingfeng insisted on having us come here. This Hongyuan Academy is simply too bizarre. It took him a long while to recover from his shock, and he couldn't help but exclaim. A few random people who appeared on the side of the road beat them up without being able to fight back. It had to be said that this place was too terrifying. Fortunately, they were not enemies. Otherwise, they might not have been able to return. Combat Master Liao, you are finally here. Before Liao Song even entered the residence, Zhuo Qingfeng had already heard the news and came out to welcome him. Upon seeing Liao Song, he couldn't help but exclaim in agitation. However, a moment later, he realized that something was amiss. The haughty combat masters who had been standing high and mighty a moment ago were all listless at this moment, as if frosted eggplants. "What's wrong with you all?" Shui Qingfeng asked. "Tell me about the principal of Hongyuan Academy. What's going on with him?" Instead of replying to Shui Qingfeng's question, Liao Song asked directly. He had been listening to Principal Shui Qingfeng's lecture the most, so he couldn't help but ask about it. "Principal Shui Qingfeng? All right." Shui Qingfeng hesitated for a moment before revealing everything that he knew to Liao Song. "He only lectured for an hour, and our combat masters are already no match for him? After lecturing for an entire afternoon, even our Xianxia and strength are no match for him?" Liao Song and the combat masters behind him felt as if they had just heard a ghost story. Goosebumps rose all over their bodies, and their hearts trembled in fear. "Indeed," Shui Qingfeng said with a bitter smile. "Right, President Zhang's 4 direct disciples have been waiting in the residence for a while now. I'll need you to arrange how the examination will be conducted later on." "4 direct disciples? How strong are they?" Liao Song asked. "They are invincible among those of the same cultivation realm. Even I am no match for them," Shui Qingfeng replied. "Even you aren't a match for them?" Liao Song was shocked. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "If they are really that powerful, why don't we have them challenge the Dragon Gate formation?" Dragon Gate formation? That is the progeny of combat examination that the Combat Master Hall uses. "Liao Shi, are you intending to have them take the progeny of combat examination?" Shui Qingfeng was astonished. Indeed. Given how Principal Zhang of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy was able to induce such a huge change in his students with just a few hours of teaching, his direct disciple might just be able to clear the progeny of combat examination. As the ones who discovered the progeny of combat, our standing will surely rise as well," Liao Song said. This, Shui Qingfeng fell silent. Indeed. If the Combat Master Hall were to be compared to a clan, the progeny of combat would be the next clan head. In other words, as long as they matured, they could very well become the head of the Combat Master Hall. However, the progeny of combat was the dream of countless combat masters, and it was a goal that countless people fought for. Unfortunately, it was simply too difficult. For the past 300 years, the Combat Master Hall had never had a progeny of combat, let alone a hall master. Would Zhang Shi's direct disciples be able to clear the examination? Even Combat Master Xue, who had fought with them before, did not have the confidence to do so. The progeny of combat examination was so difficult that one would think that it was impossible to clear it. If President Zhang's direct disciples were able to clear the examination and become the progeny of combat, as the ones who discovered the progeny of combat, their standing would be elevated, and they would be given better resources. "We won't be able to set up the Real Dragon Gate formation, but we can make a simplified version. If they are able to clear it, they will be qualified to bring it back to the headquarters and apply for the real examination. Regardless of whether they succeed or not, it will still be a good thing for us," Liao Song said. It would be best for them to become the progeny of combat, but even if they failed, the fact that they possessed the strength to challenge the progeny of combat was already a testament to their talents. As long as they entered the Combat Master Hall, their standing would surely be higher than theirs. Such a person would surely become their backing in the future. "Alright, we'll let them challenge the Dragon Gate formation then." Shui Qingfeng gritted his teeth. Liao Song nodded. After the discussion was over, the combat masters quickly made their way into the courtyard. As soon as they stepped into the residence, they saw Elder Mi, Elder Zhao, and the others walking over to welcome them. Following them were Wu Tianqiong, Wu Ran, and the others. In order to observe the examination, the 3 great master teacher academies had not left. Xingyang, Wang Ying, Lu Yang, Wei Ruyan, and the others had also arrived. They stood firmly on the spot, as sharp as spears. "Allow me to introduce you all. This is the 1,000-man commander of the Combat Master Hall, as well as my senior, Combat Master Liao Song. He will be in charge of the examination for Xingyang and the others." Shui Qingfeng introduced. Paying respects to Combat Master Liao. The combat masters clasped their fists and bowed. There's no need to stand on ceremony. These four should be President Zhang's direct disciples, the cultivators who will be participating in the examination, right? Liao Song nodded to the combat masters before turning his gaze to Xingyang and the others. My teacher is Zhang Xian. Xingyang and the others nodded in response. You do possess an extraordinary disposition. Combat Master Liao chuckled. I have already heard from Combat Master Zhua on the way here. I intend to have you undergo the examination of the Dragon Gate Formation. Dragon Gate Formation? Xingyang and the others glanced at one another in bewilderment. Wu Tianqiong and the others didn't seem to have heard of the Dragon Gate Formation either. The Dragon Gate Formation utilizes the concept of a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. As long as one is able to clear it, one will immediately transform into a dragon and become one of the most influential figures of the Combat Master Hall and the Master Teacher Continent. Liao Song said. Transform into a dragon? Influential figure? Everyone furrowed their brows. The Combat Master Hall might be powerful, but they were only a branch of the Master Teacher Continent. To think that they would be able to shake the entire Master Teacher Continent with just a single trial was an exaggeration. Don't doubt my words, but it isn't that easy to clear the Dragon Gate Formation. Over the past 300 years, not a single combat master of the Combat Master Hall has succeeded. From this, it can be seen how difficult it is. If one were to clear the trial, it would surely be borrowed by the headquarters, and it would only be a matter of time before the entire Master Teacher Continent shakes the world. Seeing everyone's expression, Liao Song knew that they didn't believe him, so he explained. Not a single person has succeeded in the past 300 years? Everyone was astonished. They had experienced the might of the Combat Master Hall firsthand. For so many geniuses of the Combat Master Hall to fail, wasn't this a little too frightening? Elder Mi couldn't help but ask, what are the rules for clearing the Dragon Gate Formation? Hearing those words, the others also turned their gazes over. Given how exaggerated the other party's words were, the Dragon Gate Formation was bound to be extremely difficult. Otherwise, countless combat masters wouldn't have hesitated to challenge it. Simple. The Dragon Gate Formation is divided into 3 stages, namely the Dragon's Tail, Dragon's Back, and Dragon's Head. There are 3 cultivators at each of the 3 stages. The 3 at the Dragon's Tail are of the same cultivation realm as the challenger, but they are 1 and 2 small realms higher than the challenger. Liao Song said. 3 people? And their cultivation realm is higher and higher? Everyone's eyebrows shot up. Combat masters were powerful beings in their own right, and it was already an incredible feat for them to be able to defeat opponents of the same cultivation realm. To have 3 of them working together, and each of them were 2 and 1 small realm higher than the challenger, this was truly fearsome. On the Dragon's Back, there are 3 people who are 3, 4, and 5 small realms higher than the challenger, Liao Song explained. Take Xingyang for example. He is at Chrysalis Realm primary stage, and the 3 people on the Dragon's Back are 3, 4, and 5 small realms higher than him. In other words, they are at Chrysalis Realm pinnacle, half-saint primary, and half-saint intermediate stage. This, everyone's faces twitched. Even Xingyang couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Finally, there are 3 dragon heads, and their cultivation is even higher. They are 6, 7, and 8 small realms higher than the challengers. Taking Xingyang as an example, they are respectively half-saint late stage, half-saint pinnacle, and nascent saint primary. I'll have to defeat all 9 of them if I want to clear the Dragon's Gate Formation. Furthermore, even the weakest among them is a centurion. More importantly, their combined fighting prowess is far greater than mine. With my current strength, I won't even be able to get past the Dragon's Tail. Liao Song said. Hearing the rules, everyone fell silent. To tell the truth, it was too difficult. Every single one of the 100-men commanders of the Combat Master Hall possessed the ability to rival opponents stronger than them. To think that 3 of them would appear at the same time, not to mention that each of them was stronger than the challenger, it was simply impossible for the challenger to succeed. It was no wonder no one from the Combat Master Hall had cleared the trial over the past 300 years. Even a commander might not be able to pass. How about it? Do you want to give it a try? After explaining, Liao Song raised his head to look at Xingyang and the others. Instead of answering directly, everyone lowered their heads and pondered. Xue Qingfeng possessed the strength of 100-man commander, and Jing had crossed blows with him before, so he knew just how fearsome he was. To be able to defeat 900 men commanders consecutively, not only would one's fighting prowess grow exponentially, they would also have to team up against one another. The difficulty of such a feat could only be described as terrifying. To tell you the truth, the Dragon Gate formation I'm talking about is just the simplest version. In the headquarters Dragon Gate formation, you'll have to challenge the Dragon Orb to get past the Dragon Head. There's an even more powerful expert guarding the Dragon Ball. Liao Song said. The Dragon Gate formation in the headquarters was even more difficult, and the one he was talking about was just the simplest version. Even so, in the past 300 years, the number of people who had cleared the simplified version could be counted on two hands. In other words, of all the geniuses of the Combat Master Hall in the past 300 years, less than 10 had cleared the trial. I want to give it a try. Without much hesitation, Jing turned to Liao Song with a determined look in his eyes. He wanted to give it a try. In truth, he knew that given his teacher's talent, if not for them, he would have long become a renowned figure in the Master Teacher Academy. It was only because of them that he had been stuck in the Master Teacher Academy for so long. For them, his teacher had been working too hard. From fighter to transcendent mortal, one had to expend innumerable resources and spirit stones in order to advance from fighter to transcendent mortal. Once one reached Saint Realm, the amount of resources required for every breakthrough would be even greater. As a student, it was truly unfilial of him to bear such a heavy burden alone, but putting aside how difficult it would be for them to find a suitable candidate, it was unlikely that their teacher would be willing to do so. After much consideration, the best solution they could come up with was to join the Combat Master Hall. The Combat Master Hall was home to the best resources on the continent. As long as they could become a member of the Combat Master Hall, they would no longer be a burden to their teacher. In fact, they might even be able to share their teacher's burden in the future. Even if the trial was extremely dangerous and difficult, they had to do it for their teacher. It was just like how their teacher was willing to give up everything for them. Give it a try? All right. Liao Song nodded with a smile. Turning to Wang Ying and the others, he asked, "What about the rest of you?" "We would like to give it a try as well." Wang Ying and the others replied with determined looks in their eyes. Naturally, they understood what Jing was thinking. Their teacher had already done too much for them over the past few days. They couldn't bear to see him continue working for them. Perhaps, becoming a combat master was also their teacher's wish as well. No teacher would want to keep their students under their wings all the time, not allowing them to spread their wings and soar to the skies. Let's head to the sparring ring then. Seeing that the content of the trial had been decided, and Jing and the others had also agreed to it, Elder Mi said. All right. Knowing that this wasn't a suitable place for a duel, the crowd nodded before heading to the sparring ring. At this moment, the sparring ring was already packed to the brim. Knowing that the trial this time around would be much more difficult than the previous one, countless students had already taken up their seats early in the morning. Many experts from Hongyuan City had also come to spectate. On top of that, 3 days had passed, and many experts from the neighboring empires of Hongyuan City had also arrived. They wanted to see for themselves how non-master teachers were supposed to take the combat master examination, and how cruel the trial would be. As soon as Jing and the others walked up to the sparring ring, they immediately drew cheers from the crowd. They are President Zhang's students? They look really young. President Zhang isn't that old either. Headmaster Zhang's personal students were invited over by your academy to be guest elders? That's right. Their comprehension of martial skills is truly superb. Discussions could be heard beneath the sparring ring. Many experts who were visiting the academy for the first time were stunned upon hearing that Jing and the others were guest elders of the Master Teacher Academy. They were well aware of the significance of being a guest elder. To invite a young man who wasn't even a master teacher yet and wasn't even 18 yet, just how powerful did he have to be in order to receive such an honor? Principal Zhang and his students are all legendary figures, indeed. Let's just wait and see. Perhaps, today, we might be able to witness the birth of a legend. After hearing the rumors about Xianxia and his students, everyone fell silent. While the teacher was formidable, the students were also impeccable. This was the true meaning of teacher and student grow together. Alright, let the Dragon Gate formation begin. After making the necessary arrangements, Liao Song bellowed, and the 9 combat masters leaped onto the sparring ring. They took up positions reminiscent of a massive dragon that would soar into the sky at any moment. Palipala, with a crisp sound, the 9 combat masters suppressed their cultivation from Chrysalis Realm primary stage to nascent saint. I am the 1,000-men commander of the Combat Master Hall, Liao Song. I would like to request for the approval of the Dragon Gate formation to assess the combat masters. Liao Song took out a token, and with a flick of his wrist, he floated it in the air and announced. Hong Long, along with his words, the surrounding spiritual energy immediately gathered, and a powerful energy burst forth from an unknown location. This is the aura of the Combat Master Hall headquarters? What in the world is this Dragon Gate formation? Does it require the headquarters approval? I have no idea. Similar to the Master-Teacher life and death duel, it requires one to communicate with the headquarters. It seems like this isn't an ordinary trial. Indeed. Since the headquarters are the only ones who can conduct the trial, it means that they don't have the authority to conduct the trial. In fact, even if they were to pass the trial, they wouldn't be acknowledged. The crowd beneath the sparring ring had no idea what the Dragon Gate formation was, but upon seeing that it required Liao Song to communicate with the headquarters, their faces paled in shock. Any occupation would have to pay a heavy price to communicate with the headquarters. Just how difficult could it be for a mere trial? Walala, amidst everyone's shock, the spiritual energy in the sky shone on the ground, forming a bizarre formation. The 9 combat masters were split into 3, and the one that was exposed resembled the tail of a massive dragon. With a slight flick of its tail, it could stir up a storm, exerting immense pressure on one. This is the augmentation of a formation? The faces of Wu Tianqiong and the others twitched in astonishment. It was one thing for the trio at the tail of the dragon to be powerful, but on top of that, they were augmented by a formation as well. Putting aside the fact that they were weaker than them, even a half-saint would find it hard to stand against them. Xingyang, be careful. Wang Ying also frowned. Don't worry. Taking a deep breath, Xingyang nodded before leaping onto the sparring ring. With a light chuckle, he announced, Zhang Xian, Zhang Shi's direct disciple, Xingyang, challenge the Dragon Gate formation. Hong Long, right after those words were spoken, a brilliant light shrouded the area, seemingly verifying his identity and strength. Soon, the verification was completed, and 2 massive words appeared in the sky, accepted. It was the same as a life and death duel. In other words, his challenge would be under the supervision of the Combat Master Hall headquarters. Alright, we can begin now. Seeing that the headquarters had verified his identity, Liao Song heaved a sigh of relief. Xingyang nodded. With a flick of his wrist, he whipped out a spear. With the spear in hand, his aura immediately changed. With Xinqi coursing through his body, his hair fluttered in the wind, reminiscent of an undefeatable god of war. Powerful. Sensing the aura emanating from Zhang Xian, the faces of the combat masters who had been nonchalant a moment ago turned grim. Even though Zhang Xian's cultivation was only at Chrysalis Realm primary stage, the aura he exuded was so powerful that not even a half-saint would be a match for him. Come. Gathering his aura to its limits, Xingyang roared furiously. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived before the trio at the tail of the dragon. His spear morphed into a streak of light as he thrust it forward. Hong Long, in an instant, the entire sparring ring seemed to have been struck by lightning, and a powerful shockwave burst forth. I have created an annual ranking for the most popular god of war on QQ, and I need everyone's help to vote for Laowa. I don't know how to send the link, but I feel free to follow Laowa's official account and search for Sweeping the World on WeChat. If you vote for Laowa, you will be able to claim your book coins. Thank you. You want to come here? Not so fast. Seeing how swiftly Zhang Xian's spear was moving, the 3 combat masters harumphed coldly. They quickly drew their weapons and infused their Xinqi together with the formation. With a powerful flick of the massive dragon tail, the surrounding spiritual energy within a radius of several dozen li seemed to have been sucked dry. Humph. Knowing what the other party was going to do, Xingyang's eyebrows shot up as he stomped his foot 3 cun deep into the ground. Then, he raised his spear and flicked it upward. Slaw, as the spear collided with the dragon tail, the resulting shockwave rippled outward, reminiscent of a rock falling into a lake. The shockwave caused the hair of those below to stand on end. Scram! With widened eyes, Xingyang bellowed furiously as he pushed his spear forward. Hong Long, an incomparably powerful might, immediately lifted the dragon tail up and held it firmly in midair. A single move to shake 3 master teachers, a single spear. To lift a dragon, pooh. 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 With the dragon being lifted up, the 3 combat masters spurted a mouthful of blood and staggered a step back. They turned their gazes to the young man before them with astonishment reflected in their eyes. After hearing that combat master Zhuo wasn't a match for Xingyang, they had already guessed that he wouldn't be a match for the young man before them. But, never in their wildest dreams could they have imagined that the young man would actually use brute force to clash head-on with them, knocking the dragon tail down forcefully. More importantly, this was only the first move. If the 3 of them were already injured, how were they supposed to fight the rest of the battle? The Dragon Gate formation is monitored by the Combat Master Hall headquarters personally, so there's no way to cheat. Even though he has destroyed the dragon tail, he still has to defeat us in order to clear the trial. One of the combat masters roared. So what if the young man had knocked the dragon down? The 3 of them had only sustained light injuries. If the 3 of them were to work together, they might just be able to hold the young man off. All right. One of the combat masters nodded in agreement. But just as he was about to speak, the weakest of the trio, who was of the same cultivation realm as the other party, suddenly had his shoulder pierced through by a spear. So fast? The combat masters narrowed their eyes in fright. In the short span of time that the 2 of them had spoken, one of them had already lost his ability to fight. If they were to continue speaking, wouldn't all of them be dead? Humph. As expected of combat masters, despite their astonishment, they didn't panic in the slightest. Roaring furiously, the 2 of them made a move simultaneously. Their cooperation was flawless, one attacking and one defending. 2 people with 4 arms, as long as the opponent's attack was not handled properly, they would definitely suffer unimaginable damage. Xingyang was not the slightest bit nervous. Instead, he continued to raise the spear in his hand and thrust it forward. Voila, before the spear even reached him, it was already devouring the surrounding spiritual energy as if it was trying to transform into a living dragon. Bang! As the tip of the spear struck the defensive weapon of the combat master, a series of metallic clangs resounded. The combat master felt his hand going limp, and blood spurted out from his palm. Not only was the other party's energy concentrated, it was also circulating at an incredible speed, as if there was no end to it. As powerful as Zhang Xian's defense was, he still wasn't able to withstand it. After destroying the other party's weapon, Xingyang did not continue. It was not that he did not want to do so, but the combat master in charge of the offense had already arrived before him. Go! Without dodging, Xingyang's spear suddenly changed direction and lashed out horizontally. Pung! The spear struck squarely on the waist of the combat master, and before the latter could even react, he was already sent flying. Spurting a mouthful of blood, he was sent flying down from the stage. Wang, after sending the combat master flying, Xingyang flicked his spear once more, and it landed on the throat of the defensive combat master. We have lost. Feeling the cold killing intent emanating from the tip of the spear, the combat master's face turned ashen. The 3 of them had been guarding the dragon's tail, and the other party had pierced through the weakest of them first, causing them to lose their fighting prowess. After which, he had turned his spear into a sweep. In just a single move, the other party had broken their teamwork and severely injured the other 2. Even if they wanted to retaliate, it was already too late. We lost just like that? That Xingyang only used 3 moves? Indeed. To defeat the dragon's tail in 3 moves. That's way too fearsome. Even though it's only 3 moves, did you see how he changed from a stab to a sweep without any pause in between? If Xianxia were to flow through one's body, it would result in a violent collision. How strong must one's body be to be able to withstand it without any problems? That's considered a forced transition, and it's very easy for one to sustain internal injuries. On the other hand, not only did he not suffer any problems, he even exerted sufficient strength. This goes to show that not only is his body strong, his meridians are resilient, and his Xianxia is incomparably pure. Not a single one of the 3 can be missing. If I were in his place, even if I were to cultivate in a secluded area, I would still have sustained severe injuries. Upon seeing this sight, everyone's faces paled in shock. Xianxia's previous move might have seemed simple, but in truth, the demands on one's body, Xianxia, meridians, and reflexes had reached an unimaginable level. Not a single one could be missing. As long as there was even the slightest mistake, there was a good chance that he wouldn't have won. Instead, he would have sustained severe injuries and been defeated on the spot. To be able to grasp the timing so precisely, defeating the 3 combat masters and the dragon's tail in the shortest time possible, not only did Xingyang possess incredible strength, his comprehension of battle had also reached an unbelievable level. They didn't lose unjustly. Liao Song's body stiffened. He had thought that Xingyang's chances of clearing the Dragon's Gate formation were slim, but after witnessing this sight, he realized that this 17-year-old young man might really be able to accomplish the feat that no one in the Combat Master Hall had been able to accomplish for the past 300 years. Those 3 combat masters were his subordinates, so he knew a lot about their fighting prowess and teamwork. Even with the Dragon's Gate formation, they were still unable to withstand 3 blows from Xingyang. Given how fearsome the latter was, even if the 3 of them were of the same cultivation realm, they would still be unable to match up to him. Who? While the crowd was shocked, Xingyang exhaled deeply. He glanced ahead before walking toward the dragon's back. In the eyes of others, his victory might have been easy, but in truth, he was the only one who knew how difficult it was. If not for the fact that he had already infused his teacher's teachings into his bones, it would have been impossible for him to defeat the other party so quickly. Even so, he still felt a stifling sensation in his chest, and his meridians felt as if they were being torn apart. The violent attack from before had left him with some light injuries, but they weren't serious. As he walked forward, he swiftly healed his wounds using the method his teacher had imparted to him. After a dozen steps, his chest felt much better, and his strength had fully recovered. Even though he had only cultivated a simplified version of the Heaven's Path Divine Art, it still possessed some of the unique effects of the Heaven's Path Divine Art. It was much more effective and efficient in recovering his injuries and stamina. Let's continue. With his strength recovered, Xingyang chuckled softly as he thrust his spear forward once more, charging straight for the 3 combat masters on the dragon's back. Of the 3 combat masters on the dragon's back, even the weakest was at Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle, and there were even 2 half-saint experts among them. This time, Xianxia chose to make the first move. With a swift leap, he appeared before the 3 combat masters and thrust his spear forward. Senior, you imparted the movement technique to him? Seeing Xianxia's speed, Lu Yang couldn't help but ask. Wang Ying nodded. Even though her teacher had only imparted the movement technique to her, as fellow disciples, they often interacted with one another. Since the other party had imparted some of his spear intent to her, she had imparted the movement technique to him as well. However, it was a pity that Xingyang's talent in movement technique was beneath hers. Even so, after cultivating the movement technique, he was still able to move swiftly, catching the 3 combat masters by surprise. On the stage, Xingyang's spear had blocked the attacks of 2 of the combat masters, but the other combat master had already launched an attack from behind. At this moment, Xianxia was unable to retract his spear, so in a moment of desperation, he threw a punch backward. Pung! His fist collided with the other party's weapon, and the latter's face paled as he was forced to retreat 8 steps. You imparted the fist art to him as well? Upon seeing this, Wang Ying chuckled softly. That's right. Lu Yang nodded. He had imparted the fist art that he had learned to Xingyang as well. In other words, the latter's fist art, movement technique, leg art, and spear art were all flawless. It'll be difficult for those 3 to defeat Xingyang. Wang Ying's lips crept up. They had personally cultivated the battle techniques that their teacher had imparted to them, so they knew very well how powerful they were. Others would be able to traverse the world just by learning a single move, and they would be invincible among their peers. However, Xingyang had already fused all of the battle techniques into his body, and his understanding of battle techniques had been deeply etched into his bones. Even though the 3 combat masters on the stage were stronger than him, and one of them was even a half-saint expert, it would still be difficult for them to defeat him. On the stage, Xingyang's spear whistled, his fist art was ferocious, and his movement technique was reminiscent of a specter, making it hard for them to see through his movements. The sweat on the three combat masters' foreheads grew heavier and heavier, and the pressure they were feeling grew stronger and stronger. This won't do. At this rate, we'll surely lose. One of the combat masters bellowed. They had suppressed their cultivation to a higher level, so their eye of discernment and eye of discernment were far superior to that of ordinary half-saints. Yet, despite using all of their means, the three of them were still unable to gain the slightest advantage over the other party. In fact, if they were to be careless in the slightest, they might even be pierced through by a single spear strike. Despite his young age, the young man before them possessed superior physical body, Xianxia, eye of discernment, and comprehension of battle techniques. There was not the slightest opening that they could exploit. Let's use our trump card. With a furious roar, the other combat master abruptly raised his weapon, and a powerful surge of Xianxia swiftly formed a massive barrier in the air, shrouding Xinjiang within it as if a massive wave had just crashed down from the heavens. Seeing that the other combat master was going all out, the other combat master didn't want to fall behind either. He raised his weapon, and in an instant, the color of the world seemed to have changed. The weapon glowed with a dazzling blue light, and as if piercing a hole in the heavens, it flew right toward Xinjiang. Me too. The third combat master smashed the massive hammer in his hand down, and a massive pot lid suddenly appeared above the stage, shrouding the surroundings, preventing anyone from seeing or hearing anything. The three of them worked together, attacking, defending, and imprisoning. Xinjiang immediately fell into an unprecedented crisis. This is bad. They are all utilizing the full might of their respective cultivation realms. Xinjiang won't be able to hold on for much longer. The faces of Elder Me and the others paled. If it had been them, they might not have been able to withstand even a single blow. It was already a feat for a 16 to 17-year-old young man to be able to hold on for so long. Just that, could they still hold on in such a perilous situation? Everyone's hearts leaped up to their throats. Author's note: I recommend God Chen Ji Tang Hongdo's new book, God of Bragging. It's quite interesting. Humph. Despite the attacks surrounding him, Xinjiang didn't panic at all. Instead, he chuckled softly as his eyes lit up. Good timing. With a low grunt, Xianxia ignored the other party's attack and leaped into the air. What is he up to? The more openings there are in the air, the faster he'll lose. Faced with an attack from the other party, he'll only be forced into a disadvantageous position. Is he going to admit defeat? Even though he can dodge the attacks by doing so, it puts him in a perilous situation. This is the worst move he can make. A huge commotion broke out amidst the crowd. Just now, Xinjiang's moves and battle instincts were both astonishing. How could he have made such a huge mistake at the most crucial moment? Chrysalis Realm cultivators were incapable of flight. If he were to remain on the ground, he might still stand a chance. However, if he were to fly into the air, he would become the target of the other party's attacks. Amidst everyone's shock, Xinjiang shifted a few meters horizontally in the air, dodging all the attacks from below in an instant. In the next moment, his feet stepped on the air and hovered in the air, changing into a posture where his feet were above his head. Then, the tip of his spear stabbed down. Is he flying? How can a Chrysalis Realm cultivator fly? Everyone was dumbfounded. Only after reaching half-saint and opening the Zhukang acupoint would a cultivator be able to soar into the sky. But the young man before them was only a transcendent mortal 9-dan Chrysalis Realm cultivator. How could he possibly soar freely in the air without falling? It seems like teacher has imparted the red dust heaven ascending steps to him as well. Wang Ying chuckled. Their teacher was able to soar freely in the air even though he had just reached transcendent mortal realm. Clearly, he had inherited the technique from Xinjiang as well. Xinjiang is indeed a smart person. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the three of them once they executed their trump cards. Thus, he intentionally exposed an opening and allowed everyone to focus their attacks on him. Making use of the inertia of the other party's inability to fly, not only did he resolve the crisis, he even managed to turn the tables on them. This time, the three of them are doomed. Lu Yang said. Most people thought that Chrysalis Realm cultivators were incapable of flight, so there was no way for them to defend themselves against aerial attacks. This left a huge opportunity for Xinjiang. Before Xianxia could finish his words, the spear in the air abruptly morphed into countless specks of light that shot down from the sky, landing on the dueling platform and enveloping the three combat masters. Bang! 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 A powerful shockwave burst forth in all directions, and the faces of the three combat masters paled as they were sent flying simultaneously. Two of them even fell right off the stage. Sorry, I won. Holding onto his spear, Xingyang stood on the stage and looked around calmly. An air of arrogance welled up in him. The dragon-back trial, which everyone thought was hopeless, was also successfully passed. After clearing this stage, Xingyang was not in a hurry to move forward. Instead, he sat down cross-legged on the ground and took out a pill to recover his energy. Seeing his actions, the surrounding people all lowered their voices, afraid that they would disturb his cultivation. Below the stage, Liao Song clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed with excitement. The Dragonback Trial had already proven Zhang Xian's strength. As long as he trained diligently in the Combat Master Hall, he would surely become a commander at the very least. Even if he didn't clear the Dragonback Trial, he would still have profited greatly. After resting for nearly an hour, Xingyang finally stood up. At this moment, the energy in his body was raging furiously, and a deep rumble of thunder echoed in the air. With every step he took, the aura he emanated grew stronger by a notch, and on his 8th step, with a resounding buzz, he had successfully advanced his cultivation from Chrysalis Realm primary stage to intermediate stage. This is a breakthrough in the midst of a battle? Wu Tianqiong was taken aback. He turned to Liao Song and asked, will the guardian of the third trial also raise his cultivation accordingly? The Dragonback Trial, and Dragonback Trial were arranged according to the cultivation of the challenger. Since Zhang Xian had achieved a breakthrough in the midst of a battle, would the difficulty of the subsequent trials increase as well? That won't happen. The trial only lasts for 2 hours. Making a breakthrough in the midst of a battle is considered an adaptation to the situation, so the subsequent trials won't change, Liao Song replied. The selection of the progeny of combat was fair and just. Achieving a breakthrough in the midst of a battle was due to one's own capability. Even if the gap between one's cultivation and the Dragonback Trial narrowed, there was no way it could be changed at the last minute. After all, a breakthrough in the midst of a battle was one thing, but one couldn't possibly make a breakthrough in the midst of a battle all of a sudden. While the two of them were speaking, on the stage, Xingyang continued walking forward. By the 3rd step, he had managed to reinforce his Chrysalis Realm intermediate stage cultivation. Proceeding forward, the Xinqi in his body surged furiously, and just like before, his aura continued to rise. Hong Long, at the 8th step, he seemed to have broken through the bottleneck once more, reaching Chrysalis Realm advanced stage. The eyebrows of the crowd below shot up in astonishment. They had seen breakthroughs before, but they had never seen anyone achieve breakthroughs so quickly. To achieve a breakthrough of 2 realms in just 10 steps, this was truly inconceivable. However, it seemed like Xingyang wasn't done yet. He continued walking forward, and the pure energy in his body continued to surge. By the time he reached the Dragonback Trial, his cultivation had already reached Chrysalis Realm pinnacle. For the past few days, Xingyang has been accumulating his strength and suppressing his cultivation to make a breakthrough. Finally, he managed to accumulate enough strength to make a breakthrough, Wang Ying said with a chuckle. After learning that Zhang Xian was going to take the Combat Master examination, his junior had been working hard to suppress his cultivation, not intending to achieve a breakthrough. His goal was to push for a breakthrough to a higher realm so as to catch the other party off guard. Of course, the reason why he was able to do so was due to the miraculous cultivation technique that his teacher had imparted to him. If it had been anyone else, it would have been an incredible feat for them to advance a single cultivation stage. To raise 3 cultivation stages in a single go was truly an incredible feat. This move of his isn't too bad. The gap between him and the Dragonback Trial is still quite large, but it's slowly narrowing down. Lu Yang chuckled. While the duo chatted, on the stage, Xingyang didn't rush to attack. Instead, he flicked his wrist and popped a crimson-red fruit into his mouth. This is the scarlet firefly fruit? Wu Su and Lu Qing recognized it, and their mouths twitched uncontrollably. Back then, they had gone to the valley in search of this fruit, but they had returned empty-handed. They had been wondering if Xianxia had taken the fruit away, and it seemed like that was indeed the case. The scarlet firefly fruit was a powerful tool for one to achieve a breakthrough to half-saint. It couldn't be that the fellow on the stage was intending to push for a breakthrough to half-saint after raising 3 cultivation stages consecutively, right? There was a huge gap between half-saint and chrysalis realm. If he were to succeed, his fighting prowess would surely soar by leaps and bounds, and clearing the Dragonback trial would be a walk in the park. Not only had Wusu noticed this problem, Liao Song had also noticed it as well, and he bellowed, "Strike at the middle of the river." Hung Long Long, hearing the bellow, the eyebrows of the 3 combat masters on the Dragonback shot up. They raised their weapons and charged toward Xianxia. In any case, since the other party was already within range of the battle, it wasn't against the rules for them to do so. Hehe, it just so happens that I'm unable to digest this energy. Since that's the case, I'll use you to practice my spear then. Raising his eyebrows, Xingyang thrust his spear forward. The scarlet firefly fruit was an artifact that could help one achieve a breakthrough to half-saint. It would take one at least 4 hours to assimilate it, but with the pressure from the other party's attacks, the rate of assimilation would be significantly faster. Back when he was at the League of Nations, Zhang Xian had used the same method to swiftly raise the cultivation of a transcendent mortal 4-dan clarifying turbidity realm cultivator. At this moment, it was nigh impossible for him to defeat the Dragonback trial using normal means. However, with the help of the scarlet firefly fruit, the chances of him succeeding would be raised several-fold. As expected, the longer Xingyang exchanged blows with them, the more powerful the energy within his body became. It was as if he was a perpetual motion machine that knew no fatigue. Not only so, the energy within his body was also gradually evolving to half-saint. After exchanging more than 100 blows, a resounding buzz echoed in his body, and his cultivation rose by leaps and bounds. Half-saint, reached. Having reached half-saint, his fighting prowess had increased by more than 2-fold. The 3 combat masters on the Dragonback trial were already difficult to defeat, so how could they possibly withstand Zhang Xian's attacks? Within 10 blows, the 3 of them were already swept off the stage by Zhang Xian's spear. Dragon Gate formation, cleared. This. He really succeeded? Liao Song clenched his fists tightly in agitation. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he still found it hard to believe. This was something that countless geniuses of the Combat Master Hall had failed to accomplish, and yet, a 16 or 17-year-old young man who wasn't even a master teacher was actually able to do it so easily. This was truly inconceivable. Cleared. The will of the Combat Master Hall headquarters stationed in the sky left behind these 2 words before slowly retreating. In other words, Zhang Xian had received the approval of the Combat Master Hall headquarters. In the future, if Xingyang were to head to the headquarters again, he would only have to test the location of the Dragon Ball. There was no need for him to repeat the previous 3 tests. While this wasn't the complete Dragon Gate formation, in the past 300 years, there were less than 10 combat masters who had cleared it. In other words, at this very moment, Xingyang had already become one of the candidates to become the progeny of combat. I have succeeded. Xingyang clenched his fists tightly as tears streamed down his cheeks. He was just a young man who was passionate about spearmanship, and he could be considered to have some talent in spearmanship. If not for his teacher, he could very well have become a spearmanship instructor in Tianqian Kingdom. His cultivation would only be at Tongxian realm, and his lifespan wouldn't exceed 100 years. He would be nothing more than an ordinary person, and 100 years later, he would be reduced to dust without a trace. It was his teacher who had changed his destiny and given him a second chance at life. It was his teacher who had brought him to where he was today, allowing him to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation that he dared not even dream of in the past. It was his teacher who had given him confidence and a goal in life, allowing him to know what he was fighting for. Teacher, rest assured. I will definitely walk further and further, and I will make a name for myself in the Combat Master Hall. I won't let you down. Clenching his fists tightly, Xingyang made a vow in his heart. Alright, Xingyang, you have passed the test. Do you still wish to continue? After Xingyang left the dueling ring, Liao Song turned to Wang Ying and the others and asked, Of course. Of course. Wang Ying replied with a smile. Even if it wasn't to become a combat master, he wanted to prove his strength and make a name for his teacher. Senior, why don't you allow me to give it a try first? I am the latest to join the Combat Master Hall, so if I can clear it, I'm sure you will be able to do it as well. Just as Wang Ying was about to leap onto the dueling ring, a gentle voice suddenly sounded. Turning around, Xianxia saw Wei Ruyan with a passionate glint in her eyes. Everyone, please vote for Laowa. Open up QQ on your phone and tap on the news tab at the bottom left corner. In the middle, there's a reading tab, and in the bottom right corner, there's a bookstore tab. Tap on the Most Popular Author 2017 tab, and at the very bottom, there's a voting slot for Laowa, as well as a photo of Laowa. Give me a vote. Thank you all. If you vote, you'll be rewarded with book coins, and you'll be able to earn some as well. Also, let's poke Otaku's chrysanthemum. If we can surpass him, I'll treat everyone to pork. Hee hee. You? Wang Ying frowned. Even though they were both direct disciples of their teacher, Wei Ruyan had only been under his tutelage for 2 months, so she had received very little guidance from him. It shouldn't be too much of a problem for her to challenge an ordinary combat master, but challenging the Dragon Gate formation would be nigh impossible. After all, even Jing Yang had used a lot of scheming and put in a lot of effort to succeed. If she hadn't suppressed her cultivation and achieved a breakthrough during the battle, it would have been nigh impossible for her to clear the Dragon Gate. Even though I haven't been learning from my teacher for long, I still want to give it a try. With a determined look in her eyes, Wei Ruyan seemed to have made up her mind a long time ago. Alright then. If you encounter any danger, admit defeat immediately. Seeing the determination in Wei Ruyan's eyes, Wang Ying nodded. Thank you, Senior. Wei Ruyan nodded before leaping onto the dueling platform. Who is that? Is she Principal Zhang's direct disciple as well? Seeing Wei Ruyan getting onto the dueling platform, the teachers and students beneath the dueling platform were perplexed. Wang Ying, Jing Yang, and the others were guest elders of the academy, so it wasn't too much of a surprise for them to be acquainted with them. However, this person before them had never appeared before. Furthermore, judging from her appearance and physique, could she really fight? I heard that she is Principal Zhang's direct disciple 2 months ago. He has only accepted her for 2 months. So short? Indeed, among the crowd, there were some who were aware of the matter, and they quickly spread the news. Upon hearing that she was going to challenge the combat masters after only 2 months, no one dared to believe it. Principal Zhang had been taking the 6-star master teacher examination for the past 2 months, and he had only returned a few days ago. Even if he had attended a lecture, it shouldn't have been much. Could she really clear such a difficult examination? Everyone could see that the examination this time around was at least 10 times more difficult than the combat master selection. Your cultivation is at Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle, and the corresponding cultivation of a cultivator will rise from Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle all the way to Nascent Saint Pinnacle. Liao Song said after checking Wei Ruyan's cultivation. Even though one of the examinees had been impaled by Jing Yang, there were still others to replace him, so it wasn't too difficult for them to make up a total of 9 candidates. As for the others, they were all minor injuries. Now that he had more or less recovered, it wouldn't be a problem for him to continue with the assessment. All right. Wei Ruyan nodded. If not for Jing Yang's breakthrough in the midst of battle, her cultivation would have been the strongest among Zhang Xian's direct disciples. She had already reached Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle, just a step away from reaching Half Saint. Begin. An hour later, the Dragon's Gate array was ready again. Liao Song exclaimed. Wei Ruyan nodded lightly. Her eyes immediately became solemn, and her state of mind became tranquil. Having been tortured by her illness for so many years, in terms of mental fortitude, she was probably even more composed than Lu Chong. She was able to calm herself down at any moment. Voila, as the trial began, the 3 combat masters on the dragon's tail drove their Xianxia simultaneously, and a powerful might burst forth from them, forming a powerful pressure. Wei Ruyan pushed off the ground and dashed straight towards the crowd. She doesn't need a weapon? Seeing her charging toward the dragon's tail empty-handed, everyone frowned. Even Jing Yang was forced into a passive position despite wielding a spear, and yet, a weak lady like her was charging toward the dragon's tail empty-handed. Was she taking this too lightly? She has only been cultivating for 2 months, and she doesn't know how to use a weapon yet, Wang Ying said with a bitter smile. She has only been cultivating for 2 months. Wu Tianqiong widened his eyes in shock. She has been ill all this while, and it was only after our teacher treated her and accepted her as his direct disciple that she started cultivating. It has only been 2 months since then. Wang Ying explained. She has only been cultivating for 2 months, and she doesn't know how to use a weapon? How are we supposed to fight her? Wu Tianqiong nearly fainted on the spot. He had seen the fearsomeness of the dragon's gate array with his own eyes, and it was truly fearsome. To think that a fellow who had only cultivated for 2 months and didn't even know how to use a weapon would be able to charge through such a powerful formation. Are you all here to fool around? Hearing those words, Liao Song's lips twitched. Countless combat masters in the combat master hall have failed to clear this trial, and yet you all think that it is that easy? Peng. 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 While the few of them were speaking, Wei Ruyan was already clashing with the trio from the dragon's tail. Taking a look, Liao Song's face twitched once more. She probably doesn't have much understanding of battle techniques, right? The other party didn't seem to know any battle techniques at all. It was as if she had never learned any fist arts before, relying solely on her Xinqi to strike back and forth. It was as if she didn't know any martial arts at all. If she had learned any battle techniques, how could she possibly use such a move? Battle techniques. I have been focusing on raising my cultivation over the past 2 months, so my teacher hasn't had the time to impart any knowledge to me yet, Wang Ying said awkwardly. As powerful as Wei Ruyan was, she had already possessed the strength of a chrysalis realm cultivator as soon as she woke up. While her cultivation was high, it was due to the accumulation of pills that her teacher had given her. Over the past 2 months, she had only managed to reinforce her cultivation thoroughly, so how could she possibly have the time to learn battle techniques? Besides, her teacher had only given her 3 pointers in total, so even if she wanted to learn battle techniques, she would have to find the time to do so. You haven't imparted any battle techniques to her? Liao Song's body swayed weakly, and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. You dare to challenge the Dragon Gate formation with just that? Do you really think that the Dragon Gate formation is a joke? It's one thing that she hasn't learned any weapons, but she hasn't learned any battle techniques either. More importantly, she has only been cultivating for 2 months, and yet you want her to challenge the Dragon Gate formation? Do you really think that the combat masters of our combat master hall are pushovers? The reason why they thought that President Zhang was formidable was because his comprehension of battle techniques and combat techniques had reached an unimaginable level. Anyone who had listened to his lectures would find their fighting prowess enhanced significantly. Yet, his direct disciple dared to challenge the Dragon Gate formation without even learning this. There was no doubt that she would lose. The same thought surfaced in Liao Song, Wu Tianqiong, and the others, and they couldn't help but shake their heads. It's fine. Since she wants to challenge the Dragon Gate formation, she should just give it a try. She might not necessarily lose. Contrary to the others' thoughts, Wang Ying shook his head. Others might not know how fearsome Wei Ruyan was, but she was well aware of it. Even if she were to face her directly, she would still be suppressed easily. As powerful as the combat masters on the dueling ring were, it was unlikely that they would be a match for her. Her teacher had imparted her battle techniques according to her aptitude, so naturally, he had his own reasons for not imparting her any battle techniques. Otherwise, how could she possibly have not learned anything at all after listening to his lecture for an hour? You are too naive. To tell you the truth, our combat masters are very powerful. Ah? The heck? Seeing how confident Luo Ruyan was, Liao Song shook his head. He was just about to warn the other party that this wasn't a joke when he suddenly caught sight of something on the dueling ring, and he froze. Choking on his saliva, he began coughing uncontrollably. What's going on? Why are all of you combat masters fighting so slowly, as if you are drunk? Wu Tianqiong also saw the situation on the dueling ring, and his eyes widened in shock. On the dueling ring, the dragon's tail and the others who were fighting with Wei Ruyan seemed to have drunk too much. Not only were their bodies swaying uncontrollably, their movements were also becoming slower and slower, as if they had suddenly turned from youths into old men. You shouldn't be going easy on her like this. I should have been able to clear the dueling ring too. He wasn't the only one who was perplexed. The crowd beneath the dueling ring were dumbfounded as well. Earlier on, when Xingyang challenged the trial, the few guardians of the trial had exuded an imposing aura and unparalleled fighting prowess, making one's heart palpitate in fear. Yet, why did they suddenly become so weak before a beautiful lady, to the point where they couldn't even exert their strength? Even if he wanted to go easy on her, he shouldn't be doing it like this was too brazen. They aren't intentionally going slow, they have been poisoned. After watching for a moment, Liao Song suddenly realized something, and his eyes narrowed in astonishment. His men knew that there was no way they would go easy on the other party just because she was beautiful. Thus, there could only be one possibility: they had been poisoned. He had seen the entire process of the dueling ring, and there was no way they could have used any poison at all. Furthermore, the dueling ring was being monitored by the headquarters. If they were to resort to underhanded means, they would surely be stopped. The fact that the other party didn't stop or say anything meant that she wasn't using any medicine or anything else. The dueling ring was open and aboveboard. What in the world was going on? Liao Song was on the verge of tearing his hair out. I had Junior Ruyan restrain her poison, but it seems like she still ended up using it, Lu Yang said with a bitter smile. They knew that Wei Ruyan possessed the innate poison body, and that was also the reason why they had allowed her to challenge the trial without any worries. They had thought that she would be able to suppress her poison, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like they had been too naive. Innate poison body and poison soul constitution. It could be said that Wei Ruyan's entire body was filled with lethal poison, and even her Xianxia was laced with poison. Even if the combat masters before her possessed superior combat prowess, they would still be helpless before her poison. Those three are going to lose, Wang Ying nodded. As soon as he said those words, Pudong, from the stage. Pudong. Pudong. With 3 thuds, the 3 combat masters guarding the dragon's tail collapsed to the ground, and white foam spewed from their mouths. First trial cleared. Even though the 3 of them had collapsed to the ground, Wei Ruyan did not hesitate for long before continuing on her way. She walked up to the dragon's back. Demonis, what kind of uncanny means did you use? The 3 combat masters on the dragon's back looked as if they were facing a formidable foe. Uncanny means? I didn't. Wei Ruyan shook her head and said, let's begin. After saying those words, she dashed toward the 3 combat masters and infused her Xianxia into them. Even though she didn't use any tricks, her Xianxia was laced with lethal poison that would infect anyone who came into contact with it. This was also the reason why the innate poison body was so fearsome. Pudong. 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 Not too long later, the 3 combat masters on the dragon's back collapsed to the ground as well, and white foam spewed from their mouths. In less than 5 minutes, a young lady who didn't know any weapons or battle techniques, and who had only cultivated for 2 months, had cleared 2 trials consecutively. Following which, she walked toward the dragon's head. Another 5 minutes later, the 3 combat masters on the dragon's head collapsed to the ground as well. Even though their cultivation was significantly higher than Wei Ruyan's, being poisoned didn't matter how strong they were. She really cleared the trial? Seeing this sight, Liao Song felt as if he was on the verge of tears. A thought surfaced in his mind, and he couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. Could it be that they, the combat masters, were actually vegetarians? P.S. After the 7th volume of Miss Zhang's students are done, the next volume, Kong Shi's advice, is about to begin. Please look forward to it. In this volume, Kong Shi would give Xianxia a piece of advice, but what could it be? Let me give you a hint. Kong Shi said, it's already the middle of the month, so cast your vote. If you don't, I'll strangle Xianxia to death. Just a moment ago, he had said that their combat masters were no pushovers, and yet, they had been knocked unconscious by 2 16 to 17-year-old boys and girls. It was one thing for one of them to be strong, but for 2 of them to be able to do so consecutively. Furthermore, the second one had only been cultivating for 2 months, and he didn't even know any battle techniques at all. He had been pummeled by the ordinary students as soon as he entered the academy, and in the past 300 years, no one had ever cleared the Dragon Gate formation. Yet, 2 of them had managed to clear it consecutively. Honestly speaking, he was starting to doubt his life. President Zhang, no matter how formidable you are, surely you don't have to be so vicious? It is one thing for you to be strong, but to think that the students you teach are so formidable as well? How can our Combat Master Hall face such humiliation? Combat Master Liao, it seems like your men won't be able to proceed to the next round. What should we do? Just as Liao Song was feeling stifled, he suddenly heard Wang Ying's voice. Hearing those words, he suddenly recalled that the 9 men on the dueling platform had all been knocked unconscious by the poison. In the previous examinations, it had always been them who had been knocked unconscious. Yet, when the other party only had 2 students on the dueling platform, they were already severely injured and unconscious. Liao Song felt his heart turning cold. Allow our men to rest for a while. We'll continue the examination 3 days later. Also, summon some combat masters from the Combat Master Hall over. After a moment of hesitation, Liao Song said. He had no other choice at the moment. His 9 subordinates had been severely poisoned, and even if they could neutralize the poison, it would take at least a few days for them to recover fully. Before they recovered to their peak, they wouldn't be able to pass the examination. Since that was the case, it would be better for them to rest for a few days before continuing the examination. He didn't believe that the Combat Master Hall wouldn't be able to deal with a few people. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Ying nodded. All right then. Jing Yang had relied on his scheming to clear the examination, whereas Wei Ruyan had relied on her innate constitution. She and Lu Yang couldn't rely on either of these, so it would be difficult for them to clear the examination with just their fighting prowess. With a buffer of 3 days, their teacher would be back soon. By then, they would be able to learn from him, and the examination would be much simpler. It wasn't that their fighting prowess was beneath Jing Yang's, but they had already executed many of their techniques before, so the combat masters in charge of the assessment would surely be more prepared for them. It would be difficult to succeed again. Seeing Luo Ruoxin agree to it, Liao Song heaved a sigh of relief. What he had been worried about the most was that the Combat Master Hall would be unable to produce a candidate who was qualified for the examination. This is too exciting. To be able to watch such a battle, I have no regrets in this life. As expected of President Zhang's direct disciple. This Xingyang is so powerful. Of course. The dean is so powerful, how could his students be ordinary? Even though there had only been 2 battles, and most of the spectators were unable to understand Wei Ruyan's assessment, Jing Yang's battle had been incomparably spectacular. Many of the spectators who had come to spectate the match felt that their trip had not been in vain. They had witnessed the birth of a legend. May I know what the requirements are to become Principal Zhang's direct disciple? Me too. There were quite a few people who were wondering how they could become President Zhang's direct disciple and soar to the top. Even the eyes of those who had failed the Combat Master examination from the 4 great Master Teacher Academies flickered in excitement. However, unbeknownst to them, the person whom they had always wanted to acknowledge as their teacher was still sitting cross-legged in the seal in the depths of the subterranean gallery like an origin core. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Xian finally opened his eyes. Just a little more. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian stood up. Over the past few days, while mending the seal, he had been cultivating the Saint Ascension decipher according to the structure of the seal. As expected, his fighting prowess had improved significantly. Even though his cultivation was still at nascent Saint Pinnacle, his fighting prowess and strength had risen significantly. After cultivating, the origin core in his body had become even more stable, reminiscent of a golden pill. At this moment, he had already reached the final step, and all that was left was the final decipher. Based on his deductions, once this final step was completed, he would have to expend a huge amount of spiritual energy. If he were to remain in the seal any longer, it would be detrimental to his cultivation. With a leap, Zhang Xian leaped out of the seal. While the seal did not pose too much of a hindrance to humans, it was no different from a spatial barrier to the otherworldly demonic tribe. Returning to the subterranean gallery, Zhang Xian found a safe location and took out a bunch of formation flags. With a flick of his finger, he set up a grade 6 spirit gathering formation before sitting down. Tossing out several hundred high-tier spirit stones, he began cultivating. After killing more than 200 otherworldly demons and the profits that the Shin clan had given him, he had no lack of high-tier spirit stones at the moment. Besides, as long as he could raise his fighting prowess, it didn't matter how much he spent. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian opened all of his acupoints, and the surrounding spiritual energy immediately gushed into his body like a raging gale. Surges of Xianxia swiftly formed the Saint Ascension decipher according to a unique method, and they slowly mended the final flaw of the golden pill. Hung Long, after an unknown period of time, with a loud explosion, the spiritual energy in the spirit-gathering formation was sucked dry, and several hundred high-tier spirit stones were reduced to dust. Following which, Xianxia felt his dantian trembling violently. The golden pill abruptly transformed into a purplish-gold color. This purplish-gold origin core felt as heavy as a mountain, but it also felt like a planet. It revolved slowly, and it felt as if it was filled with endless energy. What a powerful origin core! Xianxia's eyes lit up as he clenched his fists tightly. He could clearly sense that his perception of the surrounding spiritual energy had become much easier under the circulation of the origin core, and the rate at which he could refine his Xianxia had also increased significantly. In other words, if he were to cultivate using this origin core, his rate of cultivation would increase significantly, and his Xianxia would become purer as well. Could this be a Tier 1 origin core? Xianxia's body trembled. Previously, his origin core was already a Tier 2 pinnacle origin core, and now that it had evolved once more, it had turned purplish gold. Even though the Saint Ascension decipher didn't record what tier it was likely that it had reached Tier 1. Xianxia was the only one in history who had successfully formed a Tier 1 origin core. The might of an origin core was immeasurable, and it was the crux to becoming a celestial saint. It's a pity that I'm still lacking in resources. Otherwise, I would be able to push for a breakthrough to Saint Realm right away. After studying the purplish gold origin core in his body for a moment, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh in awe. The Saint Ascension decipher that he was cultivating at the moment wasn't at the Heaven's Path tier, but it had its flaws. To achieve a breakthrough to Half Saint, he would need the Lightning Resonance Rock, and to achieve a breakthrough to Saint Realm, he would need another treasure, 7-colored Earth Jade Essence. The 7-colored Earth Jade Essence would only appear in the depths of the Earth Vein, and it was even more precious than the Earth Vein Spirit Essence. Even though Xianxia had many treasures in his possession at the moment, he had never seen it before. Without it, he wouldn't be able to push for a breakthrough to Saint Realm. I guess I can only head out to look for it. Just because he didn't have it on him, that didn't mean that the entire Han Yuan Empire didn't have it either. It was inconvenient for him to look for anything in the subterranean gallery at the moment, so it wouldn't matter even if he couldn't find it. If it came down to it, he could always apply for it from the headquarters. The Mingshi Tang Empire headquarters had guarded mankind for tens of thousands of years, so what kind of treasures did it not have? As long as one had sufficient contribution points and wealth, one could easily exchange for them. The seal is almost fully repaired, and the otherworldly demons that came over have been killed. It's about time for me to return. Stretching his back lazily, Xianxia stowed the formation flags away before heaving a sigh of relief. Over the past few days, he had been repairing the seal to perfection. No matter what kind of means the otherworldly demons had, it would be difficult for them to get over. After spending a few days in the subterranean gallery, it was about time for him to head up. Even though the killing intent in the subterranean gallery was so dense that it left one breathless, he had benefited greatly from it. His cultivation had reached nascent Saint Pinnacle, and his origin core had evolved. Not to mention, his Saint 1 Dan puppet had already evolved to Saint 3 Dan, greatly enhancing its survivability. Along the way, Xianxia didn't see Lu Feng or the others. It was likely that they had returned after finding out that the threat posed by the otherworldly demons had been resolved. Soon, Xianxia arrived at the spot where he had appeared previously. Following which, he felt a powerful suction force pulling him into the mausoleum tablet once more. Through Musher's will, Xianxia began recounting everything that had happened, leaving Musher in awe. This seal was set up by a follower of Xianxia back then, and it involves the laws of space. Unless one has reached Saint Realm Pinnacle, no one would dare to touch it. The passageway leads to a battlefield known as the Qingtian battlefield, and it's said that the strongest otherworldly demons there have reached Saint 5 Dan. With such strength, the Qingyuan conferred empire would be hard-pressed to stand against them. However, it's impossible for them to break the seal either. This is also the reason why the headquarters didn't send anyone over. I have no idea what kind of means they used to teleport their soldiers over, but I can't help but worry. There's no need to worry. I have already repaired the damaged seal using a unique method. Xianxia swiftly explained the happenings over the past few days. Of course, the unique method he had used had something to do with Xianxia. Otherwise, it would be hard to believe that he would be able to repair the seal with his current strength. To be able to accept a celestial master teacher as his student, there's no way my teacher would be an ordinary person. It's a pity that I won't have a chance to learn from him, Musher sighed. After chatting for a while, he finally managed to calm the wills of the headmasters down. Xianxia then left the mausoleum tablet and exited the mausoleum of principles. As soon as he walked out, he saw Zhao Bingxiu, Elder Mi, and the others looking at him worriedly. What happened? Seeing the expressions on their faces, Xianxia frowned. Principal Zhang. Why do you have so many geniuses? Zhao Bingxiu couldn't help but ask. Oh, after I entered, I suddenly had an epiphany, so I made a breakthrough in there. Xianxia had already thought of an excuse beforehand. In order to avoid trouble, the fewer people who knew about the matter regarding the otherworldly demonic tribe in the subterranean gallery, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Breakthrough? The two elders glanced at one another, and their mouths twitched uncontrollably. The mausoleum of principles. Is it all right? How much has collapsed inside? Do you need to repair it? Sigh, forget it. If it collapses, then so be it. Principal, you don't need to blame yourself. As long as this principal cultivated, nothing good ever happened. Back in the blacksmith school, he had caused the entire chamber of earth flame to collapse while he was cultivating his physical body. Blame yourself? Collapsed? Only then did Xianxia realize what the other party was worried about, and he was rendered speechless. To think that he would be misunderstood in such a manner. This was way too ridiculous. Are you all right? Are you all really my subordinates? Xianxia explained that the mausoleum of principles was in perfect condition, but the two elders were still skeptical of his words. Eventually, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Those who are innocent will be innocent, and those who are corrupted will be corrupted. For a righteous and flawless person like him, time will return justice. Principal Zhang, you have been gone for 5 days, and the combat masters from the Combat Master Hall have already arrived. Xingyang and Wei Ruyan have cleared the examination. Putting aside the matter, school head Mo began recounting the events that had transpired over the past few days. After hearing everything, Xianxia nodded. It was within his expectations that Xingyang would be able to clear the examination as his direct disciple, but who could have thought that Wei Ruyan would be able to clear it as well? From the looks of it, the combat masters of the Combat Master Hall weren't all that impressive after all. After asking a few more questions about the academy and coming up with some countermeasures, Xianxia followed the two elders back to his residence in the Elder Hall. As the principal of the Combat Master Hall and the principals of the 3 Master Teacher Academies, it was inexcusable for him to not pay them a visit after so many days had passed. Just as Xianxia was about to pay them a visit, he suddenly saw his butler, Sun Chang, rushing over anxiously. Young master. Upon seeing Xianxia, Sun Chang hurriedly rushed forward to greet him. What's wrong? Xianxia asked. After following behind him for so long, he knew that Sun Chang disliked troublesome matters. If there wasn't anything particularly important, he would usually deal with it himself. Yet, for the latter to be waiting here anxiously, something must have happened. Young Mistress Ruyan, fainted again. Sun Chang said anxiously. Fainted? Xianxia was taken aback. That shouldn't be the case. After being nourished by the Bodhi Saint tree, Wei Ruyan's soul was no different from that of an ordinary person, perhaps even stronger than before. Her physical body had also been nourished by the grade 7 Grand Intermittence pill, and she had cultivated the simplified Heaven's Path divine art, allowing her to defeat even combat masters with ease. Why would she suddenly faint? I'm not too sure either. That day, after challenging the combat masters of the Combat Master Hall, she felt unwell upon returning, and she fell ill, Sun Chang said. Let's head over to take a look. Knowing that it was impossible for Xianxia to know the reason, Xianxia clasped his fist and bade farewell to Elder Mi and the others before following Sun Chang back to his residence. Arriving at Wei Ruyan's residence, Xianxia saw the latter lying unconscious on the bed with a deep frown on her forehead. Wang Yi was seated by her side, tending to her. Many of the plants in the small courtyard were also drooping, as if it was winter, and all of them were withered and dying. Xianxia, Zhang asked. Xianxia, Chang, Lin said with. Teacher, you're back. Upon seeing the other party, Wang Ying hurriedly stood up. Zhang Xian walked up to Wei Ruyan and placed his finger on her wrist. A moment later, with a grim look on his face, he turned to Zhang Xian and said, "Tell me everything about the duel between Ruyan and the combat master hall that day." Yes. That day, Junior Ruyan fought with the combat masters, and the Jinqi in her body overflowed, poisoning the 9 combat masters. Wang Ying told Zhang Xian everything that had happened that day. While Elder Mi and the others knew that Wei Ruyan had defeated the combat masters through poison, they weren't too sure about the innate poison body, so they didn't go into too much detail about it. She had recounted everything that had happened back then in great detail. "Teacher, how is she?" After which, Wang Ying looked at Zhang Xian anxiously. Zhang Xian frowned. "She's fine. It's just that her innate poison body suddenly flared up, and she was unable to suppress it. That's why she fell unconscious." On top of the innate poison body, Wei Ruyan possessed the innate poison soul constitution as well. It was an extremely rare constitution that was hard to find even in the past several dozen millenniums. As long as one cultivated this constitution, their Jinqi would be laced with lethal poison. Under normal circumstances, once this constitution was activated, one's fighting prowess would rise swiftly, making one's fighting prowess formidable. However, there was a huge flaw to this constitution, and that was that the poison aura in one's body would grow stronger with each use. The more one used, the more it would accumulate. If one didn't have a good way to expel the poison aura, it could very well erupt and cause one to fall unconscious. This was the situation that Zhang Xian was in at the moment. She had forcefully challenged the Dragon Gate formation, and the strength that she had exerted had exceeded the limits of her body. Unable to suppress it any longer, her innate poison body had flared up. She had cultivated the simplified version of the Heaven's Path divine art, and she had never cultivated any poison techniques before. As a result, she was unable to clear the poison aura in her body, and as a result, she fell unconscious. It's fortunate that her self-control is strong, or else the entire Hongyuan city would have been implicated. At the end of his words, Zhang Xian shook his head. Even the members of the Combat Master Hall were unable to withstand her poison aura. From this, it could be seen how fearsome it was. If not for Zhang Xian suppressing the poison aura before falling unconscious, the poison aura would have spread with the wind, and countless people would have fallen victim to it. It was due to the uncontrollable nature of the innate poison body that the world dubbed it the Constitution of Disaster. Even though Zhang Xian had suppressed her poison aura, the plants in the courtyard were still on the verge of dying from the poison aura, resulting in the sight that she had just witnessed. It was fortunate that she had cultivated the simplified version of the Heaven's Path divine art, allowing her to conceal the unique properties of the innate poison body perfectly. Otherwise, she would have been surrounded by countless righteous individuals, and the entire residence would have been blown to smithereens. "Teacher, what should we do?" Hearing the explanation, Wang Ying's face paled. She had been envious of the other party's innate poison body, but who could have known that it would be so fearsome? "I'll help her extract a portion of the poison aura from her body first to relieve the pressure on her. If we want to resolve it completely, we'll have to make a trip to the poison temple." After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian said. Even though Zhang Xian was an expert in the way of medicine, he was still unable to find the correct method to resolve the innate poison body. Thus, the only place he could think of was the poison temple. There was a perfect heritage regarding poison in the poison temple, as well as records regarding the innate poison body. Perhaps, he might be able to find a way to allow Zhang Xian to exert her strength without accumulating poison aura within her body. Poison temple? Wang Ying nodded. This was the only solution he could think of. Placing his palm on the other party's wrist, Zhang Xian infused his Heaven's Path Jinqi into Wei Ruyan's body. As time passed, not only did Zhang Xian not relax, his frown deepened. Initially, he thought that as long as he could neutralize the poison aura within the other party's body, he would be able to resolve the problem. However, from the looks of it now, he had underestimated the situation. The poison in the other party's body had fused perfectly with her soul. If he were to forcefully neutralize the poison aura within her body, it would result in severe damage to her innate poison body. On the other hand, even though the danger of drawing the poison aura out of her body would be greatly reduced, it would still cause severe damage to her body. In other words, regardless of whether he were to neutralize the poison aura or release the poison aura, it wouldn't be a good thing for the unconscious Wei Ruyan. It seems like I can only head to the poison temple now. Xianxia rubbed his glabella in frustration. He had come up with many solutions, but he was still unable to come up with a way to treat Wei Ruyan. He had many means up his sleeves, but his comprehension of poison was only at the level of 2-star. This was the first time he had encountered a poison body. If he really couldn't think of a better solution, he would have to head to the poison temple and gather sufficient information to find a way to treat Wei Ruyan. It just so happens that I was intending to make a trip to the poison temple as well. It seems like I'll have to move ahead. Previously, the old principal had left a message regarding the poison temple in the mausoleum of principals, and he was intending to head there when he had the time to look for any potential threats lurking in the academy. Since Wei Ruyan was in such a condition, he would have to move ahead. Sun Chang, here are 1,000 high-tier spirit stones. I want you to gather as much information as you can about the poison temple as possible. Flicking his wrist, Xianxia took out a pile of high-tier spirit stones and gestured for Sun Chang to leave. Even though the old principal had said that the poison temple was likely to be in the vicinity of Jingyuan City, it was still better for him to gather the most accurate information. Otherwise, even he wouldn't be able to afford to make a wasted trip. Young master, there's no need for spirit stones. I can just ask the Xin clan about this matter. They are also involved in the medicinal herb business, so they should be able to find out the truth swiftly. Sun Chang shook his head. The Xin clan was one of the 4 great clans of Hongyuan City, and their businesses spanned across the entire empire. One of their biggest businesses was medicinal herbs. If the poison temple wanted to forge poison, it was impossible for it to do so without medicinal herbs. Perhaps, there might be some kind of unique connection between the two. If it had been anyone else, even the old principal, they might have been unable to get the answer. After all, master teachers and poison masters were at odds with one another, and the Xin clan had to consider their business as well. But now that they had benefited greatly from Xianxia, there was no way they would hide the truth from him. Alright, go and ask the Xin clan then. Xianxia nodded. In terms of the ways of the world and conducting business, he knew that he couldn't match up to Sun Chang, so he might as well leave the matter to him. Yes. Sun Chang nodded and left the room. After the other party left, Xianxia was just about to ask about Wei Ruyan's changes in the past 2 days when the ground suddenly trembled. A resounding chime echoed across every corner of Hongyuan City, as if summoning someone. The assembly bell? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up, and he immediately stood up. The assembly bell was an emergency bell used to gather master teachers. Once it was rung, all master teachers who heard it had to rush over as soon as possible. Taking a look, Xianxia realized that the chime was coming from the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. It had only been an hour since he left the academy, and for the assembly bell to suddenly ring, could something have happened? Perplexed, Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out a communication jade token. Elder Mi had sent him a message, and there was only a single line of words on it. Qingyuan conferred Empire, 7-star high-tier Wu Ruffing, Wu Shi, and Mu Hong have arrived at the academy. Principal Zhang, hurry back. Mu Shi has returned? Xianxia was taken aback. Back then, when he found out that Yu Su had betrayed mankind, he handed him over to Mu Hong. Now that he has returned, he should have found out something. I'll head over right now. After replying, Xianxia took out a few grade 6 pills and fed them to Wei Ruyan so that she could temporarily suppress the poison aura in her body. After which, he instructed Wang Ying to leave. Not too long later, he returned to the academy. By then, all of the students had already returned, and even all of the master teachers from Hongyuan City's Mingshi Tang Academy had rushed over as well. They were gathered at the training ground, not knowing what had happened. P.S. Recommending this book, Solitary Earthfly's Way of Alchemy. It is over 8 million words, and it has always been at the top of the QQ reading platform. Principal Zhang. As soon as Xianxia arrived at the center of the training ground, Elder Mi and the others immediately walked up to him. Xianxia nodded. Turning his gaze to the elevated platform, he saw Musher and an elder standing on it. The elder seemed to be in his 50s, and his cultivation was as vast as the ocean. Just like the Golden Leaf King and Green Leaf King, he had reached Saint 4 Dan as well. Saint 3 Dan embryonic soul realm was also known as the nascent soul realm. One's origin core was no longer in the form of a pill but that of an infant. Upon reaching this realm, one's comprehension of the world would deepen, allowing one to draw in the energy of the world with a single breath. Saint 4 Dan was the primordial spirit realm, where one's origin soul evolved into a primordial spirit. It was extremely difficult to kill a cultivator of this realm. This was also the reason why Xianxia intentionally had the two kings kill one another, thus wiping out all of the otherworldly demons in one fell swoop. To think that the master teacher who had reached nascent soul realm would be a top-notch expert even in Qingyuan conferred empire. Why would he be here? This person over here should be the 7-star high-tier Wu Ruffing, Wusher, right? Xianxian sent a telepathic message over. Yes. Elder Mi nodded. He is the vice-head of the Qingyuan conferred empire Mingshi Tang Academy, and he has an inflexible character who abhors evil. Just as Xianxian was about to introduce the other party, Wusher placed his hands behind his back and gazed down coldly at him. Elder Mi, is your principal here yet? You sure are putting on airs to make us wait here. I should be the haughty principal you were talking about. Xianxian said. Xianxian stepped forward and bowed deeply as a bitter smile crept onto his lips. After receiving the news, he had to help Wei Ruyan consume some medicine, so he arrived a little late. Judging from the looks of the others and the surroundings, they should have been here for quite some time already. You are the principal? Wusher glanced at Xianxian, and his eyebrows shot up. Nascent Saint Pinnacle? It seems like the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy is no longer what it used to be. He had come from the headquarters and knew that the academy had finally appointed a young man in his 20s as the dean. He had wanted to see who that person was, but who knew that when he arrived at the academy, he did not even see a shadow of that person. In fact, even after the assembly bell was rung, it took at least 30 minutes for him to arrive. More importantly, his clothes were covered in dust, and it seemed like he hadn't even changed out of them at all. That was extremely neglectful. Besides, his cultivation was only at nascent Saint Pinnacle, not even reaching Saint Realm yet. How could he possibly become the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy with such strength? This was too childish. When Musher left, Xianxian was still in the midst of the inauguration ceremony, so he was unaware of the matter regarding the spirit beasts and saint beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge. Besides, Xianxian had never told Wusher about it either. As such, the latter had no idea that even though Xianxian was still young, he had already gone through many things that even the heads of the Master Teacher Pavilion paled in comparison to. Wusher, hearing those words, Musher felt a little awkward. He quickly lowered his voice and said, Xianxia possesses incredible talent, and on top of that, he has a powerful teacher, humph. But before Musher could finish his words, Wusher's face had already darkened. It's one thing for a teacher to be powerful, but he has to be strong himself as well. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Later on, have him write a self-reflection on the mistakes he has made in his management, and the headquarters will not pursue the matter of his negligence. Write a self-reflection? Xianxian was taken aback. That was a really far-fetched term. Principal Zhang was going to write one as well, to vent his anger on him as soon as he arrived. It seemed like this fellow was trying to establish his authority, just that, he had never met the other party before, and he had never done anything wrong before. Scratching his head, Xianxian felt conflicted. If the other party really insisted on causing trouble for him, should he summon the puppet and give him a good beating? Wusher, while Xianxian was still deep in thought, Musher suddenly spoke up. Xianxia has only been the principal for 3 months, and more importantly, he was the one who caught him. Alright, for such a traitor to appear in the Master Teacher Academy, as the principal, he bears great responsibility for it. Now that everyone is here, let's hurry up and announce the verdict. We still have more important matters to attend to. Interrupting Musher's explanation, Wusher waved his hands dismissively. Yes. Musher nodded. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, he said, Everyone, I have something important to announce to you. Something important? The master teachers beneath the stage immediately turned their gazes over in bewilderment. For two 7-star master teachers to ring the assembly bell to make an announcement, it was bound to be a huge matter. Mingshi Tang has always viewed the extermination of the otherworldly demonic tribe as his responsibility, and most of us master teachers also view this as our goal in life. However, while there are those who carry out their duties strictly, there are also those who take advantage of the loopholes. In the Master Teacher Academy. At this point, Mushir's complexion gradually darkened. If an ordinary cultivator were to betray humanity and betray their friends in the face of a life-and-death crisis, it would still be understandable. After all, not everyone would be able to persevere through the fear of death. However, as a master teacher, one who enjoys the respect and reverence of countless people, it would be unforgivable for one to be unable to persevere at a crucial moment like this. To put it simply, one has lost his resolve, but to put it more seriously, he has betrayed humanity. Mushir's voice echoed in the surroundings. Betrayed humanity? But if he is a master teacher, he is indeed unforgivable. The master teachers beneath the stage nodded in agreement. While master teachers enjoyed the privilege of standing high above the masses, they had to bear the responsibilities that came with it. Every single one of them had to pay a heavy price to become a high-tier master teacher. If they were to betray humanity at a crucial moment, they would be punished. Everyone, quiet down. Today, I am going to talk about a master teacher who betrayed humanity. Seeing that the crowd's emotions had been stirred, Mushir waved his hand grandly, and his voice continued. For his own safety, he disregarded the principles of a master teacher and caused the deaths of more than 26-star pinnacle master teachers. In fact, he even caused the elites of humanity who had treated him as their teacher to vanish without a trace. Yet, he shamelessly returned to the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy to impart knowledge, enjoying the respect and reverence of countless master teachers. What do you think we should do with such a person? There is such a person in the world? Kill him. Betraying humanity is an unforgivable crime. There's no room for negotiation. Causing the deaths of more than 26-star pinnacle master teachers is a crime that is worthy of death several times over. Mushir, who is the person you are talking about? Could he be a teacher of our academy? Hearing those words, a huge commotion broke out beneath the stage. Two 7-star master teachers had come here, and the first thing they did was to talk about was betrayal. On top of that, the person they were going to judge was related to the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy. Ignoring the crowd's questions, Mushir flung his sleeves and tilted his head upward. Bring him down. Along with his words, the roar of a saint beast echoed in the air, and a saint realm tiger eagle beast descended from the sky. Its body jolted, and a figure on its back fell heavily to the ground. Is this you, Schoolhead Su? It really is Schoolhead Yu. Did he betray humanity? Didn't he have a life-and-death physician duel with Schoolhead Yu and was brought away after losing? Why would he appear here? For the past 2 years, he has been cultivating medicinal herbs in the academy. When did he start communicating with the otherworldly demonic tribe? I have attended his lessons before, and I was still holding a grudge against him when Schoolhead Yu challenged him. Upon seeing the figure on the stage, a huge uproar broke out beneath the stage. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. 3 months ago, when Schoolhead Yu challenged Yu Su, there were quite a few people who were still cheering for him, thinking that he was a man of great virtue and prestige. Never in their dreams could they have imagined that he would be a traitor to humanity. For two 7-star master teachers from the Qingyuan Empire Mingshi Tang Academy to speak of Schoolhead Yu Su so decisively before the crowd, there was no doubt that the matter was true. I believe that all of you should know who he is. Harumphing coldly, Mushir turned to Yu Su and said, Are you going to confess yourself, or do you want the teacher guild to issue a guild letter to you? The Mingshi Tang Academy was a branch of the teacher guild, and a guild letter issued by it was equivalent to an imperial edict. Once it was announced, it would automatically be recorded in the books of the Teacher Guild and Mingshi Tang Academy, allowing the Teacher Guild to check on it. To put it bluntly, once the guild letter was issued, it would be as good as announcing his crimes. There would be no room for rebuttal. Yu Su's lips quivered. If he were to admit his crimes, only those in the academy would know of it. If he were to issue a guild letter to the entire Teacher Guild and Mingshi Tang Academy, his name would go down in history. I will confess, without much hesitation, Yu Su nodded. In any case, he had already admitted to his crimes, so there was nothing for him to hide anymore. Very well. Tell it to all of the master teachers here. Seeing that Xianxia wanted him to confess, Musher waved his hands. Yes. Gritting his teeth, Yusu said, I am in the wrong. I am the one who harmed the old principal. Very soon, he went through the details of what he had told Xianxia back then. This time, he went into even more detail. After hearing his words, the master teachers beneath the stage clenched their fists tightly, and veins popped out from their heads. Kill him. To think that Yusu would be such a person. You are truly the scum of the master teachers. It is laughable that I have attended his lessons, and I have always respected him as my teacher. This is truly a huge stain on my life. It is likely that Principal Zhang noticed that there was something wrong with him, so he conducted the life and death physician duel. After discovering the problem, he handed the matter over to Musher. That is indeed possible. If not for Principal Zhang, we would surely have been fooled by that scum. A huge uproar broke out among the crowd. Betraying mankind, heeding the orders of the otherworldly demonic tribe, framing his colleagues, leaving the fate of the old principal unknown, and plunging the entire Master-Teacher Academy into chaos. To think that all of these were done by that fellow, just like what Musher had said, his crimes were unforgivable. Since you have already admitted to your crimes, I won't say anything unnecessary. Now, I shall announce the decision of Qingyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang. Seeing how the crowd was filled with indignation, Musher glanced at the crowd before whipping out a scroll and opening it lightly. Voila, a ray of light shone in the air, and a cold and emotionless voice echoed. Yusu, for betraying mankind and framing master teachers, you have violated the rules of Mingshi Tang and crossed the bottom line of master teachers. You shall be stripped of your master teacher identity and executed in public. Executed in public? Hearing the decision, Yusu's face paled, and he collapsed to the ground. As if he had lost his soul, the light in his eyes dimmed. Seeing the other party's state, Xianxia shook his head in disappointment. If only he had known that this would happen, he would have never done what he did back then. There was indeed fear in life and death, but surrendering to the otherworldly demonic tribe was tantamount to abandoning the principles in one's heart. Between morality and life, one would lose the other. Since he had made a choice, he had to bear the consequences of failure. It's a pity that Wei Ruyan is unconscious, so she didn't witness the current situation. Wei Changfeng had died because of Yusu, and as his daughter, it was a pity that she couldn't witness the death of her enemy. However, killing Yusu in public was a display of Mingshi Tang's determination to punish traitors. This was a decision made by the headquarters, and there was nothing he could do to change it. Besides, Yusu had been struggling at death's door for so long, so it was about time for him to be punished. For principals, Combat Master Liao, Combat Master Zhua, and the other elders, the two of us have come here to discuss some important matters. Please follow me. After dealing with Yusu, Musher turned to the crowd and said, Yes. Nodding, the crowd quickly followed behind Musher and began making their way toward the elder hall. Xianxia didn't say anything either, and he quickly followed behind them. The headquarters had sent 2 7-star master teachers over, and one of them was even a Saint 4 Dan expert. He had thought that it was a little strange, but if it was just to deal with Yusu, there was no need for them to do so. Surely, they had something else to deal with. Musher had spent quite some time in the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, so it didn't take him long to arrive at the Elder Hall. Everyone sat down and activated a formation to isolate the surroundings. Musher scanned the crowd and said, I have called all of you here because I have something important to discuss with you. This is also the news that we received when we were investigating Yusu. After saying those words, he flicked his wrist, and a token appeared in his hand. This token was extremely old and worn, and it looked as if it would shatter at any moment. I believe all of you recognize this token, right? Musher scanned the crowd. Is this the principal's seal? Xianxia asked with a frown. Even though the token was old and worn, he could clearly sense the innumerable wills infusing it into it. It was similar to the principal's seal in his hand. It was just that it looked extremely simple and crude. That's right, this is the principal's seal of Hongyuan Academy's principal, Zhang Yinqiu. Musher explained. The old principal's seal? Could it be? Upon hearing the introduction, Elder Mi froze for a moment before his face flushed with excitement. He didn't die? Zhao Bingshu's men also looked over nervously. Although they acknowledged the current Xianxia, they had been with the old president for a long time. When they heard this news, they were all so excited that they couldn't control themselves. I don't know if he's dead or not, but this thing was sent out from a ruin by someone with great power. Musher asked with a deep frown. Being sent out? What's going on? Musher, can you tell me more about it? Xianxia asked. This matter is not complicated. After I brought Yusu back to the headquarters that day, I found out the exact location of the ruins that the old principal wanted to go to after an interrogation, so I sent someone to investigate. Musher nodded as he recalled what had happened. The ancient ruins are extremely complicated, and there seems to be some kind of rule that dictates that one can only enter at a specific timing. Our men were in the midst of calculating the best timing to enter when the token suddenly sensed the aura of a master teacher and flew over. Hearing those words, Elder Mi's face reddened in agitation. Musher is saying that, after capturing Yusu, the old principal's seal suddenly flew out of the ruin? That's right. Musher nodded. Then. Elder Mi's breathing hastened. Does that mean that the old principal has sent the principal's seal out? It had only been 3 months since Yusu was captured, and the fact that the principal's seal had appeared after that meant that the old principal was still alive. Most likely, the old principal was trapped in the ancient ruins, unable to escape. Thus, the old principal's seal was sent out to inform the world. None of us know what happened in the ancient ruins. It's also possible that the principal's seal was released 2 years ago, but it only appeared after sensing the aura of a master teacher. Not being as optimistic as Xianxia, Musher asked. This? The crowd fell silent. Musher's words did make sense. The principal's seal was formed from countless wills, and it possessed a unique spirit. If the old principal had released it 2 years ago, saying that it would only appear after encountering a master teacher, it was not impossible for the people from the Mingshi Tang school to only notice it after they had arrived. As such, the appearance of the principal's seal was insufficient to determine whether the old principal was still alive or not. Musher, where's the ancient ruins? Can we head over to take a look? Elder Mi hesitated for a moment before asking. No matter what, the old principal was a friend that they had known for several hundred years. Now that they had received news of the ancient ruins, they had to take a look. Otherwise, how could they possibly feel at ease? This is the reason why I gathered all of you here. Musher turned to the crowd and said, based on our investigation, the ancient ruins will reopen in a month's time, so I would like to invite all of you over. Firstly, we can look for the old principal and the others. If they are still alive, we can head over to save them. Secondly, the otherworldly demonic tribe has been on the move recently, and I suspect that it has something to do with the ancient ruins. Alright, let's head over. Hearing those words, Elder Mi's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly nodded in agreement. However, realizing that he had overstepped his boundaries, he hurriedly turned to Xianxia and said, Principal Mu, Elder Mi is right, we have to head over. This is the attitude of our Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Xianxia nodded. He had already known that the old principal was heading to the ancient ruins back when he was in the Mausoleum of Principals, and he had intended to head over to take a look. However, after the incident in the subterranean gallery, the otherworldly demonic tribe had been behaving abnormally. No matter what, he would feel uneasy if he didn't head over to take a look. What about you all? Seemingly having expected this outcome, Musher wasn't surprised at all. Nodding, he turned to the other 3 school heads and nodded. Since the otherworldly demonic tribe is involved, it's our duty to help as well. Wu Tianqiong, Shen Pingchao, and the others nodded in agreement. How can our combat master Hall fall behind? Liao Song chuckled. Since everyone is in agreement, I won't say anything else. We'll head to the ancient ruins a month from now. Of course, I'll make it clear that the ancient ruins are extremely dangerous. Otherwise, Zhang Yinqiu and the others wouldn't have been wiped out. Even our headquarters haven't received much news about the ancient ruins. Once we head there, there's a good chance that we won't be able to return. Musher said. We understand. The others nodded in agreement. Good. It's settled then, Seeing that no one was hesitating, Wuxia nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to make a decision, Wuxia suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, "In order to ensure our safety, we'll have to ensure that all of us are at least Saint Realm in order to head to the ancient ruins. President Zhang is only at nascent saint, so I think it's best for him not to go. Otherwise, he'll just be a burden to everyone." "Me?" Xianxia frowned. Even though he was only at nascent saint, if he were to exert his full strength, he would be able to defeat even a Saint Realm 1-dan pinnacle cultivator easily. More importantly, he had many means to protect himself. Even if everyone in the room were to gang up on him, the one who would die would surely be the other party, yet, this fellow was saying that he would be a burden despite knowing nothing at all. As a 7-star high-tier master teacher, wasn't he being a little too presumptuous? "Senior uncle, Wuxia. I beg your pardon for being a little too headstrong and conceited." Seeing that his senior uncle was displeased, Wuxia hurriedly sent a telepathic message over. "Headstrong and conceited? That's right. Even though Yusu's betrayal has nothing to do with senior uncle, when the investigation was carried out, you were still the principal. In other words, you were a little lax in your management. On top of that, your age and cultivation are still a little lacking compared to the principal. Thus, he has some issues with senior uncle," Wuxia said anxiously. Hearing the other party's explanation, Xianxia shook his head helplessly with a bitter smile. It seemed like this fellow had spent too much time at the top, and he had already deviated from the normal life of a human. His subordinates had committed a mistake, so he had to implicate them. It had only been 4 months since he came to the academy, and it was already too late for him to catch Yusu. It was one thing for the other party not to reward him, but to even pin the blame on him. This was truly the typical style of a leader. When something went wrong, he would grab a scapegoat to take the blame so as to display his authority and discernment. And he was the scapegoat that had been caught. If it had been anyone else, there was no way they would have been able to refute the accusation of a 7-star high-tier master teacher. However, how could Xianxia possibly allow himself to be taken advantage of like that? Thus, he raised his gaze and asked, "You are Wu Ruffing, right? Audacious. How can a low-tier master teacher address a high-tier master teacher by his name? How can that be?" Not expecting the other party to speak up, Wuxia's face darkened. "How can that be?" Xianxia chuckled. Placing his hands behind his back, he looked at Wuxia impassively and asked, "Wuxia, may I know how you and Wuxia should address one another? Wuxia and I are both 7-star master teachers, so naturally, we are of equal standing." Wuxia narrowed his eyes. Even though he was infuriated, he still harumphed coldly. As fellow master teachers of Qingyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang Empire, as well as 7-star master teachers, it was only natural that they should be of equal standing. Equal standing? Very well then. Xianxia turned to Wuxia and asked, "Little Hongzi, how should I address you?" "Senior uncle." Wuxia replied honestly. "You heard it. You and Wuxia are of equal standing, and he addressed me as senior uncle. In other words, you are a generation younger than me. What's wrong with me addressing you as Wu Ruffing? Could it be that you think that calling me by my full name isn't intimate enough?" Xianxia pondered for a moment before replying, "How about this? I'll call you Little Feng then, you." Hearing the words Little Feng, Wuxia nearly spurted blood and fainted on the spot. He hurriedly turned to look at Wuxia, wanting to see if the other party was speaking the truth. Why did he have to address the other party as senior uncle? Knowing what Xianxia was going to ask, Wuxia hurriedly explained, "As President Zhang's teacher, I have to address him as Grand Teacher. Going by seniority, there's nothing wrong with addressing him as senior uncle." This, Wuxia's face turned livid. Master teachers emphasized on etiquette and seniority. Even though President Zhang wasn't much of a figure, as long as his teacher had a high seniority, he would still be able to claim a high standing. Take Kongshi's student for example. Even if he knew nothing at all, a 9-star master teacher would still have to address him as elder. This was the rule. He had intended to put the other party in his place, but in the blink of an eye, he had become the other party's junior. Just thinking about it left him stifled. "How is it? Do I have the right to call you Wu Ruffing?" Seeing that Xianxia was done confirming the matter, Xianxia turned to look at him. Wuxia wanted to refute Xianxia's words, but he found himself unable to find the words to refute him. With a reddened face, he waved his hands grandly and said, "If you wish to earn respect, seniority doesn't mean much. What is more important is the contributions you have made to Mingshi Tang and mankind. Without contributions, no matter how formidable your teacher is, it will be useless." Contributions? That's right. Only those who have contributed greatly to mankind are worthy of respect. Wushi tilted his head upward. The standard by which a master teacher is judged is not whether one's rank is higher or not. Take Su for example. You are a 6-star pinnacle master teacher, and considering your age, your standing isn't low either. But how can you be worthy of respect after betraying mankind? Seeing the pride on Xianxia's face, Xianxia asked, "Judging from your tone, it seems like you have contributed greatly to mankind." "Indeed. Ever since I killed my first otherworldly demon when I was 16, I have killed a total of 47 chrysalis realm and above otherworldly demons. If I calculate it carefully, I have made a total of 22 contribution points for the human race." Wushi harumphed coldly as he exuded the disposition and strength unique to a master teacher. "So much? Incredible. As expected of Vice Pavilion Master Wu. With so many contribution points, he can probably be ranked at the top even in Qingyuan conferred empire. A 7-star high-tier master teacher sure is fearsome." Hearing those words, the eyes of combat master Liao, Zhua, and Wu Tianqiong lit up, and looks of respect and admiration surfaced on their faces. Even Elder Mi couldn't help but feel impressed. He looked at Wushi with a different gaze. 22 contribution points? What do you mean? Perplexed, Xianxia turned to Elder Xiaobingshu and asked. Killing an otherworldly demon can be considered as a contribution. Saving mankind can also be considered as a contribution. Naturally, there are different types of contributions. In order to better differentiate and quantify the contributions, Mingshi Tang decided to use points to measure the contributions. Seeing that Principal Xianxian was perplexed, Xiaobingshu explained. This was a rule set by the Mingshi Tang headquarters, and the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy hadn't implemented it yet. As such, there weren't any books on it. Even though the principal had read a lot of books and was knowledgeable, he was not too sure. Xianxian nodded. According to the information he had received before, contribution could be exchanged for treasures in Mingshi Tang. If there was no standard to measure, how could everyone know who had contributed more and who had contributed less? Even if he wanted to exchange for treasures, he should know the price. You couldn't just casually do something and exchange it for a treasure that couldn't be bought. This point. How is it determined? Understanding this, Xianxian asked. Mingshi Tang has a unique method to determine the contribution points, and I'm not too sure how it is calculated. However, after Principal Zhang tamed all of the saint beasts and spirit beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge and saved mankind from danger, I reported it to Mingshi Tang, and after calculating it, it should be around 5 contribution points. Xiaobingshu pondered for a moment before replying. Only 5 contribution points? Xianxian was astonished. Every single one of the 9 kings of the Cloud Mist Ridge had reached Saint One Dan Pinnacle, and there were countless nascent saint, half-saint, and chrysalis realm spirit beasts as well. To only earn 5 contribution points after taming so many of them, considering the other party's 22 contribution points, it was indeed a little frightening. Indeed. Even though the spirit beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge are violent, they have been residing on the mountain for many years, and there haven't been many beast stampedes. On top of that, with the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy guarding the area, they don't pose too much of a threat to mankind. Xiaobingshu said awkwardly. When he heard that Principal Zhang had tamed so many spirit beasts for such a low contribution points, he had asked the other party about it, and this was the answer he had received. The size of one's contribution points wasn't determined by what one did but what one had done for mankind. Xianxian nodded in agreement. The spirit beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge had been extremely discreet when they hunted down Mingshi Tang and the others, such that even Xiaobingshu and the others didn't know much about it. They had thought that the spirit beasts were only guarding the mountain and hadn't launched an attack yet. Due to the blue-horn dragon beast and vicious, Xianxian didn't allow Elder Mi to speak of the matter either. As such, it was only natural that the headquarters were unaware of the matter, so it wasn't too surprising that the contribution points had been deducted. Wuxia, seeing your uncle is still young, and given his talent and strength, it's only a matter of time before he contributes more to mankind. Besides, by capturing Su, he'll be able to expose his true colors and reduce the number of parasites in mankind. Seeing that the matter was about contribution points, Wuxia stepped in to mediate. He didn't know about the matter regarding the spirit beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge, but capturing Su, the traitor of mankind, would be counted as a contribution point as well. Capturing Su? Humph, do you think that's a small contribution? Wuxia chuckled softly. It's just a small contribution. Wuxia nodded. Hee hee. Wuxia sneered coldly before turning to Xianxia once more. President Zhang, you should have heard it yourself. Your teacher might be formidable, but in order to earn the respect of mankind, he will have to contribute to mankind or possess true strength. I think that you should remain here. The ancient domain is extremely dangerous, and it isn't a place for you to play. If you were to head there, I fear that no one would be able to take care of you. Xianxia scratched his head in embarrassment. He was only a nascent Saint Pinnacle cultivator, and it was indeed dangerous for him to head to an ancient domain where even a 7-star master teacher had fallen. It was understandable that Xianxia didn't want to bring him along. Just that, it was a little too arbitrary to judge one's strength based on one's cultivation. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia turned to Xianxia and asked, "May I know if Combat Master Xue is qualified to head there?" Combat Master Xue is a 100-man commander of the Combat Master Hall, and his cultivation has reached Saint Tudan spiritual perception realm. Wuxia nodded in response. All right then. Xianxia's lips curled up as he turned to Zhuo Qingfeng with a warm smile. Combat Master Xue, are you free? It just so happens that I have made a breakthrough in my cultivation recently, and I would like to find someone to spar with, me? Zhuo Qingfeng was taken aback. After a moment of hesitation, he said, since President Zhang is in the mood, I am more than willing to accompany you. To be honest, the students of the Combat Master Hall had been pummeled by Principal Zhang's students over the past few days, and he had been wanting to experience Principal Zhang's prowess for himself. It was a pity that the other party was elusive, and it wasn't easy for him to meet him, not to mention that he wanted to spar with him. He didn't believe that a Saint Tudan expert like him would be unable to defeat a nascent saint. Alright, let's begin then. Xianxia chuckled as he walked to the center of the hall. Here? Zhuo Qingfeng was taken aback. This is the conference hall. If we were to clash with our strength here, I fear that the entire building might collapse. This was the conference hall of the Elder Hall. Even though it was a little spacious, given Zhuo Qingfeng's cultivation, it would be a huge blow if he were to leak his strength here. It would be disastrous if he were to collapse the entire hall. Don't worry, the battle will end soon. That won't happen. Xianxia replied with a smile. And soon? With a deep frown, Zhuo Qingfeng's complexion turned a little awful. Since Principal Zhang insists on this matter, I'll have to comply. After saying those words, he flicked his wrist and whipped out a sword. Why don't you take out your weapon? Weapon? Xianxia shook his head. There's no need for that. Let's begin. His golden origin core had evolved to a purplish-golden color, and his fighting prowess had increased by more than twofold. Even though the other party was a Saint Tudan expert, it was still nothing to him. I won't stand on ceremony then, seeing that Xianxia was even more arrogant than his student, not even taking out his weapon. Zhuo Qingfeng's face darkened. With a flick of his wrist, he thrust his sword forward. This time, he didn't suppress his strength. Instead, he exerted the full might of a Saint Tudan spiritual perception realm cultivator, and in an instant, the entire room was filled with Xinqi. How powerful! The faces of Zhao Bingxiu, Elder Mi, and the others paled in fright. Even Wu Tianxiong and the others couldn't help but narrow their eyes in astonishment. As the principals of the 4 great master teacher academies, they should be stronger than Zhuo Qingfeng, but if they were to fight, they would surely lose. President Zhang was only a nascent Saint Pinnacle cultivator. How could they possibly defeat him? They hurriedly turned their gazes over, only to see Xianxia standing motionlessly in the face of such a ferocious swordsmanship. Humph. Noticing Xianxia's disdain, Zhuo Qingfeng's face darkened. A cold glint burst forth from his sword, and as if a venomous snake, it pierced towards Xianxia's chest. It was just a sparring match, so he didn't aim for Xianxian's vitals. But even so, if Xianxian were to be struck, he would surely sustain severe injuries due to the violent surge of Jinqi and sword qi. He. Seeing that Zhuo Qingfeng's sword was about to pierce into his chest, Xianxian raised 2 fingers and lightly pinched the sword. Zhuo Qingfeng's incomparably brilliant sword strike was like a venomous snake that had been pinched at its weak point. No matter how it struggled, it was unable to free itself. Zhuo Qingfeng narrowed his eyes in astonishment. To be able to pinch a sword with one's bare hands required one's eye of discernment and grasp of timing. More importantly, it required one's strength as well. As a combat master, Zhuo Qingfeng possessed superior fighting prowess. Yet, his strongest attack was actually pinched so easily with just 2 fingers. How in the world did he do it? While Zhuo Qingfeng was still in shock, the young man before him released his grip on the sword and flicked the back of it lightly. Hung long, following which, he felt a powerful force surging through the body of the sword. Zhuo Qingfeng's face paled, and he subconsciously retreated 8 steps. Every single step he took left a deep footprint on the ground. Even after retreating, he still felt the immense force exerted by the sword. If he were to face it head-on, it would still be difficult for him to control his strength. Thus, he leaped backward once more. Pong, due to his rapid leap, his back knocked onto a pillar in the hall, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Only then did he feel much better. He hurriedly sheathed his sword, clasped his fist, and walked up to the young man. "Thank you, President Zhang, for going easy on me. If not for the other party holding back his strength, he would have been reduced to a meat patty." It was no wonder he was able to groom monsters like Xingyang and Wei Ruyan. It turned out that his teacher was even more monstrous. Only after giving it a try did he realize that a Saint Tudan cultivator was indeed no match for a nascent saint. "You're too polite," he was only trying to display his strength. Since he had achieved his goal, there was no need for him to continue attacking. After exchanging some pleasantries, Xianxian turned to Wushi and asked, "May I know if someone of my strength is qualified to enter the dueling ring?" Taking this sight into sight, Wushi's eyebrows shot up. For a nascent saint cultivator to defeat a Saint Tudan combat master barehanded. Wasn't this a little too frightening? More importantly, he had just said that the other party was weak, and yet, the other party had defeated combat master Zhuo on the spot. This was no different from a slap to his face. Based on what we know, there are many otherworldly demons in the ancient domain. If they were to capture you, even a 6-star pinnacle master teacher like Su wouldn't be a match for them. What makes you so confident that you would be able to withstand them? With his hands behind his back, Wushi stared at Xianxian coldly. With a questioning tone, he asked, "Have you seen an otherworldly demon before? Have you come into contact with them? Do you know how fearsome they are?" Xianxian was just about to reply when the 7-star master teacher waved his hand once more. "To tell you the truth, I have fought with them before, and I have slain 52 of them with my own hands. Not only are they powerful enough to challenge cultivators of a higher cultivation realm than them, more importantly, the killing intent they exude is irresistible. Facing such fellows isn't something that you can deal with just because you possess superior fighting prowess. What's more important is your state of mind and will. If you don't possess such strength, it's best for you not to face them." He wasn't trying to pick on Xianxian, but the situation was simply too dangerous. They couldn't afford to make the slightest mistake, or else they could very well be wiped out. Even though the other party possessed exceptional fighting prowess and had a formidable teacher, he was still only a young man in his 20s. He had seen plenty of such geniuses in his life, and the fearsome otherworldly demons could easily breach their mental barriers. As for the otherworldly demons, Xianxian knew that the other party's intentions weren't bad, but he had been a leader for too long, so he was bound to be biased. Shaking his head, he was just about to explain when an elder suddenly rushed in from the outside. "Principal Zhang." The elder hurriedly clasped his fist. Noticing that the other party's complexion was slightly off, Xianxian frowned. "What happened?" The elder hesitated for a moment before replying, "Principal, Lu Feng. Lucia requests an audience." The conflict between Lu Feng and President Zhang had resulted in Lu Feng nearly being stripped of his master-teacher license. Even though the news had only spread within a small circle, he had heard of it as well. From this, it could be seen that the two of them weren't on good terms. Thus, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward, not knowing how he should report the matter. Lu Feng? Not knowing what Xianxia was thinking, Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before chuckling. After leaving the seal, he had specifically gone to look for this group of people, but to no avail. Now, it seemed that they had really come out of the catacombs. Please. He waved his hand. Yes. Seeing that Principal Zhang didn't reprimand him, the elder heaved a sigh of relief before hurriedly leaving the room. Not too long later, an old man walked in behind him. Who else could it be other than Lu Feng? At this moment, Lu Feng no longer had the sharp aura he had before. His eyes were simple and unadorned, giving others a feeling of steadiness. It seemed that after the previous incident, his entire mentality had undergone a huge change. Dean, you're really fine? That's great. Seeing the young man sitting at the center of the room, Lu Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Although she had guessed that he was fine and had already left the catacombs, she still felt relieved to see him with her own eyes. If not for the young man before him, they would have been dead by now. The other party had risked his life to save them and even killed so many otherworldly demons. He was deeply indebted to the other party. Of course, I'm fine. On the other hand, have you all recovered from your injuries? Xianxia asked with a smile. We have already fully recovered from our injuries. It was only thanks to Principal Zhang's sacrifice that we were able to survive. Please accept my kowtow. After saying those words, Lu Feng kneeled down to the floor. Lucier, you're too polite. Xianxia walked up to him and helped him up. Seeing how the two of them, who had been at odds with one another, suddenly became so polite, Elder Mi, Elder Zhao, and the others glanced at one another in bewilderment. What's going on? Principal Jiang Qingqing couldn't help but ask. Oh, it's like that. Hearing the question, Lu Feng nodded. 5 days ago, President Zhang entered the subterranean gallery personally and saved 40 of our 6-star master teachers. On top of that, he single-handedly slew more than 200 Saint Realm otherworldly demons and 2 Saint 4 Dan kings. I have already reported the matter to the headquarters, and I just received a reply. I was just thinking that I couldn't allow President Zhang's contributions to go to waste, but who could have thought that Principal Zhang would have already returned from the subterranean gallery? He entered the subterranean gallery personally? He saved 40 of your 6-star master teachers? He slew more than 200 Saint Realm otherworldly demons and even a king? Hearing those words, the crowd fell silent. Wuxia, who had been speaking in an imposing manner a moment ago, widened his eyes in shock, and he nearly fainted on the spot. He had just said that the other party had never seen an otherworldly demon before, and Lu Feng suddenly rushed over to claim that he had killed more than 200 of them. Was this for real? Even he, a Saint 4 Dan expert, had never killed so many otherworldly demons. More importantly, there were 2 kings as well. There was no need to even think about how fearsome the kings of the otherworldly demons were. Even he would have died if he were to encounter one. Yet, from Lu Feng's words, not only was President Zhang fine, he had even killed 2 otherworldly demons in a single breath. This left him feeling a little stifled, leaving him unable to process what was going on. Are you speaking the truth? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Of course. I can vouch for it with my life. Lu Feng nodded. Furthermore, we have already sent the details of the matter to the headquarters, and the headquarters have acknowledged it and converted it into contribution points as a reward. The reason why I'm here today is to present these contribution points to Principal Zhang. After saying those words, Lu Feng flicked his wrist and took out a light yellow jade token before passing it over. Principal Zhang, you have expended so much effort to slay so many otherworldly demons and save us, so we can't let your contributions go to waste. Based on the situation back then, the headquarters have given you a total of 1,211 contribution points. 1,000 contribution points? Wuxier's body staggered, and he nearly spurted blood. Ever since he had killed his first otherworldly demon when he was 16, and now, as a 7-star high-tier master teacher, his contributions over the past several hundred years only amounted to 22 contribution points. This was already more than enough to make him feel proud. It was just a moment ago that he had mocked President Zhang for his lack of contributions, and yet, the other party had actually given him more than 1,000 contribution points. Was there a need to be so exaggerated? Even if he had killed 200 Saint Realm otherworldly demons and 2 kings, it shouldn't have been possible for him to earn that much. He wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. Seemingly seeing through their thoughts, Lu Feng continued, these otherworldly demons came through the seal of the subterranean gallery with a unique mission, and it was clear that they were up to no good. If they had escaped, the entire Hongyuan Empire could have suffered a devastating blow. President Zhang's act of killing them is equivalent to thwarting their schemes. Thus, his contribution to the subterranean gallery is immeasurable. This? Everyone nodded in realization. Indeed. Killing a few otherworldly demons might not be a huge contribution, but stopping their schemes and saving countless lives would be a huge contribution. There's one more thing that the headquarters hasn't confirmed yet, but they have already sent someone down to verify it. Once it's confirmed, it won't be just 1,000 contribution points but several tens of thousands. Paying no heed to the shock of the crowd, Lu Feng continued. Several tens of thousands, what kind of contribution is that? Musher asked anxiously. Killing a Saint Realm otherworldly demon didn't earn him a single contribution point. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to earn a contribution point. It was already shocking to earn 1,000 contribution points in such a short period of time, but there were still several tens of thousands and several tens of thousands of contribution points that had yet to be verified. What in the world could it be? He wasn't the only one who was perplexed. Wusher, Elderme, and the others were also perplexed, unable to figure out what was going on. It's like this. I just entered the subterranean gallery once more, and I found that the seal blocking the otherworldly battlefield has been completely repaired. This should be the doing of Principal Zhang, right? Lu Feng raised his head and looked at Xianxia. If the seal wasn't repaired, the otherworldly demons would still invade the Hongyuan Empire. Thus, I spent a few days to repair the seal using the method that my teacher imparted to me. Xianxia nodded. As expected. Lu Feng's eyes lit up. Having stayed in the subterranean gallery for 3 months, he was well aware of the extent of wear and tear on the seal. He thought that the invasion of the otherworldly demons this time wasn't an exception, and there would surely be more of them in the future. Who could have thought that when he checked the seal once more, it was already completely undamaged? Since they were all gathered together, it was unlikely that the otherworldly demons would dig their own graves. Thus, the only possibility was President Zhang, who had created so many miracles. He wouldn't have believed it if anyone else had said that the seal could be repaired, but President Zhang had created too many miracles for him to ignore. That was also the reason why he had tried to verify the other party's words, and as expected, the other party affirmed his words. Repairing the seal and preventing the otherworldly demons from invading the Hongyuan Empire was a huge contribution. Putting aside several tens of thousands, even several tens of thousands of contribution points would be hard to come by. As for how they would evaluate the contribution, they would have to send someone from the headquarters to assess it carefully before they could give a definite answer. Isn't the seal related to the laws of space? How can it be repaired? If that's true, this is truly a huge contribution to mankind. How did he do it? Hearing the conversation between the duo, the crowd was stunned. Wusher, who was still feeling proud of himself a moment ago, felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Right, Principal Zhang, I noticed that the seal was still slightly damaged when I went there previously, but it was completely repaired this time around. If I'm not mistaken, you have just returned from the subterranean gallery, right? Recalling something, Lu Feng couldn't help but ask. In order to find Xianxia, he had come to the seal once before, so he knew what was going on. However, the seal was already completely repaired this time around, which meant that it had just been repaired not too long ago. It hasn't even been an hour since I returned. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Look, I haven't even had the time to change my clothes yet. I just saved the entire Hongyuan Empire and killed several hundred otherworldly demons, and I barely managed to escape from the perilous subterranean gallery. As soon as the assembly bell rang, I didn't even have the time to rest or change my clothes. Yet, I'm blaming him for being late? Do I think that he's putting on airs? Hearing those words, Wusher's face reddened, and he wished that he could find a hole to hide in. End of chapter 976. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.